In the summer of 2003, a newly turned 19-year-old Chen Xuewen, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, was escorted to Pingxing prison. Just a week prior, Chen attended a classmate's banquet where, amid the raucous encouragement of his peers, he confessed his feelings to the school belle he had secretly adored for 3 years, only to be heartlessly rejected. That night, consumed by despair, Chen indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Upon awakening, he was horrified to discover the school belle, lifeless and in a state of disarray, sprawled beside him. It was evident that she had suffered a brutal assault before her demise. Subsequently, several witnesses emerged, accusing Chen of forcibly abducting the school belle and taking her to a hotel. Based solely on their testimonies, Chen was apprehended and, within a week, was convicted and sentenced to imprisonment. Despite Chen's fervent cries of innocence, no one paid heed. At the prison gates, his parents knelt on the ground, clutching a piece of cardboard inscribed in blood with the word innocent, shouting their lamentations. In stark contrast, a group of mourners, relatives of the school belle, clad in white, wept and wailed. As the transport vehicle approached, both factions surged forward, leading to a tumultuous clash. The relatives of the school belle, outnumbering Chen's parents, mercilessly assaulted them. Fortunately, the guards intervened, separating the two groups. Chen's father, Chen Xuewen, bore a gash upon his forehead, blood streaming down his cheek. Yet he remained undeterred, shouting toward the transport vehicle entering the prison, "Son, do not fear. Your father knows you are innocent. I will risk my life to restore your honor." Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, tears streamed down Chen's face. Once inside the prison and after completing the necessary procedures, Chen was led into a cell inhabited by 7 burly men, each bearing a fierce countenance. Upon seeing the slender Chen, they exchanged malevolent smirks. As soon as the guards departed, the men encircled Chen. The leader, a man marked by a scar across his face, scrutinized Chen and coldly inquired, "What brings you here, kid?" Chen replied in a subdued voice, I am innocent." Before he could finish, the scarred man delivered a brutal punch to his abdomen. Having never endured such brutality, Chen felt as if his insides were about to rupture, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. The scarred man placed his foot upon Chen's head, cursing, "Damn it, since you're here, you must have done something wrong. Answer me honestly. If you don't understand the rules, you'll get beaten." With a quivering voice, Chen pleaded, "I truly am innocent." The scarred man, infuriated, retorted, "You dare to defy me? Beat him." With a wave of his hand, several men lunged at Chen, pinning him to the ground and delivering a merciless beating. Chen emerged battered and bruised, ultimately dragged before the scarred man once more. The man stood upon Chen's head, demanding, "Now I ask you again, what brings you here?" Chen, known for his stubbornness, gritted his teeth and asserted, "I am innocent." The scarred man, enraged, exclaimed, "Damn it, you haven't had enough yet. Hang him up and continue the beating." A few men bound Chen Xuewen's hands with a bedsheet and suspended him by the edge of the bed, taking turns beating him for over an hour. Chen Xuewen, known for his stubbornness, maintained his innocence even until he was rendered unconscious. The scar-faced men dared not kill him and ultimately released him. However, during the ensuing days, they treated him with utter disdain, delivering slaps and brutally assaulting him whenever they felt displeased. Chen Xuewen attempted to report the abuse to the guards, resulting in one of the scar-faced men being punished. Yet, this led to Chen Xuewen being suspended in his cell and beaten throughout the night, nearly costing him his life. From that moment on, Chen Xuewen became considerably more subdued, avoiding the scar-faced men whenever possible. His only hope lay in his parents, believing they could vindicate him and rescue him from this hellish existence. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped by in silence. Recently, Chen Xuewen felt an unusual restlessness, compounded by the fact that his parents had not visited him in over a month. Monthly visits were the sole opportunity for his parents to see him at time. Both he and they eagerly counted down to, never missing a single occasion. However, this month, they failed to come, leaving him in a state of unease. He knew his parents would never abandon him. Could something have happened to them? That evening, Chen Xuewen, with a heavy heart, approached a relatively amiable guard named Zhang Dong, requesting information about his parents. The following day at noon, as Chen Xuewen was eating, Zhang Dong approached with a grim expression. "Xiao Chen, I just received news you must be strong. Chen Xuewen's hands trembled involuntarily, an ominous premonition gripped him, and tears welled in his eyes. Zhang Dong took a deep breath and spoke softly. Your parents, they were in a motorcycle accident on their way to appeal for you 2 weeks ago. They tragically did not survive. Tears streamed down Chen Xuewen's face as his worst fears were confirmed. His parents had indeed met with misfortune. Observing Chen Xuewen's despair, Zhang Dong sighed and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Xiao Chun, my condolences. Chen Xuewen sat there in a daze, completely numb, his mind flooded with memories of his parents' faces and voices. Not long after Zhang Dong left, the scar-faced men gathered around Chen Xuewen. One of them, the scar-faced leader, carelessly pushed aside half of Chen Xuewen's meal and tossed some scraps from his own plate into Chen Xuewen's. Hey kid, enjoy the meat today. These bones are a gift from me. Don't be shy. The scar-faced man laughed heartily with his cohorts. Chen Xuewen remained silent, lost in his sorrow, staring blankly ahead. Mistaking Chen Xuewen's gaze for defiance, the scar-faced man grew furious, shouting, "Who the hell are you staring at? What? You unhappy that I'm eating your food? Fine, you'll return the favor." With that, the scar-faced man spat directly into Chen Xuewen's meal, pointing at the plate and barking, "Damn it, eat it all. If you leave a single bite, they'll hang you up for another night." Chen Xuewen remained silent, yet a glimmer of fierce determination, or perhaps even a hint of malevolence, began to flicker in his eyes. Gradually regaining his composure, he felt a tumultuous mix of rage and sorrow that caused his body to tremble slightly. His right hand gripped the chopsticks tightly as he glared at the scarred men before him, the blood in his veins surging towards his head. Wrongfully imprisoned, his parents had perished because of it, leaving him in a state of utter despair, devoid of hope for survival. At that moment, fear dissipated, replaced solely by a singular urge to end his life. However, if death was to come, he would first unleash the fury that consumed him. The scarred man, noticing Chen Xuewen had not touched his meal, grew even more irate. "Damn it! Did you not hear what I said?" he barked. "I told you to eat." As he spoke, he lifted a tray, intending to slam it into Chen Xuewen's face. In that instant, Chen Xuewen sprang into action. Gripping the chopsticks tightly, he let out a furious roar and lunged towards the scarred man's eyes, stabbing with precision. In an instant, one of the scarred man's eyes was rendered useless. He screamed in agony, clutching his face and stumbling backward, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet, Chen Xuewen did not retreat. Instead, he seemed to have lost all reason and lunged from behind the table, pinning the scarred man to the ground and desperately ramming his head against the man's skull. The onlookers, the scarred man's underlings, were momentarily stunned. Chen Xuewen was fighting with reckless abandon. His own head was now drenched in blood, but he showed no concern, intent on crushing the scarred man's skull. Finally, a few of the henchmen snapped back to reality. One charged forward and landed a punch on Chen Xuewen's head. "Let go of my brother," he shouted. The others quickly joined in, attacking Chen Xuewen from all sides. Yet, at that moment, it seemed he was impervious to pain, clinging fiercely to the scarred man and refusing to evade their blows. In that instant, Chen Xuewen harbored but one thought. Even if he were to die, he would drag the scarred man down with him. The scarred man began to lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back. One of the underlings, sensing the gravity of the situation, seized a stool, preparing to strike Chen Xuewen. Fortunately, several guards rushed over, intervening to separate the combatants. A few guards attempted to restrain Chen Xuewen, but he fought with an almost supernatural strength, making it difficult for 3 guards to subdue him. Ultimately, more guards arrived, and it took their combined efforts to finally pin him down. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Chen Xuewen seized the opportunity and bit off one of the scarred man's ears. Before the astonished crowd, he chewed the ear with ferocity and spat it onto the ground, causing everyone present to break into a cold sweat. The scarred man's underlings stood frozen in fear, none daring to assist him. The head of the guard unit arrived hastily, his face pale with anger as he pointed at Chen Xuewen, reprimanding him. "What do you think you're doing? Do you realize that causing a disturbance in prison is a serious offense?" Before the captain could finish, Chen Xuewen suddenly broke free from the guards and sprinted towards a distant wall, leaving all the guards in shock, fully aware that he was intent on self-destruction. As Chen Xuewen teetered on the brink of self-destruction, an elderly man suddenly emerged, wrapping his arms around him and bringing him to the ground. The guards, regaining their composure, rushed in to firmly restrain him. The captain, witnessing Chen's genuine desire to end his life, dared not utter further words, instructing his men to secure Chen's hold. Subsequently, Chen was transported to a hospital room for temporary treatment. Given his profound suicidal intent, he was provided with the kind of attire designated for the confinement of the mentally ill and was bound to the bed. In response to this predicament, Chen remained unyielding, lying on the hospital bed, refusing food or drink. The death of his parents had plunged him into despair. He longed only for an end to his suffering. The medical staff could do little more than administer nutritional injections to sustain his life. Days passed, and Chen grew increasingly frail, his life hanging by a thread. One day, as was customary, the room was being cleaned. The door swung open to reveal a gaunt elder, the very same prisoner who had previously rescued Chen. After tidying up the room, the elder approached the bedside while the guards were preoccupied with their rounds. Observing the vacant gaze of Chen, he sighed, "Young man, you cannot simply resign yourself to death." Chen, seemingly oblivious, continued to stare blankly at the ceiling. The elder continued, "I do not wish to counsel you to let go, nor to advocate for forgiveness. I simply wish to inform you that should you choose to die in this manner, the vendetta against your parents will remain unavenged." At this, a flicker of life returned to Chen's eyes as he glanced at the elder, yet remained silent. While sweeping the floor, the elder remarked, "Do you truly believe your parents perished in a car accident?" He continued, "To speak plainly, they were undoubtedly murdered, silenced by someone." Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he finally spoke. What did you say? How do you know this?" The elder chuckled, "I merely guessed." Chen frowned. "Guessed?" The elder smirked. "What, do you think I am deceiving you?" "Young man, I have lived a long life and encountered all manner of people and events. The most salient truth I have gleaned over 60 years is that extraordinary occurrences often conceal sinister motives." Chen inquired, What extraordinary occurrences?" The elder set down his mop, fixing his gaze on Chen. "Let me ask you this. Did you kill the school beauty?" Chen vehemently shook his head. "Absolutely not." The elder shrugged. "That is precisely correct. If you did not commit the act, yet there exists evidence and witnesses that could condemn you, what does that imply?" "It implies that someone has framed you. Someone eliminated the school beauty and then pinned the blame on you. And your parents, while appealing, met with fatal accidents. This can only mean they had uncovered crucial evidence and were subsequently silenced." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. Previously, he had not considered these matters, but now he vaguely sensed something amiss. The realization that his parents had been murdered pierced his heart with unbearable agony, igniting a fierce glint in his eyes. Observing the ferocity in Chen Xuewen's gaze, the old man nodded subtly, evidently pleased. "So what is it? Do you wish to perish, or do you desire to survive and avenge your parents?" The old man inquired with a smile. Chen Xuewen clenched his teeth, yet soon succumbed to despair. How? How can I seek vengeance in my current state?" The old man replied with a calm smile. "If you are truly intent on revenge, I can assist you." Chen Xuewen immediately felt a surge of excitement. "Really? Truly?" The old man nodded steadily. "Indeed. However, before that, you must prove to me that you possess the determination to avenge." Chen Xuewen paused, bewildered. How? How do I prove it?" The old man stated, "Starting today, you will eat. In a few days, you will likely be returned to your cell. Scarface has already declared his intention to kill you. If you manage to survive his clutches, I will help you." Chen Xuewen's expression turned grave. Scarface wielded significant influence within the prison, commanding dozens of subordinates. If Scarface truly sought to end his life, how could he possibly escape? Sensing Chen Xuewen's uncertainty, the old man leisurely remarked, "Your survival depends solely on yourself. Society is exceedingly cruel. If you lack the ability to protect your own life, you will be powerless to seek vengeance." Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "I will undoubtedly survive." The old man smiled faintly, casually tossing a book before Chen Xuewen. "If you wish to increase your chances, I suggest you read this book. It will be beneficial." Chen Xuewen glanced at the tome, recognizing it as a common medical book found in the infirmary belonging to the attending physician. "What purpose does this serve?" he asked curiously. The old man replied, "Examine which parts of the body are most vulnerable, and learn where to strike to swiftly end a life. These are all techniques for killing. Chen Xuewen's eyes widened in realization as he tightened his grip on the book, nodding vigorously, determination radiating from his gaze. He would cleanse the stain of his parents' demise and vindicate his own grievances with his own hands. Chapter 3. Kill Me. As Chen Xuewen began to dine, his physical condition gradually improved. During this period, the elderly man visited daily, imparting knowledge to Chen Xuewen. Some of this knowledge pertained to methods of killing, while others revolved around survival techniques. For instance, the first survival principle taught by the elder was that unusual occurrences often conceal sinister motives. One must reflect deeply and comprehend the underlying logic before making decisions. Additionally, the elder shared insights on reading body language and discerning the thoughts of others. Throughout his studies, Chen Xuewen discovered the elder's knowledge was remarkably profound and diverse. The elder's vision and insights were unparalleled, suggesting that he was no ordinary individual prior to his imprisonment. Chen Xuewen attempted to inquire about the elder's identity, but the elder, with a knowing smile, replied, "Young man, allow me to impart another survival principle to you. Do not be overly curious. Those who are too curious often meet an early demise." After saying this, the elder patted Chen Xuewen on the shoulder and added, "As for my identity, it is best not to pry. Just remember, my surname is due 10 days later." Chen Xuewen's injuries had nearly healed. The attending physician examined him and informed him to gather his belongings as he would be returned to his cell that night. Chen Xuewen glanced at the wall clock. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Doctor, may I return now?" The doctor looked at him in surprise. Typically, inmates in the ward were reluctant to leave, preferring to linger for as long as possible. However, Chen Xuewen desired to depart immediately. The doctor, nonetheless, paid no further heed, knowing that once Chen Xuewen left the ward, he was no longer his responsibility. "I will arrange for a guard to escort you back," the doctor said before stepping out to make the arrangements. Old Du was tidying up nearby. Noticing the doctor's departure, he approached Chen Xuewen and inquired, "Why the haste to return? They are currently engaged in work." Chen Xuewen glanced at Old Du and replied softly, "There are 8 men in the cell tonight, all subordinates of Scarface. If I return tonight, do you think I stand a chance of surviving? If I go back now, at least I have an opportunity to fight for my life." Old Du paused, gazing at Chen Xuewen with a newfound respect, and smiled. "Indeed, you are truly talented. Very well, I shall await your performance. Remember what I said. If you manage to survive this time, I will assist you in escaping from prison." Chen Xuewen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Before long, Chen Xuewen was escorted back to his cell. As Old Du had predicted, the inmates were busy working on the roof. He was directly taken to the rooftop and handed over to the guard station there. Upon his arrival, the workers on the rooftop noticed Chen Xuewen's return and erupted into a cacophony of noise. Particularly, Scarface's men shouted and jeered at Chen Xuewen, declaring his imminent demise. Had the guards not intervened to disperse the group, a riot would surely have ensued. However, the scarred man with one eye glaring fiercely at Chen Xuewen made a gesture across his throat. Chen Xuewen appeared oblivious, listening to the guard until he finished speaking, then proceeded to the site to begin his work. The scarred man stealthily moved behind Chen Xuewen, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You, Chen, have rendered my useless. I will settle this score with you. I returned early from the hospital just to wait for you. Just wait until we're back in the cell. You'll see how I deal with you." Chen Xuewen cast a blank glance at the scarred man. The latter's eyes glinted with malice. "Damn it, are you still unconvinced? Fine, fine. When we return to the cell tonight, I want to believe you can maintain such bravado." Chen Xuewen remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon the scarred man, his eyes gradually filling with a murderous intent. This ominous aura made the scarred man uneasy, causing him to retort through clenched teeth, "Dare to keep looking, and I'll gouge out both of your eyes tonight." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, turned to survey the surroundings, then suddenly pivoted back to face the scarred man. Just as the scarred man opened his mouth to speak, Chen Xuewen sprang into action. He seized the scarred man in a bear hug, charging towards the edge of the building like a frenzied bull. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. By the time onlookers realized the gravity of the situation, Chen Xuewen had already leapt off the rooftop, landing with a resounding thud below. The scene left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. This was the fourth floor. Did Chen Xuewen genuinely wish for his own demise? The onlookers rushed to the edge, while the guards, startled, blew their whistles and hurried over to restore order. Yet, no one dared to retreat. They all stared in shock at the scene below. There lay the scarred man, sprawled on his back, while Chen Xuewen was atop him. Having fallen on the scarred man, Chen Xuewen had mitigated much of the impact, sustaining minimal injuries. The scarred man, however, was in dire straits, suffering multiple fractures and spitting blood. Despite this, Chen Xuewen showed no mercy. Under the gaze of the crowd, he seized the scarred man's head and violently slammed it against the adjacent wall. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Blood streamed from the scarred man's head, leaving him utterly defenseless. The onlookers were paralyzed in fear. Among those incarcerated who was not accustomed to fierce confrontation. Yet none had witnessed such brutality before. It appeared as though Chen Xuewen intended to murder the scarred man right there. The guards above shouted in outrage. Chen Xuewen, stop! Don't do anything foolish. Let him go. Chen Xuewen paid no heed, relentlessly continuing to batter the scarred man's head. At that moment, guards rushed down to subdue Chen Xuewen, but the scarred man, bloodied and unconscious, was carried away. The head guard stormed over in a fit of rage, pointing at Chen Xuewen and shouting, Chen Xuewen, have you lost your mind? Do you realize you've only been sentenced to 20 years? Yet, after blinding him last time, you've now beaten him to this state. Such circumstances may compel the judge to impose the death penalty upon you. Chen Xuewen wiped the blood from his face, gazing fiercely at the captain of the guard. Suddenly, he stepped forward and bellowed, kill me. Just kill me. His head was drenched in blood, his eyes wide with fury, and amidst his screams, there was an astonishingly terrifying ferocity. The captain of the guard, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. He had never encountered someone so deranged. As for the inmates surrounding them, their faces turned ashen. They were fierce but not insane. Who would not tremble before a madman so intent on death? Chapter 4. Submission. Scar survived, albeit gravely injured, condemned to a life spent in bed. Chen Xuewen's sentence was doubled, yet he remained indifferent to this fate. After enduring 2 weeks of solitary confinement, he was returned to his cell. This time, the guards displayed heightened caution, escorting him back while reinforcing security. As Chen Xuewen sat in his cell, the other 7 occupants huddled on the opposite side, their faces pale with trepidation as they regarded him. These 7 were Scar's underlings, but none dared to voice intentions of avenging their fallen leader. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuewen abruptly rose and addressed the 7. I have heard whispers of your desire to kill me in retaliation for Scar. Startled, they instinctively raised their hands in denial, exclaiming, no, absolutely not. Chen Xuewen's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the group. You must have heard about my circumstances. My parents perished because of me, and I have no intention of continuing this life. However, death alone feels unbearably lonely. If I must die, it would be worthwhile to take a few others with me. Would it not? The color drained from their faces at his chilling words. Faced with a man resolved to embrace death, their numbers felt futile. They had aspirations of eventually leaving prison, while Chen Xuewen displayed no concern for such hopes. Should he seize the opportunity to strike, the consequences would be dire. Scar was a testament to that. A cunning individual among them quickly attempted to placate Chen Xuewen with a smile, saying, Brother One, you misunderstand. That scoundrel Scar bullied us incessantly. We had long harbored disdain for him. Your actions have avenged us, and we are grateful. From this moment forth, you shall be our leader. Whatever you command, we shall obey, right everyone? The others nodded eagerly, calling him Big Brother. Chen Xuewen spat in disdain, rebuking them. A bunch of cowards. Get lost. They dared not respond, bowing their heads and shrinking into the corner, even refraining from resting on their beds. From that moment on, Chen Xuewen assumed command of the cell, his authority eclipsing that of Scar. A mere glance from him could send shivers down the spines of those present. The following day, During breakfast, Chen Xuewen entered the dining hall with a tray, instantly capturing the attention of all. Scar had commanded a following of 30 to 40 men within the prison, and while those in Chen Xuewen's cell cowered before him, the inmates from other cells glared menacingly. Unfazed, Chen Xuewen collected his meal and approached one of the tables, where Scar's henchmen sat, individuals who had previously mocked and assaulted him. Now, he stood before them, his gaze icy and unyielding. The individuals were instantly incensed. One burly man glaring and cursing. "What are you looking at, you bastard?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen had already made his move. With a swift flick of his right hand, a slender stone slipped from his sleeve. This stone was one he had picked up while working outside. One end of it had been sharpened by Chen Xuewen himself. Ever since he had blinded the Scarface man, the prison had prohibited the use of chopsticks, compelling Chen to seek alternative weapons. During his time in the hospital, he had diligently studied medical texts, memorizing numerous vital points of the human body. He stepped forward, striking with the speed of lightning, plunging the stone into the burly man's neck and slicing it as he withdrew. The man clutched his throat and collapsed, convulsing violently on the ground. The others stood in shock, yet Chen Xuewen showed no hesitation. He seized another man by the neck and thrust the stone towards him. This man, displaying quick reflexes, desperately attempted to block the attack. However, the stone pierced his palm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. "Help! Help!" he cried out, his voice filled with desperation. It was only then that the others regained their senses and rushed to subdue Chen Xuewen. Undeterred, he defended his head with one arm while wielding the stone in the other, inflicting injuries upon several men's thighs, despite facing multiple adversaries and sustaining considerable damage himself. The injuries inflicted on his assailants were far more severe. Fortunately, the guards arrived just in time, subduing Chen Xuewen with their batons. The head guard stormed over, veins bulging on his forehead in fury as he bellowed, "Chen Xuewen, do you truly wish to throw away your life? I will report this to the higher-ups immediately, detailing all your actions. If you continue down this path, it will surely lead to the death penalty." Chen gritted his teeth, blood trickling down his forehead as he replied, "Word by word. Then you had better be quick. If you are not fast enough, I will undoubtedly kill them all." The men, intimidated by the ferocity in Chen Xuewen's eyes, instinctively recoiled. The inmates in the cell were filled with relief, grateful they had not provoked him. This incident resulted in an additional 2 weeks of solitary confinement for Chen Xuewen. However, this battle solidified his reputation, rendering him a feared figure within the prison. On the first day out of solitary, the subordinates of the Scarface man approached him, offering apologies and pleading for mercy. They had come to understand Chen Xuewen's reckless disregard for life. None dared to confront a man so intent on self-destruction. After establishing dominance over the prisoners, Chen Xuewen sought out Old Du once more. "Old Du, I have survived. Now, it is time to tell me how to escape this prison." Old Du regarded him with a faint smile, nodding in satisfaction. "You have exceeded my expectations, young man. Very well. Since you have demonstrated your capabilities, I shall fulfill my promise. Create an opportunity for me, and I will facilitate your exit." Chen Xuewen inquired, "What kind of opportunity do you speak of?" Old Du replied, "An opportunity to instigate chaos within a prison. As long as chaos ensues, drawing the attention of all the guards, you shall accompany me to the kitchen amidst the turmoil." Old Du remarked, giving Chen Xuewen's shoulder a gentle pat. "The task of creating this disorder is entrusted to you. If you can instigate the chaos, I shall facilitate your escape." Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "Very well, I shall see to it." He then turned to leave, while Old Du gazed at his retreating figure, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 5. What you taught me 3 days later. During a routine work assignment, Chen Xuewen found himself embroiled in a conflict with another prominent figure in the prison. This individual, who had previously bullied Chen, now approached him with trepidation, having been intimidated by Chen's recent exploits. However, fate conspired to bring them face to face once more. In an attempt to diffuse the tension with humor, the man inadvertently provoked Chen's fury. Chen swiftly tackled him to the ground, nearly tearing off half of his ear, eliciting a pained cry from the man. With his eyes ablaze, Chen shouted menacingly. "This matter is far from over. I will not let you off easily." The other man, trembling with anger, promptly contacted several of his associates to strategize on how to deal with Chen. In the past, these leaders had roamed the prison with impunity, feared by all. Now, however, with Chen standing above them, they felt a simmering resentment. This incident made it painfully clear that if they did not eliminate the threat posed by Chen, their days of comfort were numbered. Yet, after much deliberation, they failed to reach a consensus. None dared provoke such a volatile individual. Ultimately, they agreed to unite against Chen, lest he dismantle them one by one. On the other hand, after 2 days of solitary confinement, Chen summoned his followers upon returning to his cell. These men, once loyal to Scar, were now entirely under Chen's command. With unwavering resolve, Chen issued a directive. They were to deal with the aforementioned leader during dinner. As the evening meal commenced, while everyone was gathered in the dining hall, Chen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, prompting his men to rush forward and launch an assault on the target. Taken aback, the man called for his allies to assist him. Those who had previously discussed an alliance with him quickly joined the fray. Chaos erupted as both sides engaged in a fierce melee, drawing the attention of the guards, who rushed in to restore order. Seizing the moment of confusion, Chen discreetly slipped into the kitchen, heading towards the designated spot agreed upon with Old Du. Old Du appeared, carrying a package, and upon seeing Chen, he smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Well done." Chen observed the package in Du's hands, his curiosity piqued but remaining silent. Unperturbed by Chen's unease, Du swiftly revealed the concealed entrance to the sewer and led Chen down into its depths. Once they had descended, Du replaced the hidden cover, sealing their passage. The sewer was essentially a conduit for waste, filled with a noxious amalgamation of filth. The narrow confines necessitated that they crawl on their bellies, and with half the sewer filled with vile liquid, the muck nearly reached their jaws. A slight shift in posture would allow the stench to seep towards their lips. In the depths of winter, the frigid, foul waters were not only repulsive but chilling to the bone. Nevertheless, Chen remained resolute, pressing forward with unwavering determination. This was his sole opportunity. He was determined to escape at all costs. Even if he could not clear his name, he would seek justice for his parents. After what felt like an eternity of crawling the 5 kilometers, Chen Xuewen struggled against the urge to vomit, but he resolutely held it back. At last, the two heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Elder Du exclaimed with delight, "We're almost there." Soon, a faint light appeared before them, illuminated by the moonlight. The sewer's exit was conveniently situated by the riverbank. However, the exit was secured with a welded iron grate. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow and asked, "How do we get out?" Elder Du chuckled, "Don't worry, I have it all planned. I've instructed someone outside to saw through this grate. If you push hard enough, you'll be able to open it." Chen Xuewen nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." He crawled over, gripped the iron bars tightly, and pushed with all his strength. Indeed, the grate was not very sturdy. With a single shove, several bars snapped. At that moment, Elder Du had stealthily approached from behind. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuewen, he had procured a dagger, its blade gleaming ominously. As Chen Xuewen pushed against the grate, Elder Du lunged forward, thrusting the dagger toward Chen Xuewen's heart. Caught completely off guard, Chen Xuewen was pierced by the blade and collapsed into the murky water. "Edel du sneelt, Keet. Your task is complete. Since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. No need to thank me." With that, he stood up and began to push against the iron bars with renewed vigor. Just then, a sudden crash echoed from behind. Before Elder Du could react, Chen Xuewen lunged at him, pinning him to the ground, and aimed a dagger at Elder Du's throat. Elder Du, quick on his feet, raised his hand to block Chen Xuewen's attack, simultaneously seizing Chen Xuewen's neck. Grasping Chen Xuewen's wrist, he twisted it with a slight force, subduing him. Elder Du smirked, "Kid, quite clever of you to feign death. However, all your skills were taught by me. What gives you the right to challenge me?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen suddenly raised his other hand, launching an object at Elder Du. Elder Du instinctively raised his hand to block it, only to inadvertently shatter the object. Immediately, a cloud of powder burst forth, scattering in all directions. Elder Du bore the brunt of it, the powder flying directly into his eyes. He quickly shut his eyes and rubbed his face, but at that moment, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. A dagger had silently pierced him. He stumbled back a few steps, falling from the sewer and landing on the riverbank. Dazed, he glanced at the dagger lodged in his abdomen, then looked at Chen Xuewen's other hand. It was then that he realized Chen Xuewen was not wielding a dagger in his right hand, but rather a cylindrical object. The blade aimed at his throat had not been the dagger at all. The real dagger had been firmly held in Chen Xuewen's left hand all along. Old Du coughed a few times, blood flowing from his mouth as he looked at Chen Xuewen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chen Xuewen gazed down at Old Du, enunciating each word with precision. Do you remember the first rule of survival you taught me? Old Du let out a bitter laugh. When something is amiss, there is surely a hidden danger. Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. Indeed, in any situation, if there is an anomaly, there must be a problem. We have no entanglements, and your unsolicited kindness towards me could only stem from a hidden agenda. Old Du's face turned pale as he stared at Chen Xuewen, gritting his teeth. So, from the very beginning, you have been wary of me? Chen Xuewen slowly nodded. From the moment you imparted to me that first rule of survival, I have been on guard against you. Or rather, I have ceased to trust anyone in this world. Chapter 6. The demise of Old Du. Old Du let out a bitter smile. I truly did not anticipate your profound understanding. The survival principles I personally imparted to you have been employed against me. But how did you foresee that I would turn on you? Chen Xuewen glanced at the bag beside Old Du and remarked, You must be aware that everyone in the prison currently fears me. There is nothing within these walls that escapes my notice. 2 weeks ago, you had someone smuggle a dagger and a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid into the prison. Old Du's expression shifted dramatically as he replied, What does that imply? Chen Xuewen continued, I have been pondering your intentions with the sulfuric acid. When you brought that bag with you during our escape, I began to piece it together. You intended to use that sulfuric acid to incinerate my corpse, disguise it as your own, and then make your escape. In essence, your assistance to me was merely a ruse to facilitate your own flight, was it not? Old Du's face paled, his voice trembling. These are merely your conjectures. Indeed, they are conjectures, Chen Xuewen affirmed. Yet, you taught me that caution in one's dealings is never misguided. Given this possibility, I had to prepare myself. And as it turns out, my preparations were not in vain. As he spoke, Chen Xuewen removed his prison garb, revealing the clothing beneath. Old Du was left dumbfounded, for beneath the prison attire, Chen Xuewen had affixed several pieces of pork, strategically covering vital areas of his body. Notably, the region over his heart was reinforced with extra layers. It was no wonder that when Old Du had plunged the knife into him, it felt as if it had pierced flesh, leaving him unsuspecting. Who could have anticipated that the blade had struck against the pork that Chen Xuewen had preemptively strapped to himself? I fashioned this meat armor in anticipation of your treachery. As for that bag, it is filled with flour that I gathered from the kitchen. Unsure if I could best you in combat, I resorted to this method, hoping to blind you with the flour and afford myself a sliver of hope. Old Du stood momentarily stunned, then chuckled bitterly. You, my boy, possess an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. Indeed, you are destined for greatness. I concede my defeat at your hands. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of cunning, I would fall to a mere youth such as yourself? The unpredictability of life is truly remarkable. As he spoke, blood began to trickle from the corner of Old Du's mouth. He struggled for a moment before slowly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chen Xuewen remained standing beside him, staring intently at Old Du's corpse, devoid of any immediate action. After a considerable pause, he finally picked up a metal rod from the ground and dragged Old Du's bag towards him. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a collection of miscellaneous items, along with 2 books. Chen Xuewen rummaged through and unearthed several glass vials containing various liquids. He uncorked one of the vials and poured its contents over Old Du's lifeless body. In a most unexpected turn of events, the seemingly deceased Mr. Du suddenly convulsed and sprang to life, lunging towards Chen Xuewen. It became evident that Mr. Du had been feigning death all along, intending to lure Chen into his grasp for an opportunistic strike. However, Chen Xuewen, ever the cautious one, refrained from approaching, opting instead to douse Mr. Du's body with concentrated sulfuric acid, provoking an unanticipated response from the latter. As if anticipating this very scenario, Chen Xuewen hurled the glass vial of sulfuric acid at Mr. Du. Startled, Mr. Du fumbled in a futile attempt to shield himself. The glass container was deflected and shattered on the nearby grass, but Chen seized this moment to charge forward, plunging a metal rod deep into Mr. Du's chest. The impact elicited a pained roar from Mr. Du, who, in a fit of rage, clutched Chen's neck and bellowed, "You wretched boy, even in death, I shall drag you down with me." Mr. Du's hands tightened around Chen's throat like iron clamps, rendering the younger man breathless. Despite his youth and vigor, Chen found himself ensnared by Mr. Du's formidable grip. In desperation, he clasped Mr. Du and leapt into the nearby river. The icy waters swiftly engulfed them both, with Mr. Du fiercely attempting to surface, while Chen clung to him, striving to keep him submerged. Despite his injuries, Mr. Du exhibited considerable strength, and should he emerge from the depths, Chen's fate would be sealed. The only recourse for Chen was to engage in a battle of breath-holding, determining who could endure the water's embrace longer. They wrestled in the depths for what felt like an eternity, with Mr. Du fighting valiantly to break free, yet Chen tenaciously maintained his grip, exerting every ounce of strength to keep him submerged. Ultimately, Mr. Du, weakened by age and injury, succumbed to the relentless pressure, gradually losing his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Chen raised his head above the surface and inhaled deeply. Even as water filled his lungs, he coughed violently while relentlessly pressing Mr. Du beneath the waves. After several agonizing minutes, once all motion had ceased for Mr. Du, Chen cautiously released his grip. He extracted the dagger from Mr. Du's abdomen and inflicted several more fatal wounds to ensure the man was irrevocably lifeless. Dragging Mr. Du's corpse ashore, Chen gasped for air, his chest heaving. After some time, a distant beam of light flickered, snapping Chen back to reality. He turned to see the prison's searchlights illuminating the area, realizing that the authorities had discovered their escape and would soon dispatch a search party. Surveying his surroundings thoughtfully, an idea formed in his mind. He flipped Mr. Du's body over, removed the prison guard from the deceased, and donned it himself. Subsequently, he clad Mr. Du in his own prison attire. Once this was accomplished, Chen retrieved the remaining sulfuric acid and poured it over Mr. Du's lifeless form. The concentrated sulfuric acid swiftly corroded the remains of Elder Du beyond recognition, rendering it impossible to discern his identity. Once the scene was tidied, Chen Xuewen promptly pushed Elder Du's body into the rushing river, allowing it to drift downstream. However, Chen Xuewen himself did not depart. He glanced at the distant lights illuminating the area, took a deep breath, retrieved Elder Du's bag, and turned back towards the sewer. Retracing his steps, within 5 minutes, several vehicles sped towards the sewer's exit. The captain of the guards leapt down and, upon surveying the situation at the exit, his expression darkened. The captain exclaimed in anger, "Indeed, they have escaped through the sewer. They cannot have gone far. They must be nearby. Quickly, reinforce the search along the river and conduct a thorough sweep of the surroundings." A group of guards sprang into action. One guard peered into the sewer and inquired, "Captain, what about inside? Should we send someone to search?" The captain shot him a glare and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? They've already escaped. Who would return? The sewer is filled with foul, cold sewage. If you were in their place, would you go back? If you wish to search, then you can go in yourself." The guard waved his hands in protest, nearly retching from the stench at the exit. He certainly had no intention of entering to search. Chapter 7. An unexpected discovery. Chen Xuewen navigated the dark, foul-smelling sewer, crawling back approximately 2 miles until he encountered a fork in the tunnel. This fork led to a nearby village. However, Chen Xuewen dared not emerge immediately from the sewer. Instead, he sought a precarious foothold and temporarily concealed himself there. The sounds of wheels and footsteps occasionally echoed from above, indicating that a thorough search was underway at the prison. As time dragged on, the stench within the sewer became unbearable. Chen Xuewen's clothes, soaked from a previous struggle, clung to him in the frigid air, a torturous reminder of his plight. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort in silence, fully aware that this represented his sole opportunity. If he survived, he could avenge his parents. If recaptured, he would surely meet his demise, rendering their sacrifices in vain. Thus, he vowed inwardly to persevere, even if it meant starving or freezing. After a full day had passed, the sounds outside gradually faded. It seemed the prison authorities had scoured the area thoroughly, concluding that Chen Xuewen had escaped and abandoning their search. Nevertheless, he remained hidden in the noxious sewer for several more hours. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, Chen Xuewen emerged from the sewer, finding himself near a dilapidated village. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered a small stream nearby. He leaped into the icy waters, braving the numbing chill to cleanse himself. Once on the bank, he opened the bag belonging to Du Lao, revealing a change of clothes. Previously, he had hesitated to don them while hiding in the sewer, fearing they would become soiled and leave him reeking if he managed to escape. Now, having bathed, he could wear the new garments without concern for lingering odors. As he donned the fresh attire, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and he exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had emerged from the gates of the underworld. Chen Xuewen found a secluded spot to bury the prison uniform. With this task completed, he stealthily made his way toward Pingsheng. Uncertain of potential guards on his route, he avoided the main roads and traversed the forest instead. After 2 hours of cautious movement, he finally arrived at Pingsheng just before dawn. Gazing upon the familiar town, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. This was his childhood home, yet it no longer held the warmth of family. Eschewing the main thoroughfare, he slipped into Pingsheng via a narrow pathway through a nearby village. Upon entering the town, the light of day began to break, and pedestrians started to fill the streets. Donning a hat that obscured half his face, Chen Xuewen walked along the road, relieved to find that no one paid him any mind, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In the bag belonging to old Du, there were still some bills. Chen Xuewen took the money and found a breakfast stall, purchasing 4 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. Having gone over 30 hours without sustenance, he felt on the verge of fainting from hunger, gazing at the buns with an almost overwhelming desire to devour them in one swift motion. However, he ultimately refrained, aware that such a display would attract unwanted attention. Instead, he mimicked the demeanor of an ordinary individual, consuming his breakfast at a measured pace. Suddenly, a group of several uniformed officers approached from distance. Chen Xuewen's breath caught in his throat, and instinctively, he considered fleeing. Yet, he managed to suppress that impulse. If he were to flee, even if he escaped their immediate grasp, it would surely draw attention, likely resulting in a city-wide manhunt. Thus, he decided to take a gamble, hoping these officers had not uncovered his identity. Fortune favored him, as the officers seated themselves at a nearby table, summoning the stall owner for their breakfast. It was evident that the owner was acquainted with the officers, who exchanged pleasantries. "Olga, why are you up so early? Still on a hunt?" the lead officer inquired, gesturing dismissively. "Oh, don't mention it. The escaped convict from prison hasn't been found, and the entire enforcement team is on high alert. We've been awake for a day and a night without rest." As the owner served breakfast, he expressed surprise. "One escaped? I thought there were 2. Olga replied. "The younger one was found, but he is already dead. The older one, a seasoned criminal, is still at large, hiding who knows where." Chen Xuewen's heart stirred at this revelation. At that time, he had swapped his clothes with old Du's prison garb and nearly incinerated old Du's body with sulfuric acid. It appeared that the enforcement team believed the deceased was him, thereby redirecting their focus onto old Du. This fortunate turn of events alleviated a significant amount of pressure from Chen Xuewen. Although this situation could not remain concealed indefinitely, it would spare him considerable trouble in the short term. The owner, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Oh dear, the young man is dead? What a pity." At this moment, a diner at the adjacent table interjected, "What is so unfortunate about it? That kid committed rape and murder. In my opinion, he deserved the death penalty. Dying now is a mercy." The owner immediately countered, "Hey, brother, you shouldn't speak so lightly. My child attended the same school as that young man. I've heard he was a decent kid. He couldn't have done such a thing." The diner scoffed, "You can't know a person's true nature. There's ample evidence. If he didn't commit the crime, who did?" The owner sighed, "Who knows? However, his parents have truly suffered. They've been running around trying to clear his name, and in a tragic accident, they lost their lives. A once happy family has been utterly wiped out. It's heartbreaking. The diner coldly retorted, heartbreaking, my foot. You're unaware, aren't you? Let me tell you, his parents deserve their fate too. Chen Xuewen clenched his fists, his heart brimming with animosity. The words of the diner pierced him like a dagger, stabbing deep into his heart. The boss furrowed his brow and said, Hey buddy, why would you speak like that? Both of your parents have passed away. Can't you show a little decency? The diner retorted, Damn it, do you even know what that kid's parents did? Let me tell you, they stole the autopsy report of the deceased to exonerate their son. And look at the consequences. They've received their comeuppance. The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is that true? Who told you this? The diner spat disdainfully. Hell, the girl the kid murdered was my relative. How can I not know? That bastard got off easy with such a death. At that moment, Chen Xuewen could no longer absorb any more of the conversation. One thought consumed his mind. His parents had stolen the autopsy report of the campus belle. Previously, Old Du had speculated that his parents must have acquired some evidence, which led to their untimely demise. Now, he finally comprehended the nature of that evidence. It appeared that the autopsy report was indeed problematic. Chapter 8. The most dangerous place. The unexpected news received from the breakfast stall provided Chen Xuewen with a slight sense of reassurance. The enforcement team had temporarily concluded that the deceased was Old Du, which meant their subsequent searches would focus on the elderly, thereby sparing him from scrutiny. With this development, he no longer felt the need to panic excessively. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Xuewen feigned nonchalance as he departed. Lao Gu and the others were still engaged in their meal, and no one paid him any mind. Their attention was entirely fixated on the elderly, scrutinizing every old person passing by with meticulous care. A few even stopped those wearing hats, demanding they remove them for a closer look. Meanwhile, young individuals like Chen Xuewen were completely overlooked. Upon entering Pingcheng, Chen Xuewen secured temporary lodging in a relatively well-appointed hotel opposite the enforcement team's headquarters. In that era, checking identification was not a requirement for hotel stays, allowing him to check in without any complications. From what he had gleaned in prison from other inmates, the enforcement team primarily targeted small hotels and internet cafes during their searches, as fugitives tended to be skittish and sought refuge in chaotic environments. Such establishments, with their mixed clientele, provided the perfect cover for those wishing to conceal their whereabouts. Learning from these insights, Chen Xuewen opted for a larger hotel. He deliberately chose one situated directly across from the enforcement team, believing in the adage that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. His strategy proved to be sound. Most of the enforcement officers were dispatched to cordon off the surrounding roads and conduct sweeps of the internet cafes and small hotels within Pingcheng. Due to a shortage of personnel, they only sent a few to inquire at this more upscale hotel, merely checking for any suspicious occupants. The hotel across from the enforcement team received even less scrutiny, as it was widely assumed that a fugitive would lack the audacity to hide so close to the very source of pursuit. Thus, Chen Xuewen was able to rest peacefully in the hotel for an entire day. After a rejuvenating nap, he awoke to find that night had fallen. Approaching the window, he surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing nothing amiss, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He prepared 2 packets of instant noodles and turned on the television, initially tuning into local news broadcasts from Pingcheng. Among the reports was a scrolling announcement regarding the manhunt for the escaped convict from the Pingcheng prison. Chen Xuewen noted that Old Du was still the focus of the search, which further eased his mind. This indicated that the enforcement team had yet to uncover the true identity of the deceased. Given the significant decomposition of Old Du's body, it was likely that only a post-mortem examination could reveal his identity. However, due to the limited capabilities in Pingcheng, such an examination would need to be conducted in the provincial capital, Pingzhou, which would inevitably consume considerable time. However, it has now been 2 days since Chen Xuewen escaped from prison. This implies that the true identity of the corpse cannot remain concealed for much longer. Chen Xuewen ravenously consumed 2 packets of noodles, gazing at the dark night outside, taking a deep breath, donning his hat, and resolutely departing from the hotel. The night was shrouded in darkness, with few pedestrians on the streets. Seizing the cover of night, Chen Xuewen approached the exterior of a hotel. This was the very hotel where the campus belle had met her tragic demise, and where Chen Xuewen had been apprehended. This establishment was the finest in Pingxing, with a nightly rate starting at no less than 150 yuan. It is worth noting that during that era, Chen Xuewen's father's monthly salary was barely 800 yuan. The room where the campus belle had perished was the most expensive suite in the hotel, costing over 1,000 yuan per night. Such an establishment was far beyond his means. Yet, two hotel attendants had adamantly claimed that Chen Xuewen had booked a room there and had forcibly taken the campus belle upstairs, thereby becoming crucial witnesses. As the cold wind howled, Chen Xuewen concealed himself in a small alley outside the hotel, observing the comings and goings of its staff. Around 10 o'clock at night, several attendants emerged from their shifts. Chen Xuewen immediately recognized one of the young men, Zhao Dong, who was one of the witnesses that had testified against him in court that very day. Chen Xuewen stealthily followed him. After a brief walk, the attendants dispersed to their respective homes. Zhao Dong also took a different route home at an intersection. Chen Xuewen silently trailed him from behind. Upon reaching a deserted area, Chen Xuewen crouched low and swiftly lunged forward, covering Zhao Dong's mouth and pinning him to the ground. Zhao Dong struggled desperately, but Chen Xuewen had already pressed a dagger against his throat. "Don't move." The icy blade pierced Zhao Dong's skin, instilling the fear of death within him, causing him to relent, raising his hands in surrender. Chen Xuewen continued to muffle his mouth, gesturing for him to move in another direction. With no other options, Zhao Dong complied, being led into a nearby field. After traversing a dirt path for over half an hour, the two arrived at an abandoned brick factory. The area was devoid of any inhabitants, exceedingly secluded. Once there, Chen Xuewen released his grip and removed his hand from Zhao Dong's mouth. Zhao Dong, believing Chen Xuewen had let down his guard, immediately darted away like a frightened rabbit in an attempt to escape. However, before he could make significant progress, Chen Xuewen seized the collar of his shirt. Following this, Chen Xuewen swiftly plunged the knife into his thigh. Zhao Dong let out a piercing scream of agony. Chen Xuewen instantly directed the dagger at his throat. Silence. Startled, Zhao Dong dared not utter another sound, stifling his cries in a whimper of pain. He gazed at Chen Xuewen with terror, stammering, "Big brother, I have no money." At that moment, Chen Xuewen, with his hat obscuring half of his face and the darkness of the night enveloping them, went unrecognized by Zhao Dong. Chen Xuewen fixed a cold stare upon him. Speaking in a deep tone, "I do not seek money. I have but a few questions to ask you." Zhao Dong faltered for a moment. What questions?" Chen Xuewen spoke in a deep voice. "I ask you, who has incited you to slander me?" Zhao Dong did not respond. Instead, he fixated on Chen Xuewen with a furrowed brow and indignantly retorted, "Who the hell are you? Another friend of that Chen Xuewen? Isn't it? Let me tell you, this matter is beyond your control. If you wish to avoid a fate like Li Eryong's, where he suffered grievous injuries, you had better release me at once. Whoever meddles in this affair will meet their demise." These words caused a sudden change in Chen Xuewen's expression. Zhao Dong's reference to Li Eryong struck a chord. Chen Xuewen had known him since childhood. When Chen Xuewen was sentenced, Li Eryong had vehemently declared his intention to seek justice for him. Now, hearing Zhao Dong's implication, was Li Eryong injured due to matters concerning Chen Xuewen? Chapter 9. Zhao Dong's confession. This revelation intensified the murderous intent within Chen Xuewen. However, he concealed his emotions and inquired in a low voice, "Who injured Li Eryong?" Zhao Dong, under the impression that Chen Xuewen was intimidated, smugly responded, "Humph. He was injured by his own boss." Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. His boss. He was aware that Li Eryong had been mingling with unsavory characters and often spoke highly of a certain boss, praising his bravery and generosity. Yet, how could this very boss have broken his limbs? Zhao Dong scoffed. "What, you don't believe me? You have no idea how powerful the forces behind this are. Li Eryong was clamoring for justice for someone surnamed Chen and came to us witnesses. Wasn't he courting death? With a mere word from the boss behind the scenes, Li Eryong's own boss personally broke his hands and feet. Zhao Dong cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xuewen, sneering, "Kid, you should weigh your own life and see how many lives you have to spare. If you wish to live, release me quickly. Otherwise, I assure you, you will suffer worse than Li Eryong." Chen Xuewen's expression turned icy. From Zhao Dong's words, he discerned that Zhao Dong was privy to some secrets. Who do you refer to as the boss behind the scenes? Chen Xuewen demanded solemnly. Zhao Dong was momentarily taken aback. Then his countenance hardened. "Kid, don't ask me. I don't know who the boss is. I reiterate, if you wish to survive, let me go or else." Before Zhao Dong could finish, Chen Xuewen unhesitatingly plunged the knife into him once more. Zhao Dong screamed in agony, struggling as the dagger snapped. Holding the remaining half of the blade, Chen Xuewen frowned. "This knife is utterly useless." He lunged forward, stepping on Zhao Dong's neck and aiming the broken blade at his forehead. "If you scream again, I'll drive this straight in." Zhao Dong was nearly paralyzed with fear. From the previous 2 stabs, he had confirmed that Chen Xuewen was indeed willing to act. He quickly ceased his cries, trembling as he stammered, "Big brother, I truly know nothing." Chen Xuewen replied coldly, "You just mentioned the boss behind the scenes, yet now claim ignorance. Do you think I will believe you?" Zhao Dong, his voice tinged with desperation, retorted, "I was merely guessing. Someone offered me 20,000 to testify against that kid. Just think, if they're willing to part with 20,000, that must be a significant player. But I truly don't know who it is." Chen Xuewen's brow furrowed further. "Then who gave you that money?" Zhao Dong hesitated, reluctant to answer. Growing impatient, Chen Xuewen thrust the half-blade into Zhao Dong's shoulder. Zhao Dong cried out in pain, hastily exclaiming, It was Wu Li Hong. She gave me the money and asked me to testify." Chen Xuewen was taken aback. "Wu Li Hong? I know her. She was my classmate. Back in school, she was no innocent flower, dressed in gaudy attire and often mingling with ruffians. After graduating from high school, Wu Li Hong did not pursue further studies. Rather, she frequently frequented bars and nightclubs. It is said that she worked as a hostess in a nightclub. During the last class reunion, Wu Li Hong attended and was seen laughing and chatting with the school beauty, indicating a seemingly good relationship between them. However, the school beauty was found dead beside Chen Xuewen, and Wu Li Hong was later discovered to have bribed witnesses. This suggests that Wu Li Hong must have been privy to the circumstances surrounding the school beauty's demise. Chen Xuewen inquired about Wu Li Hong's whereabouts. Zhao Dong informed him that she was working at the Wanhao Entertainment City. Chen Xuewen nodded slowly, gazing intently at Zhao Dong, and suddenly asked, "Do you wish to live or die?" Zhao Dong's face turned pale, stammering, I certainly wish to live. "Brother, I have disclosed everything I know. Please, grant me a chance, spare me." Chen Xuewen agreed, instructing Zhao Dong to call Wu Li Hong and inform her that someone was investigating his perjury, urging her to meet and discuss a resolution. He warned Zhao Dong to be cautious, threatening him with a dagger aimed at his throat. Trembling, Zhao Dong nodded, I will call." He took out his phone, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Chen Xuewen held his arm firmly, stating, "Wait until you regain your composure." After approximately 10 minutes, once Zhao Dong had steadied himself, Chen Xuewen permitted him to make the call. Soon after, Wu Li Hong answered. Following Chen Xuewen's instructions, Zhao Dong said, "Sister Hong, there's trouble. Someone is investigating the matter concerning Chen Xuewen and suspects me of perjury. What should I do? Where are you? Let's meet and discuss." Wu Li Hong fell silent for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "Let's meet at our usual place tomorrow noon." Zhao Dong hurriedly pressed, "Can we do it now?" "I am truly scared." Wu Li Hong snapped back, "Damn it, I'm with brother who has friends tonight. I have no time to go over. Don't be afraid. I've heard that Chen Xuewen was killed after escaping from prison a few days ago. Even if someone is investigating this matter, he is dead, so what is there to fear? Just stick to your original story. Rest assured, my boss can help you resolve this." With that, Wu Li Hong hung up abruptly. Zhao Dong turned to Chen Xuewen, "Brother, you heard her. She refuses to meet tonight." Chen Xuewen frowned, initially hoping to resolve everything that evening, with Wu Li Hong unwilling to cooperate. The investigation would have to be postponed for another day, increasing the danger with each passing moment. After a moment of contemplation, he finally sighed, Then we shall meet tomorrow. By the way, where is the usual place? How do you usually meet? Chen Xuewen inquired meticulously, and Zhao Dong candidly recounted every detail. Chen Xuewen took note of all the information, then produced a rope he had prepared in advance and securely bound Zhao Dong. Subsequently, he added several layers of transparent tape around the rope to prevent Zhao Dong from extricating himself. Having completed this task, Chen Xuewen dragged Zhao Dong to the entrance of an abandoned cellar. This cellar was presumably a sweet potato storage used by previous residents, but now the area was deserted, leaving the storage in disrepair. Weeds obstructed the entrance, and a stone slab lay atop it to prevent accidental falls. Chen Xuewen gazed at Zhao Dong and stated, "Before I resolve all matters, you must remain in this cellar. Let me make myself clear. If anything happens to me and I cannot return to rescue you, you shall perish from hunger in this cellar. Therefore, I grant you another opportunity to contemplate if there is anything you have yet to disclose." He added ominously, "We are akin to grasshoppers tethered by the same string. Should you dare to betray me, you shall not survive if I meet with misfortune." Zhao Dong, stricken with fear, turned pale and stammered, I will tell you." He hastily divulged additional details regarding his meetings with Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewen's expression turned icy. Indeed, Zhao Dong had concealed information. Fortunately, Chen Xuewen had pressed him further, or he might not have had the chance to see Wu Lihong the following day. Once Zhao Dong had fully confessed, Chen Xuewen sealed his mouth with tape and cast him into the sweet potato cellar, covering it with the stone slab, effectively entombing him below. Having concluded these actions, Chen Xuewen turned away and walked alone into the vast night, returning to Pingxing. Chapter 10. The Years of Friendship. South District of Pingxing. Chen Xuewen ambled along the dilapidated concrete road, with the occasional sound of barking dogs echoing around him. This was the most rundown area of Pingxing, scarcely distinguishable from the countryside. His childhood friend, Li Eryong, resided here. Li Eryong's father was a cripple, and his mother worked in textile. Years ago, when his mother lost her job, she and his father set up a street stall selling vegetables, struggling to make ends meet. Chen Xuewen's family circumstances were slightly better than Li Eryong's, and he had often lent a helping hand during those difficult times. Li Eryong was remarkably intelligent, a suitable candidate for education. However, with a younger brother and sister to support, he had no choice but to drop out of school early and work to assist his family. During that time, he looked after an arcade for a boss who was a thug, leading him into a precarious lifestyle. On the day Chen Xuewen received his university acceptance letter, Li Eryong was inebriated, crying out in despair, urging Chen to complete his studies. Yet, unexpectedly, before Chen could even start school, he found himself embroiled in dire circumstances. Tragically, Li Eryong had been brutally assaulted for Chen's sake, leaving Chen profoundly moved. He understood that his days might be numbered. This evening, he sought to see his brother one last time. Tomorrow, once the true culprit was unveiled, Chen intended to seek vengeance. And this meeting might very well be their final farewell. As Chen made his way to Li Eryong's home, he noticed a flicker of light in the distance as he passed an open area. Intrigued, he approached and discovered a figure sitting on the ground, burning paper money. The glow emanated from there. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Li Eryong. One of his arms and a leg were bandaged, rendering him unable to stand, so he sat on the ground. Beside him lay 2 crutches, indicating he had come out with assistance. Chen stealthily positioned himself behind a stone wall, listening as Li Eryong murmured to himself, "Brother, back in our school days, we were always short on cash. You used to say that when we had money, we would buy a large television, a small car, and a grand villa. Look, I bought the television, the car, and the villa. Soon, I'll burn some beautiful women for you too. I'll send more money your way, so you can spend it however you wish down there. But why the hell did you have to die?" At this juncture, Li Eryong suddenly broke down in tears. Chen, concealed behind the stone wall, felt his eyes welling with emotion. After a moment of weeping, Li Eryong wiped his tears and finished burning the paper on the ground. Struggling to rise with the aid of his crutches, he declared, "Brother, what I've burned tonight is for both of us. Please keep my share safe until I recover. Once I'm healed, I will do everything in my power to uncover who harmed you and avenge you." If fortune smiles upon me, and I survive, then my share is yours. If I lack the ability to fulfill this, when I join you, you must ensure my share reaches me. Li Eryong spoke as he picked up a bottle of liquor from the ground, pouring half of it out onto the earth before gulping down the remaining half himself. He then settled by the fire, humming a tune, seeking to forget the complexities of right and wrong, and to reminisce about the past, where shared hardships were often accompanied by moments of joy. Chen Xuewen, hidden behind a stone wall, softly joined in the familiar melody of their often-sung song. Friendship through the ages. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled gently, gazing at the slumbering figure of Li Eryong, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Clenching his fists, he turned and began his trek back to the city. Tonight, having met with his brother, he felt no regrets. It was time to attend to his own affairs. Chen Xuewen arrived outside the funeral home in Pingsheng. Though the hour was late, numerous shops remained open, for the cycle of life and death knows no bounds of time. He purchased some joss paper from a nearby vendor and knelt at the roadside of the funeral home to begin his ritual of burning. Though his parents had been buried, he did not even know their resting place. Fearful of exposing his whereabouts, he dared not seek them out. Revenge was a pursuit he could not afford to jeopardize. Thus, he resorted to this method to honor his parents. Fortunately, such rituals were commonplace around the funeral home, with many individuals regularly burning paper offerings to pay respects to their ancestors. As Chen Xuewen knelt, tears flowed silently as he set the paper ablaze. Upon burning the last of the offerings, he bowed 3 times in reverence. "Father, Mother, if there's a next life, I shall repay you tenfold," he vowed softly. The burden of unrequited filial piety weighed heavily on his heart, the source of his deepest pain and guilt. Having completed his solemn duty, Chen Xuewen stepped inside the funeral home, where many others lingered, staff and grieving families alike. He found a discreet corner, lay down in his clothes, and gradually drifted into sleep. He dared not return to the inn, uncertain if his identity had been revealed. Instead, he chose to rest here for the night, gathering strength for the vengeance he planned for the morrow. Inside the funeral home, numerous family members kept vigil, often seeking places to rest when fatigue set in. Chen Xuewen, lying among them, went unnoticed. When he awoke, dawn had broken. He donned a hat and sought out a food stall for breakfast. As he passed a butcher's stall, he paused in his tracks, noticing the butcher's bone cleaver, remarkably sharp and resilient, capable of gliding effortlessly through bone without damage. Recalling the dagger he had broken the previous night, Chen Xuewen realized he needed a new weapon for the trials ahead. The cleaver appeared to be the most suitable tool. Feigning a purchase of meat, he discreetly concealed the cleaver among the pork and departed unnoticed. Carrying the pork, Chen Xuewen made his way to a secluded area, where he produced a bone-cleaving knife and tucked it securely within his clothing. With his weapon prepared, a sense of reassurance washed over him. He ventured into the city and purchased a copy of the Pingsheng Daily. The paper featured a wanted notice, prominently displaying the name of Du Lao. This indicated that the law enforcement in Pingsheng had yet to uncover Chen Xuewen's true identity, granting him a semblance of comfort. At the very least, his movements remained unobstructed for the time being. Subsequently, Chen Xuewen headed to the bustling commercial center of Pingsheng, where he concealed himself for the better part of the morning. The mall was teeming with people, making it challenging for the enforcement officers to locate him even if they were to search the premises. He remained hidden until just past noon, when he finally ventured out to grab a bowl of noodles nearby before departing the mall. Next on his agenda was a meeting with Wu Lihong, as he sought to uncover the identity of the person who had betrayed him. Chapter 11. Identity exposed. Wu Lihong instructed Zhao Dong to meet at a familiar location, a cyber CAF in Pingsheng. According to Zhao, this establishment is under the protection of Wu Lihong's paramour and serves as her frequent haunt. Chen Xuewen, donning a hat, stealthily entered the CAF, where the air was thick with smoke and the pungent odor of unwashed feet. This establishment operated without proper licenses and was situated in a remote area, frequented by petty delinquents and truant students. As Chen navigated through the crowd, his gaze fell upon young ruffians with flamboyantly dyed hair and students burdened with backpacks and glasses. Most were engrossed in gaming, whether engaged in a legendary battle or playing Counter-Strike, their excitement palpable. Observing them, Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. Once, he too was among them, joyously gaming with friends. Now, however, he felt like a lost soul, masked and hiding in the shadows, desperately seeking a sliver of hope for survival. Taking a deep breath to suppress the melancholy within, he followed Zhao's instructions and ventured to the innermost part of the CAF. At the far end, he discovered a small private room containing a machine and a narrow bed. This room served as the personal office of He, a notorious local thug, 6 or 7 years Chen senior, known for extorting students from nearby schools. Somehow, he had gained notoriety and ended up as a security guard in this CAF. In the past, while frequenting this CAF, Chen had heard rumors that He had taken advantage of numerous girls in this very room. It was even said that Wu Lihong had succumbed to He's advances here years ago. Chen had once dismissed these tales as mere gossip, but now, the truth unveiled itself before him. Wu Lihong indeed had an affair with He. Peering through the crack of the door, Chen caught a glimpse of a slender girl seated within. She faced away from him, clad in revealing attire, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, rendering her figure all the more alluring. With a tiny waist but prominent bosom and hips, her silhouette was undeniably captivating. Chen instantly recognized her as Wu Lihong. Though not a campus belle, she exuded a charm that surpassed mere beauty. Her allure was far more compelling than that of the overly innocent school flowers. While Wu Lihong may not have possessed the refined features of a campus beauty, her attractiveness was undeniable. Her figure far exceeded that of any schoolgirl, and coupled with her daring fashion sense, she had undoubtedly become the object of desire for countless classmates. As Chen gazed at her familiar silhouette, his heart swelled with mixed emotions, nostalgia intertwined with fury. This very woman was responsible for his imprisonment and the tragic demise of his parents. Clenching the bone knife concealed within his clothing, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Yet ultimately, he quelled the tempest of rage within him, refraining from recklessly barging in. He first glanced around to ensure that no one was paying attention to him before stealthily slipping into the private room. Wu Lihong was seated in front of the computer, listlessly engaged in a game, completely oblivious to the presence approaching from behind. Chen Xuewen cautiously advanced towards Wu Lihong, poised to take control of her. Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside, "Hongjia," phone call. Chen Xuewen startled, and at that moment, Wu Lihong turned her head. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen standing behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing? This room is off limits to outsiders. Get out." With that, she disregarded Chen Xuewen and walked out of the room. Chen Xuewen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied and exited. He realized that if he was discovered by those outside, any attempt to act would result in being surrounded by He's men, leaving him no chance of escape. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his initial intentions. Wu Lihong approached the bar to take the call. The noise from the internet CAF was overwhelming, forcing her to cover one ear and speak loudly. "The small phone has no signal. I can't get through." "What did you say?" "Repeat that." "Who hasn't died?" Chen Xuewen, concealed behind the bar, initially planned to wait for Wu Lihong to finish her call before finding a way to lead her away. However, upon hearing her last statement, his expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Wu Lihong's expression also morphed. She suddenly turned her head, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Ultimately, she spotted Chen Xuewen hiding behind the bar, and she froze. Although Chen Xuewen wore a hat that obscured half of his face, he could ascertain in that instant that Wu Lihong had recognized him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, dashing out of the internet CAF. Behind him, Wu Lihong let out a terrified scream. Chen Xuewen had no time to look back as he frantically ran away, sprinting down a narrow path. He continued to run for what felt like an eternity until his chest was near bursting, finally coming to a halt. Glancing around, he realized he had reached a desolate area, completely devoid of people. He found a patch of grass, using the weeds to obscure his body as he concealed himself within. After catching his breath and regaining some composure, Chen Xuewen began to analyze the situation. When Wu Lihong answered the phone, she had asked, "Who hasn't died?" His immediate thought was that a situation had been exposed. The look in Wu Lihong's eyes confirmed his fears. This indicated that the autopsy report for old Du had been released, and the law enforcement team in Pingcheng was now aware that the corpse belonged to old Du, rather than being connected to him. Those behind the scenes had undoubtedly received this news as well, prompting them to immediately contact Wu Lihong to inform her. Upon realizing that Chen Xuewen was alive, Wu Lihong quickly deduced that the person in the hat was indeed Chen Xuewen, leading her to search for him, ultimately discovering his presence. It was fortunate that Chen Xuewen reacted swiftly, making his escape from the internet CAF. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would likely have been captured by He Fei's men, rendering any thoughts of revenge utterly impossible. Now that his identity has been revealed, seeking revenge seems exceedingly difficult. At present, he faces two possible paths. The first is to remain in Pingcheng and pursue vengeance. However, given the current circumstances, it is likely that within 3 days he will be apprehended, leading him to a certain demise. The second option is to flee from Pingcheng, to escape to a distant place, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuewen opted for the first path. To be honest, he does not fear death. Rather, he fears dying without having avenged himself, which would render his end unbearably frustrating. Yet now, with his identity exposed, how can he possibly seek retribution? Chapter 12. Creating chaos. Chen Xuewen lay amidst the thicket, recuperating his strength while contemplating methods of vengeance. At this juncture, the most crucial aspect of his retribution was to unveil the true mastermind behind his plight. To achieve this, he must locate Wu Lihong and extract the identity of the perpetrator from her. Thus, the crux of the matter rested squarely on Wu Lihong's shoulders. However, his identity had been compromised, and Wu Lihong would undoubtedly be on high alert. How could he approach her to inquire about this matter? Furthermore, the enforcement team in Pingcheng was likely scouring the area for him. Under such circumstances, revealing himself would be perilously unwise. Should he fall into the clutches of the law enforcement, all would be lost. After much contemplation, Chen Xuewen found himself at a loss for a suitable plan, which only served to heighten his agitation. He emerged from the underbrush and made his way to the nearby riverbank, plunging his head into the frigid waters in an attempt to clear his mind. The biting cold sent shivers through his entire body, yet he did not flinch. He submerged himself, holding his breath as he pondered. This act of holding his breath evoked memories of his desperate struggle against old Du in the water. As thoughts of old Du crossed his mind, an epiphany struck Chen Xuewen. He swiftly lifted his head from the water, inhaling deeply, and murmured, "What would that cunning old fox do in such a predicament?" During his time in prison, Chen Xuewen had absorbed numerous strategies and devious schemes from old Du, which had proven invaluable. For instance, the adage "extraordinary circumstances always harbor malevolence" had once saved his life. Despite old Du's treacherous nature, one could not deny that his cunning was unparalleled. Sitting silently on the ground, Chen Xuewen meticulously reflected on the methods imparted by old Du. He had once stated that in the face of adversity, one must engage in thorough contemplation. This reflection should not only stem from one's own perspective, but also encompass that of the adversary and the observations of bystanders. Until now, Chen Xuewen had solely focused on how to breach the defenses and abduct Wu Lihong, neglecting alternative viewpoints. Suddenly inspired, he resolved to consider the situation from Wu Lihong's perspective. If he were Wu Lihong, faced with such a dire circumstance, how would he respond? Chen Xuewen pondered deeply. If someone were falsely accused and had escaped from prison, intent on exacting revenge, that individual would certainly be engulfed in fear. When one is gripped by terror, what course of action do they typically take? Undoubtedly, they would seek refuge in a secure location to find solace. For Wu Lihong, where would be the safest haven? Without question, the internet CAF owned by He Fei would be her sanctuary. After all, it was her boyfriend's territory, surrounded by He Fei's loyal subordinates, and teeming with nearly 100 patrons. Who would dare to act against her within such a fortress? Furthermore, Chen Xuewen had visited that place and was discovered. From a rational perspective, it was evident that he would not dare to return. Therefore, it is highly probable that Wu Lihong is still hiding in He Fei's internet CAF. However, how could he extricate Wu Lihong from the CAF? Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, when suddenly the memory of the prison escape surfaced. During their escape, surrounded by numerous guards, evasion seemed utterly impossible. Yet, with the elder Du's clever strategy of creating chaos to divert the guard attention, they managed to escape. If Chen Xuewen could instigate a similar disturbance in the internet CAF, might there be a chance to rescue Wu Lihong? This thought ignited a spark of hope within him. As he finally conceived a rough plan, Chen Xuewen meticulously plotted for over an hour, formulating the details of his strategy. With clarity on his course of action, he exhaled a sigh of relief, for he had finally glimpsed the possibility of vengeance. Subsequently, he concealed himself among the underbrush for over 2 hours, until around 5 in the evening when dusk began to settle. He ventured into a nearby village, pilfering a few garments from a clothesline outside a local home. Donning a new outfit, he seized the cover of darkness to enter Pingsheng via a back road. Upon his entrance, he noticed an increased presence of patrol cars on the streets. Clearly, the enforcement team had become aware of his identity and commenced a rigorous search. Rather than heading directly to Hefei's internet CAF, Chen Xuewen sought out a barbershop instead. Under the pretense of getting a shampoo, he discreetly collected some hair clippings. After leaving the barbershop, he found an isolated spot and affixed the hair clippings to his face to create the illusion of a beard. In the dim light, although the beard appeared somewhat artificial, it was difficult to discern its authenticity. He then donned a hat that covered his ears but left his face exposed. With the addition of the faux beard and dressed in attire typical of a middle-aged man, Chen Xuewen presented himself as an ordinary middle-aged individual. As he walked, the patrolling enforcement team paid him no mind, as their primary focus was on the youth, those in their late teens and early 20s. Disguised, he approached the vicinity of Hefei's internet CAF. Straightening his collar, he strolled into the CAF to survey the surroundings. To his relief, no one paid him any attention. Everyone was engrossed in their games. Simultaneously, he spotted Wu Lihong seated in a private room with Hefei, suggesting that she was somewhat panicked and had taken refuge there. With the confirmation of her whereabouts, Chen Xuewen felt a surge of reassurance. He exited the CAF and made his way to an uninhabited area in the alleyway. Retrieving Zhao Dong's small phone, relying on memory, he dialed the number of his former high school political education director. After 3 rings, a familiar voice answered, "Hello." Chen Xuewen immediately lowered his voice and inquired, "Is this Director Wang?" The reply came promptly, "Yes, is I." "Who is this?" "Chen Xuewen, what? Can't even recognize my voice?" "A few days ago, when you came to the bureau for a meeting, what did I tell you?" Director Wang was momentarily taken aback and then hurriedly replied, Is this Director Ho?" "Oh dear, I apologize. I just zoned out for a moment." "Director Ho, what can I do for you?" "Chen Xuewen, what do you mean? What can you do? How are you managing as the political education director? Do you have any idea how many students from your school have skipped class to go to that internet CAF on Zenjiku? They're still inside, immersed in their online activities. If anything were to happen, would you take responsibility?" Director Wang, shaken, stammered, "Director Ho, please don't be angry. I will take a team to bring those students back right away." Chen Xuewen hung up the phone and, employing the same tactic, called several other political education directors from various schools, conveying the same message. He refrained from revealing his identity, allowing them to speculate. Within 20 minutes, several groups arrived outside the Hefei Internet CAF. These groups comprised personnel from nearby secondary schools, led by their respective political education directors, who entered to retrieve their students. Observing the scene, Chen Xuewen blended into the crowd and stealthily made his way inside. He was aware that chaos would soon erupt within the internet CAF, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to act. Chapter 13. The truth revealed in the internet CAF, a third of the patrons were students skipping classes. As the discipline directors led their teams into the establishment, chaos erupted. Hefei was in a private room, engaged in intimate activities with Wu Lihong. When he suddenly heard the commotion outside, his anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, which fool dares to cause trouble here?" Wu Lihong's expression shifted. "It can't be Chen Xuewen, can it?" Hefei was taken aback. "No way. Is this kid really that bold to show up here?" As he pondered, one of his underlings rushed in, breathless. "Boss Fei, it's bad. Several discipline directors from nearby high schools are here to catch students." Hearing this, Hefei shuddered in fear. What the hell? How could this happen? His establishment, usually free from scrutiny, was now facing serious trouble with so many directors present. If things escalated, the enforcement team would certainly come down hard on him. He quickly opened a drawer, retrieving several packs of premium cigarettes and wads of cash. Let's go take a look. Wu Lihong initially intended to accompany He-Fei, but halted at the door upon spotting Director Wang from her former school. Her face paled, and she quickly retreated into the room. I want to go out. Having faced Director Wang's wrath during her school days, she felt embarrassed at the prospect of being recognized now that she was no longer a student. He-Fei nodded in understanding. He too preferred Wu Lihong to stay back, as he wished to avoid escalating any conflict. He hurried outside with a few of his subordinates, putting on a facade of politeness while attempting to appease the discipline directors. Meanwhile, the apprehended students trembled in fear, standing silently on the sidelines, drawing the attention of everyone in the CAF. In this tumultuous environment, Chen Xuewen stealthily slipped through the back and made his way to He-Fei's private room. Wu Lihong, hiding behind the door, was oblivious to his approach as she observed the directors outside. Grasping a bone knife, Chen Xuewen silently advanced, covering Wu Lihong's mouth with one hand while pressing the blade against her delicate neck with the other. Make a sound, and I'll end you. His voice was icy, and the knife broke the skin, causing blood to trickle down her fair complexion. Terrified by the sight of the man with bloodshot eyes before her, Wu Lihong shivered and nodded in submission. Chen Xuewen wrapped one arm around her shoulder while the other held the knife at her waist, guiding her out the back door as if they were a couple. The blade remained poised at her side, a constant reminder that any hint of defiance would lead to her demise. Wu Lihong, whether paralyzed by fear or resigned to her fate, offered no resistance as Chen Xuewen effortlessly led her out of the CAF. The night had fully descended, and they traversed a dark path, avoiding crowded areas. Their journey proceeded relatively smoothly until Chen Xuewen brought Wu Lihong to an abandoned brick factory. Upon arrival, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He forcefully threw Wu Lihong to the ground, brandishing a bone knife, and looked down at her with a cold demeanor. Do you know who I am? He asked in a deep voice. Wu Lihong slowly sat up, gasping for breath, her heaving chest slightly trembling, rendering her particularly alluring. However, Chen Xuewen remained oblivious. His eyes filled solely with hatred. Did you not hear my question? Chen's voice turned icy. Wu Lihong let out a bitter laugh. We've been classmates for 5 years. How can I not know who you are? Chen Xuewen paused in surprise. 5 years? Wu Lihong gazed deeply into his eyes. Have you truly forgotten? We were classmates for 3 years in elementary school and 2 years in high school. Chen Xuewen frowned. How could he possibly remember details from elementary school? Yet Wu Lihong's words only fueled his anger further. After 5 years of camaraderie, is this how you treat me? Bribing witnesses to frame me for imprisonment? Wu Lihong, what have I done to offend you? He gritted his teeth. Wu Lihong sighed with a bitter smile. Frame you? Chen Xuewen, do you genuinely believe I possess such power to ensnare you in this manner? 7 witnesses, each demanding at least 20,000. That amounts to 14,000. Furthermore, countless others must be bribed, summing up to at least 6 or 70,000. If I had such money, do you truly think I would need to work in that shabby establishment or reside in that dilapidated internet CAF? Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. Then who exactly is framing me? Wu Lihong sighed. I advise you not to pursue this matter further. Even if you discover who harmed you, you will be powerless against them. Frankly, now that you've managed to escape, it would be wise to flee to another place and live a good life. Continuing your investigation will only lead to your demise. Chen Xuewen scoffed. Wu Lihong, do you think I still care about my life at this point? My parents are gone. My life is utterly ruined. Even if I manage to survive, what significance does it hold? The sole reason I continue to live is for revenge. Wu Lihong looked deeply at him and sighed. Since you insist, I will not conceal the truth any longer. The person who conspired against you is someone you know, Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. Zhou Hao? Which Zhou Hao? Wu Lihong replied, of course, it's the Zhou Hao from our class. His father is a renowned businessman in Pingcheng, a man of immense wealth. Chen Xuewen frowned. He indeed recognized Zhou Hao, his high school classmate. This individual was uneducated, yet due to his family's wealth, he ruled the school with an iron fist, and no one dared to cross him. Chen Xuewen had little interaction with him. I have no grievances or enmities with him. Why would he conspire against me? He asked in indignation. Wu Lihong responded, he did not intend to frame you. After all, orchestrating your downfall cost him 6 or 70,000, and that money does not come easily. One could only say that everything was a mere coincidence. Chen Xuewen inquired. What do you mean? Wu Lihong gazed at Chen Xuewen and inquired. Do you recall that night when you, inebriated, professed your affection to the campus belle? Chen Xuewen's expression turned slightly awkward. It was indeed a matter he found quite embarrassing to recount. Wu Lihong continued, in truth, the campus beauty has been with Zhou Hao for quite some time. Zhou Hao possesses an apartment off campus, where she has been staying with him. This revelation pierced Chen Xuewen's heart. He had never imagined that the woman he had admired for 3 years had long since shared a bed with another. Wu Lihong further elaborated, that night, after the gathering, the campus beauty went to find Zhou Hao. As it happened, Zhou Hao was entertaining several friends from out of town, all of whom were wealthy heirs. These individuals, intoxicated and prone to indulgence, took her to a hotel where they ultimately caused her demise. Chen Xuewen stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the campus beauty had met such an end. How? How could this be? He exclaimed. Isn't she Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Wu Lihong scoffed. Girlfriend? A woman like her has likely been toyed with by countless men. To Zhou Hao, she was merely a plaything. The friends he entertained that night were affluent heirs from the city, and they paid a handsome sum for her company. Little did they know, their revelry would lead to her tragic fate. Chen Xuewen instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by this shocking revelation that shattered his perception of the innocent campus beauty. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly asked then, what is my role in all of this? Wu Lihong replied, a life was lost, and such matters warrant accountability. They sought a scapegoat, and since you professed your love that night, they chose you to fabricate a narrative of unrequited love turned violent. They intoxicated you and manipulated witnesses to orchestrate this miscarriage of justice. Chen Xuewen suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He realized that everything had been orchestrated by Zhou Hao. Chapter 14. I must kill Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen sat on the ground, his heart laden with anguish and regret. Had he not confessed to the school beauty that fateful day, such calamities would not have unfolded, and his parents would still be alive. Yet, in this world, who has ever found a remedy for regret? After a considerable pause, Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply and lifted his head once more. What is your relationship with Zhou Hao? Chen Xuewen gritted his teeth. Wu Lihong scoffed. Me? I am merely a servant to Zhou Hao. He noticed my keen perception and decent looks, so when entertaining guests, he would bring me along to liven up the atmosphere. To put it bluntly, I am akin to a stray dog. When he is pleased, he tosses me some scraps, and when he is not, I must go out and earn my keep on my own. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. Then why were you the one to bribe these witnesses? Wu Lihong replied, I was present that night. Zhou Hao provided me with a sum of money to buy off the witnesses. I had no choice. If I did not comply, I feared for my own life. Chen Xuewen let out a cold laugh. So you consider yourself innocent? Wu Lihong forced a bitter smile. What innocence do I possess? I accepted the money and engaged in such morally reprehensible acts. Retribution is inevitable. Chen Xuewen regarded her, surprised by Wu Lihong's composure. He had expected her to plead for mercy like Zhao Dong, yet she had not begged him even once. This woman was indeed unlike the rest. Then what about my parents? What happened to them? Upon hearing this, Wu Lihong trembled slightly. For reasons unknown, Chen Xuewen noticed that her eyes were somewhat reddened. After a long silence, Wu Lihong murmured, they obtained the first autopsy report and intended to appeal in the provincial capital on your behalf. Zhou Hao feared exposure and thus sent someone to stage a car accident, leading to their demise. Although he had suspected that his parents had been murdered, the confirmation of such news struck Chen Xuewen like a thunderbolt, wrenching his heart with unbearable pain. He clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, yet he felt nothing but the vivid memories of his parents. Wu Lihong observed Chen Xuewen's distress and softly said, "Chen Xuewen, I'm sorry." Chen Xuewen looked up at her and suddenly slapped her across the face, causing blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. "Sorry? Do you think an apology holds any weight now?" he said through gritted teeth. Wu Lihong stared at Chen Xuewen's contorted expression, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Taking several deep breaths to suppress his fury, Chen Xuewen asked in a low voice, "What is the significance of the first autopsy report?" Wu Lihong replied, "After the school beauty's death, she was taken for the initial autopsy. The first report revealed the presence of bodily fluids from 3 different men, none of which belonged to you." Chen Xuewen's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why Zhou Hao was in such a hurry. It meant that the first autopsy report was irrefutable evidence that could overturn the case. With this report in hand, how could I possibly be imprisoned? Chen Xuewen exclaimed anxiously. Wu Lihong replied, "Zhou Hao spent a considerable sum to have the first forensic expert reassigned, subsequently commissioning a second autopsy. The second report revealed that the only bodily fluid found in the school beauty was yours." Chen Xuewen's expression turned icy once more. Zhou Hao was indeed despicable. Wu Lihong continued, "Your parents obtained the first autopsy report, and Zhou Hao sent someone to eliminate them. Moreover, he bribed certain individuals to disseminate false information, asserting that they had stolen the report, thus obfuscating the truth." Chen Xuewen struck the nearby stone wall with his fist, his entire body trembling with rage. "Zhou Hao, I will not let you off the hook," he gritted through clenched teeth. Wu Lihong spoke softly, "Chen Xuewen, we are old classmates, and I advise you. Zhou Hao is not to be trifled with. You should leave Pingcheng." Chen Xuewen retorted, "I have nothing left to lose. Do you think I fear him?" Wu Lihong sighed. "I understand you are not afraid of death. But do you know how many bodyguards Zhou Hao has around him now?" Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. "Bodyguards?" "Yes," Wu Lihong confirmed. "Ever since the news of your survival after escaping prison spread, his father arranged for 8 bodyguards. Half of them are graduates from martial arts academies, while the other half are veterans he hired. These individuals are highly skilled. Even if you risk your life, you would likely never reach him." Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply. If Zhou Hao truly had such formidable protection, seeking revenge would not be an easy endeavor. He did not fear death, but if he sacrificed his life without being able to harm Zhou Hao, would it not be in vain? It seemed that the plan to eliminate Zhou Hao would require meticulous strategizing. Wu Lihong suggested, "Chen Xuewen, perhaps you should really consider leaving Pingcheng. If your parents were still alive, they would want you to live well. If you are willing to depart, I can give you 100,000. You can find a place where no one knows you and live a good life." Chen Xuewen fixed his gaze on Wu Lihong, yet her expression was sincere, showing no hint of deceit. With a cold laugh, Chen Xuewen replied, "You seem quite generous for an old classmate. 100,000. You've earned quite a bit from your years in the trade. Haven't you?" Wu Lihong's face darkened slightly with irritation, but she ultimately sighed. As a woman, as long as one is willing to open their legs, money comes quickly. This 100,000 is all my savings. Consider it compensation, or as a gesture of our friendship. I will give it to you, provided you leave." Chen Xuewen stood tall, his tone resolute. "No need for that. If I cannot exact my revenge, then living holds no significance for me. Zhou Hao, I will kill you. You will tell me everything about Zhou Hao and any places he may be hiding. As for you, I might spare your life." Wu Lihong sighed in despair, compelled to recount everything she knew in meticulous detail. Chen Xuewen took careful note of all the information, and then, employing the same method he had used on Zhao Dong, he securely bound Wu Lihong and cast her into the sweet potato cellar where Zhao Dong was confined. "Wu Lihong, I am now off to seek vengeance against Zhou Hao. You might want to plead for mercy and pray for my safe return. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as Zhao Dong, starving to death in this wretched place." After uttering these words, Chen Xuewen closed the cellar door without a backward glance and departed. Inside the cellar, Wu Lihong leaned against the frigid ground, and at last, tears streamed down her face in silent anguish. Chapter 15. The failed assassination on a night cloaked in the vibrant ambience of the night color disco hall. Recent whispers from Wu Lihong revealed that Zhou Hao had taken a fancy to a new girl at the venue. Each evening, He would lavishly squander his wealth in an attempt to win her affection. Thus, the most prudent course of action to track Zhou Hao was to lie in wait at the entrance of the disco. Disguised, Chen Xuewen donned a half-face obscuring hat and carried a flower basket, peddling blooms at the entrance. It was not uncommon for vendors to gather here, selling flowers to the affluent youths eager to impress their romantic interests after a night of revelry. Chen meandered near the entrance, blending in seamlessly, though the security guards kept a vigilant watch, preventing anyone from approaching too closely. After nearly 2 hours of enduring the cold, with his extremities numbed, Chen finally spotted a group emerging from the disco as the clock neared midnight. Among them, the young man adorned in designer labels, exuding an air of arrogance, was unmistakably Zhou Hao, his former classmate. Zhou, reeking of alcohol, staggered out with the girl in his embrace, his hand wandering unabashedly across her form. The girl, seemingly unperturbed, wore a triumphant expression as Zhou held her close. Accompanying Zhou were a few burly men, likely his bodyguards. As Zhou and his entourage stepped outside, the flower vendors swiftly swarmed around them, clamoring for attention. "Sir, purchase a flower. Sir, buy a bloom for this lady." Seizing the opportunity, Chen joined the throng, feigning to offer his flower basket to Zhou. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, Chen swiftly drew a bone-cutting knife from within the basket, aiming directly for Zhou's throat. This strike was executed with remarkable speed and precision, intended to sever Zhou's artery. However, at that precise moment, Zhou inexplicably retched. His sudden movement caused his neck to sway slightly, resulting in Chen's blade merely grazing his skin rather than delivering the lethal blow, blood splattering across Chen's hand. Astonished by Zhou's fortuitous survival, Chen gritted his teeth and lunged forward once more, intent on delivering another strike to Zhou's neck. Injured and momentarily sobered, Zhou instinctively grasped Chen's arm as he lunged. The knife merely skimmed Zhou's cheek, leaving a superficial wound. Chen exerted all his strength downwards, yet Zhou, fueled by desperation, clung tightly to Chen's arm. Blood from Zhou's neck had rendered Chen's hands slippery, and in the ensuing struggle, the knife slipped from his grasp. Momentarily disarmed, Chen was taken aback. At that instant, a figure surged from behind, delivering a forceful kick to Chen's body. A formidable force struck Chen Xuewen, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he tumbled several times. The men behind him rushed forward, shielding Zhou Hao. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhou Hao, in a fit of rage, pointed at Chen Xuewen and shouted, "Kill him." Immediately, 2 men charged at Chen Xuewen with fierce determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuewen scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at them. The 2 men instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuewen turned and fled. The 2 men bellowed angrily, relentlessly pursuing him, unwilling to relent. Zhou Hao roared from behind, "You too, catch him, and I will reward you with 100,000. Upon hearing the promise of money, the 2 men became even more frenzied, quickening their pursuit. Chen Xuewen dared not look back. He could tell that both men were trained fighters, and he stood no chance against either. Should he confront them, he knew his life would be forfeit. Thus, he ran like a wild dog escaping for its life, heedless of everything but the desperate need to flee. Time lost meaning as he ran, his lungs near to bursting. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, indicating that the 2 men had not managed to catch up. However, Chen Xuewen remained cautious, gritting his teeth and pushing himself to run several more miles until he was utterly exhausted and could run no longer. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As he turned to survey his surroundings, he found no one behind him. He was now situated in the western outskirts of Ping City, amidst a grove of trees. While catching his breath, he cautiously ventured into the woods to conceal himself. Yet, he dared not linger for too long. For having failed to assassinate Zhou Hao, not only would Zhou Hao's men pursue him, but the enforcement team would surely come searching for him as well. Thus, after resting for only a few minutes, Chen Xuewen quietly made his way back towards the city from another direction. Not long after Chen Xuewen's departure, numerous car headlights began to flicker in the area. A substantial number of law enforcement personnel arrived, commencing their search. The 2 bodyguards, having exhausted themselves 10 minutes prior, could only relay Chen Xuewen's general direction. The enforcement team had no choice but to search along that path, while Chen Xuewen had already moved in the opposite direction. It was through the wisdom gained from his harrowing experiences that he managed to evade this peril. On his way back to the city, Chen Xuewen found a place to steal a few garments, changing into new clothes before returning to the urban area. After donning his new attire, he once again sought refuge in a funeral home, where he spent the night. The following day, he employed the same strategy, hiding in Ping City's most bustling shopping mall. However, during his evasion, he received some troubling news. Due to his ongoing flight and a series of violent incidents, the provincial capital was preparing to dispatch a special enforcement team to collaborate with the Ping City enforcement team in a joint effort to capture Chen Xuewen. This revelation sent a chill down Chen Xuewen's spine. The enforcement team of Pingcheng was manageable for him, as the city was not particularly large and the team was understaffed, making it difficult to locate him. However, if the special enforcement team from the provincial capital were to arrive, the situation would become precarious. At that point, it was likely that the entire city would be sealed off, and Chen Xuewen would find himself trapped like a fish in a barrel. He was acutely aware that his time was running short. If he failed to avenge himself on Zhou Hao that night, he doubted he would have another opportunity. Thus, he needed to devise a meticulous plan. Come what may, he had to eliminate Zhou Hao that night. During the day, Chen Xuewen procured some necessary items. As night fell, he made his way to the abandoned brick factory. Everything near the sweet potato cellar remained unchanged, indicating that the location had not yet been discovered. Upon opening the cellar, he found Wu Lihong and Zhao Dong still confined within. Zhao Dong had been imprisoned for 2 days and was on the brink of death, while Wu Lihong, though somewhat better off, was nevertheless parched and hungry after a day of confinement. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, her eyes flickered with a glimmer of surprise, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from his survival or her own reprieve from death. Chen Xuewen pulled her out of the cellar and tore off the tape that bound her mouth. Wu Lihong hastily asked, Did you kill Zhou Hao? Chen Xuewen shook his head, his voice grave. I failed last night. Tell me where Zhou Hao might be hiding. I must succeed tonight. Wu Lihong's eyes widened in disbelief. You plan to search for him at his place? Do you realize how many bodyguards he has? Seeking him out like this is tantamount to courting death. Chen Xuewen's expression was icy. I have no time left. The special enforcement team from the provincial capital has already arrived. If I cannot kill him tonight, I will die. This is my only chance. I must succeed. Wu Lihong sighed and said softly, Zhou Hao has many properties. I don't know where he might hide tonight. Give me my phone. I can help you gather information. Chen Xuewen hesitated briefly. Wu Lihong reassured him, Rest assured, I am still in your hands. Betraying you would yield no benefit for me. Do you really think I want to die? With his doubts dispelled, Chen Xuewen retrieved Wu Lihong's phone. To prevent tracking, he had removed the battery when he captured her. Wu Lihong reattached the battery, and as she powered it on, several messages flooded her screen. Upon glancing at the notifications, her expression shifted dramatically. Chen Xuewen, something has happened. Zhou Hao has captured your childhood friend, Li Eryong. Chapter 16. Chen Xuewen's descent into death. Chen Xuewen's expression shifted dramatically as he seized the small communication device, revealing several messages. These missives have been sent by various individuals. Among them a message from He Fei inquiring about Wu Lihong's whereabouts. It seemed that after Chen Xuewen had escorted Wu Lihong from the internet CAF, He Fei had indeed searched for her, albeit only sending a single message, suggesting he was not particularly invested in her fate. As Chen perused the messages, he stumbled upon a final note from someone named Zhou Xiao, which read, Notify Chen Xuewen, Li Eryong is in my custody. There is no doubt that Zhou Xiao was none other than Zhou Hao. Aware that Chen Xuewen had taken Wu Lihong, he had dispatched this message explicitly for Chen's eyes. Furrowing his brow, Chen had not anticipated that this matter would also implicate Li Eryong. Following the death of his parents, Li Eryong had been the only person Chen considered family, having grown up together. The fact that Zhou Hao had captured Li Eryong was akin to seizing Chen Xuewen's Achilles heel. It was evident that Zhou Hao, harboring resentment after narrowly escaping Chen's assassination attempt, intended to leverage Li Eryong to draw Chen out. Holding the small device, Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately dialing Zhou Hao's number. The phone rang a few times before connecting, and Zhou Hao's voice, brimming with arrogance, resonated on the line. "Ah, old classmate, I thought I wouldn't be able to reach you." Chen took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Zhou Hao, this matter is between us. It has nothing to do with Li Eryong. Release him." Zhou Hao laughed heartily. "Old classmate, that sounds rather dull. If it weren't for your childhood friend, I doubt I would have the chance to speak with you at all. Release him? How would I ever find you then?" Grimacing, Chen Xuewen pressed on. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Hao responded with chilling simplicity. "I merely wish to be a good citizen, cooperating with the law enforcement. If you willingly surrender and accept the consequences of your actions, then all will be well." Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Should he fall into the hands of the law enforcement, a death sentence would surely await him. However, if he did not comply, Li Eryong's life would be in peril. After a moment's contemplation, Chen spoke firmly, "Zhou Hao, do not forget that Wu Lihong and Zhao Dong are still in my possession. I will trade them for Li Eryong." Zhou Hao erupted into laughter. "Chen Xuewen, has your mind been clouded? The fate of those two is of no concern to me." Chen's countenance darkened. He had not expected Zhou Hao to be so devoid of compassion. Beside him, Wu Lihong offered a bitter smile, having anticipated this very scenario. Chen furrowed his brow in deep thought, his mind racing as he sought a solution to his predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he declared, "Zhou Hao, do you truly believe that if I surrender, you will evade the law? Let me be frank. The autopsy report that my father took still has a backup. That backup is currently in my possession. Do you want me to turn myself in? Very well, but consider the consequences for yourself." This declaration rendered Zhou Hao momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Zhou Hao finally sneered. "Chen Xuewen, are you attempting to deceive me? If you truly possessed a backup, would you need to assassinate me? If you genuinely had a backup, wouldn't you have reported me by now instead of engaging in this futile conversation?" Chen Xuewen retorted, "Since you do not believe me, let us dispense with further chatter. I cannot save Li Eryong, but this backup is sufficient to ensure your demise alongside them." With that, Chen Xuewen abruptly ended the call. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang again. It was Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewen answered, and Zhou Hao's frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Chen, what? What exactly do you intend to do?" In a cold tone, Chen Xuewen replied, "I wish to survive." Zhou Hao paused, bewildered. What do you mean?" Chen Xuewen clarified, "It is quite simple. I require your assistance in clearing my name. I wish to continue living. Additionally, I seek a substantial sum of money." After a moment of silence, Zhou Hao responded, "So, this is all you desire? That is straightforward. I may not have much, but I certainly have money in abundance. If you are sincere, let us meet in person and discuss this properly. What do you say?" Beside him, Wu Lihong immediately shook her head at Chen Xuewen, signaling him not to heed Zhou Hao's words. Chen Xuewen, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, "Very well." Zhou Hao, visibly excited, quickly provided Chen Xuewen with the meeting location. Chen Xuewen noted the details and hung up, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Wu Lihong urgently exclaimed, "Chen Xuewen, are you out of your mind? You plan to meet Zhou Hao? Do you have any idea how many people surround him? If he sees you, it will be tantamount to walking into your own grave." Chen Xuewen gazed at Wu Lihong and calmly stated, "I am aware. However, I have no alternative. This is my only opportunity, and I cannot allow anything to happen to Li Eryong because of me." Wu Lihong protested, "So, you are willingly walking into a trap? You possess no autopsy report. Once you are in Zhou Hao's presence, he will certainly not let you escape." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. "Then let us see who possesses the greater fortune." He ended the call and proceeded to gag Wu Lihong once more. As he prepared to confine her in the sweet potato cellar, he hesitated. He looked deeply at Wu Lihong and ultimately loosened the ropes binding her wrists, tearing half of the tape away. "If you struggle, you should be able to free yourself within a few hours. By then, you can call for help." After saying this, Chen Xuewen placed Wu Lihong into the cellar. Lying amidst the sweet potatoes, Wu Lihong wept profusely, desperately shaking her head at Chen Xuewen, imploring him not to leave. Chen Xuewen remained silent, covered the cellar with a stone, and resolutely turned to depart. Upon returning to the city, he first visited a clothing store to purchase a leather jacket. He then ventured to the market, procuring 2 jars of oil, 2 bottles of foreign wine, a bag of lime, a large pair of glasses, and a piece of cowhide. On his way to gather these items, Chen Xuewen stealthily pilfered 2 boning knives. Once he had assembled everything, he made his way to a desolate area on the outskirts, where he began preparing for the night's endeavor. He emptied both bottles of wine, filling them instead with the oil. He then inserted the boning knives into the wine, having deliberately selected bottles with sufficiently wide openings to accommodate them easily. The paper labels adorning the bottles perfectly concealed the knives, rendering them undetectable when the oil was poured inside. Having arranged his weapons, Chen Xuewen removed his clothing and fashioned a rudimentary armor by wrapping the cowhide around his body. Before donning his attire once more and layering the leather coat over it, he then poured the bag of lime into a plastic bag, tucking it into his socks and shoes. Additionally, he discreetly dispersed some lime within the sleeves of his shirt and the legs of his trousers. Finally, he retrieved a strip of white cloth, securely wrapping it around both hands. With all preparations complete, Chen Xuewen knelt in the direction of home, bowing deeply 3 times. "Father, Mother, grant me the strength to avenge you by taking Zhou Hao's life tonight. Soon I shall join you," he proclaimed. Armed with these preparations, he set forth alone towards Zhou Hao's villa under a heavy snowfall. In the thick blanket of snow, only Chen Xuewen's footprints marked the path, heading towards a fateful encounter. Resolute and solitary. Chapter 17. Alone against the enemy on the outskirts of Pingcheng, there stands an expansive, solitary villa, ensconced within a sprawling estate. Within its grounds lies a sizable fish pond, distant from nearby villages, providing an idyllic retreat for leisurely angling. This villa belongs to the family of Zhou Hao, a favored refuge of his father. The meeting place Zhou Hao arranged with Chen Xuewen is none other than this secluded villa. The choice of location is deliberate, for its remoteness ensures that any commotion would go unnoticed. Zhou Hao's countenance is grim as he enters the villa accompanied by a retinue of subordinates. He speaks in a low, commanding tone. "When that brat arrives, ensure he remains here. Remember, tonight, under no circumstances should he leave alive. Understood?" 8 bodyguards nod in unison, armed and prepared for violence. 4 of them accompany Zhou Hao upstairs, while the remaining 4 disperse around the villa, patrolling the lower levels. After waiting for over 2 hours, Zhou Hao's impatience begins to surface when a bodyguard downstairs finally relays the message. Chen Xuewen has arrived. Zhou Hao's spirits lift as he rises and approaches the window. Outside in the courtyard, a figure is seen slowly making his way through the snow. Zhou Hao recognizes him instantly. It's Chen Xuewen. A surge of excitement courses through him, and he discreetly signals his men. One bodyguard understands the cue, retrieving his phone to alert the others to block any potential escape routes. As Chen Xuewen strides into the courtyard, he suddenly halts and gazes upward towards the 2nd floor. Zhou Hao's expression shifts, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Could it be that Chen Xuewen has had a change of heart and intends to flee? The other bodyguards ready themselves to spring into action. Then, Chen Xuewen's voice rings out. "Zhou Hao, come out." Furrowing his brow, Zhou Hao steps onto the balcony and responds with a smile. "Old classmate, you've finally arrived. It's quite cold outside. Let us discuss matters indoors." Chen Xuewen's demeanor is icy as he demands, "Where is Li Eryong? Release him first." Zhou Hao chuckles. "Why the rush? Let us head upstairs and negotiate the terms first. I'll have a car, take you back afterward." Chen Xuewen remains unyielding, his voice steely. "Release him, or I will leave this instant." "Zhou Hao, if you believe you can capture me, feel free to try." Zhou Hao scrutinizes Chen Xuewen, his brow furrowing deeper. Through recent encounters, he has discerned that Chen Xuewen is quite elusive. Given the distance, his men might struggle to seize him. Should Chen Xuewen escape now, luring him back would prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Hao gestures to his subordinate. "Release Li Eryong." His subordinate hesitates, but if we let Li Eryong go, how will we threaten Chen Xuewen? Zhou Hao dismisses the concern. What else there to fear? Li Eryong is severely injured, 1 hand and 1 leg broken. He can't possibly escape. If Chen Xuewen takes him along, he'll merely be a burden. Can he truly flee? His subordinates immediately reacted and went out to arrange for Li Eryong's release. Li Eryong was pushed into the courtyard, his body bearing numerous bloodstains, indicating he had endured some hardships during his capture. However, Li Eryong seemed entirely unfazed by his condition. Upon spotting Chen Xuewen in the courtyard, he was momentarily stunned. Then, leaning on his cane, he rushed towards Chen Xuewen while weeping uncontrollably. The snow-covered ground was slick, and after only a few steps, Li Eryong slipped and fell. He discarded his cane and, disregarding his leg injury, struggled to crawl to Chen Xuewen, embracing him and exclaiming, "Damn it, you're alive. I thought you were dead." Chen Xuewen, witnessing his brother's emotional state, felt a surge of compassion. He patted Li Eryong's shoulder and softly said, "Brother, you've suffered. It's all right. You should leave now. I will handle things here." Li Eryong clutched Chen Xuewen's clothing, shouting, "What nonsense! Am I so cowardly? This isn't just your affair. It's ours." He then turned to Zhou Hao, hurling insults. "You, Zhou, come on. I'm not afraid of you." Zhou Hao disdainfully spat and coldly replied, "Old classmate, I've already released the person you wanted. Now, can you enter the house?" Li Eryong immediately grasped Chen Xuewen's attire, insisting, "Don't go in. This scoundrel has arranged for many people inside. If you go in, it's over." Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen patted Li Eryong's shoulder once more. "I know what I'm doing. Brother, you must leave." Li Eryong pleaded, "I want to go." Chen Xuewen firmly grasped his wrist and gritted his teeth. "Stop arguing. You have your father and mother and siblings. You're not like me. Go out, live well. At least leave someone to burn paper for me at my grave." With that, Chen Xuewen forcefully pushed Li Eryong away, declaring loudly, "Zhou Hao, have someone escort him out. I will enter the house myself." Zhou Hao waved his hand, and immediately several bodyguards surged forward. Two of them rushed to Chen Xuewen's side and restrained his shoulders. Chen Xuewen did not resist, but merely looked at Zhou Hao, send Li Eryong out. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Hao nodded. The others promptly lifted the still wailing Li Eryong and tossed him out of the courtyard. Li Eryong struggled to rise and frantically pounded on the door, shouting, but no one paid him any mind. Surrounded by bodyguards, Chen Xuewen calmly walked into the villa. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen enter the hall, Zhou Hao was instantly elated and immediately directed his subordinates to lock the door. He then excitedly rushed down from the upper floor, observing Chen Xuewen from a distance. Zhou Hao burst into laughter. "Old classmate, we can finally talk face to face. So, did you bring what I wanted?" Chen Xuewen maintained a composed expression. "Do you think I'm foolish? How could I bring such things directly?" Zhou Hao, filled with rage, pointed at Chen Xuewen and bellowed, "What tricks are you trying to play? Do you truly believe I am intimidated by your so-called evidence? Let me make it clear. Once you are dead, this case will be closed, and even if that evidence is presented, no one will pursue this matter. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he strode towards the center of the hall. Before he could reach Chen Xuewen, a bodyguard immediately intercepted him. "Young Master Zhou, do not approach him just yet. We need to search him. This fellow might be armed." Recalling the earlier attempt on his life, Zhou Hao halted and waved his hand, commanding, "Search him." Several bodyguards rushed forward, restraining Chen Xuewen and beginning their search. After a thorough inspection yielded no weapons, one bodyguard pointed to Chen Xuewen's hands, asking, "What is wrapped around your hands?" Chen Xuewen replied, "I sustained some injuries yesterday and bandaged them." The bodyguard did not press further, acknowledging that Chen Xuewen had indeed been injured during his assault on Zhou Hao the previous night. Moreover, the way his hands were wrapped did not appear conducive to concealing any weapon. Chen Xuewen, carrying 2 paper boxes, was also set aside by the bodyguards. One opened a box and found it filled with foreign liquor, pausing in surprise. "What is this?" Chen Xuewen glanced over and said, "It's foreign liquor. Are you unfamiliar with it?" Zhou Hao, taken aback, responded, "Foreign liquor? Chen Xuewen, what do you mean by bringing 2 bottles of liquor when you have not brought what I asked for? Are you planning to gift me something?" "Ha ha!" The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, oblivious to the fact that the bottles did not contain liquor at all. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen was keenly observing the individuals around him, silently calculating their numbers and assessing the environment, contemplating his next move. Just as he prepared to act, the door swung open, and several more individuals entered. At the forefront was a rotund man, Zhou Hao's father, Zhou Wancheng. Zhou Hao blinked in surprise. Dad, what brings you here? Zhou Wancheng shot him a stern look. If I don't come, who will clean up this mess tonight? Zhou Hao, bewildered, asked, what happened? Zhou Wancheng replied coldly, since you have decided to kill this boy, you must ensure that you eradicate all traces, leaving no loose ends. Are you not concerned that leaving any survivors could lead to future troubles? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several individuals entered the room, accompanied by 3 others, Li Eryong, Wu Lihong, and the already unconscious Zhao Dong. Upon seeing these 3, Chen Xuewen's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zhou Wancheng's notion of eradicating all threats referred specifically to them. Chapter 18, The Retaliation of the Common Man. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Zhou Hao was taken aback. Oh, aren't these 2 the ones that Chen Xuewen captured? How did you manage to locate them? Zhou Wancheng replied, that fellow Chen. He used Wu Lihong's small communicator to contact you. I had someone trace the signal and found them. Zhou Hao's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, and he chuckled. Father, you truly are as astute as ever. Zhou Wancheng shot him a glance. From now on, employ some common sense in your endeavors. These 3 are aware that Chen Xuewen is searching for you. If your intention is to eliminate him, you must also deal with them accordingly. It would be unwise to leave such potential threats unaddressed. Zhou Hao dismissed the warning. Father, so you were referring to them. It's fine. Wu Lihong is on my side, and Zhao Dong has taken our money. As for Li Eryong, if he dares speak out of turn, I will take care of him immediately. There will be no repercussions. Zhou Wancheng glared at him. I told you. Your actions are still too immature. Do you genuinely believe Wu Lihong is loyal? Zhou Hao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Zhou Wancheng took a deep breath and spoke gravely. I only learned tonight that it was Wu Lihong who informed Chen Xuewen's father about the first autopsy report. Otherwise, how could that old dog have known about it? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuewen's mind was overwhelmed, and he turned to Wu Lihong in disbelief. He could not fathom why she would betray him in such a manner. It left him perplexed. If Wu Lihong had already assisted Zhou Hao in framing him, why then would she disclose the details of the initial autopsy report to his father? Such actions seemed inherently contradictory. Zhou Hao was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, Father, could it be true? Zhou Wancheng, exasperated, responded, You still doubt it? My people retrieved the data from Chen Xuewen's father's phone and found the messages sent by Wu Lihong. Zhou Hao's expression darkened, and he glared at Wu Lihong, seething, You wretched woman, is this true? Wu Lihong's face turned ashen, and with a deep breath, she gritted her teeth. Indeed, it was I who did it. Zhou Hao, in a fit of rage, struck Wu Lihong across the face multiple times, fuming. Are you out of your mind? I've given you so much money, and this is how you repay me? You took my money to bribe the witnesses, and yet you stabbed me in the back. What do you truly want? With both sides of her face swelling from the blows, Wu Lihong spat out blood and retorted, Damn you, Zhou Hao. Do you really think I care about your paltry sum? If I weren't afraid of you silencing me, do you think I would help you bribe witnesses? Yes, I'm a wretched creature trampled upon by many, but I'm still a person. Watching Chen Xuewen's parents kneeling outside, pleading with those witnesses, my conscience could no longer bear such torment. Chen Xuewen gazed at Wu Lihong, astonished. He had not anticipated that this girl, often looked down upon by many, possessed such a fierce sense of justice. She may not be a virtuous girl, yet at the very least, she possesses a conscience. Zhou Hao, in a fit of rage, struck Wu Lihong across the face with several resounding slaps, exclaiming, Damn you, you wretched creature, this is of your own making. I shall deal with Chen Xuewen shortly, and you'll be buried alongside him. Wu Lihong spat blood at Zhou Hao defiantly, retorting, Come on, I fear you not. In a furious frenzy, Zhou Hao unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Wu Lihong, yet she continued to hurl insults without the slightest intention of silencing herself. Zhou Wancheng approached Chen Xuewen, his voice icy as he inquired, So you are Chen Xuewen? Chen Xuewen gazed upon the architect of his family's ruin, a profound sorrow engulfing him. You have caused me such devastation, yet you do not even recognize me? Chen Xuewen replied coldly. Zhou Wancheng scoffed dismissively. In my eyes, you are less than an ant. Why should I bother to know you? Enough of this banter. Be truthful, Where's the first autopsy report? Chen Xuewen remained silent. Zhou Wanchang smirked, unwilling to respond. Do you truly believe that so-called evidence can bring me down? Do you think Zhou Wanchang, became one of the top 10 wealthy individuals in Pingqing by mere chance? Let me tell you, not only that autopsy report, but even if you produce more evidence or find more witnesses, you will find yourself powerless against me. The forces backing me are beyond your imagination. To extinguish you would be as simple as crushing an ant. Do you understand? With a wave of his hand, Zhou Wanchang declared, Fine, since you refuse to speak, I shall not press you further. You lot, take care of him and dispose of the body afterward. He leaned closer to Chen Xuewen, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Do you see those two over there? Your parents were killed by them. Now, you shall meet the same fate at their hands. In a way, it brings closure to your family story. How considerate of me, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Wanchang erupted into a boisterous laugh, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and contempt. However, Chen Xuewen's eyes turned crimson with rage. He fixated on the two who had murdered his parents, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Zhou Wanchang! Chen Xuewen suddenly shouted in fury. Zhou Wanchang, still dismissive, chuckled. What is it? Have you decided to answer after all? Too late. I no longer care where that autopsy report is. My only desire is to eliminate you and erase all traces. Once and for all, ha. Chen Xuewen glared at Zhou Wanchang, his voice chillingly resolute. Let me make this clear. Even if I am but an ant, when pushed to the brink, I will bite back. Perhaps not fatally, but it will certainly cause you pain. As his words hung in the air, Chen Xuewen suddenly broke free from the grasp of the two men beside him and sprinted toward the exit. Witnessing this, Zhou Wanchang's expression shifted, urgency taking hold as he shouted, Close the door, do not let him escape. The bodyguard at the entrance promptly locked the door, and a dozen more bodyguards inside rushed forward, prepared to encircle Chen Xuewen. However, instead of fleeing towards the exit, Chen Xuewen darted towards another bodyguard, who was holding 2 bottles of foreign wine that Chen had brought. The bodyguard, seeing Chen charge at him, immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to retaliate. Yet, Chen did not attack. Instead, he swiftly snatched the 2 bottles from the bodyguard's grasp. With a decisive motion, he smashed the bottles to the ground, the glass shattering and the liquor spilling across the floor, while 2 boning knives clattered down beside him. Chen rolled on the ground, swiftly retrieving the knives. His body now slick with oil. Clad in leather, the oil adhered to him, rendering him exceedingly slippery. The cloth strips, tightly bound around his hands, proved invaluable at that moment. He inserted the knife handles into the strips, securely binding them, ensuring a firm grip. This was a lesson learned from the previous night's battle. In the chaos, blood-soaked hands could easily lose their grip on weapons. Wrapping the knives prevented such mishaps. Just as he completed this, a bodyguard charged from behind, delivering a kick aimed at Chen's back. Yet, given his oily exterior, Chen slid away, and the bodyguard lost his footing, tumbling before him. Seizing the moment, Chen struck with precision, plunging the boning knife into the bodyguard's neck and swiftly slashing upwards. Severing his throat, blood gushed forth as the bodyguard clutched his neck, trembling violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers, who had initially dismissed Chen Xuewen, now regarded him with newfound apprehension upon witnessing his swift and effective execution of a man. Zhou Wanchang's expression shifted as well, his anger palpable. Damn it. Grab your weapons and kill him. The crowd hastily drew their weapons, encircling Chen from all sides. Armed with the 2 boning knives, Chen remained vigilant, observing the approaching adversaries. Just as they were about to close in, he suddenly spun around, his arms sweeping outwards, releasing 2 clouds of white powder from his sleeves, enveloping the surrounding individuals. This powder was lime, cleverly concealed within his garments. Caught off guard, some were unable to shield their eyes, screaming as the lime invaded their vision. Others managed to shut their eyes in time, but found themselves disoriented and blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Chen donned his glasses and charged into the fray, wielding the boning knives as he plunged into the chaos of the crowd. Chapter 19. A desperate struggle. Chen Xuewen's carefully prepared glasses proved somewhat useful, at least shielding him from the caustic lime. Furthermore, he had liberally applied oil to his body, even to his face and eyes. The lime could be wiped away with oil, thus he remained unaffected by its sting. Meanwhile, the bodyguards, caught unawares, found their vision compromised by the lime, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. The slick oil on the ground caused many to slip and fall, creating utter chaos. Seizing the moment while the bodyguards were blinded, Chen Xuewen plunged into the fray. His first targets were two bodyguards, desperately rubbing their eyes as the lime stung them mercilessly, leaving them utterly distracted. Chen Xuewen advanced without hesitation, wielding his bone knives to sever their throats. These two men followed the fate of their fallen comrade, collapsing to the ground with blood gushing from their wounds in a ghastly display. Undeterred, Chen Xuewen pressed on towards his next target. From a distance, Zhou Wanqing remained untouched by the lime. He observed in horror as his bodyguards descended into chaos, witnessing the brutal slaying of two of them by Chen Xuewen. Startled, he shouted urgently, "Hey, forget about your eyes. Quickly, stop that Chen fellow. Do not let him approach you, or you will all perish." The bodyguards, hearing the cries of their comrades, sensed the dire situation. Yet, they were unable to open their eyes, resorting to flailing their weapons in a desperate attempt at self-preservation. They were all clustered in the same area, and with their eyes tightly shut, the pandemonium escalated, resulting in several bodyguards injuring one another. Chen Xuewen, crouching low, maneuvered through the crowd, swiftly slashing the throats of three more individuals with his bone knife. Thus, 6 bodyguards now lay on the ground, half of whom had ceased to breathe. With their arteries severed, survival was all but impossible without immediate attention to their wounds. Chen Xuewen's assault was ruthlessly efficient. These were the very individuals responsible for the suffering of his parents, and he felt no compunction in meting out his vengeance. Zhou Wanqing, witnessing his men fall one after another, was engulfed in panic. At this rate, it seemed certain that all his subordinates would perish at Chen Xuewen's hands. Given Chen Xuewen's merciless nature, it was clear he would not spare Zhou either. Desperation coursed through Zhou Wanqing as he surveyed the surroundings and spotted the liquor cabinet in the distance, an idea forming in his mind. He quickly gestured to Zhou Hao. How quickly the liquor cabinet! Zhou Hao, realizing the urgency, dashed towards the cabinet, intent on retrieving the liquor to help the bodyguards cleanse their eyes. However, Wu Lihong, observing this, suddenly lunged forward, tackling Zhou Hao to the ground. Zhou Hao was taken aback by her audacity to obstruct him and retaliated with a punch to Wu Lihong's face, cursing, "Wretched woman, let go of me." This punch caused Wu Lihong to bleed from her mouth and nose. Nevertheless, she refused to let go, fiercely clinging to Zhou Hao and preventing his escape. Zhou Hao struggled desperately, throwing punches and kicks at Wu Lihong, yet she remained steadfast, forcing him to drag her awkwardly towards the liquor cabinet. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing also rushed over, intent on retrieving a bottle of alcohol. Li Eryong, enduring excruciating pain, hopped on one leg towards Zhou Wanqing, embracing him to thwart his approach to the liquor cabinet. On Chen Xuewen's side, he continued to assault the bodyguards. However, his situation was hardly improved. Although the bodyguard were unable to open their eyes, they were still swinging their blades to defend themselves. Amidst the chaos, Chen Xuewen sustained 2 cuts. His upper body was relatively unscathed, protected by his leather jacket, which was slick with oil, causing the blades to slide off. Additionally, he had a layer of cowhide tightly bound underneath, which deflected several potentially fatal strikes. Yet, his head remained completely unprotected. One bodyguard's blade struck him squarely on the forehead, making Chen Xuewen see stars, his skin splitting and blood obscuring half of his face. Ignoring the pain, he forcefully wiped the blood from his face, gritting his teeth as he retaliated, slitting the throat of the bodyguard. However, this turmoil did not last long. Eventually, Zhou Hao succeeded in dragging Wu Lihong to the side of the liquor cabinet. He seized a bottle of foreign wine and hurled it violently at one of the bodyguards. The bottle struck the bodyguard, who reacted quickly, catching it in his arms. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and poured the liquor over his face. The alcohol washed away the lime on his face, and although his eyes still ached, at least he could open them now. Wiping the residue from his face, he passed the bottle to another bodyguard, instructing him to wash his face as well. "Damn it, I'll handle this brat first," he declared, charging towards Chen Xuewen. The other bodyguard hurriedly followed suit, cleansing his face of lime. The initial bodyguard quickly caught up to Chen Xuewen, tackling him to the ground. Zhou Hao and Zhou Wancheng breathed a sigh of relief at this turn of events. Their bodyguards, either martial artists or veterans, possessed formidable combat prowess. As long as one could see, they would be able to deal with Chen Xuewen. Within the room, there were a total of 15 bodyguards. In the earlier chaos, Chen Xuewen had already incapacitated 10 of them. Of the remaining 5, 2 had been wounded by their own comrades and were not much of a threat. However, the last 3 were more than sufficient to handle Chen Xuewen with ease. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. Don't be too hasty in killing him. Break his limbs for me. I want him to suffer to death. Turning his gaze to Wu Lihong, he spat, You wretched woman, do you dare to assist him? I'll soon make you aware of the consequences of opposing me. His fury mounting, he seized a bottle and smashed it over Wu Lihong's head. The wine bottle shattered with a resounding crash, and blood gushed from Wu Lihong's head. She collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixed upon Chen Xuewen, who was restrained by a bodyguard, her face a portrait of despair. Moments ago, she had witnessed Chen Xuewen dispatch numerous bodyguards, and she had dared to hope for a glimmer of salvation. Yet, it now appeared that Chen Xuewen was destined to meet a grim fate, and she would likely perish alongside him. Meanwhile, Li Yong was also held down by Zhou Wancheng. Nevertheless, he continued to roar, Wenzi, splendid work. Damn it, 1 kill breaks even, and 2 means profit. Chen Xuewen lay prostrate on the ground, his arm twisted by the bodyguard, who pressed his knee firmly against Chen's back, immobilizing him. However, Chen's body was slick with oil, allowing him to wriggle free from the bodyguard's grip. Without hesitation, he plunged a bone knife into the bodyguard's thigh. The bodyguard let out a piercing scream, but his fury surged as he retaliated with a heavy punch to Chen's head. Chen's vision blurred, and he nearly lost consciousness. With a forceful scrape, he freed the bone knife from the bodyguard's leg and, with a powerful twist, sent the bodyguard crashing to the ground. The bodyguard, quick to react, seized one of Chen's legs, preparing to counterattack. Yet Chen had already flipped over, and with his other hand, he drove the bone knife into the bodyguard's temple. The bodyguard screamed in agony, struggled momentarily, and ultimately succumbed to death on the spot. At that moment, 2 more bodyguards, having regained their senses, began to encircle Chen from either side. Zhou Hao, witnessing the unfolding chaos, abandoned all restraint and bellowed, Kill him. I command you to kill him. The previous bodyguard had fallen victim to Chen Xuewen's counterattack in an attempt to capture him alive. Now, with Zhou Hao's orders, the 2 bodyguards cast aside all reservations, brandishing their sharp blades as they advanced menacingly toward Chen Xuewen. Wu Lihong and Li Yong watched in horror, their faces etched with despair. With 2 battle-hardened bodyguards intent on eliminating Chen Xuewen, what hope could possibly remain for him? Chapter 20. Revenge. Chen Xuewen, ever vigilant as he observed the 2 men, bent down to retrieve his shoe from the ground. Moments earlier, a bodyguard had clutched his leg, causing the shoe to be torn off. He took a few steps back while holding the shoe, then bent to put it on. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 bodyguards charged at him, brandishing their knives. Just as they were about to reach him, Chen Xuewen abruptly straightened up. Instead of donning the shoe, he ripped off his sock and swung it towards the advancing bodyguards. Unbeknownst to them, he had concealed a plastic bag filled with lime within the sock. His earlier pretense of putting on the shoe had been a ruse to extract the plastic bag and prepare the lime. At the same time, it had served to lure the 2 bodyguards closer. True to form, they came rushing in. With a swift motion, Chen Xuewen flung the sock, and the already torn plastic bag burst open, releasing a cloud of lime. The bodyguards, confronted by the sudden white haze, immediately sensed the peril. However, it was too late for retreat. Desperately, they swung their long knives to fend off Chen Xuewen, frantically attempting to wipe the lime from their faces. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xuewen charged forward. One blade struck his clothing, slicing into his leather jacket, while the other landed heavily on his shoulder. Were it not for the cowhide beneath, it might have severed his shoulder entirely. Nevertheless, the leather was cut, leaving a substantial wound. Ignoring the pain, Chen Xuewen pressed on, plunging both carving knives into the necks of the 2 bodyguards, severing their heads with brutal efficiency. The two bodyguards fell, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Chen Xuewen yanked the knife from his shoulder, inhaled deeply, and turned to face the terrified Zhou Wancheng and Zhou Hao in the distance, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. "It is your turn now," he declared, each word dripping with menace. Zhou Wancheng and Zhou Hao were utterly paralyzed with fear. They could scarcely fathom that Chen Xuewen had single-handedly dispatched all 15 of their bodyguards. Although his methods were undeniably ruthless, one could not deny their effectiveness. Exchanging glances, the two turned to flee. Yet Li Eryong and Wu Lihong seized the moment, desperately blocking their escape. Chen Xuewen, gripping the carving knife, charged directly towards them. Zhou Wancheng hastily implored, "Young man, please listen to me, actually." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck, driving the knife into his cheek. Blood gushed forth as Zhou Wancheng howled in agony. With another swift motion, Chen Xuewen slashed his neck, and Zhou Wancheng collapsed into the blood-soaked ground, convulsing and rendered mute. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, witnessing his father's gruesome demise, was overtaken by terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As Chen Xuewen cast his gaze upon him, Zhou Hao promptly collapsed to the ground, trembling as he implored, "Brother one, I realize my mistakes. I truly do. I have wronged you. I bow before you. Spare my life. I beseech you." As he spoke, he knelt on the floor, repeatedly knocking his head until blood flowed freely. Chen Xuewen remained silent, merely crouching before him with an indifferent gaze. The sight of Chen Xuewen's predatory eyes filled Zhou Hao with terror, and he quivered, "Brother one, please spare me. I will help you clear your name. Furthermore, I can offer you money, any amount you desire. My father has passed, and I am the sole custodian of our wealth. Whatever sum you require, it is yours. I only plead for my life. I shall obey your every command." Chen Xuewen still said nothing, only slowly raised the bone knife in his hand. Witnessing Chen Xuewen's impending action, Zhou Hao was paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "Brother one, I speak the truth. There's a safe upstairs. If you don't believe me, I can open it now and give you all the money inside. Besides, if you kill me, you will not escape unscathed. The enforcement team will undoubtedly come for you." Chen Xuewen retorted coldly, "Do you think I fear death? My parents are dead, and I have no intention of living. Killing you both would serve as a fitting tribute to my parents. I shall join them below. It is only right." Zhou Hao's complexion turned ashen as he quickly replied, "You may not fear death, but what of your brother? He assisted you in dealing with us. He is an accomplice. With so many dead, how long do you think he will be imprisoned?" This statement caused Chen Xuewen to halt his hand. He glanced towards Li Eryong, realizing that while he himself was unafraid of death, the loss of so many lives could implicate Li Eryong as well. Just moments ago, Li Eryong had fought Zhou Wancheng, and if the enforcement team pursued the matter, Li Eryong might indeed become his accomplice. Seeing Chen Xuewen's gaze upon him, Li Eryong promptly declared, "Wenzi, do not heed him. I am not afraid." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before asking, "How much is in the safe upstairs?" Zhou Hao, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly replied, "There should be several 100,000. However, if you require more, I can procure it from elsewhere." How does 5 million sound? If that's insufficient, what about 10 million? After calculating in his mind, Chen Xuewen coldly commanded, "Go, open the safe first." Zhou Hao, not daring to delay, hurriedly led Chen Xuewen upstairs. In the study above, there was indeed a safe. Zhou Hao opened it to reveal a substantial amount of cash, along with several gold bars and jewels. After a rough estimation, there appeared to be over 300,000 in cash, 10 gold bars, and a variety of jewels. If sold, they could likely yield 400 to 500,000. This amount would surely suffice for Li Eryong's family. Zhou Hao, standing nearby, chuckled, "Brother one, tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to deliver another 10 million to you. Moreover, regarding tonight's incident, I will leverage my connections to ensure everything is settled. You can remain in Picheng without worry. No one will trouble you. From now on, I shall be your subordinate. If you say to go east, I would not dare venture west." Chen Xuewen turned his head, gazing coldly at Zhou Hao. "The lives of my parents cannot be resolved with money. I have stated that you and your father must perish, and I intend to uphold that promise. Otherwise, how am I to explain to my parents?" With that, Chen Xuewen swiftly plunged a knife into Zhou Hao's neck, slaying him on the spot. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he lay on the ground, his expression one of utter shock. Having eliminated this final adversary, Chen Xuewen finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. He removed 2 bone-cutting knives and retrieved the well from the safe, placing it into a bag. This fortune he intended for Li Eryong, to assist in providing for his family, thereby offering him a means of survival. Holding the bag, Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment before extracting 5 gold bars. He planned to give these bars to Wu Lihong. This woman, too, was a victim of circumstance, and she had informed Chen Xuewen's father about the initial autopsy report, thus aiding Chen Xuewen in a way. Having prepared everything, Chen Xuewen took a final glance at the safe to ensure nothing was overlooked. Upon scrutinizing it a second time, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the upper compartment of the safe. There was a protruding section that seemed oddly out of place. Curiously, he touched this area and discovered that there was, in fact, a hidden compartment behind it. He opened the compartment and extracted a thick notebook. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. Why was this notebook placed in the hidden compartment while the gold bars and cash were not? Could it be that this notebook held greater significance than the gold and cash? As he flipped through the pages of the notebook, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 21. The Will to Survive. This notebook primarily chronicles various transfer records and transaction details. Each transfer entry is accompanied by a receipt from the transaction. The names associated with these accounts are unfamiliar to Chen Xuewen, yet the amounts transferred are substantial. The initial portion consists of these records, while the latter part reveals a collection of photographs. These images are particularly revealing. Most depict adults, including several men in their 50s or 60s, alongside youthful and attractive women in intimate settings. Among these photographs, Chen Xuewen even discovers images of the campus belle, who appears in bed with at least a dozen different men. Furthermore, he spots several celebrities in similar compromising positions. While Chen Xuewen is perplexed by the earlier transfer records, he can surmise the nature of these photographs. Undoubtedly, they were captured by Zhou Wancheng. The men in the images are likely influential figures, whom Zhou Wancheng entertained with these young women, capturing intimate moments to use as leverage against them. Thus, it stands to reason that the preceding transfer records serve as evidence of this sordid scheme. It seems Zhou Wancheng has ascended to his current position through these nefarious tactics. As Chen Xuewen peruses the notebook, a bold idea suddenly takes form in his mind. Perhaps he could utilize this evidence to exonerate Li Eryong, or at the very least, prevent him from imprisonment. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he contemplates for a moment, gradually devising a plan. He sets Zhou Hao's body aside and, gathering the money and belongings, descends to the lower level. In the hall below, Li Eryong and Wu Lihong are still slumped on the floor. The scene is macabre, with a dozen corpses strewn about and the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. At this moment, fear begins to creep into their hearts. Wu Lihong, in particular, trembles at the sight of the lifeless bodies. Li Eryong, slightly more composed, urges Chen Xuewen, "Wenzi, we must escape while no one has noticed. If we can just leave Pingcheng, perhaps we can evade capture, start anew with a different name and identity." Wu Lihong nods in agreement. However, Chen Xuewen shakes his head. Resolute, there is no escaping this. With so many lives lost, even if I flee to the ends of the earth, the enforcement team will eventually track me down. Desperation overtakes Li Eryong. We must at least try. You cannot resign yourself to this fate. Your uncle and aunt have risked everything to save you. How can you simply accept defeat? If they were aware of your current attitude, would they wish for your survival or for you to give up? This sentiment strikes a chord deep within Chen Xuewen. His parents sacrificed their lives to advocate for him, all in the hope of securing his survival. If he were to surrender now, would that not betray their expectations? At this moment, Chen Xuewen's thoughts began to waver for the first time, and he entertained the notion of survival. He handed the bag in his hand to Li Eryong, saying, "Yongzi, this matter has escalated significantly. You are likely to face imprisonment alongside me, and I owe you an apology. Take this money back to your family. If you end up suffering because of me, this sum should suffice for your family for a while." Li Eryong waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing? Keep the money. You'll need it to escape. Don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of them. Chen Xuewen forcefully shoved the bag into Li Eryong's hands, insisting, no more arguments. Take it. Listen, you still have your parents and younger siblings to care for. Settle them first. We can discuss everything else later. With that, Chen Xuewen pushed Li Eryong out of the villa, gritting his teeth as he added, Tonight, I will handle everything. If I do not survive, remember, you must live on. During festivals, someone must visit the graves of me and my parents. You wouldn't want us to be without someone to burn paper for us, would you? Li Eryong's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he said, Wenzi, I know you want to bear all the guilt alone, but we are brothers. We should face this together. No matter what, I won't let you face death alone. If we must die, we shall die together. Chen Xuewen's eyes welled with tears. Having such a brother made his life feel worthwhile. He stepped forward, embraced this companion he had grown up with, and then patted his shoulder, saying, I promise you, I will do everything in my power to survive. You should know that I, Chen Xuewen, never go back on my word. Li Eryong took a deep breath and nodded. All right, then I will wait for you. He patted Chen Xuewen's shoulder vigorously, clutching the bag, leaning on his cane, and walked into the storm, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Xuewen watched as his brother disappeared from sight before returning to the villa. Wu Lihong was still sitting on the floor, wiping the blood from her face. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen return, she gave a bitter smile and said, Chen Xuewen, we've been classmates for so many years. May I ask you for a favor? Chen Xuewen replied, Speak. Wu Lihong took a deep breath. When you kill me later, could you not cut my throat? I do like to have a somewhat intact corpse. I don't want to die too disgracefully. Chen Xuewen regarded her intently and quietly asked, Why do you believe I intend to kill you? Wu Lihong forced a smile. You've reached this point. While I am not the mastermind, I am certainly an accomplice. Moreover, your parents are indirectly my responsibility. You drove Li Eryong away and kept me here, intending to exact complete revenge. Aren't you? Chen Xuewen did not respond to her, but instead tossed 5 gold bars before her. Wu Lihong stared at the gleaming gold bars, momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Chen Xuewen replied simply, For you. Wu Lihong raised her head to look at Chen Xuewen, her face filled with confusion. You want to kill me? Chen Xuewen replied calmly. I am not a fool. I could distinguish between good and evil. Indeed, you are an accomplice, but you were also coerced by Zhou Hao. Even without you, there would be others to assist Zhou Hao in this matter. If there is anyone to blame, it is my unfortunate fate, confessing my feelings to the school bell, encountering such a situation, and being chosen by Zhou Hao to take the fall. This has nothing to do with you. At this point, Chen Xuewen sighed. As for my parents, you cannot be held accountable. You merely wished to help. It was not your intention to cause them harm. Wu Lihong gazed at Chen Xuewen, her eyes gradually reddening as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, Thank you. At last, there is someone in this world who understands me. She steadied herself against the wall and continued, You should keep these gold bars. They may be useful when you flee. Since you want to kill me, I shall take my leave. You know I do everything for my own benefit. If the enforcement team captures me, I cannot guarantee my silence. Thus, it is best that I remain oblivious to where you intend to escape. As she limped towards the exit, Chen Xuewen stopped her. I will not flee, nor can I. I am giving you these 5 gold bars primarily to ask for your assistance. Wu Lihong, taken aback, asked what kind of assistance. Chen Xuewen produced a notebook. You have known Zhou Hao for quite some time and are familiar with the prominent figures in Pengqing. Please help me identify the individuals recorded here. I need to know their identities and backgrounds. Wu Lihong, astonished, inquired, What exactly do you intend to do? Chen Xuewen replied softly, I wish to clear my name and see the light of day once more. Chapter 22. Bargaining with a tiger. Wu Lihong perused the notebook, her mind rendered utterly speechless. As Chen Xuewen had pointed out, she had been closely associated with Zhou Hao for a considerable duration, and as someone who primarily frequented nightclubs, she possessed a relatively profound understanding of the influential figures in Pengqing and the entire Pingnan province. The individuals and names inscribed within that notebook, while perhaps unknown to Chen Xuewen, were distinctly recognizable to Wu Lihong, who understood precisely the stature of these individuals. Among them were several prominent figures frequently seen on television. True titans capable of summoning storms and obscuring the heavens in Pingnan province. After a thorough examination, Wu Lihong inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Chen Xuewen, do you comprehend the significance of the contents within this notebook? Should the information contained herein be revealed, countless dignitaries in Pingnan province would find themselves imprisoned. Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Please disclose their identities to me." Instead of responding, Wu Lihong gazed intently at Chen Xuewen. "I know your intentions. You seek to leverage this evidence to coerce those influential figures into assisting you with tonight's predicament, to absolve you of guilt, and to ensure your survival. However, Chen Xuewen, I must caution you that what you are attempting is tantamount to bargaining with a tiger." Chen Xuewen's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly unfazed by Wu Lihong's words. Growing increasingly anxious, Wu Lihong raised her voice. "Chen Xuewen, do you grasp my meaning? Do you believe that possessing this evidence will empower you to threaten those powerful figures like Zhou Wansheng? Let me clarify. That is utterly impossible." Wu Lihong gestured with her fingers as she elaborated. "Zhou Wansheng is a man of considerable influence, with formidable backing. The powerful dare not provoke him and must acquiesce to his threats. But you, on the other hand, lack any support or strength. Those dignitaries could extinguish you with but a flick of their finger. In such circumstances, attempting to bargain with them using this notebook is akin to courting death." Chen Xuewen cast a glance at Wu Lihong and replied calmly, "I understand everything you have said. However, do you believe I possess any alternatives? Given my current predicament, I must either gamble with this notebook or resign myself to death." Wu Lihong opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately exhaled a resigned sigh. Indeed, Chen Xuewen's situation had reached a point of no return, leaving him with little choice but to take a chance. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly relayed the identities and backgrounds of the individuals referenced in the notebook to Chen Xuewen in full detail. As he listened, Chen Xuewen rapidly analyzed the information in his mind. By the time Wu Lihong had finished detailing the circumstances of these individuals, Chen Xuewen had gained a clearer understanding of their profiles. Zhou Wansheng was involved in smuggling, and these dignitaries were all connected to his business dealings. Upon careful consideration, Chen Xuewen realized that none of these individuals could assist him in resolving his current predicament. These individuals could provide business assistance to Zhou Wansheng. Yet the current predicament was beyond their capacity to resolve. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly turned to Wu Lihong. "You mentioned that Zhou Wansheng has other forces backing him. Do you have any knowledge of who these supporters might be?" Wu Lihong shook her head. "I am unaware. I only recall Zhou Hao drunkenly pounding the table, asserting that his father's connections were formidable and that no one dared to provoke him." Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. "From Zhou Wansheng's methods tonight, it seems he has likely taken lives before. When he engaged in such deeds previously, did no one assist him in tidying up the aftermath?" Wu Lihong quickly replied, "Speaking of this reminds me, Zhou Wansheng has some ties to Master Ho from the West City. His business is shielded by Ho's men. Whenever Zhou Hao stirs up trouble and encounters insurmountable challenges, it is also Master Ho who resolves them." Chen Xuewen had heard of Master Ho, the underground overlord of Pingcheng, a figure of immense influence who traversed both the legal and illicit realms, and who no one dared to confront. He was astonished to learn that Zhou Wansheng was entangled with Ho. Reflecting on Wu Lihong's words, Chen Xuewen recalled several transaction records in that notebook, wherein Zhou Wansheng had transferred funds to Ho. Thus, it appeared that the force behind Zhou Wansheng indeed included Master Ho. This revelation sparked an idea in Chen Xuewen's mind. He promptly stood and retrieved the notebook. He tore away half of its contents, gazing at Wu Lihong. "Would you dare to assist me once more?" Wu Lihong glanced at the half notebook in Chen Xuewen's hand, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately nodded. "Speak." Chen Xuewen handed the half notebook to Wu Lihong. "I shall seek an audience with Master Ho shortly. Please help me conceal these items." Wu Lihong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Chen Xuewen, whispering, "You are insane. You have no idea what the relationship is between Master Ho and Zhou Wansheng. If Ho seeks revenge for Zhou, what will you do?" Chen Xuewen smiled. "If Master Ho truly desires vengeance for Zhou Wansheng, then I shall risk everything once more. Should I survive by some stroke of luck, I will leave Pingchang for good, escaping as far as I can. If I do not survive, then please ensure these items are sent to the provincial law enforcement. Wu Lihong, witnessing the unwavering determination in Chen Xuewen's eyes, felt tears welling up. She understood that his approach to Master Ho was a gamble with his life. Moreover, Ho was not a figure to be compared to Zhou Wansheng. Master Ho was a genuine underground titan of Pingcheng, his bodyguards far surpassing those of a mere businessman like Zhou. If Chen Xuewen fell into Ho's hands, it would indeed spell his doom. Very well, I shall comply. Wu Lihong gritted her teeth and declared. Chen Xuewen smiled at her and waved. Thank you. Now, you should leave. I have some matters to attend to. Wu Lihong gazed at Chen Xuewen, her words caught in her throat, ultimately turning away, tears glistening in her eyes as she departed. Chen Xuewen watched as the silhouette of the woman vanished into the swirling snow, releasing a deep sigh. He had avenged himself now. He was prepared to fight for his survival. Should he succeed, he would once again see the light of day. If he failed, it would mean certain death. Grasping a knife from the ground, he approached Zhou Wansheng's lifeless body and severed his head. Subsequently, he wrapped the severed head, gripping the bloodied trophy tightly, and, navigating through the snow-laden yard, he sought out a motorcycle to hasten towards Master Ho's residence amidst the falling snowflakes. Chapter 23. Lord Ho Wu resides in a magnificent standalone villa located in the Xiqing district, boasting a far greater expanse than that of Zhou Wansheng's estate. The villa is meticulously guarded, with security personnel stationed outside and an array of bodyguards within its confines, all loyal subordinates of Lord Ho Wu. Arriving on a motorcycle, Chen Xuewen approached the villa shortly after 2 in the morning. The roar of the engine roused the guards, who, fuming with irritation, barked through the window. What the hell are you doing? Do you not realize this is private property? Get lost at once, or I swear I'll break your legs and ensure you'll never ride a motorcycle again. Chen Xuewen stepped closer to the window and replied, Good sir, I urgently need to speak with Lord Ho Wu. The guard, taken aback, scrutinized Chen Xuewen with a frown, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? At this hour, you wish to disturb Lord Ho Wu? Does he not need sleep? Chen Xuewen persisted, I apologize, but it is imperative that I meet with Lord Ho Wu. Please relay my request. The guard, infuriated, retorted, Do you not comprehend? It's the dead of night. Lord Wu is resting. Whatever you need can wait until morning. As he spoke, he attempted to close the window. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chen Xuewen interjected, I genuinely have an urgent matter. Perhaps if you take a look at this, you might reconsider your stance. He then produced a bag and presented it through the window. What the hell is this? It reeks. The guard cursed as he curiously opened the bag. To his horror, a bloodied head tumbled out. Good heavens! He shrieked, startling several nearby bodyguards awake. Within moments, a group rushed over, demanding to know what had transpired. The guard, trembling in a corner, was paralyzed with fear. Upon seeing the gruesome sight, the bodyguards were equally unnerved. One of the braver bodyguards stammered, What do you intend to do with this? Are you trying to frighten us? With an air of calm, Chen Xuewen replied, This is Zhou Wansheng's head. I am aware that Zhou Wansheng had dealings with Lord Ho Wu, and thus, I wish to discuss certain matters with him. The bodyguards exchanged anxious glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They understood that Lord Ho Wu had always provided protection for Zhou Wansheng, who, in turn, had been a significant source of income for him. The murder of Zhou Wansheng was no trivial affair. One bodyguard dashed into the villa to inform Lord Ho Wu, while the others encircled Chen Xuewen. Though they refrained from aggression, their intent was unmistakable. He would not be permitted to leave. Chen Xuewen stood resolutely, silent and composed. Having brought Zhou Wansheng's severed head specifically for this confrontation, Lord Ho may not necessarily agree to meet him. Yet if he were to present the head of Zhou Wansheng, Lord Ho would undoubtedly grant him an audience. Indeed, it was not long before all the lights in the villa illuminated. A bodyguard emerged and spoke in a low voice. Lord Ho has instructed that he may enter, but a thorough search is required first. Several bodyguards seized Chen Xuewen, unceremoniously searching him from head to toe. This time, Chen Xuewen had come utterly unprepared. He understood well that in the presence of an underground magnate like Lord Ho, any preparations he might have were utterly futile. Moreover, his intention was not to fight desperately, but rather to negotiate terms. Once the search was completed, the bodyguards escorted Chen Xuewen directly into the villa. In the hall, a dozen bodyguards were already stationed. An elderly man, dressed in pajamas with graying hair, sat leisurely on the sofa. Beside him was a curvaceous woman with fair skin and exquisite beauty, attending to him as he sipped tea. Undoubtedly, this elder was Lord Ho himself. As Chen Xuewen entered the hall, he was intercepted by several bodyguards. Lord Ho took his time, finishing a cup of tea before finally addressing Chen Xuewen. "You are Chen Xuewen, correct?" Chen Xuewen replied. "Do you know me?" Lord Ho shook his head. "I do not recognize you. However, Zhou Wansheng borrowed a few men from me, claiming he intended to deal with you. Now that you have brought his head, your identity is no longer a mystery." Chen Xuewen took a deep breath. "Lord Ho, you are indeed no ordinary man." Without uttering a word, Lord Ho accepted a pipe from the woman beside him, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke slowly. He then turned his gaze back to Chen Xuewen. "Speak, what brings you here?" Taking another deep breath, Chen Xuewen declared loudly, "I wish to survive. I implore you to grant me a chance at life." At this proclamation, everyone in the room turned their attention toward Chen Xuewen. Even the beautiful woman shot him a look of surprise. Lord Ho exhaled the smoke and laughed heartily. "Young man, did I mishear? You murdered my friend, brought his head to me, and yet you seek me to spare your life? Are you out of your mind, or am I simply hard of hearing?" Unfazed, Chen Xuewen replied, "Lord Ho, was Zhou Wansheng truly your friend? If he were indeed your friend, you could slay me now, and I would not utter a word. If not, I believe we still have matters to discuss." Lord Ho regarded Chen Xuewen with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. After a considerable pause, he finally chuckled. "You, young man, possess a certain charm. No wonder you managed to escape from prison and create chaos for Zhou Wansheng's family while the law enforcement in Picheng was in hot pursuit, even bringing his head to me. Very well, I am curious to see what you wish to discuss." Lord Ho placed the pipe between his lips, sneering, "Young man, if you wish to live, it is not impossible. However, you must present me with a compelling reason to spare your life." Chen Xuewen let out a faint sigh of relief, for he understood that he had won the gamble. Master Ho Wu had never regarded Zhou Wansheng as a friend. Since they were not friends, there remained a glimmer of hope. Chen Xuewen retrieved a half-filled notebook from his possession. "Will this suffice for our transaction?" Master Ho Wu waved his hand, and a bodyguard took the notebook. As Master Ho Wu perused its contents, his eyes brightened noticeably. It appeared he deemed the evidence within quite valuable. He casually set the notebook aside and smiled at Chen Xuewen. "Young man, has no one ever taught you that when engaging in a transaction, one should never reveal their cards too early? All this evidence is now in my possession. How do you intend to negotiate with me?" Chen Xuewen regarded Master Ho Wu with a serene smile and retorted, "Who told you this is all the evidence I possess? In the realm of negotiation, why would I ever lay all my cards on the table at once?" Chapter 24. Do you need a woman's company? Chen Xuewen's words left Ho Wu momentarily taken aback, yet he soon erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Young man, you possess quite the cleverness. However, you remain rather inexperienced. With your presence here, do you truly believe I wouldn't seek to acquire additional leverage? Is it so difficult?" As Ho Wu spoke, the bodyguards within the room stealthily advanced toward Chen Xuewen. The atmosphere suggested an imminent capture. Unfazed, Chen Xuewen calmly replied, "Wu, do you have any idea how many lives I have taken tonight? In Zhou Wansheng's villa, I ended the lives of 18 individuals, including Zhou Wansheng and his son, as well as a witness who falsely accused me." Ho Wu furrowed his brow. "What? Are you trying to intimidate me?" Shaking his head, Chen Xuewen clarified, "I am not here to frighten you, but rather to convey that I have no path of retreat, having taken so many lives if you do not assist me. My time is limited. Therefore, dying here or outside holds little distinction." Observing the individuals encircling him, he sneered, "Thus, even if you capture me, do not expect to gain access to the other evidence. A chill crossed Ho Wuye's expression as he scrutinized Chen Xuewen, responding coldly, "Humph. I may not necessarily require that additional evidence. The portion I possess is already sufficient for my needs. Furthermore, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions in taking 18 lives? Do you believe I would risk my own safety for the sake of that other evidence? Should this matter be mishandled, it could easily lead to dire consequences." Chen Xuewen countered, "Wuye, this matter may no longer be at your discretion." Ho Wuye was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" With a serene smile, Chen Xuewen replied, "If you choose not to assist me, the remaining evidence will be sent to various law enforcement agencies." Ho Wuye scoffed dismissively. "What does that have to do with me? You threaten me with the affairs of others. Do you think I would be intimidated?" Chen Xuewen maintained his composure, stating, "Wuye, I am the one who killed Zhou Wansheng, and the last place I will be seen is here with you. Regardless of whether I perish here or am apprehended by law enforcement, you will be the final person to have seen me. If this evidence reaches the authorities, do you really think the influential figures will overlook who might be orchestrating these events from behind the scenes?" A sudden realization washed over Ho Wuye. He grasped Chen Xuewen's intentions. This notebook was a means to entangle him. Regardless of how he chose to confront Chen Xuewen, he could not absolve himself from the situation. Once the evidence within this notebook was exposed, those powerful figures, facing impending disaster, would undoubtedly turn on one another. As the last person to see Chen Xuewen, Ho Wuye would surely attract their scrutiny. Even with a formidable background, he could not withstand the combined forces of so many influential figures. Taking a deep breath, Ho Wuye glared at Chen Xuewen through clenched teeth. "You did not come here to negotiate today, did you? You intend to drag me down with you." Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said, "Fifth Master, during my time in prison, I learned a valuable lesson. When confronted with a situation beyond one's control, the most effective strategy is to drag those with power into the fray. Aligning such individuals with you will compel the opposition to devise a solution." As he glanced at the notebook on the table, he continued with a smile, "These pieces of evidence are beyond my capacity to utilize. However, you, Fifth Master, are different. If you assist me, these evidences will serve you well and could yield significant profits. Should you choose not to help, we may as well embrace our demise together. My life is but a mere trifle. If I perish, so be it. But you, Fifth Master, with your vast estate, ought to ponder carefully." Fifth Master's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuewen, fury evident in his expression. The others in the room exchanged glances, knowing well that they had followed Fifth Master for an extended period. He was a man of profound depth, rarely revealing his emotions. To see him so enraged was indeed a rarity. After a lengthy silence, Fifth Master gritted his teeth and said, "Chen Xuewen, do you truly believe this will intimidate me? Once I dispose of you, capturing all those connected to you to retrieve this evidence will pose no challenge." Chen Xuewen's demeanor remained composed as he replied, "Fifth Master, you may certainly attempt it. However, allow me to caution you. Should you miscalculate, the repercussions may be beyond your capacity to bear." Fifth Master clenched his teeth, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath, gradually softening his expression. "Very well. You indeed possess courage. In all these years, I have yet to encounter a young person like you." Suddenly, Fifth Master burst into hearty laughter, slamming his hand on the table. "Chen Xuewen, I see potential in you. This time, I shall lend you a hand. However, I have a request of my own." Chen Xuewen felt a surge of joy within. He knew he had wagered correctly. "Please, Fifth Master, do speak." Fifth Master regarded him and stated, "Starting tomorrow, you shall work for me." Chen Xuewen hesitated. As an underworld figure, Fifth Master was involved in unsavory dealings. To work for him would mean Chen Xuewen would also be drawn into that world. Fifth Master calmly observed him and added, "You've narrowly escaped death. Do you not wish to achieve greatness? By aligning with me, I can assure you a life filled with excitement." Chen Xuewen fell into contemplation, deeply moved by Fifth Master's words. His parents, ordinary workers, had pinned all their hopes on him, wishing for his success. Yet now, with his current situation, he could not attend university or secure a job. If he did not follow Fifth Master, he would likely end up laboring in menial jobs. As Fifth Master suggested, having been granted a second chance, he ought to live boldly, fulfilling his parents' aspirations. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen nodded slowly. Very well. Upon hearing this, Fifth Master erupted into laughter. He waved his hand and commanded, Binzi, go to Zhou Wanqing's villa and take care of things there. The individuals I arranged for him are predominantly fugitives from other regions. Dispose of their bodies without concern. The remaining ones should be placed in the villa and set ablaze. I will orchestrate the scene to appear as a fire incident. One of his bodyguards promptly nodded. Understood, Fifth Master. This bodyguard, accompanied by a group of subordinates, set off into the night to assist Chen Xuewen with the aftermath. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He never anticipated that, under Master Ho's command, the matter concerning Zhou Wanqing could be resolved so effortlessly. 18 lives lost, and it could all be dismissed as a mere fire? Master Ho, noticing Chen Xuewen's shock, smiled lightly. Xuewen, did you truly believe matters would be resolved so simply? The handling of this situation is not the challenge. Rather, it is how to influence the enforcement team's judgment that poses the greatest difficulty. He raised his teacup and continued softly. Do you understand how many connections I must leverage and how much money I must dispense to have this classified as a fire? Consider yourself fortunate to have found me. In Pingcheng, no one else possesses the capability to assist you with this dilemma. Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply and nodded slowly. Thank you, Fifth Master. Your kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart. Master Ho laughed heartily. Enough of the formalities. We are allies now. He sighed. I'm growing old and weary. I shall retire upstairs for some rest. Aru, please fetch him a few changes of clothes and arrange for him to stay the night. Tomorrow, everything will return to normal. The elegant woman beside him smiled and nodded, rising to say, Come along, dear. Chen Xuewen hesitated momentarily, whispering, Fifth Master, I am still a fugitive. This situation. Master Ho replied leisurely. This matter is straightforward. I possess the autopsy report of that campus belle, which can exonerate you. Chen Xuewen's heart raced. He suddenly realized that these seasoned players were far from simple. Master Ho had his own copy of the autopsy report, undoubtedly a tool to coerce Zhou Wanqing. These cunning individuals always kept a card up their sleeves. While his expression remained composed, Chen Xuewen inwardly braced himself, recognizing the necessity for vigilance when dealing with such shrewd characters. Under the guidance of the alluring Aru, Chen Xuewen proceeded to the guest room on the first floor. Aru provided him with a set of pajamas, her fox-like eyes appraising him with a smile. Little brother, you look rather disheveled. You should take a warm bath. Chen Xuewen, feeling a bit awkward, accepted the pajamas. Thank you, and Aru. Aru's demeanor shifted slightly. What do you mean by aunt? My surname is Fong. Call me Fong Ru. I'm only 23. Chen Xuewen scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, may I call you Sister Ru? Aru then smiled. Good. Now hurry and wash up. Chen Xuewen entered the bathroom clad in his pajamas, and at that moment, he finally felt a semblance of relaxation. After enjoying a warm shower, he emerged from the bathroom in his nightwear, only to discover that Fong Ru had not departed. Instead, she was reclining gracefully on the bed. Dressed in a luxurious silk nightgown, her figure was exquisitely alluring, and her captivating gaze roamed over Chen Xuewen. The room was enveloped in an intoxicating, ambiguous fragrance, emanating from the perfume she wore. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Xuewen whispered, Sister Ru, do you need anything? Fong Ru chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that Master Wu asked me to ensure you are well taken care of. I merely wanted to inquire whether you're accustomed to sleeping alone. Do you perhaps require the company of a woman to help you unwind? Chapter 25. I am accustomed to sleeping alone. Fong Ru's beauty is truly remarkable, surpassing that of the so-called pure school belle by a considerable margin. Such a woman holds a potent allure for men. However, Chen Xuewen appeared oblivious to her charms. He shook his head and replied, Thank you, Sister Ru, but I prefer to sleep alone. Fong Ru was momentarily taken aback. In all these years, no man had ever disregarded her in such a manner. It was a first for her to experience such a setback. Yet, she soon regained her composure and laughed. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a modest gentleman. Are you shy? or perhaps intimidated by Fifth Master. Rest assured, this is Fifth Master's directive. Besides, I'm not the one hosting you. As she spoke, Fongru clapped her hands, and several tall, stunning young women entered the room. Choose one to accompany you. If one isn't enough, feel free to select 2 or 3. It's all acceptable, Fongru said with a light smile. Chen Xuewen maintained his expression. Thank you, Sister Ru, but I truly wish to rest for the night. Fongru regarded him with a profound gaze, surprised by his composure. She hadn't expected this young man to possess such remarkable restraint. It is worth noting that these girls were handpicked by her, all exquisite beauties. Typically, men would be rendered speechless in their presence, yet Chen Xuewen exhibited no change in demeanor. This was an unprecedented situation for Fongru. It seems you are indeed fatigued. In that case, rest well. Once you have regained your strength, you can enjoy yourself fully. With a gentle smile, she left him with those words and turned to depart. As Chen Xuewen watched her walk away, he finally exhaled deeply. He locked the door behind him and lay alone on the bed, his emotions in turmoil. In truth, he was a young man brimming with vitality, capable of impulsive decisions. Had this been a previous time, faced with such a situation and the willingness of such a beauty to accompany him, he would have easily succumbed. However, after all he had endured, he had undergone significant changes. He was no longer the reckless fool who would throw caution to the wind for love, nor was he a dazed individual at the sight of women. Old Du had once said, if one wishes to succeed, one must learn to suppress their desires. Despite old Du's cunning nature, one could not deny the wisdom in his words. Although Fifth Master frequently insisted that Chen Xuewen was treated as one of his own, Chen Xuewen remained aware that such words could not be taken at face value. He needed to tread carefully, otherwise, he feared he might not even comprehend the circumstances of his demise. Upon returning upstairs, Fongru found Fifth Master seated by the bed, smoking a dry cigarette. How'd it go? He inquired. Fongru rolled her eyes and replied, don't even mention it. I went in personally, and he didn't even spare me a glance. Fifth Master furrowed his brow. Really? You personally intervened and still failed? Fongru spat disdainfully, indeed. I truly suspect that this fellow has an inclination towards men. Houye chuckled derisively. The incident that transpired was merely a consequence of his confession to that so-called campus belle. How could he possibly favor men? Fongru, incensed, retorted, what does that imply? Is he truly inferior to that campus belle? Houye scrutinized Fongru's curvaceous figure and laughed heartily. Which campus belle could compare to you? You are, after all, the most beautiful woman in Pingxing. A flush of pride graced Fongru's face as she queried, then tell me, what is the true nature of this young man? Houye ignited another pipe of tobacco, inhaling deeply, his gaze becoming shrewd. This young man is no simpleton. At his age, few possess the restraint to govern their desires. Fongru paused momentarily, then whispered, are you suggesting that you intend to cultivate him? Houye smiled coldly. Cultivate? Individuals like him harbor profound thoughts. Keeping him close could eventually lead to calamity. For now, let us not startle the serpent in the grass. Arrange for a virtuous young woman to gradually approach him. Find a way to obtain the other half of the evidence he possesses, and then we shall deal with him accordingly. Fongru nodded. Arranging for a young woman is feasible. However, given his demeanor, it may not be easy to get close to him. The girls I presented today are all stunning. Yet he didn't even spare them a glance. Houye chuckled. If it comes to that, you may have to make a personal sacrifice. Capturing such a young upstart should not pose a challenge for you. A fleeting glimmer of icy determination flashed in Fongru's eyes, though her expression remained unchanged as she smiled. Me? Sacrifice? Aren't you jealous? Houye laughed heartily, brushing the ash from his pipe, and slowly retreated to the inner chamber, stating, I'm weary. I shall rest now. He entered the inner room and closed the door behind him. Fongru lingered at the threshold, her expression gradually morphing into one of coldness, her eyes brimming with frost. Ultimately, she let out a soft sigh, proceeded to the outer chamber, and lay down to rest fully clothed. Strangely, these two individuals did not share the same bed that night. Chapter 26. I will prepare noodles for you, Chen Xuewen slumbered soundly until the break of dawn, awakening to the realization that it was already past 10 in the morning. He hastily donned his clothes and stepped outside his room. The familiar sounds of the television resonated from the living room. Upon entering, he discovered Fong Ru reclining on the sofa, clad in a set of elegant pajamas. Despite the frigid winter landscape outside, the interior exuded a cozy warmth. Fong Ru lay gracefully on the couch, her form perfectly complemented by her attire. Noticing that she was alone, Chen Xuewen took a step back. "Sister Ru, where's Lord Wu?" he inquired. Fong Ru turned her head, a captivating smile gracing her beautiful features. "You're awake. Lord Wu has gone out with some people." "Out? Then, what about my matters?" Chen Xuewen asked. Fong Ru gestured towards the television. "Look, the news is reporting on it now." At that moment, Chen Xuewen's attention was drawn to the broadcast, which was detailing a tragic incident in the suburban villa of Pitching. The headline announced that a fire, caused by the illegal use of heating equipment, had resulted in 3 fatalities. A shiver ran down Chen Xuewen's spine. This villa belonged to Zhou Wanqing. The situation had indeed been classified as a fire, and the death toll had been significantly reduced to merely 3 individuals. He recalled that he had eliminated 18 people. Now only 3 were reported dead, drastically diminishing the severity of the incident. Chen Xuewen was astonished. It was apparent that Lord Wu's influence was formidable. To manipulate the narrative in such a short span of time required extraordinary capability. Only 3 fatalities? What the other 15? He pondered aloud. Fong Ru replied. Most of those 15 were fugitives who lived in the shadows. Their lives were of little concern to anyone. Their bodies will simply be disposed of. As for the remaining few, we can concoct alternative accidents, such as car crashes or drownings. Once the autopsy reports are prepared, no one will scrutinize the details closely. Later, Lord Wu can allocate some funds to take care of their families, and everything will be settled. Chen Xuewen was struck by the revelation. Realizing the extent of Lord Wu's experience in handling such matters with remarkable ease. For someone of Lord Wu's stature, extinguishing a few lives was hardly a significant undertaking. Noticing Chen Xuewen's rapt attention on the television, Fong Ru playfully patted the sofa beside her. "Why are you standing there like a statue? Come and sit down." As she shifted slightly to create space for him, Chen Xuewen glanced at her but shook his head. "Thank you, Sister Ru, but I prefer to stand." Fong Ru smiled gently. "What is the matter? Afraid that Lord Wu might see you? Rest assured, it's just you and me here. The others have accompanied Lord Wu. The closest ones are merely a few security guards at the entrance. I want to call them. They want to come unless summoned." The words were laden with insinuation, subtly suggesting to Chen Xuewen that there were now 2 solitary souls within the confines of the room. However, Chen Xuewen remained unmoved, calmly responding, "No need for that. After a night's rest, I simply wish to stand for a while." Fong Ru's brows knitted slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. The other men, upon receiving just a glance from her, would eagerly prostrate themselves at her feet. Yet here was Chen Xuewen, who, despite her overt hints, hardly spared her a glance, causing her to question her allure for the very first time. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ru plastered a smile on her face once more, asking, by the way, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to get you something to eat?" Chen Xuewen replied, "No trouble, I'm not hungry." Fong Ru felt a surge of annoyance. Had she been so explicit that he was truly oblivious? Chen Xuewen's attention was primarily fixed on the television, where the news reported on a fire, followed by a second story, one concerning him. This latter report delved into the murder of the campus belle. The law enforcement team had received the autopsy report, which confirmed that another was responsible for her demise. Simultaneously, all witnesses who had previously implicated Chen Xuewen recanted their statements. The enforcement team publicly declared that Chen Xuewen was no longer a suspect and announced plans for compensation due to the earlier events. As he absorbed this report, Chen Xuewen felt as though he were frozen in place. At that moment, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He had finally cleared his name, yet the cost was steep. His parents were gone. After watching the report, Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply and said, "Sister Ru, I wish to return home for a while. When Fifth Master arrives, could you kindly inform him? I shall attend to my parents' affairs and then return to assist him." Without waiting for Fong Ru's response, he turned and departed. Feng Ru's face turned pale with rage. Chen Xuewen had not regarded her even once, leaving her with a sense of humiliation. Departing from Fifth Master's villa, Chen Xuewen mounted the motorcycle he had ridden the night before and hastened towards the city. Half an hour later, he found himself back in the familiar alley. His family home, situated in the rural area of Pinching, was a modest old house of over 40 square meters that his parents had purchased. Chen Xuewen had grown up here. As he walked through the alley, gazing at the surroundings he knew so well, tears finally streamed down his cheeks. Returning home, he was met with a world that had irrevocably changed. The parents who had once awaited his return for dinner now existed in a realm beyond. Chen Xuewen felt his heart twist in agony. The closer he approached his home, the heavier the pain in his heart. At last, he beheld the familiar door. There, two figures sat anxiously waiting. One was Li Eryong, leaning on a cane. The other was Wu Li Hong, disheveled and still in her unchanging clothes. Both craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the end of the alley, filled with anticipation. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen approach, they momentarily froze. Then their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. Wu Li Hong suddenly sprang up, her heart brimming with excitement as she rushed forward and enveloped Chen Xuewen in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're back. You truly are back." Meanwhile, Li Eryong hopped joyfully on one leg, exclaiming loudly, "Wenzi, I told you nothing would happen to you. You promised me you would return, and I have unwavering faith in you." Ha 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 ha. As laughter filled the air, he soon found himself weeping once more, observing the two sorrowful figures before him. Chen Xuewen felt a semblance of solace wash over him. Though his parents were no longer present, he realized that he was not alone. There were still those at home waiting for his return. Chapter 27. Live life to the fullest at noon. Chen Xuewen ventured out to procure some vegetables, while Wu Li Hong busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a lavish spread. Li Eryong sat at the table, gazing in astonishment at the array of dishes, exclaiming, "Wow, I never knew that Sister Hong was such a talented cook." Chen Xuewen, equally surprised, cast a glance at Wu Li Hong, not expecting this tough woman to possess such culinary skills. The table was adorned with an array of dishes that were not only visually appealing, but also tantalizing to the palate, rivaling even those prepared by Chen Xuewen's mother. With a proud smile, Wu Li Hong declared, "Humph, I've been cooking since I was 8 years old. Back then, I was the one who prepared all the meals for the family." Chen Xuewen was taken aback. "You started cooking at 8? Your parents must have been quite willing to let you take on such responsibilities." At this remark, Wu Li Hong's expression shifted slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Xuewen suddenly recalled an incident from their school days. It seemed that Wu Li Hong's parents had never visited the school. Even during parent-teacher meetings, or when she had skipped school to fight, it was always her elderly grandmother who showed up. Chen Xuewen had never pondered this before, but now he felt a pang of realization that Wu Li Hong's family circumstances were likely not very favorable. "All right, I'm nearly starving. Let us dig in," Li Eryong interjected, seizing his chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. The three of them had hardly eaten since last night and were ravenous. Observing the two men enjoying their meal, Wu Li Hong's face brightened with a smile. She turned and returned from the kitchen, carrying 2 bottles of liquor. "Let's celebrate Wenzi's rebirth. Gulme, we shall not cease until we are intoxicated," Wu Li Hong announced with a laugh. Li Eryong promptly grabbed a cup, but Chen Xuewen halted him, saying, "You two can drink, but I shall abstain." Li Eryong protested, "Don't be like that. On such a joyous occasion, we must celebrate." Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. "The last time I drank, it led to my family's ruin. From now on, I shall not indulge." Exchanging glances, Li Eryong and Wu Li Hong set their cups down, their expressions darkening. The events surrounding Chen Xuewen's parents would forever remain a lingering pain in his heart. They refrained from drinking, and after their meal, Wu Li Hong swiftly began to clear the table. Li Eryong pulled out a cigarette pack, offering one to Chen Xuewen. "Care for a smoke? A post-meal cigarette is better than a heavenly experience." Chen Xuewen chuckled softly, shaking his head. "During my time in prison, someone once told me that if you aspire to be a true individual of distinction, you must avoid addictive substances. One can only advance further and stand taller by mastering one's desires." Li Eryong, bewildered, gazed at Chen Xuewen and asked, Wenzi, where did you learn such profound wisdom? It's just a cigarette. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. After Li Eryong took a few puffs and extinguished the cigarette underfoot, he inquired, What is the plan now? In a quiet voice, Chen Xuewen replied, Had these events not transpired, I would be attending university in another city at this very moment. Li Eryong spat in frustration. Damn it, Zhou Hao, that scoundrel has caused a great deal of harm. Why not return to your studies? You're only 19. There's still time. Chen Xuewen shook his head. It's too late for that. After spending half a year in prison and going through so much, I can no longer go back. With a wry smile, he continued, My parents lived their lives honestly but were bullied throughout. Their greatest wish was for me to succeed. Now that I have survived, I must fulfill their dream. As long as I am alive, I shall live boldly. Li Eryong regarded Chen Xuewen with a grin. Wenzi, it's as if you've transformed during your time in prison. The old you would never have said such things. Chen Xuewen smiled softly. His life had irrevocably changed. At that moment, Wu Lihong emerged, having finished her tasks. She took a cigarette box from Li Eryong, expertly lit one, and inquired, What are you discussing? Li Eryong chocolat. Look, even the girls are tougher than you fellows. Smoking a cigarette, what's the big deal? Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and turned to Wu Lihong. By the way, I recall you have a younger brother. What is he up to now? Wu Lihong hesitated slightly. Her forehead bowed, her hair obscuring half her face. She took a deep drag from her cigarette and replied with a light laugh. He hasn't been well and is recuperating. Chen Xuewen sensed that Wu Lihong had more to say, but chose not to pry, simply leaning back in his chair in silence. After finishing her cigarette, Wu Lihong stood up. All right, I need to head to work. You two can manage dinner on your own. With that, she grabbed her bag and swayed her hips as she departed. At the door, she suddenly turned around and tossed a heavy bag into Chen Xuewen's arms. By the way, since you're alive, here's this back. Chen Xuewen opened the bag to find 5 gold bars inside. He was taken aback that this money-hungry woman would return them. Li Eryong smacked his forehead. Right, I'll bring you the cash and gold bars later. Since this matter is settled, a 1 TB needing the relocation fee. Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. No need. What's yours is yours. Li Eryong skufa. What nonsense is that? You risked your life for this. How could I take it? Besides, if Wu Lihong, despite her difficulties, is returning the gold bars, why should I take anything? Chen Xuewen was puzzled. What difficulties is Wu Lihong facing? Li Eryong widened his eyes in surprise. What? You're not aware of her situation? Chen Xuewen shook his head. He truly knew little about this woman. If it weren't for this incident, their paths might never have crossed again. Li Eryong siga. Wu Lihong is quite pitiable. Her parents passed away from illness when she was only 7 or 8. She was raised by her grandparents, which explains why she had to cook for the family from a young age. Later, her brother was diagnosed with kidney disease and required hospitalization, undergoing dialysis weekly to survive. With no other option, she resorted to working in a bar to earn money, hoping to fund her brother's treatment and save enough for a kidney transplant. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the tragic circumstances surrounding Wu Lihong's life. Previously, he had looked down upon her, deeming her to be lacking self-respect. However, he now realized that Wu Lihong had compelling reasons for her actions. In contrast, this seemingly self-deprecating woman was far more admirable than the pure and beautiful campus belle. Chen Xuewen sighed, reflecting that ultimately, it all came down to poverty. By the way, Leon, what can we do to make money quickly? Li Eryong scoffed. You ask me? I know how to spend money rapidly, but have no clue how to earn it swiftly. Chen Xuewen rubbed his temples. We need to find something lucrative to do. We can't just drift aimlessly like this. After pondering for a moment, Li Eryong suddenly leaned closer to Chen Xuewen. How about we pursue wealthy women? It's fun, and the money comes quickly. It's perfect. Chen Xuewen chuckled and playfully tapped Li Eryong. You rascal. All you think about are such sordid schemes. Do you even take a moment to consider if anyone would be interested in you? Li Eryong picked up a mirror from the table, grooming his hair with a smug expression. You don't understand. Wealthy women are attracted to my type. Chen Xuewen grimaced and, uninterested in the conversation, turned to retreat to his room for some rest. Chapter 28. Wu Lihong's overnight stay that evening. Li Eryong returned home, leaning on his cane. Chen Xuewen sat alone in the desolate room, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he ventured into the inner chamber and retrieved a bag that had been in the possession of old Du during his escape from prison. Within it lay not only a sum of cash, but also several other items. Although Chen Xuewen was unaware of old Du's true identity, it was evident that such a cunning old fox was far from ordinary. The fact that he chose to carry these possessions in such dire circumstances indicated their utmost significance. Previously, Chen Xuewen had lacked the time to investigate these items, but now that all matters had been resolved, he was eager to uncover what old Du had clung to so desperately. Upon unfastening the bag, he found it meticulously wrapped in layers of plastic. As he peeled back the plastic, he discovered several layers of craft paper, underscoring old Du's serious regard for the contents within. Finally, as he unwrapped the craft paper, he was astonished to unveil 2 aged tomes. One was titled Heart Techniques, while the other was named The 8 Extraordinary Meridians. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. After all, were 2 books truly worthy of such careful safeguarding? He opened the books and perused them for a while. The 8 Extraordinary Meridians detailed the human body's meridian system, with annotations regarding various acupoints. It described the consequences of injuries to specific points and the fatal outcomes of attacks on others. Upon a thorough examination, Chen Xuewen deduced that this book was, in essence, a manual on the art of killing. The lethal techniques that old Du had imparted to him were likely derived from this very text. As for the heart techniques, Chen Xuewen's astonishment deepened upon inspection. This book was a comprehensive guide on discerning human intentions and manipulating the mind. Some passages echoed what old Du had previously shared with him, albeit in a notably selective manner. After finishing the book, Chen Xuewen was profoundly shaken. He finally comprehended why old Du held this tome in such high esteem. The knowledge contained within had the potential to transform one's worldview entirely. Mastery of heart techniques could elevate an ordinary individual to unprecedented heights. As he cherished this newfound treasure, Chen Xuewen eagerly delved into heart techniques, his thirst for knowledge insatiable. He lost track of time, and by the time he finished the book, it was already the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Startled, Chen Xuewen seized a dagger and concealed it in his sleeve as he approached the entrance. "Who is it?" he inquired. A voice from outside responded, "It's me." Chen Xuewen paused, taken aback by Wu Lihong's unexpected return. He opened the door to find her, clad in a short skirt and adorned in an exceedingly alluring manner. Staggering into the room, the scent of alcohol surrounded her. She appeared quite inebriated and somewhat disheveled, swaying as she collapsed onto the sofa. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow slightly, but poured a glass of water and handed it to her. "What brings you here?" Wu Lihong gulped down the water and leaned back on the sofa. "I finished work and had nowhere to go, so I thought I might stay here for the night." "Is that inconvenient?" Chen Xuewen replied, "Not really. It's just that I'm home alone right now. Having a girl stay here." Wu Lihong interjected, "Oh, please. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Are you going to eat me?" As she spoke, she reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, her slender legs in high heels swaying provocatively, as if challenging Chen Xuewen. With a resigned shrug, Chen Xuewen said, "All right then, which room do you want to stay in?" Wu Lihong replied, "Whichever." Ultimately, Chen Xuewen relinquished his own room to her and took refuge in his parents' room. Lying in bed, he felt somewhat restless. After all, he was a young man, and having a beautiful woman sleeping next door inevitably stirred some thoughts. Eventually, he managed to suppress his desires and forced himself to sleep. The following half-month passed in a rather mundane fashion. During this time, Li Eryong was at Chen Xuewen's place daily, bringing along the 300,000 in gold bars. As for Wu Lihong, she treated Chen Xuewen's home as her own base, cooking for the 2 men during the day and returning from work late at night to stay there. The 3 of them cohabited as if they were a family. Throughout these 2 weeks, apart from visiting his parents' graves, Chen Xuewen spent most of his time wandering the streets. He was primarily observing the commercial landscape of Pingcheng, preparing to choose a suitable industry to venture into. During this period, there was no sign of Ho Wuye seeking out Chen Xuewen. Ho Wuye had previously mentioned wanting Chen Xuewen to work for him in the future, yet now he seemed to have forgotten him. Nevertheless, Chen Xuewen refrained from actively pursuing Ho Wuye. Ever since he read Heart's intent, Chen Xuewen had matured significantly. He understood that with Ho Wuye's cunning nature, he was surely keeping a watchful eye on him from the shadows. Thus, Chen Xuewen anticipated that Ho Wuye would eventually come to him. He did not wish to seek out Ho Wuye directly, as that would place him in a passive position. That morning, Chen Xuewen, as usual, was strolling the streets with Li Eryong. Upon passing an alley, they encountered three young men with flamboyantly dyed hair and tattoos adorning their necks. Upon seeing them, Li Eryong's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly ducked behind Chen Xuewen, whispering, "Wenzi, let us go this way." Chen Xuewen, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Before Li Eryong could respond, the leader of the trio jeered, "Oh, if it isn't Brother Eryong. What is this? Out shopping now? Seems like the last beating wasn't sufficient." Chen Xuewen lifted his gaze and observed three flamboyantly dressed youths approaching, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Li Eryong, upon seeing them, felt a wave of embarrassment and anger wash over him, and quietly remarked, "Yangzi, I haven't provoked you. Please don't seek trouble for no reason." The leader of the trio was indeed the one named Yangzi. He let out a cold laugh and replied, "Brother Eryong, your words are rather misplaced. Hago has made it clear that you are not welcome in this area any longer. If we see you again, it will be trouble. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot simply pretend not to see you." Li Eryong implored softly, "Yangzi, I merely passed by inadvertently. Must you be so ruthless?" He continued, "How about this? I will turn back and leave now. Surely that would suffice?" Yangzi chuckled malevolently, "Brother Eryong, you've already trespassed into our territory. If I let you leave without consequence, what would that say about our brotherhood? However, since we have shared a bond in the past, I want to go to extremes. Here is the deal. You can leave this place, and I shall act as though I have not seen you. What do you say?" "Ha ha!" The other two youths erupted into raucous laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt as they regarded Li Eryong. Furious and trembling, Li Eryong opened his mouth to retort, only to be restrained by Chen Xuewen, who fixed a steely gaze upon Yangzi and intoned, "So it was you who broke Eryong's limbs?" Yangzi was taken aback momentarily, then seethed, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Xuewen did not respond, but coldly reiterated, "I ask you again, were you the one who broke Eryong's limbs?" Yangzi, enraged, spat back, "Yes, it was me." "So what?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen had already launched into action. He delivered a swift kick to Yangzi's groin, causing the latter to scream in agony and collapse to the ground, incapacitated. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewen followed up with a punch to the eye of another youth, who staggered back, clutching his face and falling to the ground. The last remaining youth was met with Chen Xuewen's fierce advance as he shouted, "Take him down." Li Eryong, without a moment's hesitation, grasped his cane and swung it recklessly toward their adversary. Chapter 29. Seeking Revenge? I await your arrival. The battle commenced with remarkable swiftness and concluded just as rapidly. Although there were three individuals on Yangzi's side, he was swiftly incapacitated by a kick to the groin delivered by Chen Xuewen. The remaining two were soon met with misfortune. One sustained an eye injury from Chen Xuewen's blows, while the other suffered a grievous head wound at the hands of Li Eryong, wielding a cane with ferocity. As for the last young man, despite his initial attempts to resist when Chen Xuewen subdued him, his struggles were in vain. Chen Xuewen had dedicated considerable time to studying the 8 extraordinary meridians, and his efforts bore fruit. Although the young man managed to land a couple of punches on Chen Xuewen, they merely elicited minor discomfort. In stark contrast, each strike from Chen Xuewen found its mark in vital areas, rendering the youth incapable of further resistance. Thus, within a mere 5 minutes, the trio was subdued, cowering against the wall with their heads cradled in their arms. Li Eryong, who had previously endured a beating from these three, felt a sense of vindication as he wielded his cane, striking the trio until their heads were bruised and bloodied, finally relenting with satisfaction. Yangzi and his companions, though seething with fury, dared not voice their anger and instead glared at Li Eryong with venomous eyes. "Today, we admit defeat. If you have the audacity, reveal your name, and I shall summon my elder brother to settle the score." Yangzi spat through gritted teeth. Li Eryong, now agitated, swung his cane once more. You dare to seek revenge? Yangzi, incensed by the blows, retorted furiously, Go to hell, Li Eryong. If you possess the capability, kill me today. If you fail, I shall never forgive you. Li Eryong felt a surge of panic. Should these individuals decide to retaliate, their side would undoubtedly be outmatched. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen maintained an air of calm as he approached Yangzi, looking down at him with a cold demeanor. You wish to exact revenge? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity. Return and inform your elder brother that I am Chen Xuewen. My residence is at number 13, 5th Alley, Happiness Village. Should you desire vengeance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yangzi seethed with barely contained rage. Fine. You possess courage. I shall remember you. Chen Xuewen scoffed dismissively, replying coldly, I shall wait for him at home. If he does not come to find me tonight, I will personally seek him out tomorrow. With that, Chen Xuewen turned on his heel, leading Li Eryong away. As Yangzi watched the three depart, a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes as he sprung to his feet, seething with indignation. Damn it! I shall find my elder brother. Tonight, we will eliminate these two wretches. On their way home, Li Eryong, filled with trepidation, grasped Chen Xuewen's arm. Wenzi, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize that Yangzi's elder brother is Lao He? Chen Xuewen glanced at Li Eryong. This Lao He, is he the same elder brother you once followed? Li Eryong spat in disgust. Indeed, that wretched scoundrel. I once regarded him as a brother. But who would have thought that with a single word from Zhou Hao, he would shatter my hands and feet? I was truly blind to associate with such a leader. Chen Xuewen nodded with a serene demeanor. In that case, tonight, I shall break both his hands and feet, avenging you. Li Eryong widened his eyes in disbelief. Wenzi, are you out of your mind? Do you even know who Lao He is? His power surpasses that of He Fei. With just one phone call, he can summon dozens of people. How can you possibly contend with him? Chen Xuewen replied with a calm smile. The bodyguards around Zhou Hao are all from martial arts schools, yet I managed to defeat them effortlessly. Is Lao He truly more formidable than Zhou Hao? Li Eryong exclaimed urgently. Come on, that's not the same. With Zhou Hao, it's a battle to the death, but with Lao He, can you really afford to go that far? You've only just cleared your name. You must avoid any further bloodshed. Chen Xuewen gently patted Li Eryong's shoulder, assuring him, Rest assured, I know how to handle matters with discretion. Now, let us return and prepare. Also, tell me more about who Lao He really is. Li Eryong looked at Chen Xuewen in confusion, questioning his remarkable composure. Nevertheless, he limped along, recounting what he knew about Lao He. Lao He was a local thug in Pingcheng, much like He Fei, known for overseeing certain establishments. However, Lao He watched over several arcade halls. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. Arcade halls? Didn't you say Lao He was doing even better than He Fei? Why is he only involved with a few arcade halls? Li Eryong explained, you see, arcade halls generate quick cash far faster than internet cafes. Chen Xuewen expressed astonishment. Is that true? How much can one earn from arcade machines, which require coins to play? Li Eryong waved his hand dismissively. It's not just a small amount. Nowadays, the most lucrative aspect of an arcade hall is the slot machines. An arcade can house a dozen or so of these machines, raking in tens of thousands a day. It's like stealing money. Chen Xuewen gasped, taken aback by this revelation. Is it really that profitable? Li Eryong nudda, absolutely. Otherwise, Lao He wouldn't be overseeing them. The daily revenue from these halls allows Lao He to take a 20% cut. Chen Xuewen inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing a potential avenue for quick profit. What if we opened an arcade hall? He proposed. Li Eryong immediately shook his head. Don't even think about it. The arcade halls in Pingcheng are monopolized by several powerful figures. No one else can open one. Anyone who tries will face dire consequences. Chen Xuewen frowned. Powerful figures? Are you referring to someone like Master Ho? Li Eryong quickly retorted. What are you joking about? Master Ho wouldn't bother with such petty sums. I'm talking about some mid-level bosses in Pingcheng. Master Ho is focused on construction projects, where each project brings in millions or even billions. He would stoop to such trivialities. Chen Xuewen nodded thoughtfully, then proceeded to inquire further about the matter, including the identities of the individuals behind those gaming arcades. Li Eryong, having spent a considerable amount of time in the scene, was well informed and recounted everything to Chen Xuewen in detail. After finishing, he looked at Chen Xuewen with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why such thorough inquiries? You can't possibly be contemplating opening a gaming arcade, can you?" Chen Xuewen replied with a gentle smile, "I do entertain such thoughts. However, the foremost priority now is to resolve the issue with Lao He. Only after dealing with Lao He can we discuss other matters." Li Eryong fixed his gaze on Chen Xuewen for a moment, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Wenzi, are you certain you want to go after Lao He?" Chen Xuewen responded, "Is that even a question?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Eryong gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, then I shall join you in this madness. Damn it, let us confront this scoundrel. Wait a moment, I will call a couple of brothers to assist." Chapter 30. The fear of cultured rogues. Li Eryong indeed summoned two brothers to his side. One was named Lai Ho, aptly reflecting his appearance, slender, with a sharp nose and monkey-like features. The other, Li Taizhu, was Li Eryong's cousin, a towering figure with a robust physique. However, Li Taizhu was not particularly bright and possessed an insatiable appetite. During lunch, Wu Lihong prepared an extravagant spread, which Li Taizhu devoured in a whirlwind, yet he remained unsated. Consequently, Wu Lihong cooked 2 more packets of noodles, which finally satisfied him. Li Eryong introduced the two to Chen Xuewen, stating, "Wenzi, these two are my sworn brothers. Absolutely trustworthy." Chen Xuewen nodded, holding a considerable amount of trust in Li Eryong. He recounted the matter of Lao He intending to seek revenge that evening. Li Taizhu sat expressionless, as if oblivious to the conversation. Lai Ho scratched his head and looked at Li Eryong. "Eryong, is your brother out of his mind? Lao He can summon dozens with a mere phone call. How can we contend with them? If we truly seek a death wish, we might as well stage a car accident for some compensation. Why provoke Lao He?" Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor. "Lai Ho, it was Lao He who crippled Eryong. This debt must be repaid. If you fear, you're free to leave now." Lai Ho spat in disdain. "Damn it, what do I have to fear? This grudge must be avenged. Yet, I believe we ought to employ some cunning in our endeavors. This approach is akin to striking a rock with an egg. It's not revenge, it's a death sentence." Chen Xuewen smiled softly. "Worry not. As long as you follow my lead, dealing with Lao He shall not prove difficult." Lai Ho appeared skeptical. "Stop with the nonsense. They have dozens of men, and we are merely a handful. How can we engage them?" Chen Xuewen replied, "What are their numbers? History is replete with tales of the few overcoming the many." "That is history," Lai Ho retorted. "Besides, those instances involved military strategy. We are mere rogues fighting. It cannot compare." Chen Xuewen chuckled lightly. "Who says rogues cannot employ strategy?" He leaned closer to the three and gradually unveiled his plan. Upon hearing it, the three exchanged incredulous glances, their faces awash with astonishment. Lai Ho scratched his head. "Your method sounds plausible. But once we strike, what then? Lao He harbors grudges. Having suffered this loss, he will undoubtedly retaliate. Next time, this tactic may not suffice." Chen Xuewen smiled enigmatically. "After tonight, this man will be a relic of the past." Lai Ho and Li Eryong shared a look, their expressions filled with shock. What was Chen Xuewen intending to do? Later that night, around 9, several vans approached the outskirts of Xingfu village. A dozen or so individuals disembarked, among them Yang Zi and 2 others. At the forefront was a dark-skinned man, his visage menacing, none other than Lao He, the formidable elder brother of Li Eryong. As a van approached, a man emerged from the shadows of the dark alley. Lao He inquired, "What is the situation?" This man had been dispatched earlier by Lao He to keep watch over Chen Xuewen and his companions. The man replied, "They haven't escaped. They are all inside the house." Lao He asked, "How many are there?" The man responded, "Including the cripple, Li Eryong, there are 4 in total." Lao He was taken aback. "For individuals?" The man nodded indeed. Li Eryong, along with his 2 companions, Lai Ho and Li Taizhu, and then there is that Chen Xuewen. I've looked into it. Chen Xuewen used to be a rather honest student. Previously, he was wrongfully accused of rape and murder and spent a few months behind bars. Now that he is out, he seems somewhat more ruthless than before. Lao He spat. "Damn it, just a few months in prison. What kind of toughness can he develop? I've served years inside. Compared to me, he has nothing." Amongst their gang, it was common for members to have spent time in prison. For them, A stint behind bars was akin to a rite of passage. Yangzi leaned in. Brother, what should we do now? Should we call them out and give them a thorough beating? Lao He waved his hand. No, we cannot. They are only 4, while we are many. If we simply go in and call them out, we will surely frighten them. These individuals are slippery. If they scatter and flee, we may not be able to catch them. Let us not raise any alarms. Let us sneak in and trap them inside. Yangzi immediately grinned. Brother, your wisdom is unmatched. Lao He, beaming with pride, waved his hand. Grab your weapons. Let us go. A group of younger members retrieved their arms and quietly advanced into the alley towards Chen Xuewen's residence. The night was dark, and the streetlights outside the dilapidated alley had long since malfunctioned. With the biting cold, most people were already resting. Thus, Lao He and his crew easily reached the doorstep of Chen Xuewen's home. Still feeling uneasy, Lao He peered through the window and saw that Chen Xuewen and his 3 companions were seated around a table, engaged in conversation. He carefully observed the interior, confirming that only these 4 individuals were present. Feeling reassured, he signaled to one of his younger brothers, who understood and approached the door to knock. After several raps, Chen Xuewen's voice called out, "Who is it?" The younger brother remained silent, continuing to knock. Chen Xuewen, growing impatient, replied, "Who is it?" The door isn't locked. "Let yourself in." Upon hearing this, the younger brother swiftly turned the doorknob. Indeed, the door was unlocked, and he pushed it open. Seeing this, Lao He charged into the room, followed closely by his brothers. In an instant, the cramped space was filled with nearly 20 individuals, making it extraordinarily crowded. The last of the younger brothers shut the door behind them, securing it with a lock. The imposing figure of Old Black brandished a weapon, a haughty expression adorning his face as he glared at Chen Xuewen. Spitting on the ground, he cursed, "Damn it! You are that Chen Xuewen, aren't you? Do you know who I am?" Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before he offered a disdainful smile. "I know. You're Old Black, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Old Black erupted in a torrent of curses. "You know who I am, yet you dare speak to me while standing? You must be tired of living. Someone, teach him some manners." One of Old Black's henchmen promptly approached, jabbing a finger at Chen Xuewen's nose as he berated. "Who do you think you are, speaking to my boss like that? I'll count to 3. You better kneel down obediently. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, leaving you with no chance to kneel." Chen Xuewen cast a fleeting glance at the henchman, a look of disdain etched on his face. This provoked the henchman's fury, and he raised his hand to strike Chen Xuewen across the face. "How dare you smile?" Yet, before the slap could land, Chen Xuewen preemptively struck. He delivered a powerful kick to the henchman's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground, mirroring the earlier fate of Yangzi. Seeing this, Old Black's rage ignited as he slammed his palm on the table. "You dare lay a hand on me?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen had already stepped back. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, he donned a pair of glasses and shouted, "Attack!" At once, Lai Ho sprang into action, agile as a monkey. He leaped onto the table and, with a swift motion, grasped a rope that hung from the ceiling in the center of the living room. Pulling with all his might, the rope yanked down a piece of tarpaulin. As the tarpaulin descended, a cloud of white smoke followed suit, rapidly enveloping the entire room, shrouding everyone within its embrace. Old Black, caught off guard, found himself engulfed in the smoke, his vision obscured. He hastily rubbed his eyes, only to feel a searing pain. A seasoned warrior, Old Black's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good, it's lime." Chapter 31. Do you think you have another chance? With a startled cry from Old Black, the surrounding henchmen began to wail in despair. These individuals had been blinded by the lime, which, when in contact with water, generates heat and possesses a highly corrosive nature. If they were to rub their eyes, the corrosion would only intensify, leading to a far worse fate. Consequently, the room was filled with anguished cries as Old Black's subordinates descended into chaos. On the other hand, Chen Xuewen and his companions had already made their preparations. As Lai Ho tore down the tarpaulin, everyone donned protective glasses. Though these glasses could not completely shield them from the lime, they effectively blocked a significant portion. Additionally, they promptly closed their eyes, preventing any lime from entering. Even so, they had further measures in place. Chen Xuewen had equipped each of them with 2 bags of oil. Once the lime fell, they swiftly opened a bag of oil to cleanse their eyes of the corrosive substance. Thus, the 4 of them quickly regained the ability to open their eyes and survey the situation within the room. Chen Xuewen retrieved a set of brass knuckles from his pocket, adorned them, and charged into the fray, launching attacks against the assailants. The individuals brought by Old Black were merely petty thugs who thrived on bullying the weak, emboldened by their numbers on the streets. However, they had little experience in actual combat, especially when compared to the bodyguard assigned to Zhou Wancheng by Lord Ho. Consequently, dealing with these opponents proved to be considerably easier. Blinded and devoid of any instinct for self-defense, they were engulfed in cries for help, oblivious to the need to evade. Drawing from his knowledge of the human body's most vulnerable points from the 8 extraordinary meridians, Chen Xuewen targeted these areas with precision. The force of the brass knuckles, combined with his chosen strikes, rendered nearly all whom he struck incapacitated in an instant. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu joined the fray, assisting in subduing Old Black's henchmen. Before long, a significant portion of Old Black's crew lay defeated on the ground. The remaining individuals, unable to open their eyes, sensed that something was amiss and attempted to flee. However, the door had been locked from within, and in their blinded state, they were unable to unlock it. Chen Xuewen charged forward once more, knocking down those who remained standing. Ultimately, only Old Black was left, with a powerful punch to his chest, enhanced by the brass knuckles. Chen Xuewen shattered 2 of Old Black's ribs. Old Black let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Once all adversaries had been subdued, Chen Xuewen finally ceased his assault. He instructed Lai Ho to fetch a jug of oil to assist the defeated thugs in cleansing their eyes. At last, they were able to open their eyes and comprehend the situation around them. The expressions of Old Black and his men shifted dramatically. They could scarcely believe that they had been overwhelmed by a mere few individuals. Particularly, Old Black, clutching his chest and struggling to maintain his composure, gazed around the room in fury, his body trembling with rage. He was accustomed to exploiting the weak and had never encountered such a situation, nor had he suffered such a significant loss. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chen Xuewen and exclaimed, "Chen, you truly are despicable, setting traps to harm others in your own abode. You are nothing but a scoundrel." Chen Xuewen scoffed disdainfully. "A scoundrel? Oof. You brought over 20 men to gang up on our mere 4, and you think yourself noble? Let me enlighten you. This is merely a tactic of war. In the world we navigate, relying on numbers is futile. Intellect is paramount." Old Black's face turned ashen, and he spat through gritted teeth. "Chun, do not revel in your triumph. I shall not forget this debt. When I return, fortune will not favor you as it did today." Chen Xuewen retorted, "Return? Old Black, do you truly believe there will be a next time?" Old Black paused momentarily. Then his expression darkened. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? If you have the guts, finish me off here. Otherwise, once I recover, I will ensure your demise." With a slight smile, Chen approached Old Black and patted him on the shoulder. "How could I possibly harm you? Murder is against the law." Old Black scoffed derisively. "If you lack the courage, just admit it. Once I am free to retaliate, I will undoubtedly ensure your end." Chen Xuewen shook his head softly. "My refusal to kill you does not equate to granting you the opportunity for revenge." As he spoke, Chen suddenly seized one of Old Black's legs and delivered a powerful punch to his knee. With the aid of brass knuckles, Chen exerted all his strength, shattering Old Black's kneecap. Old Black let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground while clutching his knee in agony. Yet, Chen did not relent. He struck Old Black's other knee with equal ferocity. The targeted area was the junction where the kneecap connects to the leg bone, a notably vulnerable spot. Coupled with the force of Chen's strike, both of Old Black's kneecaps were rendered useless. With such injuries, he would likely be confined to a wheelchair for the foreseeable future. Looking down at Old Black with an icy demeanor, Chen declared, "Old Black, you shattered my brother's limbs. Today, I shall break yours in return. This is an accounting for my brother. Mark my words. Should you ever manage to rise again, I shall be here, awaiting your vengeance." Old Black, now unable to articulate anything beyond anguished cries, clutched his legs in despair. As for old black subordinates, they were left utterly stunned. Chen Xuewen's ferocity had surpassed all expectations. These once menacing ruffians now sat obediently to the side, their bravado evaporated. Witnessing their leaders thrashing, none dared utter a word. This outcome was entirely within Chen Xuewen's foresight. These petty thugs were merely a disorganized mob. They would congregate when advantageous, but would quickly cower in the face of adversity, incomparable to true outlaws. Chen Xuewen's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the young man he had just struck. "Did you just suggest that I speak while kneeling?" Chen Xuewen inquired languidly. The young man, nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily shook his head and waved his hands. "No, that's not what I meant. I. Chen Xuewen approached him, his voice icy as he stated, "Since you seem so fond of speaking while kneeling, then kneel for me." The young man's face flushed with embarrassment, hesitating to comply. Chen Xuewen caressed his finger, his voice cold. "Kneel, or you shall never kneel again in your life." He then raised his voice, bellowing, "Kneel before me." Terrified, the young man trembled and fell to the ground, sweat pouring from him. Chen Xuewen contemptuously spat in his direction, turning to address the onlookers. A bunch of useless fools. No one dared to speak. Fear consumed them all. Meanwhile, Li Eryong and Lai Ho looked on, their faces alight with excitement. They had never anticipated such a turn of events this evening. Chen Xuewen had truly led them to triumph against the odds, vanquishing Lao He. The group felt as though they were in a dream. Chen Xuewen approached Li Eryong and asked, "I broke 2 of his legs. Is that sufficient? Should I procure a little more for you?" Li Eryong quickly replied, "That's enough, that's enough. He may just suffer fractures, and with time, he will heal. But Lao He is utterly incapacitated. He will never stand again." Taking a deep breath, Li Eryong, trembling with trepidation, whispered, "Wenzi, what should we do next? Should we perhaps hide for a while? Tonight's events have stirred quite a commotion. To cripple someone is no small matter." Given the gravity of Chen Xuewen's actions, it seemed he truly needed to flee. Yet Chen Xuewen's expression remained unperturbed. "Hide? While we hide? Now that your vendetta is satisfied, let us call the authorities." Upon hearing this, Li Eryong and Lai Ho gasped in disbelief. Even Li Taizhu, though not particularly astute, glanced at Chen Xuewen in confusion, realizing that reporting such an incident would be akin to walking directly into a trap. Chen Xuewen remained unfazed. "What are you dawdling for? Call the authorities. Let them handle this." Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, with Li Eryong whispering, "Wenzi, have you lost your mind? After causing such a ruckus, you still dare to summon the law enforcement?" Chen Xuewen simply smiled slightly. "Fear not. I shan't be incarcerated. You need not worry. I have my plans." With that, he pulled out his phone and reported the incident himself. Before long, the law enforcement arrived swiftly. Upon seeing them, Lao He appeared to have found his saviors, shouting, "I want to press charges. I want to press charges. He assaulted me maliciously. Everyone here is a witness and can testify. I will ensure he is imprisoned." The leading officer surveyed the scene, his expression darkening. Such malicious harm is indeed a rare sight. "First, let's take them for a medical examination. These individuals must be detained." The captain barked in anger. Without a doubt, Chen Xuewen and his companions were taken back to the law enforcement team. Lai Ho sighed deeply, his expression one of distress. "This time, we are likely doomed. Alas, Eryong, your brother is truly unreliable in his endeavors." Li Eryong, gazing confidently at Chen Xuewen, replied softly, "I have faith in my brother. If you trust me, do not worry. My brother is undoubtedly prepared." Lai Ho glanced at Chen Xuewen, contemplated for a moment, and whispered, "If your brother can resolve this matter, I shall recognize him as my elder brother henceforth." Chapter 32. His aspiration for advancement at 10 o'clock in the evening. A woman braved the snowstorm as she approached the villa of Master Ho. The woman was none other than Wu Lihong. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Xuewen had summoned her privately and handed her a bag, instructing her to deliver it to Master Ho that night. Wu Lihong had taken a leave of absence specifically for this purpose. Initially, the security guard at the entrance intended to dismiss her, but upon learning that she was sent by Chen Xuewen, He promptly entered the house to convey her arrival. After all, the events from a few days prior, when Chen Xuewen arrived with a severed head, were still fresh in their minds. Such a ruthless individual was not someone they wished to provoke. Before long, the villa door opened, and Wu Lihong was ushered into the living room. Master Ho was seated on the sofa, with Fong Ru beside him, assisting him in lighting a cigarette. As Master Ho coughed intermittently while smoking, Fong Ru scrutinized Wu Lihong with a piercing gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Once he finished smoking, Master Ho straightened up and inquired, "What did Chen Xuewen send you to discuss with me?" Faced with the formidable underground overlord of the city, Wu Lihong felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. She lowered her head and stammered, "He asked me to deliver something to you." With that, she produced a bag from her person. A bodyguard stepped forward to take the bag from her. Master Ho opened it to reveal a transfer receipt, the recipient of which was a prominent figure within the city. A cold smirk flickered across Master Ho's face as he casually set the receipt aside, leisurely asking, "What has he done?" Wu Lihong quickly recounted the events regarding Lao He. She was unaware that Chen Xuewen had already dealt with Lao He's associates. She only knew that Lao He sought to retaliate against Chen Xuewen. Upon hearing her account, Master Ho's brow furrowed slightly. "What? Is Chen Xuewen expecting me to assist him in dealing with Lao He? If that is indeed the case, he has truly disappointed me." Wu Lihong hurriedly clarified, "Wenzi is not asking you to handle Lao He. He asked me to convey a message. He hopes that Master Ho can intercede on his behalf with the law enforcement team." Master Ho was momentarily taken aback. "Law enforcement team? What do you mean?" Bingzi, standing beside him, scoffed. This kid wouldn't he be considering calling the police on Lao He and his men? Would he? How utterly embarrassing. Resorting to the authorities to deal with a few thugs? Fong Ru rolled her eyes. "Bingzi, can you not think for a moment? If he were to call the police, he would be the victim, and there would be no need for Master Ho to intervene." Though Bingzi felt a surge of irritation, he ultimately closed his mouth in frustration. Master Ho glanced at Fong Ru and chuckled. "You seem to know that kid quite well. Based on your words, what do you think he truly means?" Fong Ru smiled lightly. "I cannot claim to know him well, but from his methods in dealing with Zhou Wansheng, it is clear that he is not an ordinary person. Lao He is merely a low-level thug. If he cannot handle such a minor character, he is unworthy of seeking Master Ho's assistance. If I am not mistaken, he must have emerged victorious. However, there may have been some injuries among the personnel. Thus, assistance from Master Ho is needed to facilitate his smooth exit from the enforcement team." Master Ho could not help but smile. "Xiaoru, your perspective aligns perfectly with mine. It appears this young man possesses quite an ambition." Fong Ru replied with a gentle smile and a nod. "Defeating an old adversary is not particularly remarkable. However, to injure him, enter the enforcement team, and still manage to exit unscathed, that is true skill. This young man aims to ascend by stepping on the old adversary." Master Ho laughed heartily, nodding. "How intriguing. It is no wonder he offered this item for exchange. He is indeed keen on rising in status." He rose to his feet, stowed away the transfer receipt, and declared loudly, "Binzi, instruct the company's lawyer to visit the enforcement team and ascertain the situation. If there are no fatalities, devise a way to extricate him." Binzi's expression soured, but he ultimately acquiesced. "Yes, Master Ho." With Fong Ru's assistance, Master Ho returned to the upstairs room. Fong Ru made a phone call, then turned to Master Ho with a smile. "Master Ho, our conjecture was correct. That young man has completely overthrown the old adversary and his associates. The old adversary has had both legs broken. I suspect he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Furthermore, he personally reported the incident, leading to the enforcement team taking them all away." Master Ho's interest was immediately piqued. "Is that so? How many were there on the old adversary side?" Fong Ru replied, "About 20. Master Ho inquired, "And on Chen Xuewen's side?" Fong Ru responded, "Excluding one who is half disabled, there are a total of 3. Master Ho expressed his astonishment. 3 individuals managed to injure over 20. How did they accomplish that? Fong Ru chuckled. Using the same strategy as against Zhou Wansheng. Chen Xuewen purchased lime and suspended a tarpaulin from the ceiling. When the old adversary and his men were caught off guard, he scattered the lime, rendering them unable to fight. Upon hearing this, Master Ho burst into laughter. This young man certainly employs cunning tactics. Fong Ru remarked with a serene smile. Cunning as it may be, it is undeniably effective. Otherwise, how could 3 individuals possibly contend with over 20? Master Ho nodded in agreement, placing the transfer receipt on the table, and asked with a smile, Xiaoru, what are your thoughts on Chen Xuewen? Fong Ru paused before responding. This young man is quite extraordinary. He is ruthless, meticulous in thought, and decisive in action. If properly supported, his future achievements may be boundless. A glint of seriousness flickered in Master Ho's eyes as he gradually reclined in his chair, softly stating, It is a pity that he remains wary of me, rendering him unusable. Otherwise, he would not have utilized this evidence for exchange. I fear that nurturing a potential ingrate may ultimately cost me my life. Fong Ru, with a gentle smile, approached Master Ho and gracefully took a seat beside him. Master Ho, having operated in Pingcheng for decades, how could such a child compare? In Pingcheng, you are akin to the Buddha. Even if he were the Monkey King, he could not escape your grasp. On the contrary, if this piece could be utilized effectively, you might indeed be able to swallow the influence of those 2 old men in Pingcheng, thereby unifying the underground forces of the city entirely. This statement caused a flicker of interest in Lord Ho's eyes, clearly indicating his intrigue. Leaning back in his chair, he pondered for a considerable while before suddenly directing his gaze towards Fong Ru. Xiaoru, regardless of the means, you must secure him. Remember, at any cost. Fong Ru nodded gently, understanding well that the phrase at any cost included her as well. In other words, if necessary. Lord Ho would not hesitate to see Fong Ru make sacrifices to capture Chen Xuewen. A profound sense of desolation filled Fong Ru's heart. Outwardly, she appeared to be thriving. Yet in Lord Ho's mind, she was merely a dispensable tool. Nevertheless, she could only harbor this sorrow within, daring not to reveal a hint of it. Chapter 33. Justifiable defense upon their arrival at the enforcement team. Chen Xuewen and his companions were promptly handcuffed to the railing and taken separately to provide statements regarding the situation. Lai Ho, appearing disheartened, squatted on the ground and sighed. Alas, this is troublesome. I've only been released for less than half a year. If I am convicted again, the penalties will surely be more severe. Chen Xuewen, taken aback, inquired, You were just released? What were you imprisoned for? Lai Ho shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, it was just a matter of taking a few cases of alcohol and some cigarettes that no one wanted. Nothing major. Chen Xuewen was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself how casually Lai Ho dismissed his own wrongdoing. Upon reflection, however, it was clear that this was indeed theft. He patted Lai Ho on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, brother. This time, I assure you, you will be fine. Lai Ho curled his lip. Let us see if we can get out first. If you truly have the ability to secure my release, I'll acknowledge you as my elder brother and follow your lead from now on. Chen Xuewen chuckled heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Li Eryong and Li Taizhu were brought out. The team leader approached, ready to take Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho for questioning. At that moment, a dapperly dressed man entered the room. The man approached the team leader with a smile, saying, Captain Wang, long time no see. Captain Wang furrowed his brow. Lawyer He? What brings you here? Lawyer He smiled. I am Mr. Chen Xuewen's legal representative. Inside the room, Lai Ho was taken aback and looked at Chen Xuewen. You hired a lawyer? Chen Xuewen simply smiled faintly, remaining silent. He knew this was certainly arranged by Lord Ho. Captain Wang, visibly irritated, retorted, What does having a lawyer matter? Chen Xuewen has severely injured someone, with both witnesses and evidence present. What is your purpose here? If there's to be a defense, that is a matter for the court. Lawyer He chuckled lightly. Captain Wang, I believe you may have misunderstood certain details. Firstly, my client is the plaintiff, not the defendant. The one who called the police is him, and he is also the victim. Captain Wang exclaimed, What are you saying? Not a hair on him was harmed, and you dare claim he is the victim? Do you have any idea how grievously the other party was injured? Lawyer He maintained a composed demeanor, speaking slowly. Captain Wang, I think you might need a refresher on the law. Whether one is a victim or not is not contingent upon the severity of injuries. Strictly speaking, my client acted in self-defense. He then turned to Old Hay and his group, declaring loudly, "The majority of these individuals have criminal records, which should be documented by the enforcement team. These unemployed individuals, armed with controlled weapons, invaded my client's home with the intent to harm him. Captain Wong, if you were in such a situation, would you not resist? Would you not defend yourself?" Captain Wong, incensed by the remarks, retorted angrily, "Do not speak so glibly. They set a trap in their home, laid down lime. It was clearly a premeditated act of violence." "Attorney," he replied with a faint smile, "Captain Wong, my client's parents have just passed away. The lime purchased is intended for their graves. What is inappropriate about that? As for the four of them, confronted by over 20 armed thugs, how do you suggest they defend themselves? If they manage to ensure their safety through this means, then they are merely fortunate. There is nothing wrong with that, is there?" Captain Wong was rendered speechless, his anger boiling over as he retorted, "What you're saying is of no use to me. I am merely following the protocol in this case. If you wish to debate further, take it to court." "Attorney," he smiled slightly and fell silent. At that moment, the telephone on the table rang abruptly. Captain Wong answered it, and his expression changed immediately after listening for a short while. He turned to look at Chen Xuewen and the others, his face turning ashen. Ultimately, he could only wave his hand in frustration and command, "Release the four of them." His subordinates were bewildered. "Captain, are you really letting them go?" Captain Wong, infuriated, replied, "Do I need to repeat myself? Let them go." The subordinates exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing, and proceeded to release Chen Xuewen and the others. Lai Ho and Li Yong were astonished. They had not anticipated that they would truly escape unscathed. Chen Xuewen rubbed his wrist and smiled at Captain Wong. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Wong." Captain Wong's face remained grim as he turned away in silence. Chen Xuewen departed with Li Yong and the others. Shortly thereafter, Captain Wong received another call, and a cold voice came through. "I heard you let those four brats go. What's going on?" Captain Wong sighed and replied softly, "I cannot divulge the specifics. In any case, someone from above instructed me, and I can only comply." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before asking quietly, "Does that brat have someone backing him?" Captain Wong cautioned, "Be careful. This kid has formidable forces behind him. I suspect the matter concerning Lao He will be left unresolved. Don't harbor thoughts of revenge on his behalf." The caller did not respond further and hung up. Upon exiting the enforcement team's premises, Chen Xuewen walked directly to Attorney He and smiled. "Thank you for your efforts." Attorney He returned the smile. "It's all part of my duties. By the way, Lord Ho instructed me to inform you that he can assist with matters regarding the enforcement team. However, for other issues, you'll have to manage on your own." Chen Xuewen nodded, understood. He realized that Lord Ho was essentially pressuring him. Given Lord Ho's influence, resolving this matter would be a simple task. However, to enlist Lord Ho's help, one must pay a price. Just like this time, Chen Xuewen had to present evidence in exchange to successfully exit the enforcement team. Lord Ho would only assist him to this extent. Any further assistance would require additional exchanges. Lord Ho would gradually extract every piece of evidence Chen Xuewen possessed until he ultimately had nothing left to barter with. At that moment, Chen Xuewen faced a stark choice: either become a mere pawn of Lord Ho or perish like a lifeless dog. After bidding farewell to Lawyer He, Chen Xuewen returned to Li Yong's side. As he approached, Lai Ho immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "Brother One, I am truly in awe. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I will heed your every command." Chen Xuewen could not help but smile, assisting Lai Ho to his feet. "Enough of this. What age are we in to still indulge in such theatrics? Since you are Yong's brother, you're also my brother, Chen Xuewen. As long as you are willing to follow me, I cannot promise you wealth and success, but I can assure you that you shall never be wronged." Lai Ho instantly beamed, declaring, "Brother One, I have an eye for people. You are no ordinary individual. One day, you will undoubtedly achieve great things." With a calm smile, Chen Xuewen replied, "Well, old He has been dealt with. Now, we must attend to more pressing matters." Li Yong inquired, "What pressing matters?" Chen Xuewen explained, "With old He gone, no one is overseeing the few gaming halls he managed. I intend to take over those establishments." Li Yong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, finally comprehending Chen Xuewen's motives for eliminating old He. It was not solely for revenge against Li Eryong, but also to seize Old Hei's assets. Chen Xuewen had meticulously orchestrated this entire plan. Noticing their silence, Chen Xuewen asked, "What's the matter? Do you not wish to take over these gaming halls?" Lai Ho quickly shook his head, murmuring, "Brother one, those gaming halls are cash cows. Who wouldn't he covet them? But the issue is, can we, just the three of us, truly acquire these halls?" Li Eryong nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Although Old Hei has fallen, others still have their eyes on these venues. I suspect that as soon as word gets out tonight, many will rush to claim these establishments tomorrow. It won't be easy for us to secure them." Chen Xuewen smiled serenely. "We need not concern ourselves with those individuals. As long as the owner of the gaming halls consents, they will belong to us." Chapter 34. U4I6. Half an hour later, Chen Xuewen and his companions arrived outside a luxurious private residence in the southern district of Piching. This estate, among the nearby villages, was regarded as the most opulent, covering at least an acre of land with front and back gardens, exquisitely decorated and strikingly prominent. The owner of this estate, Zhou Jinghui, was renowned as the wealthiest individual in these villages. Zhou Jinghui had once been involved in dubious activities, but later turned his fortunes around, opting for legitimate business ventures. Nevertheless, accustomed to the fast-paced world of illicit gains, he found legitimate business ventures too slow for his taste. Consequently, he ventured into the entertainment industry, owning 7 arcades, 5 internet cafes, 2 bars, 2 bathhouses, and a disco. With such a vast empire of entertainment venues, he naturally required personnel to oversee them. Among his subordinates were several capable individuals, including 5 who were particularly loyal, like Lao Hei. Thus, Zhou Jinghui had established himself as a formidable figure in Pingcheng, a notable boss, though not quite on the same level as the likes of Lord Ho, and certainly beyond the reach of someone like Li Eryong. As they approached Zhou Jinghui's residence, Li Eryong visibly trembled, for this was the superior of his superior. "Wenzi, perhaps we should reconsider?" he suggested hesitantly. Lao Hei has always been by Zhou Jinghui's side. If we incapacitate Lao Hei and then seek out Zhou Jinghui for his territory, wouldn't that be pouring oil on the flames? I believe it would be wiser to retreat and seek other avenues for wealth. Chen Xuewen cast a glance at him and replied, "Eryong, to navigate this world is to seek fortune amidst peril. Without a modicum of courage, how can one hope to prosper?" Li Eryong sighed in resignation. "I understand, but the issue lies in the fact that we have already made enemies. What makes you think you will allow us to thrive? If we step inside today, I fear we may not emerge unscathed. The number of bodyguards within is unfathomable, and Zhou Jinghui keeps 2 ferocious dogs that have been known to kill." Chen Xuewen smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Zhou Jinghui will not harm us, at least not within the confines of his own home." With that, without waiting for Li Eryong's response, Chen Xuewen stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Moments later, a man emerged to inquire about Chen Xuewen's purpose, before disappearing inside to relay the message. After a while, several individuals rushed out, opening the door to allow Chen Xuewen entry. Upon entering the living room, Chen Xuewen found himself greeted by 7 or 8 individuals. Seated on a sofa was a robust man, unmistakably Zhou Jinghui, who was twirling 2 steel balls in one hand while the other held 2 iron chains. Attached to these chains were 2 menacing dogs, clearly the ferocious beasts rumored to have killed before. As Chen Xuewen and Li Eryong stepped inside, the 2 vicious dogs immediately lunged at them, growling fiercely. Li Eryong, taken aback, raised his cane in defense. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing Zhou Jinghui as if the 2 ravenous dogs were of no consequence, until the 2 ferocious hounds were about to pounce upon Chen Xuewen. Zhou Jinghui finally let out a cold snort. "Come back." The 2 dogs immediately obeyed and retreated to sit beside Zhou Jinghui. Zhou Jinghui scrutinized Chen Xuewen from head to toe and coldly remarked, "So you are the infamous Chen Xuewen? Humph, you possess quite the audacity. You crippled my sworn brother, Old Hei, and now you dare to come to my home? What? Are you here to provoke me?" Chen Xuewen responded with a calm smile, "Brother Zhou, my conflict with Old Hei is merely a personal matter between us. I have come to discuss some business with you. How can that be construed as provocation?" Zhou Jinghui laughed derisively. Business? What business could we possibly discuss? Chen Xuewen replied, I have heard that Old Hay was overseeing your gaming halls. Now that Old Hay is incapacitated, those gaming halls must continue to operate, correct? I am here to offer my assistance, Brother Zhou. My brothers and I can manage those gaming halls for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghui's subordinates erupted into furious insults. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you wish to meddle in Brother Huey's affairs? Kid, are you lost in a daydream? We have plenty of people to manage these gaming halls. We don't need you to worry about it. You're seeking death. Li Eryong, who stood beside Chen Xuewen, was also taken aback. He had thought Chen Xuewen would negotiate with Zhou Jinghui. Little did he expect that Chen Xuewen would provoke Zhou Jinghui in such a manner. Was he truly out of his mind? This was a powerful underground overlord in Pingcheng. Did Chen Xuewen genuinely wish to court disaster? Zhou Jinghui's expression turned icy as he disdainfully regarded Chen Xuewen. Youngster, did you not take a moment to assess yourself before speaking? You wish to manage my gaming halls. On what grounds? Chen Xuewen stepped forward, gazing at Zhou Jinghui with a composed smile. I have yet to finish my words. Zhou Jinghui frowned. What is it? Do you have other conditions? Chen Xuewen nodded with a faint smile. Indeed. I will manage these gaming halls for you, but we must renegotiate the division of profits. Zhou Jinghui was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. You dare to discuss profit sharing? How do you propose we split it? Chen Xuewen leisurely replied, 60-40. You take 40 and I take 60. At this statement, Zhou Jinghui smashed the cup in his hand. His subordinates, now seething with rage, closed in around Chen Xuewen, glaring at him intently. Even the two dogs growled angrily, poised to pounce upon Chen Xuewen at Zhou Jinghui's command, ready to tear him to shreds. However, Chen Xuewen remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. Zhou Jinghui gritted his teeth. Chen, you are courting death. Chen Xuewen replied with a calm smile. Brother Hui, I am merely here to discuss this matter. Do you agree? The decision lies with you. Is there really any need for such anger? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the few individuals nearby and coldly remarked, Hui, when a dog bites a person, its owner must bear the responsibility. If you cannot manage your dog and something happens, I fear you may not be able to shoulder the consequences. Do not end up like Zhou Hao, playing with fire and getting burned. That would not be a pretty sight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghui's expression changed abruptly. He had a good relationship with Zhou Hao, and it was Zhou Jinghui who had instructed Lao He to deal with Li Eryong when he had his limbs broken. Subsequently, when Zhou Wansheng and Zhou Hao perished in a fire at a villa in the outskirts, Zhou Jinghui had always felt something was amiss. However, no matter how he investigated, he could find no clues. Now, Chen Xuewen's words had directly planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Could Zhou Hao and Zhou Wansheng's deaths be related to Chen Xuewen? Moreover, he was aware of Zhou Hao's scheme to frame Chen Xuewen and of Chen Xuewen's prison escape. Considering this, it seemed quite plausible if it were indeed Chen Xuewen who had murdered Zhou Wansheng and Zhou Hao, masking the deed with a fire. Then Chen Xuewen's background might be truly formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Jinghui felt a jolt of surprise. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xuewen, attempting to discern something from his expression. Yet, Chen Xuewen merely smiled faintly, his demeanor remaining tranquil. Zhou Jinghui's subordinates, however, were furious. It seemed that Chen Xuewen was not merely referring to those two dogs, but was actually insulting them. One of the subordinates seized Chen Xuewen by the collar, angrily exclaiming, You little brat, what the hell are you saying? Before Chen Xuewen could respond, Zhou Jinghui slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Stop it! Get back to your places. The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why their boss had suddenly erupted in anger. However, they dare not speak out and could only obediently retreat. Zhou Jinghui glared at Chen Xuewen, gritting his teeth as he said, Chen Xuewen, you have some nerve. But I, Zhou Jinghui, am not easily intimidated. If you wish to take over my territory, you are dreaming. Zhou Jinghui rose, his voice cold as he declared, Consider yourself fortunate. I have spent these years cultivating my character and refrained from engaging in violence. However, remember this. The matter concerning Lao He is far from over. You may leave. With that, Zhou Jinghui turned and ascended the stairs, ignoring Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly and said, "Hui, think it over. When you wake tomorrow, I hope you will reconsider." He then departed with Li Eryong. As Zhou Jinghui watched Chen Xuewen walk away, his confidant Xiao Ma rushed upstairs, urgently stating, "Hui, are we really letting this kid go just like that? This arrogant brat is insufferable. I cannot swallow this indignation." Zhou Jinghui shot Xiao Ma a glare and scolded, "Do you think I can just let this go? But this kid just got out of the enforcement team and came straight to my home. If anything were to happen to him here, who would bear the blame?" Zhou Jinghui, upon reaching this point, took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, stating, "Moreover, this young man has someone backing him. Captain Wang does not dare to speak the truth to me, which indicates that the person behind him is formidable. Let us first observe and ascertain the situation before dealing with him." Xiao Ma sighed and could only nod in agreement before descending the stairs to rest. Chapter 35. The startled Zhou Jinghui, Chen Xuewen, and Li Eryong exited the villa and, upon rounding the corner, discovered Lai Ho and Li Taizhu standing there. Upon seeing the two, Lai Ho hurried over, inquiring with genuine concern, "What happened? What did Zhou Jinghui say?" Li Eryong shrugged. What else could he say? He simply kicked us out. If Zhou Jinghui hadn't refrained from resorting to violence in his own home, we might have been carried out. Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? What exactly transpired? Li Eryong recounted the events that unfolded inside, particularly echoing Chen Xuewen's remarks. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho was left dumbfounded. Old He only took 20%, and you're demanding 60%? Anyone would lose their temper. The fact that Zhou Jinghui didn't retaliate is already a sign of his restraint. Li Eryong glanced helplessly at Chen Xuewen. "Wenzi, what are you really thinking?" Chen Xuewen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhou Jinghui's house, lost in thought. Lai Ho scratched his head. "Wenzi, we are too weak to confront Zhou Jinghui. Seeking him out like this is futile. Why don't we explore other avenues for income, gradually build our strength, and then approach him when we are capable?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "No. I have my eyes set on the arcade under his name. He must either give it to me or I shall take it." Lai Ho's eyes widened in shock. "Wenzi, are you planning to seize it by force?" Chen Xuewen smiled lightly. "If he refuses to give it, then it must be taken." With that, he patted Lai Ho on the shoulder and pointed towards Zhou Jinghui's villa. "Lai Ho, do you know how to pick locks?" Lai Ho glanced over. "No problem. But what do you intend to do?" Chen Xuewen chuckled and slowly revealed his plan. Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged glances, bewildered by the sheer audacity of Chen Xuewen's scheme. Li Eryong swallowed hard, whispering, "Are we really going to do this?" Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. He needs to learn to fear. Otherwise, how will he willingly part with the arcade? Li Eryong looked at Lai Ho, who nodded in agreement. "I think it's worth a shot. We've already offended Zhou Jinghui. If necessary, we can flee and lay low for a while." Seeing Lai Ho's willingness, Li Eryong sighed and nodded, then let us proceed. Subsequently, Lai Ho went to a nearby hospital and discreetly stole some anesthetic drugs. Chen Xuewen mixed these substances into sausages, and once prepared, he settled in the alley outside the villa to await the opportune moment. It was not until around 2 or 3 in the morning that Chen Xuewen, armed with the sausages, approached the backyard of Zhou Jinghui's villa. The two dogs were tethered in the yard, and upon hearing movement, they whimpered, mistaking it for passers-by. Chen Xuewen, gauging their position, tossed the sausages into their vicinity. Two dogs barked twice, but soon fell silent, drawn to the enticing scent of the sausages before them. They sniffed intently and then began to devour them voraciously. In no time, the sausages were completely consumed by the two canines, who subsequently succumbed to slumber. Chen Xuewen wandered nearby a few times, ensuring that the dogs were thoroughly incapacitated before he stealthily approached the front door. Lai Ho was standing there. Chen Xuewen waved his hand, signaling him to proceed. Lai Ho produced his tools and, within moments, had unlocked the front gate. Chen Xuewen slipped quietly into the villa. The guards here were far less vigilant than those of Lord Houwu. Despite the presence of several subordinates inside, none were stationed at the door. At 2 or 3 in the morning, when slumber was at its deepest, all the bodyguards were fast asleep. Chen Xuewen silently made his way to the villa's backyard. Locating the two unconscious hounds, he drew a boning knife and severed the heads from the beasts. Grasping the bloodied heads, he entered the villa directly. He approached Zhou Jinghui's room and tucked the gruesome trophies into his bedding before quietly departing. The following morning, Zhou Jinghui was roused by the commotion outside. Annoyed, he sat up and exclaimed, "Damn it, who is making such a racket this early?" As he spoke, he noticed a peculiar stickiness on his feet and lifted the covers for a glance. To his shock, as he unveiled the blanket, two bloody dog heads emerged. Blood had stained the bedding and splattered across Zhou Jinghui's legs. A chill surged through him, reaching his very core, despite having witnessed numerous grisly scenes. This sight left Zhou Jinghui paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, Brother Hui, it's bad. Some bastard snuck in last night and slaughtered your dogs. Their heads are missing." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the gruesome sight on the bed, leaving him equally stunned. After a considerable pause, Zhou Jinghui finally regained his composure. He hastily leaped from the bed, frantically washing away the blood and changing into fresh clothes, which afforded him a modicum of calm. Observing his subordinates scurrying about, Zhou Jinghui's complexion turned pale. His trusted confidant, Xiao Ma, approached and whispered, "Brother Hui, this must be the doing of that Chen Xuewen. That bastard is truly ruthless. Should I take a few men and deal with him?" Zhou Jinghui glanced at Xiao Ma, remaining silent, clearly caught in a dilemma. Xiao Ma urged, "Brother Hui, what is there to hesitate about? This punk is already riding high on us. If we don't settle this now, who knows what might transpire later?" Zhou Jinghui clenched his teeth and replied solemnly, "This fellow escaped from Pingqing prison, and even the entire law enforcement team couldn't capture him after 3 days of searching. Are you certain you can handle him all at once?" Xiao Ma was momentarily taken aback, lacking the confidence to affirm that claim. Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I am not afraid of ending his life. What I fear is that you might fail to do so completely. If we leave him with even a breath of life, he could seek vengeance, and that would be unbearable for anyone. He may have a worthless life, but our family's interests are vast. There's no need to gamble our lives recklessly." Xiao Ma scratched his head and asked, "Brother Hui, what do you mean?" Zhou Jinghui replied, "Have someone contact him and tell him that I will host a dinner for him tonight." Xiao Ma's eyes lit up. "Are we planning to deal with him during the dinner? Should I bring more brothers along to ensure he can't escape?" Zhou Jinghui shook his head. "I will personally host. If anything were to happen to him, I would be implicated. Don't forget, he has his own connections. If the law enforcement were to intervene, it would be tantamount to courting death." Xiao Ma was taken aback. "So what you mean is..." Zhou Jinghui took another deep breath. "I am planning to offer him 2 gaming arcades." Xiao Ma was momentarily stunned. Chapter 36. Mind your dog, little Ma, with a face full of defiance, exclaimed, "Brother Hui, what on earth are you saying? Treating him to dinner and even gifting him 2 gaming arcades? If this news gets out, won't it make us appear as if we were intimidated by a mere child? How can the brothers continue to operate in such an environment?" Zhou Jinghui shot little Ma a glare, retorting, "All you think about is brawling. I have told you countless times that we are now businessmen, so stop acting like a thug." Feeling awkward, little Ma scratched his head. "Brother Hui, what I mean is if we bow down to this kid now, others will think they can walk all over us. Those scoundrels are nothing but a bunch of petty ruffians. If you're truly afraid of their retaliation, take a vacation for a few days, and I will handle them for you." Zhou Jinghui coldly smiled. "Who said I am afraid of them? I merely wish to emphasize that we are businessmen now. In our line of work, we need to think more and resort to violence less." He rose and walked to the window, sneering, "This Chen Xuewen is a madman, and dealing with him is not particularly challenging. However, whether we kill him or incapacitate him, what benefit does it bring us?" Little Ma, confused, responded, "But giving him 2 gaming arcades doesn't benefit us at all." Zhou Jinghui chuckled. "Who says it brings no benefit? The 2 gaming arcades I am offering him are conveniently located near the old square." Upon hearing this, little Ma was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Hui, do you mean?" Zhou Jinghui laughed heartily, waving his hand, "Since he is a madman, I shall find a lunatic to entertain him. Regardless of who survives in the end, I am certain that I will not suffer any loss. Little Ma immediately joined in the laughter. Brother Hui, you truly are astute. Ha! If this Chen fellow gets hold of those two gaming arcades, I look forward to seeing how he meets his end. Rest assured, I will arrange it and invite him to dinner tonight. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Levin Grand Hotel in Picheng, in a private room on the second floor, Chen Xuewen arrived as promised, accompanied by Lai Ho. As they entered the hotel, Lai Ho trembled slightly. Brother Wen, could this be a trap? After the significant events of last night, Zhou Jinghui is inviting us to dinner instead of confronting us. Something feels off. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Lai Ho, puzzled, asked Brother Wen, how can you be so sure? Zhou Jinghui is no benevolent soul. Chen Xuewen replied with a serene smile. If Zhou Jinghui truly intended to deal with us, he would have acted long ago. Why make such a grand gesture to invite us to dinner? Moreover, look at the hotel he chose. The Levin Grand Hotel is conveniently situated right across from the law enforcement team. If Zhou Jinghui truly wanted to confront us, would he dare host a banquet right in front of them? Lai Ho cast a glance at the law enforcement team in the distance, feeling a slight sense of relief. Accompanied by Chen Xuewen, he strode confidently into the private room arranged by Zhou Jinghui. At the entrance stood Xiao Ma with a group of underlings. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho approach, a flicker of coldness swept across his face. He directly led his subordinates to confront them. Encircling Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho with an intimidating stance, their faces etched with ferocity. Lai Ho appeared visibly anxious, while Chen Xuewen maintained an air of calm. With his hands in his pockets, he disregarded Xiao Ma and the others, advancing straight toward the entrance. Xiao Ma and his companions instantly puffed up their chests to block Chen Xuewen's path, clearly intent on preventing his entry. Chen Xuewen shot a glance at Xiao Ma and coldly inquired, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Jinghui invited me to dinner. Yet you brought a pack of dogs to the door? Is it that you cannot afford guests? Or have you failed to train your dogs properly? At this remark, Xiao Ma and his companions erupted in fury. A young man boldly pointed at Chen Xuewen, cursing loudly, what the hell? Who do you think you're calling a dog? Chen Xuewen smiled lightly, replying, what? Is it not obvious enough? I'm referring to all of you. Their anger intensified, and Xiao Ma's face flushed with rage. Initially, he merely aimed to intimidate Chen Xuewen, but he was taken aback by Chen Xuewen's fearless retort. He signaled to one of his men, who promptly raised his hand to deliver a slap to Chen Xuewen, exclaiming, how dare you insult us? However, Chen Xuewen had anticipated this move. The moment the man lunged, Chen Xuewen swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the assailant. He deftly blocked the man's arm with his left hand while his right hand struck with blinding speed, landing a powerful punch squarely on the man's chest. The blow struck precisely at the most vulnerable point of the ribcage, resulting in a broken rib with a single hit. The man doubled over, clutching his chest in agony. The others stood frozen in shock. Xiao Ma's expression shifted as he bellowed, how dare you strike my brother, you, before he could finish. Chen Xuewen seized Xiao Ma by the throat, simultaneously pressing a bone knife against his neck. The cold blade penetrated the skin, threatening to sever Xiao Ma's artery at any moment. Xiao Ma promptly silenced himself, his face turning pale with fear. He had not anticipated Chen Xuewen's sudden and lethal aggression. Fortunately, at that moment, the door swung open and Zhou Jinghui emerged. Xiao Ma, what is happening here? My esteemed guest, Chen, is being treated in such a manner? He questioned. Turning to Chen Xuewen, he clasped his hands together and smiled. My apologies, Chen. These young brothers are unaware of the proper etiquette and have offended you. Please forgive them. Chen Xuewen regarded Zhou Jinghui with a chilling smile, replying, Zhou, did I not already advise you? Keep your dogs in check. If you find it difficult to manage your dog, feel free to let me know. I possess a singular talent, training dogs, a skill in which I excel. This statement carries a double entendre. It serves as a reminder to Zhou Jinghui of the two beloved dogs he lost, while simultaneously casting disdain upon Xiao Ma and his companions, likening them to mere curs. In that moment, the expressions of Zhou Jinghui and his entourage turned grim. Nonetheless, Zhou Jinghui ultimately managed to muster a strained smile, saying, "Brother Chen, you jest. Come, Brother Chen, let's go inside." He discreetly signaled to Xiao Ma, feigning warmth as he linked arms with Chen Xuewen, thus alleviating Xiao Ma's predicament. Chen Xuewen cast a contemptuous glance at Xiao Ma and, with an air of arrogance, strode confidently into the private room. Though Xiao Ma's face flushed with fury, he refrained from uttering a word. He was genuinely fearful of provoking this madman further. Chapter 37. Is $5 acceptable? Upon entering the private room, Zhou Jinghui appeared utterly unfazed, jovially slinging an arm around Chen Xuewen, treating him as if they were the closest of friends. Chen Xuewen, too, responded with a cheerful smile, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Lai Ho, lingering by Chen Xuewen's side, remained in a state of heightened anxiety. After all, he had previously been a mere inconsequential figure, his standing in the underworld even inferior to that of a small-time lackey like Li Eryong. The likes of Zhou Jinghui, a prominent figure, were entirely beyond his reach. Now, sharing a meal with such a heavyweight, it was only natural that he felt unsettled. Zhou Jinghui invited Chen Xuewen to sit, casually inquiring, "Where's Brother Eryong?" With a faint smile, Chen Xuewen replied, "He has some matters to attend to and cannot make it." Zhou Jinghui regarded Chen Xuewen with a hint of skepticism. His understanding of Chen Xuewen was that he was meticulous and ruthless. Given the circumstances of the evening, Chen Xuewen's decision not to bring Li Eryong suggested he might have ulterior motives. Consequently, Zhou Jinghui felt an increased wariness towards Chen Xuewen, refraining from harboring any other thoughts. Zhou Jinghui soon burst into laughter again. "No matter. As long as Brother Chen is here, that's what matters. Xiao Ma, bring me those 2 bottles of wine I've been keeping." Chen Xuewen waved his hand. "There's no need for the wine. I do not drink." Zhou Jinghui chuckled, "Oh, come on, my friend. This is a fine wine I have treasured for over 20 years, worth thousands a bottle. It would be a waste not to enjoy it tonight." Chen Xuewen promptly turned his glass upside down. "I apologize, but I truly do not drink." Zhou Jinghui's demeanor turned slightly frosty. Chen Xuewen's actions made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Truth be told, even the other powerful figures in Pingcheng would not dare to disregard his hospitality in such a manner. He squinted at Chen Xuewen, who met his gaze with an expression that was both calm and enigmatic. They held each other's stare for a moment, and ultimately, Zhou Jinghui managed to force a smile. "Brother Chen doesn't tea drink? Oh dear, it seems you're missing out. Not that I am being stingy. Very well, we shall forego the wine and proceed directly to the dishes." Xiao Ma watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Zhou Jinghui was exhibiting such tolerance towards Chen Xuewen. Knowing Zhou Jinghui's character, he would typically lash out in similar situations, even towards other formidable figures. Yet today, he had swallowed his pride, which was utterly unexpected. Without the wine, the meal progressed swiftly. Within half an hour, they had nearly finished dining. Zhou Jinghui picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and remarked with a smile, "Brother Chen, the reason for inviting you tonight is primarily to discuss the matter you mentioned yesterday. After reflecting on it, I must agree that Li Eryong's situation is indeed a misstep on Lao Hei's part. As the elder brother, I should offer some compensation." Lai Ho, engrossed in gnawing on a turtle shell, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Jinghui. To speak candidly, prior to his arrival, he was consumed by apprehension, fearing that tonight might be a treacherous banquet, fretting over whether he would be able to leave on his own 2 feet. Who could have anticipated that this evening would not only culminate in a sumptuous feast, but also in unexpected compensation from Zhou Jinghui? Was Chen Xuewen's actions from the previous night truly so formidable? With a calm demeanor, as if he had foreseen this, Chen Xuewen remarked, "Brother Hui, your generosity is indeed commendable. However, I surmise this compensation must come with certain stipulations." Zhou Jinghui exhaled a sigh, feigning difficulty as he replied, "It's not so much about conditions, merely a slight discrepancy. Brother Chen, to be frank, it is quite inconvenient for me to entrust you with the management of all the gaming halls. Such an arrangement would be difficult to justify to my associates." Chen Xuewen remained silent, savoring his tea as he awaited Zhou Jinghui's further elaboration. Zhou Jinghui leaned closer, stating, I pondered throughout the night and have finally devised a suitable resolution. Brother Chen, here's my proposition. I shall gift you 2 gaming halls. These 2 establishments will belong entirely to you, and all future revenues will be yours to keep. How do you find this compensation? Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly taken aback. 2 gaming halls represented a substantial investment. Zhou Jinghui was indeed bestowing upon Chen Xuewen a significant boon. Just the rent, renovations, and equipment for these 2 gaming halls would likely require an investment exceeding 100,000 yuan, while the gaming machines themselves may not hold substantial value. The slot machines are quite lucrative. Moreover, crucially, operating gaming halls in Pingcheng necessitates a license. The licenses in Pingcheng have long been monopolized, rendering it nearly impossible for the average individual to acquire one. Thus, establishing these gaming halls is not merely a matter of financial investment. The license is paramount. Considering the license, the value of the 2 gaming halls could easily reach 300,000 yuan. In 2003, a well-located apartment in Pingcheng would scarcely cost less than 100,000 yuan. Zhou Jinghui's offer is tantamount to gifting 3 apartments. How could one not be astonished? Chen Xuewen, however, maintained a composed expression. He lifted his teacup, took a profound sip, and then fixed his gaze intently upon Zhou Jinghui, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Zhou Jinghui took a step back, avoiding direct eye contact with Chen Xuewen, and remarked with a faint smile, Brother Chen, this is the utmost compensation I can provide. If you find this insufficient, I regret to inform you that I truly cannot concede further. Chen Xuewen took another sip of tea, then placed his cup steadily on the table and inquired, What are the locations of the 2 gaming halls you mentioned, Brother Hui? Zhou Jinghui replied with a smile. Absolutely no issues. They are situated in one of the most prosperous areas of Pingcheng, with each storefront commanding an annual rent of 30,000 yuan. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, 30,000 yuan in annual rent signifies a prime location in Pingcheng. Chen Xuewen then asked, What about the accompanying facilities? Zhou Jinghui, once you take over, you can commence operations. Even the trash bins are fully equipped. Should there be any deficiencies, feel free to approach me, and I shall provide everything at no cost. Chen Xuewen fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Lai Ho was growing anxious. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Was there any reason for Chen Xuewen to hesitate? He tugged at Chen Xuewen's sleeve. Chen Xuewen glanced at Lai Ho, took a deep breath, and suddenly, with determination, declared, Very well. Let us proceed as Brother Hui suggests. However, Brother Hui, I have one stipulation. Zhou Jinghui, overjoyed by Chen Xuewen's agreement, immediately responded with a smile. Brother Chen, please voice your request. As long as it is within my capacity, there will be no issue. Chen Xuewen stated, Brother Hui, you must have invested a substantial amount in these 2 gaming halls. I cannot simply take them without compensation. It would give the impression that I am taking advantage of you. Therefore, I intend to purchase these 2 gaming halls outright, and we shall sign a transfer contract to ensure they truly belong to me. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. Chen Xuewen was willing to pay? Oh dear, Brother Chen. A contract is perfectly acceptable, but why discuss money? We are like family, so there's no need for that. Zhou Jinghui waved his hand with a grin. However, Chen Xuewen remained serious. That will not do. We must keep matters distinct. When transferring ownership, how can one avoid monetary exchange? Saying this, he reached into his pocket, rummaged for a while, and finally produced 2 crumpled 5 yuan notes. He looked at Zhou Jinghui and said, Brother Hui, I apologize, but I did not bring much money today. Do you think 5 yuan will suffice? Zhou Jinghui nearly cursed aloud. How could he make such a pleasant declaration while offering a mere 5 yuan for my gaming halls? Is that not a mockery? Zhou Jinghui clenched his teeth and muttered, Oh dear, Brother Chen, why go to such lengths? We are brothers. This 10 yuan is unnecessary. Chen Xuewen replied earnestly, Money must be exchanged. However, Brother Hui, I meant 5 yuan for both establishments. The remaining 5 yuan is needed for a taxi ride home with Lai Ho. Zhou Jinghui. Chapter 38. We were deceived in the end. Chen Xuewen acquired both establishments for the mere sum of $5. As Zhou Jinghui signed the contract, his fingers trembled. He was furious. To be honest, If Chen Xuewen had offered no money at all, he would have been less enraged. But to offer just $5, it was truly an egregious affront. Nonetheless, Zhou Jinghui refrained from exploding in anger. After all, he had endured so much already. There was no need to jeopardize everything at the final moment. Once the contract was signed, Chen Xuewen smiled and said, "Brother Hui, thank you. When we open for business, I hope you will come to support us." Zhou Jinghui forced a smile in response, of course. Chen Xuewen exchanged a few more pleasantries, and, as he approached the door, his eyes suddenly lit up at the sight of 2 bottles of liquor on the table. "Lai Ho, bring those 2 bottles over. Brother Hui specially brought them for me. It's a gesture of goodwill. Even if I don't drink, I must take them home to admire daily, as a token of our friendship. Right, Brother Hui?" Zhou Jinghui pressed his hands on the table, his nails scraping against the surface, his forehead twitching with suppressed fury. Yet he managed to squeeze out a smile. "Indeed, that is correct." Lai Ho promptly went over to pack the 2 bottles, enthusiastically following Chen Xuewen as they left. Shortly after exiting the room, a loud crash echoed from behind them. Lai Ho paused, puzzled. "What was that?" Chen Xuewen sneered. "Sounds like dishes breaking." Inside the private room, chaos ensued. All the plates that had adorned the table now lay shattered on the floor. Zhou Jinghui stood at the table's edge, trembling with rage. Xiaoma, with his head bowed, stood nearby, his face pale. He had never witnessed Zhou Jinghui so furious. "Brother Hui, that scoundrel Chen Xuewen is truly despicable. If you hadn't given me a signal earlier, I would have stabbed him right then." Xiaoma gritted his teeth. Zhou Jinghui remained silent, standing by the window, his expression growing colder as he watched Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho drive away. "Xiaoma, it was wise of you not to act. This morning, I received word that this Chun fellow incapacitated a man named Scar while in prison. Scar's subordinates were thoroughly subdued by him," Zhou Jinghui stated solemnly. Xiaoma's eyes widened in disbelief. "Scar? That can't be true. Scar is quite a figure out there, not much lesser than you." Zhou Jinghui cast a deep glance at Xiaoma, his voice icy. "The most crucial point is that this man left Scar crippled and seriously injured several others in prison before escaping. Yet he emerged unscathed, released without charges. Do you understand the implications of that?" Xiaoma gasped. Even he, with his limited wit, could deduce that Chen Xuewen's background was anything but ordinary. "Brother Hui, what if this fellow returns to trouble us in the future?" Xiaoma asked anxiously. Zhou Jinghui smirked. "That is precisely why I decided to hand over these 2 gaming halls to him. As I have previously mentioned, the best way to deal with someone is to use their own blade against them. These 2 game halls are indeed 2 hot potatoes. I am quite curious to see if he can handle them." Upon returning home, Chen Xuewen found Li Eryong and Li Taizhu waiting anxiously inside. Their expressions transformed from worry to joy upon seeing Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho return unscathed. "Wenzi Hozi, how are you? Are you all right?" Li Eryong asked with palpable excitement. Lai Ho replied with enthusiasm, "Of course we're fine. Not only are we fine, but we've also struck it rich this time." Li Eryong, taken aback, inquired, "Rich? How so?" Lai Ho eagerly recounted the events that transpired earlier. Li Eryong listened in astonishment, particularly shocked to learn that Chen Xuewen had acquired the 2 game halls for a mere $5. $5? Really? Is that true? Li Eryong gazed at Chen Xuewen in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. Lai Ho produced the contract, exclaiming, "Look here." After a thorough examination, Li Eryong was overwhelmed with joy. This is indeed real. My heavens, these 2 game halls are now under Wenzi's name? Wenzi, how did you manage that? Zhou Jinghui is not an easy mark. How could he part with such a sum? Chen Xuewen wore a serious expression and waved his hand, cautioning everyone, do not rejoice too soon. These 2 game halls likely harbor issues. Lai Ho, taken aback, asked, "Issues? What issues?" Zhou Jinghui mentioned that the 2 game halls are in prime locations, fully equipped, and even the rent has been prepaid for a year, allowing immediate operation. What could possibly be wrong? Chen Xuewen replied solemnly. "That is precisely the biggest problem. Zhou Jinghui's tolerance towards us has exceeded reasonable limits. Tonight, I intentionally provoked him multiple times, yet he remained calm, which is quite abnormal. His restraint indicates he must be plotting something sinister to ensnare us." Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged concerned glances, their expressions shifting. Li Eryong, who was more familiar with Zhou Jinghui, understood that such a generous offer was out of character for him. Li Ho flipped through the contract, muttering, "What issues could there be with 2 game halls? They can operate. The location is excellent. There shouldn't be any problems." Suddenly, Li Eryong recalled something and quickly asked, "Where exactly are these game halls located?" Li Ho replied, "Over by the old square. It's one of the most bustling areas in Pingsheng." Li Eryong's face changed dramatically as he snatched the contract from Li Ho's hands. "You can't be mistaken, right? It's truly by the old square?" Li Ho pointed to the location on the contract, affirming, "Absolutely, it's clearly stated there." Upon seeing the location, Li Eryong was left speechless, collapsing into a chair. After a moment of stunned silence, he erupted, "That scoundrel Zhou Jinghui has truly tricked us." Chapter 39. If he can offer it, I can accept it. Li Ho looked at Li Eryong with a puzzled expression. "What is going on?" Li Eryong sighed and replied in a hushed tone, "Monkey, you may not be aware, but the old square is now the territory of the Viper." Li Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Viper? You mean that madman who breeds and plays with snakes?" Li Eryong nodded. "Indeed, the Viper got into trouble before and spent 8 years in prison. Since his release 6 months ago, he has become even more reckless, directly seizing control of the old square." He pointed out previously, there were 7 arcades in the old square, owned by 3 different bosses. The Viper went there and forced all 3 to shut down their businesses. As a result, those 3 bosses didn't dare to utter a word and obediently closed their doors. Li Eryong then looked at Chen Xuewen and solemnly declared, "Zhou Jinghui is one of those 3 bosses." Chen Xuewen remained composed, leaning back in his chair with his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly lost in thought. However, Li Ho's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I was wondering why Zhou Jinghui was being so generous this time. It turns out he has no good intentions at all. He is merely trying to provoke that lunatic Viper by giving us these 2 arcades." Li Eryong gritted his teeth. "That scoundrel Zhou Jinghui is trying to use us as pawns. Wenzi, we cannot accept these 2 arcades. Should we find Zhou Jinghui for a swap?" Chen Xuewen shook his head. "A swap is out of the question. Zhou Jinghui never intended to genuinely give us these 2 arcades. He offered them because he cannot operate them himself, rendering them useless to him. Furthermore, he aims to use us as bait while simultaneously gauging our capabilities." At this point, Chen Xuewen turned to Li Eryong and Li Ho, speaking softly, "If we cannot manage even these 2 arcades, it will demonstrate our lack of competence. At that point, not only will we be unable to negotiate a swap, but I suspect Zhou Jinghui will also come to settle accounts with us." Li Eryong and Li Ho exchanged glances, murmuring, "Wenzi, are you implying?" Chen Xuewen stood up, offering a faint smile. "Since these 2 arcades have been entrusted to us, we must take them on. This is our first step toward establishing a foothold in Pingsheng. If we succeed, we will effectively have stepped on both Zhou Jinghui and the Viper, earning the respect of others in Pingsheng. If we fail, it will only signify that we are unfit for this line of work, and we might as well find a factory to tighten screws." Both Li Eryong and Li Ho's expressions changed drastically. Li Ho exclaimed, "Wenzi, are you suggesting we confront the Viper? Do you know who he is? That scoundrel owns a snake farm. Anyone who provokes him ends up with a bag of snakes tossed into their home, and many have been driven mad with fear." Li Eryong exclaimed anxiously, "Wenzi, that man known as Poisonous Snake is utterly deranged. Do you have any idea how he ended up in prison last time? 8 years ago, he had an affair with a man's wife, and that man confronted him with a knife. In the end, Poisonous Snake threw him into the snake pit at his home, where he nearly succumbed to 1,000 snake bites." Li Ho gasped in horror, his body involuntarily shuddering. After all, who isn't afraid of snakes? "What happened next?" Li Ho inquired. Li Eryong replied gravely, "Fortunately, that man received timely medical attention and survived, but he was left traumatized. Because of this incident, he spent 8 years behind bars. Upon his release, he became even more unhinged. It is said that he now even dabbles with pythons. The 3 bosses at the old square are roughly on par with Zhou Jinghui in strength, yet they all bow to him submissively. If you provoke him, it's akin to courting death." Li Ho immediately turned to Chen Xuewen in panic. hoping he would reconsider. However, Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "It's merely a matter of playing with a few snakes. What is the big deal? In this world, it is the human heart that is most venomous. If I am not afraid of people, why should I fear a few snakes?" As he spoke, Chen Xuewen rose and declared, "I shall acquire these two shops. Yong, Hosey, if you wish to avoid a confrontation with poisonous snake, I can offer you both a share of the profits without needing to get involved." Li Yong gritted his teeth and spat. "What nonsense are you talking about? Wenzi, we grew up together as brothers. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you." Lai Ho took a deep breath, looking at Chen Xuewen. "Brother Wen, to be honest, I am a bit frightened. However, I admire and trust you. Fortune favors the bold. Damn it, I'm in. Brother Wen, I will follow your lead." Chen Xuewen laughed heartily, patting their shoulders. "All right, let us choose a good day tomorrow and prepare for the grand opening. For now, let us find a place to celebrate our success." At that moment, Li Taiju, who had been silent for over an hour, finally spoke up. "Eat? Were we eating?" Chen Xuewen, Li Yong, and Lai Ho exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. After discussing serious matters for so long, he seemed to be in a world of his own, yet the mention of food snapped him back to reality. Chen Xuewen clapped Li Taiju on the shoulder, laughing, "Let us go get some meat." He entered the house, retrieved 20,000 yuan, and then led the three of them out of the alley in high spirits. Instead of heading to a restaurant first, he directed them toward the Pingqing technology market. With the store opening on the horizon, Chen Xuewen planned to buy each of his brothers a mobile phone for easier communication. As they walked into the technology market, Li Yong was still grumbling, "Wenzi, what kind of phone are we buying? They are ridiculously expensive. A small communicator would be much cheaper." Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. "The signal on small communicators is unreliable. It could hinder our plans." Previously, Wu Lihong's little phone often suffered from poor signal, resulting in frequent interruptions during calls and ineffective communication. Lai Ho surveyed the bustling crowd and whispered, "Wen Ge, there's really no need to purchase them. It's merely 4 mobile phones. Wait a moment, and I will go out and procure 4 for us, saving money." Chen Xuewen smacked him lightly on the back of the head and replied, "Monkey, you must amend this habit. We are venturing into business now, and we can no longer resort to such petty thievery." Lai Ho chuckled. "It's become second nature. Wen Ge, I will certainly be more mindful in the future." Chen Xuewen led the three of them into a mobile phone shop, where they browsed for quite some time before finally selecting the Nokia 7210. After a round of haggling with the owner, they secured 4 phones for a total of 11,000. They also purchased SIM cards, and with great flair, Li Yong and Lai Ho bought stylish phone cases to hang from their belts, proudly displaying their new acquisitions. As they walked, they playfully swayed their hips, making the cases jiggle, reveling in their ostentation. Li Taiju, however, was rather clumsy with the phone, fumbling for some time before figuring out how to make a call. Once he did, he acted as if he had discovered a new continent, incessantly dialing Chen Xuewen, Lai Ho, and Li Yong. After answering a few times and realizing he was merely playing, Chen Xuewen decided to turn off his phone, deeming it unnecessary at the moment. Meanwhile, Lai Ho and Li Yong delighted in the ringing of their phones, promptly pulling them out with utmost seriousness. They would glance at the screen, see it was Li Taiju calling, and then hang up, reattaching the phone to their waists, repeating this cycle endlessly. Chen Xuewen could only watch in bemusement at their antics. He preferred a more understated approach, tucking his phone into his jacket pocket. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Xuewen paused once more. He gazed at the array of attractive flip phones in the store and pondered for a moment before pointing to a pink model and inquiring, "How much is this phone?" The owner, having just completed a significant sale, responded cheerfully, "My friend, you have an excellent eye. This is Motorola's new model for the year, and it's quite affordable at 4,003. Chen Xuewen shot him a sidelong glance, prompting the owner to quickly amend, "All right, my brother, if you want it, I can let it go for 4,000. Ultimately, Chen Xuewen acquired the phone for 3,008. The owner efficiently packaged the phone and remarked, "Brother, is this a gift for your girlfriend? This is the perfect gift for a girl. I assure you, any girl who receives this phone will be yours by tonight." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "I do not have a girlfriend. This is merely a gift for a friend." Chapter 40. The Stolen Phone. Subsequently, Chen Xuewen, accompanied by Li Eryong and another companion, ventured to a well-known restaurant in the urban area. The quartet settled into a private room and ordered a lavish array of dishes. Li Taiju was preoccupied with his phone, only lifting his gaze at the moment of ordering. Is there any braised pork? Li Eryong shot him an exasperated glance. I already ordered for you. I even got you 3 pounds of beef. Tonight, you shall be well fed. Satisfied, Li Taiju nodded and resumed his focus on his phone. After finalizing the order, Chen Xuewen pondered for a moment and turned to Li Eryong. Eryong, please give Wu Lihong a call. The disco hasn't opened yet. Let us invite her to join us for dinner. Li Eryong immediately concurred. That was precisely my thought. Sister Hong works tirelessly to prepare our meals. It is only right we treat her well. Lai Ho, observing the phone box beside Chen Xuewen, remarked, You needn't even think about it. Brother Wen has already considered it. Have you not seen that he has already purchased a phone? Li Eryong snapped back to attention. Wait, Wenzi, is that phone for Wu Lihong? You're not developing feelings for her, are you? Chen Xuewen shot him a look. What do you mean by that? This phone is merely a token of gratitude for her assistance. There are no ulterior motives. Li Eryong leaned closer to Chen Xuewen. Wenzi, honestly, Wu Lihong is quite a remarkable girl. She treats you well, You're not turning your nose up at her, are you? Chen Xuewen glared at him. What kind of nonsense is that? I harbor no feelings for her, so there is nothing to dismiss or not. At this point, Chen Xuewen sighed. After all I have endured, I have lost both my parents. Now, I cannot bring myself to trust women again, nor can I form any affection for them. Seeing the somber expression on Chen Xuewen's face, Li Eryong could only sigh and took out his phone to call Wu Lihong. Before long, the alluring Wu Lihong arrived with enthusiasm. How did you know I hadn't eaten? I was just about to indulge in instant noodles with my friends when your call came. Tonight shall be a delightful feast, she exclaimed with a smile. Li Eryong perked up at her words. With your friends? Oh, why didn't you bring them along? Wu Lihong rolled her eyes at him. All right, enough of your antics. Just take a look at yourself, limping around, and you're still thinking about women. Focus on recovering first. Li Eryong protested. What's wrong with me? I've only broken a few bones, not my ability to think about women. Lai Ho chuckled. Come on, you've broken an arm and a leg. How do you plan to manage? Are you going to hop around? Li Eryong was left speechless while Wu Lihong stifled a laugh. Chen Xuewen took out the phone and handed it to Wu Lihong. This is for you. Wu Lihong looked puzzled. What is it? Chen Xuewen replied. We just visited the phone store and each of us bought a phone. I thought this particular model suits you quite well, so I picked it up for you. Please see if the color is to your liking. Wu Lihong was momentarily stunned, gazing at the mobile phone box in Chen Xuewen's hands, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Observing her reaction, Li Eryong promptly exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? This was specifically chosen by Brother Wen for you. It's far more exquisite than ours. Catch it. Only then did Wu Lihong regain her composure, hurriedly accepting the box, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Chen Xuewen shot a bemused glance at Li Eryong, saying, It was merely a casual purchase, not a deliberate selection. It's also a token of gratitude for your assistance during this time. Wu Lihong smiled gently as she opened the box, her gaze alighting on the elegant phone within. Holding the device, her face radiated joy as she murmured, This is the new Motorola model. How beautiful. It must be quite expensive. In truth, it's not costly. Compared to the help you've given me, it pales in significance. By the way, I also procured a SIM card for you. Go ahead and try it. Wu Lihong, beaming with delight, took the SIM card, inserted it into the phone, and tested it, finding the signal splendid. She noted down the phone numbers of Chen Xuewen and the others, labeling them with their names. Yet for Chen Xuewen, she simply marked one character, 1. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, Wu Lihong's phone suddenly rang. She was taken aback. With a new phone and number, who could possibly be calling her? Upon checking, she exclaimed, Li Taiju, you big fool. We're sitting face to face. Why can't you just speak directly instead of calling? Chen Xuewen and the others erupted into laughter. Li Taiju was still at his antics. Soon, the feast was served. Chen Xuewen had ordered an extravagant spread, befitting a celebratory banquet. Wu Lihong, in her exuberance, called the manager to request a leave for the evening. Although Zhou Qinghui had invited them to dinner, Chen Xuewen hardly ate, and Lai Ho was anxious, barely tasting the food, his stomach still grumbling. As for Li Eryong and Li Taiju, they had not eaten at all. Once the dishes arrived, everyone began to feast heartily, particularly Li Taiju, who devoured his meal as if caught in a whirlwind. He had a large pork knuckle specially ordered for him, and with both hands, he voraciously devoured it, leaving nothing behind. Not only that, he smashed the bones to extract every bit of marrow. He then tackled 3 pounds of beef, consuming 2 pounds with sheer determination. Had it not been for Li Eryong and Lai Ho as quick thinking and snatching away some food, he might have finished it all himself. Half of the remaining dishes also found their way into his stomach. Finally, he polished off a bowl of rice, contentedly pausing. Chen Xuewen watched in astonishment, once again re-evaluating Li Tieju's remarkable appetite. Although they had dined together numerous times before, Li Taiju had previously exhibited some restraint. Tonight, however, he truly showcased his prowess. Li Tieju's appetite could easily rival that of 4 or 5 adult men. Lai Ho indulged to the point of loosening his belt, and eventually, he simply excused himself to the restroom before returning to continue his feast. After a while, Li Taiju suddenly spoke up. Lai Ho, why is there a woman's voice on your phone? Lai Ho was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? How could there possibly be a woman speaking on my phone? Li Taiju insisted. No, really, there's a woman saying that the number you dialed is currently turned off. And she's even speaking in English. When did you become acquainted with such an educated woman? Lai Ho retorted. You're just talking rubbish. You must have dialed the wrong number. As he spoke, he reached to feel for his phone at his waist. Upon doing so, he froze in shock, for the phone pouch at his side was now empty. Devoid of any device. Lai Ho's heart raced as he leapt his feet. What the hell? My phone has been stolen. Chen Xuewen and the others exchanged glances, utterly speechless. Here was a seasoned thief, and yet, even his own belongings had been pilfered. Was this not akin to a flood sweeping away the Dragon King's temple? Chapter 41. A matter of dignity, Lai Ho discovered his phone had been stolen, driving him nearly to the brink of madness. He leapt to his feet, shouting for everyone to block the front and back doors of the restaurant. I tell you, this phone must be recovered today. Otherwise, no one leaves here. Chen Xuewen chuckled softly. Monkey, it's not that serious. If it's truly lost, we can simply purchase another one. Just refrain from boasting next time. Lai Ho waved his hand dismissively. Brother one, you don't understand. This is not merely a matter of money. It's a matter of dignity. If the brothers outside learn that my phone was stolen, how can I ever face them again? Chen Xuewen was a loss for words and could only assist, enlisting Li Taiju and Li Eryong to help barricade the doors. However, Lai Ho's phone was already turned off, making it quite challenging to locate it. Chen Xuewen urged Lai Ho to carefully consider whom he had interacted with when he had stepped out to use the restroom. After a moment of reflection, Lai Ho pinpointed 5 individuals. Damn it, I interacted with these 5 people during my brief outing. It must be one of them who stole it. Call them all out and search them one by one. It's bound to be on one of them. Lai Ho insisted. Chen Xuewen rolled his eyes. Are you out of your mind? The thief would have likely already moved the item. How do you expect to find it on anyone? Lai Ho replied then, let us gather everyone and search them all. Chen Xuewen countered, do you think you're the king? You can't just search him ever you please. Besides, the thief may have hidden it elsewhere, not necessarily on someone. How would you go about searching? And in such a large restaurant, do you think the establishment would allow you to search the patrons, causing such a commotion? Lai Ho exclaimed. So what can we do? Call the police? That's out of the question. I've got a reputation in this industry. If word gets out that I lost my phone and had to involve the police, my face would be utterly ruined. Chen Xuewen was momentarily speechless. It seemed Lai Ho was quite concerned about his image. After some contemplation, he said, I have a plan. He leaned closer to Lai Ho and whispered a few ideas. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Wen, you truly have a solution. All right, let us do it. With renewed vigor, Lai Ho dashed out to speak with the restaurant owner regarding the search for his phone. The owner, upon learning that a theft had occurred in his establishment, felt a sense of embarrassment. After listening to Chen Xuewen's suggestion, his eyes lit up. That's a clever idea. I'll fully cooperate. The owner summoned the waitstaff and briefed them. Soon, the waiters rushed out into the hallway, deliberately creating a commotion, exclaiming, someone's phone has been stolen, and the police have been called. The enforcement team is on their way. As the enforcement team was notified, they instructed that no one was to leave the premises, sealing both the front and back doors. The ensuing uproar drew many guests out to witness the commotion, creating a scene of mild chaos. At that moment, Liho emerged alongside his boss. Intentionally, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I purchased this phone for over 7,000. If the enforcement team seizes it, I could be in serious trouble. Once I discover who did this, I will ensure they face the consequences." The boss furrowed his brow, replying, "It seems it might be challenging to track them down. This phone has likely been relocated or simply discarded somewhere. Even if we manage to locate the phone, capturing the perpetrator would still be impossible." Liho retorted, "No matter. Even if the phone is lost, there are fingerprints on it. As long as the enforcement team compares the fingerprints, they will apprehend the thief." While the two conversed, Chen Xuewen stood at a distance among the crowd, quietly observing the 5 individuals that Liho had previously mentioned. As Liho spoke, one of the young men, dressed in a server's uniform, visibly trembled. Subsequently, this server discreetly slipped away from the crowd, taking advantage of the lack of attention, and stealthily entered the corridor. Chen Xuewen smirked softly and leisurely followed behind. The server made his way to a corner of the restaurant near the kitchen. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and then quietly retrieved a phone from a flower pot in the corner. He wrapped the phone in his clothing and vigorously wiped it down, erasing the fingerprints. Afterward, he prepared to return the phone to its original place. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. "Since you've taken it out, why put it back?" Startled, the server dropped the phone, which clattered to the ground. He quickly stood up, at a loss for words, stammering, I found this phone here. I was just about to bring it to my boss." Chen Xuewen scoffed. "Do you think I would believe that? Or rather, do you think your boss would believe you?" The server broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively glancing toward the window. Chen Xuewen interjected, "No need to look. We're on the 3rd floor. Jumping down won't help you escape." The server's face turned pale, and after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly fell to his knees. Trembling as he pleaded, "Big brother, I realize my mistake. I won't do it again." Before he could finish, his expression froze, staring in disbelief at Chen Xuewen. "Brother, when is that you?" Chen Xuewen was taken aback. He finally recognized the server's face, which indeed seemed familiar. Soon, he recalled the identity of this individual. His name was Wang Jindong, a former cellmate from his time in prison. While incarcerated, Wang had been in a situation similar to Chen's, often bullied by others. After Chen had subdued the group, led by Scar, Wang was the first to seek refuge with him. In reality, Wang Jindong was one of the few individuals in prison who had not become enemies with Chen Xuewen. Surprised, Chen Xuewen inquired, "Wang Jindong, what brings you here?" Recognizing Chen Xuewen, Wang Jindong exhaled in relief and hurriedly recounted his circumstances. It turns out that this young man was released from prison 10 days ago. However, for someone with a criminal record, finding employment upon release is exceedingly difficult. With no options left, he had no choice but to work as a waiter here. Yet, after his release, he found himself utterly destitute, without a single penny to his name, making even the most basic necessity of sustenance a challenge. Thus, upon seeing the man swaggering with his phone, he felt a surge of unscrupulous thoughts. Having spoken, Wang Jindong wore a woeful expression and said, "Brother one, I had no idea he was your brother. Had I known, even if you lent me 10 more lives, I would not dare to steal his phone. Brother one, grant me a chance. I have just been released. If I am caught again, it is likely I will face severe punishment." Chen Xuewen smiled and replied, "Since you address me as brother, I cannot allow the enforcement team to apprehend you. Let this matter rest here." Wang Jindong immediately exhaled in relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Wen, thank you." Chen Xuewen regarded Wang Jindong thoughtfully and said, "However, working here may not be the best arrangement for you. Would you be interested in joining me in my endeavors?" Chapter 42. Ambush. Upon hearing this, Wang Jindong's eyes instantly brightened. "Brother one, did I hear you correctly? You want me to join you?" Chen Xuewen replied, "Indeed. Is that a problem?" Wang Jindong hastily shook his head and waved his hands. "Not at all. I'm more than willing. Brother Wen, please hold on a moment. I will resign from my job right away and accompany you." Chen Xuewen chuckled lightly. "Aren't you going to ask what it is I require of you?" Wang Zhendong, with a serious demeanor, responded, Brother One, your invitation to join you signifies your regard for me. How could I possibly have any objections? Besides, you took such good care of me when we were together before. I've always remembered that. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Wang Zhendong's cleverness. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Brother One, how did it go? Did you find it? Lai Ho approached with several others, including the boss. Upon spotting Wang Zhendong and the phone in his hand, Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, it's you? You dare to steal my phone? You must be tired of living. The boss, fuming, marched over and shouted, Wang Zhendong, are you trying to get yourself killed? I hired you to work. And here you are, stealing in my establishment? Just wait until the enforcement team arrives. I'll ensure you face a longer sentence. A crowd began to murmur and point, leaving Wang Zhendong utterly embarrassed. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen called out, You've misunderstood. He didn't steal the phone. He merely found it on the ground and picked it up. I witnessed it myself. The crowd fell silent in surprise. Wang Zhendong, filled with gratitude, was relieved not only for the rescue, but also for retaining his dignity. Lai Ho looked at Chen Xuewen in confusion, wanting to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen handed the phone back to Lai Ho. Monkey, the phone is returned, so let us not prolong this any further. He shot Lai Ho a knowing glance. Lai Ho nodded in agreement. All right then, since the phone is found, there's no need to waste more time. After settling the bill, Chen Xuewen led the group out of the restaurant. On the way, he briefed Lai Ho and the others about Wang Zhendong's background. Upon realizing they were on the same side, Lai Ho ceased further inquiries. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhendong hurried out, having changed from his waiter uniform into a set of worn, tattered clothes. As he emerged from the restaurant, he rubbed his hands together, anxiously scanning the surroundings. When Chen Xuewen called out, Wang Zhendong rushed over. Brother One, I have resigned. From now on, I will stick with you, he exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xuewen smiled. We're all in this together. Rest assured, as long as you are with me, you shall never go hungry. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Chen Xuewen casually introduced a few people standing nearby to Wang Zhendong. When it came to introducing Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong shook hands with him and awkwardly said, Brother Ho, I truly apologize for what happened earlier. I had no idea you were one of us. Please forgive my offense. I hope you won't hold it against me. This heartfelt apology instantly extinguished the anger that had been simmering in Lai Ho's heart. He chuckled and patted Wang Zhendong on the shoulder, saying, Dongzi, from now on we are all brothers. There's no need for formality. There's a saying that fits well here. No fight, no acquaintance. If it weren't for this incident today, we probably wouldn't have crossed paths. Wang Zhendong couldn't help but laugh. Li Eryong, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Dongzi, I'm quite intrigued. How on earth did you manage to lift Lai Ho's phone? This guy has been in this line of work since childhood. How did you manage to outsmart him? The group immediately turned their attention to Wang Zhendong, all equally curious. Lai Ho, blushing slightly, also looked at Wang Zhendong with interest. Wang Zhendong scratched his head and replied, Brother Yong, I'm not really an expert. The main issue was that Brother Ho's phone was just too conspicuous. We walked out. He swaggered with his waist and pushed his belly forward, making the phone stick out prominently. The phone case was merely attached by a magnet. I could easily remove it with a gentle tug. While he was walking, he didn't even look down, holding his head high, and I just took the opportunity to... I just took it. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter. Indeed, Lai Ho had been strutting about in that very manner just moments ago. Chen Xuewen playfully slapped Lai Ho on the back, saying, Monkey, did you hear that? This is the consequence of showing off. If I were you, I'd keep that phone in my pocket instead of hanging it at my waist. It's far too obvious. Lai Ho appeared crestfallen, replying, Brother One, don't worry. I'll buy some underwear with pockets and zippers to hide the phone. Damn it, if someone can steal my phone from my pants, I'll accept it. The laughter around him intensified, and Wu Lihong interjected, Monkey, what Brother One means is that you shouldn't be so ostentatious. Who told you to stuff your phone in your pants? If you keep doing that, I won't be calling you anymore. It's just too flashy. Lai Ho awkwardly said, Hey, don't pick on me alone. What is so showy about me? Look at Juzi. He flaunts even more than I do, never letting go of his phone. The group turned to see Li Taiju still engrossed in his phone, still tapping away. However, at that moment, he was not making calls. It seemed he was preoccupied with something else entirely. Chen Xuewen leaned over for a closer look. What the heck? He has playing Snake. Li Eryong chimed in, all right. Don't pick on Juzi. Sure, he may show off, but at least he is holding onto his phone. He won't lose it. Unlike you, who's south all over the place. Lai Ho wore an expression of utter disbelief, and then cast a glance at Li Eryong's phone case, exclaiming, how dare you judge me? How much better are you? Your phone case is completely red. You are far more ostentatious than I am. The crowd erupted in laughter. Li Eryong's face flushed crimson as he quickly concealed his phone case. Subsequently, Chen Xuewen took Wang Zhendong to purchase several outfits and also equipped him with a mobile phone. Wang Zhendong, holding these items, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Brother Wen, I have nothing more to say. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you command, even if it means walking through fire or traversing mountains, I shall not hesitate. Chen Xuewen smirked. All right, save such declarations for another time. For now, you will spend the night with Lai Ho. Tomorrow, we shall seek out someone to determine an auspicious date for your opening. The group nodded in agreement, escorting Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong to the mouth of the alley before parting ways. Wu Lihong followed closely behind Chen Xuewen, making her way home through the darkness. Clutching the mobile phone that Chen Xuewen had gifted her, she gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes slightly glazed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she quickened her pace, intending to reach out and grasp Chen Xuewen's hand. Just then, several figures sprang forth from the shadowy corridor, encircling the two of them. At the same moment, an arrogant voice rang out, at last, we have caught up with you. Chapter 43. He seeks trouble with that voice. A young man with yellow hair emerged from the shadowy stairwell. Upon seeing him, Wu Lihong's expression instantly shifted. He-Fei. What? What are you doing here? Chen Xuewen also recognized him. This was indeed Wu Lihong's former boyfriend, He-Fei. The last time Chen Xuewen had abducted Wu Lihong, he had encountered this man. He-Fei approached and immediately slapped Wu Lihong across the face, cursing, you wretched woman, why the hell can't I come here? What? It's fine for you to steal men, but not for me to come find you? Chen Xuewen's brow furrowed, his demeanor growing slightly cold. However, he ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, Wu Lihong was He-Fei's girlfriend. This was a matter between them, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Wu Lihong's face was swollen from the blow, yet she did not back down, retorting angrily, He-Fei, watch your mouth. Who the hell is stealing men? This is my classmate, my friend. He-Fei spat back. Damn it, do you think I don't know? Do you have any idea what day it is today? Wu Lihong shot back, what day? He-Fei raised his voice. Today is the day your shop distributes salaries. I went to your store to settle my account. And you know how much your manager gave me? A measly 800 yuan, not even enough to work in a factory. I went to ask your manager why. And he told me that you've been acting like a virtuous maiden, merely accompanying people to sing and drink every night, never engaging in anything else, leaving promptly at midnight. Damn it, you've not gone home for over 20 days, yet you claim there's nothing going on with this guy? His anger escalated as he delivered another slap to Wu Lihong's face, cursing, you think I'm a fool? Chen Xuewen could no longer restrain himself. He-Fei, enough. If you have something to say it without resorting to violence. He-Fei, furious, retorted, who the hell are you? What give you the right to speak here? As his rage intensified, he prepared to strike Chen Xuewen. At that moment, Wu Lihong rushed forward, pushing He-Fei back a few steps, exclaiming, He-Fei, our issues are ours to resolve. They have nothing to do with him. He-Fei's fury surged further. You wretched woman, are you protecting him? And you dare say you Haven Tea betrayed me? If I don't deal with you today, then I'm not He-Fei. He seized Wu Lihong's neck, pinning her against the wall. Chen Xuewen's expression turned cold as he slowly reached into his pocket, discreetly grasping the bone knife concealed within his clothing. Wu Lihong, with defiance in her voice, stated, He-Fei, we need to clear the air today. First and foremost, you have no right to accuse me of infidelity. We're not in a romantic relationship. I merely borrowed money from you. I have never claimed you to be my boyfriend. He-Fei's expression darkened with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? You have stayed at my place countless times and share my bed. How can you deny being my girlfriend? Wu Lihong's face turned ashen. You have housed dozens of women. Does that mean each one is your girlfriend? I owe you money because you coerced me into living with you and working at the nightclub to repay you. I am a victim of your manipulation. To me, you're no different from those clients. In a fit of rage, He-Fei struck Wu Lihong across the face. You wretched creature, speak again. Wu Lihong retorted loudly. I shall speak. When my brother underwent surgery, you lent me 30,000. However, throughout these years at the nightclub, you have taken at least 100,000 from my wages. I have long since repaid my debt. We are even now. From this moment forth, there shall be no connection between us, and do not come looking for me again. He-Fei, infuriated, seized Wu Lihong by the neck and slammed her head against a nearby wall, bellowing, Wretched girl, I command you to speak. You think you can escape me that easily? He struck her head twice before throwing her aside. Turning to Chen Xuewen, he spat venomously. You worthless coward, are you really severing ties with me for such a weakling? Look at him, unable to utter a word while you are being attacked. Is he worth it? Damn it, it infuriates me to see you. He spat in Chen Xuewen's direction, which landed on his sleeve. He-Fei, filled with fury, shouted, How dare you block me? As he reached for Chen Xuewen's arm. Chen Xuewen had been anticipating this moment. The instant He-Fei grasped his arm, Chen Xuewen surged forward, wrapping one arm around He-Fei's neck while gripping a boning knife against He-Fei's throat. The cold blade pierced He-Fei's skin, blood gushing forth and staining his collar. Startled, He-Fei exclaimed, What? What the hell are you doing? You dare to touch me? Without further ado, Chen Xuewen plunged the knife down, severing He-Fei's left ear. Blood poured forth, and He-Fei let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. His subordinates, mere lowly thugs, were filled with panic. They were accustomed to bullying the weak, but were now faced with someone formidable, leaving them at a loss for action. Chen Xuewen wiped the knife clean on He-Fei's clothing before once again pressing it to his throat, coldly declaring, Do you believe I would hesitate to harm you? He-Fei trembled in fear. He was merely capable of boasting and intimidating students, deceiving naive girls, yet he had never encountered many grand scenes. Chen Xuewen's ruthless tactics truly instilled terror within him. Shakily, he asked, What do you intend to do? Chen Xuewen replied coldly, First, apologize to Wu Lihong. Second, since she owes you 30,000 and you took 100,000 from her, you must return 70,000. Third, from now on, you are forbidden from harassing Wu Lihong. He-Fei's face turned crimson, gritting his teeth as he said, Are you planning to stand up for her? Let me tell you, my brother. Before he could finish, Chen Xuewen struck again, plunging a knife into his arm. He-Fei screamed in agony, quickly becoming subdued. All right. I promise you, I promise. Chen Xuewen withdrew the bone knife and commanded coldly, Apologize. He-Fei glanced at Wu Lihong, his expression exceedingly grim, and muttered through clenched teeth, I am soda. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow louder. Do you wish to suffer more? He-Fei quickly responded, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wu Lihong stood there, tears brimming in her eyes, her gaze towards Chen Xuewen filled with gratitude. Chen Xuewen released his grip and pushed He-Fei away, stating coldly, 70,000, bring it within 3 days. Otherwise, next time I'll come personally for it. And at 1T, just be 70,000. He-Fei's face turned ashen, glaring at Chen Xuewen, gritting his teeth. You little brat. You dare to touch me. I'll make you pay. He called to his gang, Brothers, attack. His followers immediately shouted and rushed forward to assault Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewen pulled Wu Lihong behind him, shielding her. The assailants surrounded Chen Xuewen, pummeling him. He did not resist, merely protecting his head with his arms, taking several blows. At that moment, a furious shout rang out from outside. What is happening? Stop. Everyone turned to see a group from the enforcement team rushing over. He-Fei was taken aback. The enforcement team had arrived with impeccable timing. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuewen had released him solely because he had seen the enforcement team's vehicle approaching from afar. The enforcers charged in, swiftly pinning He-Fei and his gang to the ground without uttering a word. He-Fei, with his neck craned, exclaimed desperately, You've got it wrong. I'm the victim. However, no one paid him any heed. The leader was none other than Captain Wang from earlier. He cuffed He Fei, fuming. With so many of you wielding weapons to assault one person, you dare claim to be the victims? Do you truly believe we in the enforcement team are fools? Take them away. Chapter 44. I wanted to be imprisoned. He Fei and his companions were all apprehended once more. Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong were also taken back to provide their statements. As they departed, the narrow alleyway was abuzz. Numerous doors swung open, and neighbors stood on either side, whispering and casting furtive glances. Among them, the gossip surrounding Wu Lihong was particularly rife. The earlier commotion caused by He Fei had disturbed the surrounding residents, who had promptly alerted the authorities. Everyone had heard He Fei's furious outbursts, and thus, it was evident that Wu Lihong was employed in a nightclub. With her head bowed, Wu Lihong was engulfed in profound shame. Once inside the vehicle, she still dared not lift her gaze and softly murmured, "Wen Ziyi, I'm so sorry." Chen Xuewen reassured her, "It's all right. You are my friend. Your troubles are my troubles. He Fei's bullying shall not go unchallenged." Wu Lihong shook her head and replied in a hushed tone, "I am not referring to He Fei. I mean what the neighbors will say." Chen Xuewen, taken aback, inquired, "What about the neighbors?" Wu Lihong lamented, "They all overheard about my job at the nightclub. They will undoubtedly mock you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuewen was momentarily rendered speechless. Wu Lihong, seemingly unconcerned about her own dignity, was instead worried about his reputation, a sentiment he had not anticipated. What mockery could they possibly have? "You are being overly sensitive. It matters not," Chen Xuewen reassured her. Wu Lihong shook her head. "They will certainly ridicule you for associating with a woman of questionable repute." I. Her voice trembled with emotion. Chen Xuewen chuckled softly enough. "Do not let this trouble you. What is this minor issue? During my time in prison, they label me a rapist and murderer. In this neighborhood, there is little dignity left for me." Wu Lihong managed a rueful smile, falling silent thereafter. Upon reaching the enforcement team, Captain Wang followed procedure and took statements from Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong. However, Chen Xuewen's account diverged slightly from the actual events. He refrained from mentioning the severing of He Fei's ear, instead asserting that amidst the chaos, he could not see clearly and was merely defending himself. Unbeknownst to him, He Fei's ear had been inexplicably severed. Conversely, He Fei's associates provided an unembellished account, detailing how Chen Xuewen had taken He Fei hostage and cut off his ear. Yet, Captain Wang dismissed their testimonies outright, opting to accept Chen Xuewen's version. Firstly, Captain Wang was aware of Chen Xuewen's formidable background and had no desire to provoke him. Secondly, He Fei's gang were mere thugs, and the enforcement team had little faith in their claims. Consequently, after the statements were recorded, Chen Xuewen and Wu Lihong were released, while He Fei and his gang were detained. Despite He Fei's cries of injustice, no one paid him any mind. Upon leaving the enforcement team, Chen Xuewen did not return home immediately. Instead, he first called Lawyer He, who, owing to his connection with Master Ho, had shown Chen Xuewen considerable favor. After listening to Chen Xuewen's detailed account, Lawyer He smiled calmly, saying, "You need not worry about this matter. Under normal circumstances, the enforcement team will certainly take your statement into account. As for He Fei and his associates, they will likely be detained for a few days. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will assist you." Chen Xuewen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lawyer He. However, I have another thought." Lawyer He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What thought?" Chen Xuewen whispered. "Is there any way to ensure that He Fei serve a longer sentence? Perhaps a few years?" Lawyer He paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Little brother Chen, are you trying to take this opportunity to bring He Fei down?" Chen Xuewen replied with a faint smile. "I merely wish to minimize potential troubles. Individuals like him are slippery. If he is released, he might cause further issues. Thus, it would be preferable for him to remain incarcerated for a few years, which would alleviate some of my own burdens." Lawyer He chuckled softly. "Your idea is quite astute, little brother Chen. Allow me to share a method you can consider." Upon hearing Lawyer He's suggestion, Chen Xuewen immediately smiled. "Thank you, Lawyer He. I shall treat you to a meal when I have the time." Lawyer He smiled lightly. "We can discuss that later." After hanging up the phone, Lawyer He turned to the man seated across from him, Master Ho, and said with a grin, Master Ho. Chen Xuewen called again. You were right. This young man indeed possesses determination and the potential to achieve great things. Master Ho, puffing on his pipe, exhaled smoke leisurely while responding. It is premature to discuss such matters. Let us first observe how he navigates this current predicament. Fong Ru, clad in a sleek, elongated dress that accentuated her graceful figure, smiled lightly. The Viper is a madman. I truly wish to witness the clash between these two lunatics and see who ultimately prevails. She turned to Lawyer He and teased, Are you also waiting to decide whether to dine with him after witnessing his encounter with the Viper? Lawyer He laughed heartily. Everything depends on Master Ho's wishes. Master Ho continued to exhale smoke, his gaze deep and inscrutable, leaving his thoughts a mystery. After concluding the call, Chen Xuewen accompanied Wu Lihong home. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Wu Lihong paused, saying softly, Wenzi, I won't be going in. Chen Xuewen glanced back at her, puzzled. Why not? Wu Lihong replied, I plan to find a place to rent in the next few days, so I won't trouble you anymore. This way, your neighbors won't mock you. Chen Xuewen understood her concerns and smiled. Are you still worried about that? I've told you. It doesn't bother me. Besides, have you found a place yet? If you don't go in, where will you stay tonight? Wu Lihong responded, I can manage with an internet CAF for one night. Chen Xuewen shook his head. How can you sleep at an internet CAF? No, you should stay here for a couple of days until you find a place. Without further ado, he took Wu Lihong's hand and led her into the alley. Wu Lihong's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, trailing behind like a guilty thief, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. Chen Xuewen, however, paid little heed to her demeanor and led Wu Lihong back to his home, retrieving a medicine box. The anti-inflammatory and pain relief ointments are in here. Please apply it yourself. I will prepare a boiled egg for you to use as a compress shortly. As Wu Lihong gazed at the medicine box, tears welled in her eyes, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. In her lifetime, no one had ever shown her such tender care. Chen Xuewen remained oblivious to her emotional turmoil. He entered the kitchen, boiled a few eggs, and returned to hand them to her. Once everything was set, he finally took out his phone to arrange some matters with Lai Ho. After hanging up, Chen Xuewen turned around to find Wu Lihong standing directly behind him, gazing intently. What's wrong? He asked in surprise. Without uttering a word, Wu Lihong suddenly lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. The faint scent of her perfume enveloped him, and the warmth of her embrace ignited a flurry of emotions within the uninitiated Chen Xuewen. Why you? What's the matter? He stammered, flustered and hesitant to touch her, though his body betrayed him, responding involuntarily. Wu Lihong remained silent, simply holding him close. Chen Xuewen instinctively arched his back, seeking to maintain distance. After a lengthy pause, he gently pressed on her shoulders to push her away. There is no need to be so emotional. We are classmates and friends. Helping one another is only natural. Isn't it? He chuckled softly, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. It's getting late. Let's rest. With that, he hurried back to his room. Wu Lihong stood still, staring at the closed door, unable to contain her tears any longer, which cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 45. The Electronic Dynasty. The following morning, Chen Xuewen awoke to find breakfast already prepared. However, Wu Lihong was nowhere to be seen. Without giving it much thought, Chen Xuewen had his meal and proceeded to call Li Eryong and the others to recount the events of the previous night. Upon learning that Chen Xuewen had been ambushed, Li Eryong was taken aback and immediately took a motorcycle taxi to rush over. Seeing that Chen Xuewen was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! He-Fei is nothing but a worthless leech. All day long, he struts around that internet CAF, seducing young women into his bed and coaxing them to earn money for him. This scum dares to lay an ambush for you? He must be tired of living. Li Eryong vented his anger, then turned to Chen Xuewen, asking, What do you want to do? Just say the word, and we'll set a trap for him and teach him a lesson. Chen Xuewen shook his head. It's not worth it for such a minor character. Li Eryong paused, but we can't just let it go, can we? With a faint smile, Chen Xuewen replied, Who said I would simply let it go? At that moment, Wang Jindong and Li Taizhu arrived. Li Taizhu was preoccupied with his phone, likely engrossed in a game of Snake. Upon entering, he glanced at Chen Xuewen, saw that he was fine, and continued playing. Wang Zhendong, upon entering, immediately inquired with concern about Chen Xuewen's condition. Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. Mifine. That kid suffered a bit, though. Don't worry about him. I've already sent Lai Ho to handle it. Now that you're all here, let us get down to business. Yong, have you consulted the master about the auspicious date? Yong Nudda. The date has been set. 3 days from now is favorable. But, Xuewen, do we really need to start so soon? If we open right away, the Viper will surely come to stir up trouble. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. As long as the Viper is around, even if I were to open next year, he would still cause a ruckus. This issue must be resolved sooner or later. So let us cut through the chaos. He rose from his seat. Since the date is chosen, let us proceed with the plan for 3 days from now. Now, let us go take a look at the 2 shops. Chen Xuewen led Li Yong and the others to hail a taxi, heading straight for the Old Square. The Old Square was the earliest constructed plaza in Pingsheng and was once bustling with activity, housing the supply and marketing cooperative. However, after the year 2000, as new squares emerged, the Old Square gradually lost its charm. Nonetheless, it remained a favored haunt for local ruffians due to the diverse entertainment venues nearby. Ice rinks, billiard halls, internet CAFs, arcade centers, and video rental shops were all present. This area was notorious for frequent brawls and was regarded as one of the most unruly regions in Pingsheng. The venomous serpent possesses the ability to dominate this territory, a feat not easily achieved. It is noteworthy that previously, influential figures like Zhou Jinghui and his associates were unable to exert control over this area. The fact that the serpent single-handedly encompasses this domain speaks volumes of his prowess. Chen Xuewen, accompanied by Li Yong and others, did not immediately venture into the 2 gaming establishments. Instead, they leisurely wandered around the vicinity, allowing Li Yong to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the Old Square. Although Chan had visited this area before, his previous excursions were merely to engage in gaming or watch videos, occasionally encountering some young ruffians with bleached hair attempting to extort a few coins, a rather commonplace occurrence. However, the true nature of this area remained a mystery to him. As Li Yong guided them, he provided insights into the Old Square situation. Having been under the tutelage of Lao He and having frequented this region, he possessed considerable knowledge about its dynamics. According to Li Yong, the serpent currently controls this area primarily through the gaming halls, as the slot machines therein generate revenue at an astonishing pace. In contrast, most other establishments simply pay protection fees without direct involvement in operations. Chen Xuewen attentively absorbed this information, diligently noting the locations of each gaming hall, for they were all under the serpent's dominion. Before long, they arrived at a prominent gaming hall, distinguishable by its opulent decor. Unlike the typical establishments, this gaming hall boasted a grand sign adorned with a myriad of gaming characters, including Street Fighter, King of Fighters, and Journey to the West. The sign proclaimed in bold letters, Electronic Dynasty. From the outside, the vibrancy within was palpable, with the cacophony of voices resonating throughout. Li Yong whispered, "This is the Serpent's stronghold, the largest gaming hall in Pingsheng, teeming with patrons. Here, even cigarettes are provided free of charge. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, the exterior covers 400 square meters filled with various gaming machines. The interior, encompassing 600 square meters, is divided into 2 sections, one dedicated to slot machines and the other functioning as an underground casino." Chen Xuewen squinted slightly and inquired, "What is the estimated daily revenue for such an expansive electronic dynasty?" Li Yong gestured with his hand, contemplating, and responded, "I previously heard Lao He mention that the daily turnover is at least 100,000. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "That amounts to 3 million a month. Does it not?" Li Yong quickly shook his head. "Wenzi, that's not how the calculations work. While gaming halls may appear to be a no-cost business, maintaining such a vast establishment incurs substantial expenses, particularly in employee salaries, which are considerable. To attract clientele, the Serpent employs young and attractive waitresses, which entails considerable monthly expenditures. Moreover, considering the rent, utilities, and the expenses of maintaining his subordinates, The sum of 100,000 would only allow the notorious serpent to pocket a mere 20 to 30,000. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. By such calculations, the profits were not particularly impressive. While the group engaged in idle conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from a distance. Li Eryong glanced up, his expression shifting abruptly, and whispered, "The serpent has arrived." Following his gaze, Chen Xuewen observed the crowd parting swiftly into two factions, creating a passageway. At the far end of this corridor, a tall man with a sinister gaze strode forward. In his arms, he held a voluptuous woman with a slender waist. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, exuding charm and possessing an exquisite figure. As she walked, her alluring eyes and graceful demeanor captivated those around her. However, none dared to linger their gaze upon her, for the man accompanying her was none other than the infamous madman known as the Serpent. Chapter 46. The intimidation of the foolish pillar. The venomous serpent strode arrogantly with the woman by his side, causing those in his vicinity to retreat in fear, none daring to obstruct his path. He led her into the electronic dynasty, whereupon the crowd began to murmur in hushed tones. "Is that woman the wife of Bossu?" "It seems so. I heard Bossu married a young bride in her 30s, a captivating seductress." "Huh. Bossu has truly fallen this time. Such a grand establishment has been usurped by the serpent without a dime spent. And now, even his young bride has become another's. He's practically wearing a green hat. Did you see that little vixen? She was swaying as she walked. I bet the serpent has been indulging her quite a bit lately." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish to meet your end?" The chatter abruptly ceased, yet every face bore a lewd grin. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who is Boss Who?" Li Eryong replied in a low voice, "A businessman from Pingcheng. A few years ago, he traded goods southward, made some money, and returned to invest heavily, acquiring numerous establishments. The electronic dynasty building belongs to him." Chen Xuewen pondered. "So the serpent is using his establishment without paying rent?" Li Eryong scratched his head. "I can't say for certain, but I've heard similar rumors before. Truth is uncertain. However, that woman is indeed Boss Who's wife. I saw her when I was out with Zhou Jinghui on business. I never imagined she would become entangled with the serpent." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuewen remarked, "With Boss Who's establishment lost and his wife involved with the serpent, wouldn't he be furious?" Li Eryong scufa, furios. "What good would that do? That Who fellow is nothing but a coward. Aside from having some money, he possesses nothing else. He employs over 20 thugs, merely to intimidate the average person. I heard one of his bodyguards has a complicated relationship with his wife, yet the old fool dares not speak up." Chen Xuewen expressed his surprise. "How can a wealthy man end up like this?" Li Eryong shrugged. "Simply put, he's timid and fearful. In Pingcheng, merely having wealth is futile. Without power or influence, one can still be trampled underfoot. Take Lord Ho, for instance. His assets barely place him in the top 10 of Pingcheng's wealthy. Yet those affluent individuals in Pingcheng must still regard him with respect. That is true power." Chen Xuewen nodded thoughtfully, casting a deep gaze at the electronic dynasty before departing with Li Eryong and others. They proceeded to the two gaming halls provided by Zhou Jinghui. Armed with keys, they unlocked the gaming halls for inspection and discovered, as Zhou Jinghui had claimed, that all facilities were in order, ready for immediate operation. Chen Xuewen, after surveying the premises, nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. While it may not be as grand as the electronic dynasty, it can certainly generate some income." Wang Zhendong stood beside them, his face brimming with excitement. "Wengu, is this your enterprise?" Chen Xuewen nodded with a smile, affirming indeed. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed, fully aware of the significance represented by the two arcade halls. Following Chen Xuewen, he felt he had struck gold. Nearby, Li Taiju remained seated, engrossed in his mobile phone. This lad had been playing Snake for 2 days, but his performance was abysmal, rarely managing to consume more than 10 dots before colliding with a wall. Nevertheless, his perseverance was commendable. Li Eryong, on the other hand, wore a wry smile, acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead for the opening of the two establishments. As the four engaged in casual conversation, a sudden clamor echoed from outside, a series of loud knocks resounding at the door. Turning their heads, they beheld two young men striding towards them. Upon entering, the pair pointed at Chen Xuewen and the others, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Chen Xuewen stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, and replied, "I came to inspect my shop." The leading youth, incensed, retorted, "Your shop? Do you not realize that this place has already been claimed by my brother, the Viper? This establishment is forbidden from opening henceforth, do you understand? You have 1 minute to close up and leave, or do not blame me for being unkind." Chen Xuewen's expression remained stoic as he fixed his gaze on the two young men, making no move. Their anger escalated, and one of them shouted, "What? Did you not hear me? I said to close the door." He advanced threateningly, reaching for Chen Xuewen's collar. In response, Chen Xuewen clenched his fist, ready to retaliate. At that moment, a sudden crash resounded from the side. The two youths turned to see a tall man abruptly rise from his seat. This imposing figure strode toward them with an air of authority, locking his gaze onto them. It was none other than Li Taizhu. The two youths, both shorter than 1.7 meters, seemed diminutive in comparison to Li Taizhu, who stood at nearly 1.9 meters, broad-shouldered and formidable. As he positioned himself before them, they appeared as helpless children. The two young men stared at Li Taizhu in terror, retreating hastily. "Damn it, if you know what's good for you, close the door quickly. Otherwise, when a Viper arrives, I wonder how you will fare." With that, they fled the arcade as if their lives depended on it. Inside, the others turned their attention to Li Taizhu. Even Chen Xuewen wore a perplexed expression. It seemed that Li Taizhu, typically quiet, had chosen the perfect moment to intimidate. Li Eryong gave Li Taizhu a thumbs up, praising, "Zhuzi, that was splendid." Li Taizhu scratched his head in confusion. "Who did splendidly?" Li Eryong replied. "Do you hear the words you were saying?" Chen Xuewen, suppressing laughter, patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder. "Zhuzi, you did well to scare those two away." Li Taizhu looked bewildered again. "Scare away? Who ran away? Which two?" Chen Xuewen was taken aback. "The two who just fled. Did you not rise to intimidate those two?" Li Taizhu suddenly recalled. "Ah, are you referring to those two? How did they manage to escape?" Chen Xuewen and the others were momentarily speechless. This foolish Zhu had frightened them away, yet remained oblivious to the situation. Li Eryong, in disbelief, remarked, "Zhuzi, did you not intentionally scare them off? Then why did you suddenly stand up?" It was only then that Li Taizhu remembered the matter at hand, extending his hand and stating, "My phone is out of battery. Lend me a battery." Chen Xuewen and the others were left utterly speechless. Wang Zhendong cautiously inquired, "Brother Zhu, you weren't trying to frighten those two. So why were you glaring at them just now?" As Li Taizhu received the battery from Chen Xuewen, he replaced it while saying, "I wasn't glaring at them. I don't even know those two. I merely glanced at them." Chen Xuewen and the others were completely at a loss for words. This foolish Zhu truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, Chen Xuewen's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard Lai Ho's voice on the other end. "Brother Wen, the matter has been settled." Chapter 47. He Fei's downfall. Chen Xuewen hung up the phone, his face radiant with joy, as he beckoned Li Eryong and the others to depart. Shortly after their exit, a group of over 10 individuals rushed to the front of the arcade. Each of them wielded weapons wrapped in newspapers, radiating an intimidating aura and a palpable sense of hostility. At the forefront were the two young men from earlier. Upon arriving, they discovered the arcade's doors were closed, prompting the tattooed leader to furrow his brow in irritation. "Damn it, isn't this place supposed to be open?" The two youths were taken aback, and one of them exclaimed urgently, "Brother Bao, the door was indeed open before. We went in and urged them to close it, but they refused and even threatened us." The tattooed man's expression hardened as he scanned the surroundings, frowning. "Damn it, who doesn't he know that this area belongs to Brother Shi? To open the door here is to court death. All right, you two keep a close watch in this vicinity. If anyone dares to open the door again, inform me immediately, understood?" After meeting with Lai Ho, it was already midday. The group had intended to return home for a meal, only to find that Wu Li Hong was absent. With no other option, Chen Xuewen and his companions sought a nearby restaurant for lunch. "Where has Hongjie gone? She usually has dinner ready for us by now." Lai Ho inquired, perplexed. Could that bastard He Fei have frightened her last night? Chen Xuewen shook his head. "I'm not certain. Monkey, how are things on your end?" Lai Ho promptly replied, Brother Wen, I've looked into it. Although He Fei has had numerous women over the past few years, most of them lack any significant background. However, 6 months ago, he became involved with a girl who frequented his place to surf the internet. It said that her family is quite respectable. Both her parents are employed at reputable institutions, and she has an uncle working in the provincial enforcement team. Chen Xuewen's eyes lit up. And what is her current status? Lai Ho responded, I found out she is attending university. He Fei meets her twice a month. Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. Meets her? Lai Ho nodded. Yes, she regards He Fei as her boyfriend now. A friend of mine knows this girl. And her QQ album contains numerous photos of her with He Fei, indicating their relationship seems quite solid. Chen Xuewen frowned, realizing this was not the outcome he had anticipated. He had initially planned to target someone with a bit of influence to frame He Fei with charges of violence, thus ensuring his imprisonment. However, the two had evidently evolved into a romantic relationship, rendering his strategy ineffective. Is there anything else? Chen Xuewen inquired. Lai Ho shrugged. Nothing more. I'm not well acquainted with He Fei's circle, and my knowledge is limited. Nevertheless, it is true that He Fei is quite the libertine. I have heard that this fellow often boasts about the numerous women he has seduced, claiming to have bedded at least a couple of hundred. However, not a single one is willing to step forward and accuse him. On the contrary, many young women regard him as their boyfriend. This chap certainly has a knack for deceiving women. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuewen suddenly chuckled, realizing that he might indeed be a romantic hero. Yet, while he may have fooled those girls, could he possibly deceive their parents and families as well? Lai Ho looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? Chen Xuewen merely smiled and waved his hand. Let us eat first. We'll get to work in the afternoon, after they had their lunch. Chen Xuewen instructed Lai Ho to summon his friend. Through this friend, they accessed the girl's QQ album, retrieving photographs of her with He Fei, which were then printed out. Once all was prepared, Chen Xuewen drafted a letter detailing the entire relationship between He Fei and the girl. He placed all these materials into an envelope, and, finding an unfamiliar child, handed the youngster 10 yuan to deliver the envelope to the girl's father. After completing these tasks, Chen Xuewen and his companions returned home. Approximately 2 hours later, the sudden roar of motorcycle engines echoed outside. Chen Xuewen peered out and saw several motorcycles revving their engines at the mouth of the alley, with He Fei at the forefront. He Fei, with one ear bandaged, led a band of followers, aggressively blocking the alley and shouting, Chen Xuewen, come out. Chen Xuewen stepped outside, greeting him with a smirk. Ah, is that you, Brother Fei? What is this? Released so quickly? He Fei's expression was frigid as he pointed at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, you cowardly turtle. You actually schemed against me last night? Thankfully, my brother managed to get me out. Damn it, this score is far from settled. Chen Xuewen replied with a cold smile. Now that you're out, it's best to behave. What are you doing here with all these people? Do you wish to find yourself behind bars again? If maniacally, you think you can intimidate me? Let me tell you, I have backing, and I'm not afraid of the law enforcement team. But you, my friend, should be cautious. When you walk the streets at night, remember to wear a helmet. You wouldn't want to get knocked out and lose your life. His gang erupted into raucous laughter. Chen Xuewen narrowed his eyes slightly. He Fei's threat was unmistakably clear. It seemed imperative that he resolve the issue with He Fei swiftly, for allowing this individual to linger would surely lead to future troubles. As he contemplated this, Chen Xuewen wondered why the girl's father had yet to respond. Had he perhaps chosen the wrong target this time? Just then, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the air, and several law enforcement vehicles roared onto the scene. Hearing this, He Fei's underlings appeared alarmed. One of the younger members whispered, Brother Fei, should we run? He Fei slapped him directly and shouted, Why are you running? Damn it. We're just passing through on our motorcycles. What is there to fear? Is there any law that prohibits us from riding through here? Damn it. What about the enforcement team? I don't believe they dare to lay a finger on me. The younger men behind him instantly relaxed, looking triumphantly at the approaching vehicles of the enforcement team. The enforcement team halted right in front of He Fei, and a dozen individuals spilled out. Leading them was Captain Wang. Upon seeing Captain Wang, He Fei wore a disdainful expression. Oh, Captain Wang, it's you again. So, who reported this time? However, this incident has nothing to do with me. I'm merely riding my motorcycle through here, That's not illegal, is it? Captain Wang's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he waved his hand decisively. That's him. Take him down. Several members of the enforcement team immediately rushed forward, pinning He Fei to the ground and handcuffing him. He Fei was bewildered. Captain Wang, what are you doing? What have I done? On what grounds are you arresting me? Captain Wang's face was cold as ice. Without further ado, he ordered his men to drag He Fei into the vehicle. Even as He Fei continued to protest, Captain Wang sat beside him and gritted his teeth. He Fei, stop yelling. Let me tell you, this time you're done for. I've received orders from the provincial team to bring you back for severe punishment. Based on the evidence we have, if your sentence is less than 10 years, then you must have some extraordinary skill. He Fei was left in shock. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the girl's parents would ultimately be unable to tolerate the fact that their daughter was involved with such a scoundrel. This time, He Fei was truly finished. Even if He Fei possessed remarkable charm to win over those girls, he could never deceive their parents. What parent would allow their daughter to follow a man with such a notorious past? Chapter 48. The grand opening with He Fei's matter resolved. Chen Xuewen could finally lay one of his concerns to rest. He returned home with Li Eryong and a few others, resuming his deliberations on the upcoming opening. Just as they were immersed in their discussions, the door swung open, and Wu Lihong stepped inside. Red sister, why are you back so late? We're nearly starving. Li Eryong exclaimed, his impatience evident. Wu Lihong smiled gently. I was out searching for a place to rent. I've just secured a new home. Let us plan for lunch tomorrow. You can all come over to eat. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xuewen felt a flicker of unease. However, he chose to remain silent, acutely aware that Wu Lihong's presence was not necessarily beneficial for him. Li Eryong and Lai Ho, however, appeared bewildered, exchanging glances as they queried, You've rented a place? Why would you do that? Isn't it comfortable here with Brother Wen? Wu Lihong chuckled softly. It's just not very convenient anymore. Anyway, carry on with your discussion. I'll tidy up and move my things. As she retreated into the inner room, all eyes turned to Chen Xuewen. Even Li Taiju momentarily set aside his phone to focus on him. Why are you staring? Let us get back to business, Chen Xuewen urged. It's settled then. We'll open one store for now, and the second will remain closed until we establish a solid footing. Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, both hesitating to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Wu Lihong collected her belongings, her gaze lingering on the room she had occupied for some time, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions and exited with a smile. Everyone, remember to come to my place for lunch tomorrow. As always, we'll stick to the same routine, she cheerfully announced, sharing her new address before departing with her bag in hand. The group watched her leave, a shared sense of confusion etched on their faces. After a prolonged silence, Lai Ho finally broke the stillness. Brother Wen, what exactly is going on? Did you upset Red Sister? Chen Xuewen replied. She is not angry. Come on, if that is not anger, then what is? She is moving out. Lai Ho retorted, incredulous. Li Eryong nodded in agreement. Chen Xuewen found himself at a loss for words. You two bachelors wouldn't understand, would you? Moving out doesn't necessarily mean she is angry. Li Eryong countered, that is not fair. Just because we're single doesn't mean you're exempt from being one too. Lai Ho chimed in, Brother Wen, though I may not have a girlfriend, I have a fair understanding of women. Wu Lihong obviously has feelings for you. She has been treating you like a devoted partner. If she wasn't upset, would she really be packing her things? If you doubt me, just ask Dongzi. Chen Xuewen glanced at Wang Zhendong, who, though visibly uncomfortable, nodded slightly. I think she has been feeling down. Brother Wen, did you inadvertently provoke her anger? Li Yong inquired bluntly. Wenzi, as a brother, I must ask you this. Do you look down on Hongjia? Do you think she is beneath you because she works in the streets? At this moment, Chen Xuewen could no longer contain himself. He shot a glare at Li Eryong and retorted, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever looked down on her? What am I even worth? Am I so blind that I don't recognize my own standing? What right do I have to disdain her? Besides, I remember all the hell she has offered me. Li Eryong replied, If you're aware of that, then why do you treat her this way? She has already moved away, and you didn't even utter a word to make her stay. What does that signify? Chen Xuewen remained silent for a long while. then sighed deeply. Brothers, I'll speak candidly. I'm no fool. I understand that Wu Li Hong has treated me well. However, were we engaged in at present, we are fighting for our lives. Individuals like us can be rich one moment and destitute the next. We might perish on the streets at any time. In such circumstances, how can we possibly be responsible to a girl? His words plunged Li Eryong and the others into a profound silence. Li Eryong sighed. So what you're saying is that you do have feelings for her. You simply don't wish to burden her. Chen Xuewen softly replied, For someone like me to have lived this long is already a fortune. I have forfeited any right to speak of love in this lifetime. The others sighed in resignation. Chen Xuewen had indeed embarked on an irrevocable path, leaving him with no options. Chen Xuewen took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, Enough of these matters. Let us return to discussing the opening of our business. The group resumed their deliberations, finalizing the specifics of the grand opening. 3 days later, at the northern corner of the old square, Chen Xuewen's arcade officially opened its doors. Lai Ho, Li Taizhu, and Wang Zhendong held the keys to the arcade while they arranged the firecrackers they had purchased in advance in the alley, preparing for the opening. At that moment, 2 young men happened to pass by the alley. These were the same 2 youths who had previously threatened Chen Xuewen. They had harbored resentment since that incident, and for some time, they had deliberately observed the vicinity daily to see if the arcade had opened. Today, upon discovering the arcade was indeed open and the firecrackers were hung, they felt a surge of excitement. They immediately rushed to the Electronic Dynasty, seeking out the tattooed man known as Leopard Brother to inform him of the arcade's opening. Upon hearing this, Leopard Brother furrowed his brow. Damn it, they're really going to open? Who are these fools courting death? Xiao Ku, I need you to wait for Shiga to arrive. Take a few brothers and go disrupt their opening. If they refuse to comply, break their legs and drive them out. A young man beside him immediately stood up, declaring, Brother, leave it to me, you can rest assured. This young lad, known as Xiao Ku, was none other than the younger brother of Brother Bao. After inquiring about the number of opponents, he learned that there were only 3. A disdainful smile crept across his face. How audacious of 3 individuals to dare stake their claim at the old square. Truly, they must be courting death. Watch how I dispose of them. Xiao Ku rallied 7 or 8 companions, arming themselves with weapons wrapped in newspapers, and they marched menacingly towards Chen Xuewen's arcade. Just as Xiao Ku and his entourage exited the Electronic Dynasty, a man wearing a cap rose from in front of the king of Fighter's Machine. Nonchalantly trailing behind Xiao Ku and his crew, he discreetly retrieved his phone and dialed a number, whispering, Eryong, they have arrived. Prepare for action. This man was none other than Chen Xuewen himself. Chapter 49. The grand opening on this day, Li Eryong did not venture to the arcade, as his hands and feet were still somewhat uncoordinated, rendering him less capable of performing tasks. Upon receiving a phone call, he promptly sent a message to Lai Ho. Meanwhile, Lai Ho was busy arranging the opening festivities. Upon receiving Li Eryong's message, he immediately signaled to Wang Zhendong. Understanding the cue, Wang Zhendong swiftly complied with Chen Xuewen's previous instructions and retrieved several bundles of crisp banknotes from his pocket. These notes had been exchanged by Chen Xuewen a day prior at the bank, comprising denominations of 1, 5, and 10 yuan, with a few 50 yuan notes interspersed. In an era where an ordinary worker's monthly salary barely exceeded 700 or 800 yuan, 50 yuan was sufficient to cover a week's worth of sustenance. On this occasion, Chen Xuewen had specifically exchanged 5,000 yuan in new bills. Wang Zhendong gazed at the money in his hands, his expression wavering. Brother Monkey, are you certain we should distribute all this money? This amounts to 5,000 yuan. That could buy a motorcycle. Lai Ho shared a similar sense of reluctance, but waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed as brother when instructed. Remember, we must scatter all the money. Not a single cent should remain. With a resigned sigh, Wang Zhendong ultimately took the banknotes and made his way to the entrance of the establishment. Outside the arcade, a considerable crowd had gathered, drawn by the anticipation of the grand opening. Earlier in the morning, Lai Ho and his companions had traversed the area, announcing the arcade's impending launch. However, mere announcements lacked allure. Lai Ho simultaneously promoted that on the day of the opening, money would be scattered among the attendees. This prospect captivated many, who were eager to witness the spectacle of money being thrown about. Wang Zhendong arranged the entire sum of banknotes on a tray and stepped outside with it. Upon seeing the money on the tray, the crowd erupted into a frenzied commotion. Wow, that is a substantial amount of cash. Are they truly going to scatter it? What a joke. That must be several thousand yuan. Is this for real? The murmurs of speculation filled the air, each face alight with yearning and hope. After all, who wouldn't desire free money? Lai Ho greeted the crowd with a smile, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the auspicious opening of our brother's arcade. Our proprietor has not established this arcade for profit, but rather to provide a place of entertainment for all. On this joyous occasion, our boss has generously set aside 5,000 yuan to be scattered here today. Feel free to pick up as much as you can. Whatever you collect is a token of our boss as goodwill. So please, do not hesitate." Upon hearing this, the crowd became invigorated, cheering with enthusiasm. Are they really going to scatter money? This was the right place to be. People flocked closer, their eyes fixed intently on the tray held by Wang Zhendong. Lai Ho continued to utter a few ceremonial phrases, while his gaze intermittently darted towards a distant corner. At last, a group of individuals approached menacingly from around the bend, led by none other than Xiao Ku. Upon witnessing the approaching individuals, Lai Ho instinctively recoiled. He inhaled deeply, exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zhendong, and proclaimed loudly, "All right, let the money rain down. Everyone, pay close attention." As he began the countdown, 5, 4. Lai Ho seized a stack of bills from the tray, signifying his genuine intention to disperse the cash. The crowd widened their eyes, converging eagerly at the scene, awaiting the moment of monetary shower. At that juncture, Xiao Ku, accompanied by a group of his subordinates, stormed onto the scene with an imposing presence. Just as they neared within 30 meters, Lai Ho abruptly scattered the money he held. Instantly, the crowd erupted in shrieks, jostling one another in a frenzied attempt to seize the bills strewn about. Observing this, Xiao Ku spat in disdain. "Damn it, what a spectacle!" He brandished a steel pipe he had extracted from a newspaper, while his followers unveiled their weapons, advancing menacingly toward the game hall. As they approached the throng, Lai Ho promptly scattered the remaining money from his tray. The earlier dispersal consisted of 1 and 5 yuan notes, but this time he unleashed 10s and 50s, plunging the scene into greater chaos. Xiao Ku and his entourage were immediately engulfed by the desperate crowd scrambling for cash. However, the tumult did not cease there. Once all the money had been flung into the air, Lai Ho whistled sharply. In the distance, Li Taizhu, engrossed in his phone, heard the sound, promptly igniting a nearby firecracker with a lighter. This particular string of firecrackers had been meticulously selected by Chen Xuewen, laid out at the entrance of the store. As Li Taizhu lit the firecrackers, they exploded rapidly, resonating throughout the venue. A thick plume of white smoke ascended, enveloping the crowd and obscuring their surroundings. At that moment, Chen Xuewen, who had been trailing Xiao Ku and his group, lowered his hat to conceal half his face. He drew a bone knife concealed at his waist and charged into the throng, making a beeline for Xiao Ku. Amidst the chaos of the smoke, Xiao Ku was cursing when, without warning, Chen Xuewen appeared at his side. Before Xiao Ku could react, Chen Xuewen swiftly covered his mouth and plunged the knife into his abdomen multiple times. Xiao Ku's eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Chen Xuewen, seizing the opportunity before the smoke dissipated, stealthily slipped away from the crowd and darted into a nearby alley. As the smoke cleared and the frenzy of money collecting subsided, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. They beheld Xiao Ku, sprawled on the ground, his abdomen soaked in blood, gasping for breath. Xiao Ku's subordinates, who had initially intended to wreak havoc on the establishment, were taken aback by the sight of their leader grievously injured. Their expressions turned ashen as they rushed to assist Xiao Ku, momentarily abandoning their plans of destruction. They hastily lifted him, racing towards the electronic dynasty. Xiao Ku was the younger brother of Leopard Brother, a key ally of the notorious Snake. Should anything happen to Xiao Ku, they would have no explanation to offer. Not far away, at the entrance of an alley, Chen Xuewen, having removed his hat and changed into a different outfit, quietly observed the scene. After watching Xiao Ku and his companions walk away, Chen Xuewen took out his phone and promptly called the police. Having completed this, he nonchalantly strolled into his arcade, officially commencing operations. Chapter 50. Disruption at the Electronic Dynasty. As the Serpent arrived, Brother Leopard was reporting the revenue figures. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. The Serpent furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is someone opening a business today?" Brother Leopard glanced outside and replied, "It appears an arcade is opening. I've already sent Xiao Ku and his team to handle it. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no other arcades opening in the old square." The Serpent nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I trust you to manage this." Brother Leopard chuckled and continued his report. However, before long, a commotion ensued outside, accompanied by desperate cries. Brother Leopard, something has happened." Brother Leopard's expression changed. The boss had just praised him, and now trouble had arisen. Where could he save face? He stood up abruptly, cursing. "What is all the racket about? What has happened?" The first to rush in was one of Brother Leopard's underlings, who breathlessly exclaimed, "Brother Leopard, Xiao Kiskiviko. Xiao Ku has been stabbed." Brother Leopard's face paled, and he seized the young man, demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that." At that moment, others carried in a blood-soaked Xiao Ku. Upon seeing Xiao Ku's condition, Brother Leopard was consumed with rage, roaring, "Who the hell did this? I swear I will annihilate his entire family." The young man hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Brother Leopard's fury intensified as he listened. "What do you mean you didn't see who did it? Are you all a bunch of useless fools, raised on shit?" The underlings lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. At that moment, the Serpent emerged from the back. He glanced at Xiao Ku's injuries and remarked coldly, "They were quite ruthless. A few inches higher, and Xiao Ku would have lost his life right there." Brother Leopard was even more incensed. "Boss, Xiao Ku is also your brother. Damn it, the way they hurt him is a blatant disrespect towards you. What do you suggest we do?" The Serpent scoffed. "Is this your first day with me? Those who oppose us, do you still need to ask how to deal with them?" Brother Leopard understood immediately, gritting his teeth. This incident must be connected to those from the arcade. "Someone, take my brother to the hospital. The rest of you, rally the brothers and let us demolish that arcade." The underlings promptly rushed out to gather reinforcements. Soon, Brother Leopard had assembled over 20 men, storming towards Chen Xuewen's arcade with fierce determination. The Serpent, however, remained indifferent to the matter, viewing it as mere childish play, and could hardly be bothered to intervene. Meanwhile, at Chen Xuewen's arcade, as Lai Ho and others distributed the genuine 5,000 yuan, a considerable number of customers were drawn in. However, the patrons primarily engaged with the games outside, while the slot machines inside remained untouched. It is quite normal, as very few individuals would venture into such an unfamiliar establishment to engage with these slot machines. Particularly in newly opened venues, attracting patrons can prove to be quite a challenge. Moreover, those who frequent this place are likely aware of the circumstances surrounding the old square to some extent. Their presence here is primarily to witness the commotion and observe how the infamous snake is orchestrating the closure of Chen Xuewen's gaming hall. Lai Ho, known as King Zhendong, sat beside Chen Xuewen, both men trembling slightly. "Brother Wen, does this method truly work?" Lai Ho inquired in a hushed tone, unable to restrain his curiosity. Chen Xuewen chuckled softly. "Let us give it a try. If it fails, we can simply make our escape." Lai Ho shot Chen Xuewen a glance. "Brother Wen, do not jest. This is the territory of the snake, and I suspect we will soon be facing 2 or 3 dozen of his men. We may not even have the chance to flee." Wang Zhendong also wore a look of panic, fully aware of the notorious reputation of the snake. He had shared a prison cell with him and understood all too well the terror he instilled. He had been the foremost figure in that institution, someone no one dared to provoke. To be candid, while he recognized Chen Xuewen's fierceness, he believed he still paled in comparison to the snake's ruthlessness. However, Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at the 2 men and reassuring them. "Enough of this fear. I have a plan. There is a high probability that this approach will yield results. Just wait. Soon there will be quite a spectacle." He then glanced upwards towards the ceiling and continued, "Moreover, we have prepared contingencies." With that, Lai Ho exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat steadied. The contingency Chen Xuewen referred to involved them having placed a substantial amount of lime above the ceiling. Should a confrontation arise, they would unleash this lime, employing the same tactics they had previously used against the likes of Lao He. Before long, Brother Leopard arrived with a group of men, rounding the corner from a distance. Upon seeing them, Lai Ho's expression shifted dramatically, and he whispered, "They have arrived." Wang Zhendong's face turned ashen as he noted the 20 or so individuals accompanying Brother Leopard, all armed and seemingly poised for immediate confrontation. If they were to be surrounded, what hope would they have of escape? Chen Xuewen remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Brother Leopard and his crew approach. In no time, they stormed into the gaming hall. Upon entry, Brother Leopard waved his hand and bellowed, "Smash it!" His subordinates charged forward, instantly demolishing several machines at the entrance. As they prepared to surge further into the establishment, Chen Xuewen stepped forward, addressing them. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? We harbor no grievances with you. Why do you wish to destroy our machines?" Brother Leopard, brandishing a steel pipe, pointed at Chen Xuewen and retorted angrily, "Enough with the nonsense. Listen well, I am Feng Bao, and my brother is the snake. Go, summon your boss to come out." Chen Xuewen smiled, "I am the boss." Upon hearing these words, Feng Bao was filled with fury. "So you are the boss? Damn it, I've been looking for you. How dare you harm my brother? I will make you pay with your life." With that, Feng Bao raised a steel pipe and swung it towards Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen swiftly dodged, provoking even greater rage in Feng Bao. "How dare you evade me? Get him!" At Feng Bao's thunderous command, his subordinates surged forward, preparing to besiege Chen Xuewen and his companions. Just then, an indignant voice rang out from outside. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." The crowd turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, a group of law enforcement officers had arrived, glaring into the room. Feng Bao was momentarily taken aback. How had the law enforcement officers arrived so suddenly? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuewen had reported the incident after injuring Xiao Ko, leading the officers to respond promptly to the call. Chapter 51. Chen Xuewen's plan. As the enforcement team approached, Feng Bao and his companions dared not act recklessly. Hastily concealing their weapons behind them, Feng Bao stepped forward immediately, donning a smile and producing a cigarette as a greeting. The old square was now the domain of the Serpent, and the nearby enforcement team had been well taken care of by them. Consequently, these individuals were somewhat familiar with Feng Bao. The leader of the team accepted the cigarette Feng Bao offered and coldly inquired, "I've heard there has been some disturbance in your vicinity. Is that true or false?" Feng Bao quickly replied, "Oh, in broad daylight. Who would dare cause trouble here? There's nothing of the sort." The team leader glanced at the shattered machinery within the premises and retorted, "Are you certain no one has caused a disturbance?" Feng Bao asserted, "Absolutely certain." The leader frowned, "However, we have received reports of injuries, and they are quite severe." Feng Bao's expression shifted slightly. The seriously injured individual was none other than his brother. However, he could not divulge this information to the enforcement team. If they became aware of the situation, it would escalate, prompting an investigation, making it far more challenging for him to deal with Chen Xuewen. Thus, Feng Bao could only force a laugh and assert, "It's all nonsense. There are no injuries." The team leader surveyed the surroundings and nodded, "As long as there are no injuries. Remember, don't act recklessly." With that, he prepared to lead his team away. At that moment, Chen Xuewen approached with a smile, saying, "Officer, greetings. I am the owner of this establishment, and I was the one who reported the incident. We witnessed someone severely injured at the entrance, with multiple stab wounds to the abdomen. Look, there are still bloodstains on the ground outside. They were just spilled." Feng Bao's expression darkened, angrily exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? If someone was injured, where's the victim?" The team leader shot a glance at Chen Xuewen, his frown deepening as he clearly disapproved of the complications Chen was introducing. Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I am unaware of the victim's whereabouts. However, a reporter from the Pingcheng Daily was here moments ago and took photographs at the entrance. I heard that the reporter is likely investigating at a nearby hospital." Upon hearing this, the faces of the enforcement team members changed dramatically. The leader's eyes widened. What did you say?" Chen Xuewen explained, A reporter from Pingcheng Daily happened to pass by and seemingly witnessed the entire altercation, hence the intent to follow up. It was he who instructed me to report the incident. The team leader and his fellow enforcement members exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. If this matter made it to the news, they could no longer turn a blind eye. It was a significant issue that could cost them their jobs. The leader promptly handed his cigarette to Feng Bao and turned to Chen Xuewen, saying, "Please recount the events in detail. Alternatively, you all should accompany me to file a report." Chen Xuewen nodded. "We will certainly cooperate with the investigation. However, these individuals had just entered the premises and left my establishment in ruins." The leader of the group, his expression darkening, cast a glance at Feng Bao and the others, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Did you cause this destruction?" Feng Bao, visibly distressed, muttered, "Actually," but the leader would not grant him the opportunity to speak, furiously insisting, "Who did this? Step forward. Otherwise, I will take all of you back." Feng Bao's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet ultimately, he could only clench his teeth in frustration. He gestured to a few individuals, instructing the enforcement team to take them away for accountability. As for himself, he had initially intended to remain. The leader, perceiving his intentions, spoke sternly, "You all should disperse. Shortly, my team will arrive to document the scene. I warn you, if there is any further damage, I shall arrest every one of you." Feng Bao was taken aback. With this ultimatum, any thoughts of further vandalism were rendered impossible. He shot an indignant glance at Chen Xuewen, grudgingly acknowledging the cunning of his strategy, which left him entirely powerless to retaliate. Chen Xuewen maintained a calm demeanor, smiling lightly at him, as if the entire affair were of no concern to him. Suppressing his rage, Feng Bao gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us return." He stormed away with his entourage in a fury. Chen Xuewen joined the enforcement team to file a report, while Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong remained behind to oversee the store. As they watched the crowd disperse, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Wang Zhendong, trembling, exclaimed, "Damn, that scared me to death. I thought we might really have to make a desperate escape today." Lai Ho sighed in relief. "Well, now the enforcement team is focused entirely on us. If these individuals wish to create further chaos, they will need to think twice. We have temporarily passed this hurdle." Wang Zhendong, however, wore a worried expression. "Just because they aren't here to cause trouble doesn't mean the Viper will let us off the hook. After injuring Feng Bao's brother today, he will surely seek vengeance against us. We are in danger." Lai Ho shrugged. "Let us see what Brother Wen decides. I believe he has a plan. We will take it one step at a time." Wang Zhendong nodded, then suddenly recalled something, asking curiously, "By the way, when did Brother Wen contact the reporters? I didn't see anyone taking photos outside." Lai Ho shrugged again. Perhaps Brother Wen was merely trying to intimidate them. Those journalists are so busy. Who would pay attention to this matter? Wang Zhendong scratched his head, murmuring, "If the enforcement team discovers that no reporter showed up, will they resent Brother Wen?" Lai Ho's expression mirrored his concern. Once this lie was out, the repercussions could be troublesome. Meanwhile, on the other side of the old square, Li Eryong had just received a message from Chen Xuewen. "Proceed as planned." Li Eryong immediately pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, upon which a number was inscribed. He dialed the number, and shortly after, a voice on the other end inquired, "Hello, Pingcheng Daily. Who may I ask you're looking for?" Li Eryong, following Chen Xuewen's instructions, responded, "I am trying to reach reporter Wang Guiwen." The voice replied, "Please hold on." Moments later, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged. "Hello, this is Wang Guiwen. Who is seeking me?" Li Eryong promptly replied, "Hello, Reporter Wang, I am a concerned citizen. A serious incident has occurred at the old square. A young man has been stabbed and may be in grave danger. Furthermore, there was a severe brawl afterwards, with numerous lawless individuals brandishing weapons and engaging in violent conflict, which is exceedingly grave." Upon hearing this, Wang Guiwen was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "What? Where did this happen? When?" Li Eryong swiftly relayed all the specific details and location to Wang Guiwen as instructed by Chen Xuewen. Once he finished recounting the situation, Li Eryong hung up and sent a message to Chen Xuewen. All is well. In the enforcement team, Chen Xuewen received Li Eryong's message and couldn't help but smile slightly. This Wang Guiwen was someone he had heard of from a fellow inmate during his time in prison. He was a reporter for Pingxing Daily, whose son tragically lost his life in a minor gang brawl years ago. This incident had instilled in Wang Guiwen a profound animosity towards such delinquents and an intense aversion to underground fights. While other reporters might overlook such matters, Wang Guiwen would undoubtedly investigate this incident. Chen Xuewen did not necessarily wish for this matter to appear in Pingxing Daily. He merely needed the enforcement team to be aware that a journalist was monitoring the situation. Thus, even the most venomous of snakes would think twice before daring to strike against him openly. Chapter 52. The existence of journalist Feng Bao returned to the office. Seething with anger, his face a shade of green. Sitting on the couch was the serpent, cradling a voluptuous beauty, albeit not the same one from before. Noticing Feng Bao's expression, the serpent frowned and inquired, "What's the matter, Baozi?" Feng Bao, still fuming, recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing his account, the serpent scoffed dismissively. "What utter nonsense! That brat is merely trying to intimidate us. Which journalist, with nothing better to do, would come here to report on such trivial matters? Forget him. Go and flatten that kid's venue." Feng Bao hesitated. "Brother Snake, what if this is genuine?" The serpent let out a cold laugh. "And if it is? Those who follow me should not fear such trifles. Just go ahead and smash it. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility." Encouraged by his words, Feng Bao rallied his men and set out once more. Meanwhile, at the arcade, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were busy cleaning up the shards of broken glass. Suddenly, they spotted Feng Bao and his crew charging towards them. Startled, Wang Zhendong exclaimed, "Damn it, they're back. What do we do now?" Lai Ho replied, "Wen Gu instructed us earlier that if the serpent's men come to cause trouble again, we should contact Er Yong. Don't panic. Let me get in touch with him." Wang Zhendong, filled with worry, questioned, "What good will contacting Er Yong do?" Without answering, Lai Ho hurriedly dialed Li Er Yong, explaining the situation. Upon hearing the news, Li Er Yong reassured them, "Don't panic. First, close the door and hold it for 10 minutes. Wen Gu already has a plan. Just hold your ground, and if you can't, escape through the back door." After hanging up, Lai Ho relayed the message to Wang Zhendong. As they worked together to secure the door, Wang Zhendong muttered, "Is 10 minutes even enough? There are only a few of us here. Even if Wen Gu has a plan, we stand no chance against them. If it comes down to it, we should call the police." Lai Ho countered, "The law enforcement team will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. They might not make it in time. Besides, Feng Bao was just driven off by them and has returned, clearly under the serpent's orders. I suspect the serpent has everything arranged already. Waiting for the law enforcement team would be less effective than us making a stand. I trust Wen Gu. His plans are foolproof." Resigned, Wang Zhendong helped close the door. Just as they secured it, Feng Bao and his gang reached the entrance, banging on the door with their weapons and shouting for them to open up. The arcade's entrance was fortified with a rolling shutter and an iron grill, providing some sturdiness. However, the commotion caused by Feng Bao and his men banging on the shutter was deafening, leaving Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong trembling with fear. At that moment, Li Er Yong, following Chen Xuewen's instructions, called Wang Guiwen once more. Earlier, when he contacted the Pingxing Daily, he had also noted down Wang Guiwen's phone number. Thus, he directly contacted Wang Guiwen this time, exaggerating the situation to him. On his way, Wang Guiwen, upon hearing that the conflict had escalated, felt a surge of anxiety. "Call the police first, stabilize the situation, and do not allow it to escalate further. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Wang Guiwen parked his bicycle by the roadside and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the old square. Throughout the journey, he urged the taxi driver, who pressed the accelerator, arriving at the old square in less than 10 minutes. Upon his arrival, Wang Guiwen witnessed Feng Bao and his gang aggressively banging on the arcade's entrance. His expression shifted immediately as he swiftly retrieved his camera, capturing several photographs. Just as Feng Bao was preparing to force his way in, he noticed someone taking pictures, and his demeanor changed drastically. He rushed over, brandishing a weapon, and shouted at Wang Guiwen, "Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to take pictures here?" Wang Guiwen promptly produced his identification. "I am a journalist from Pingxing Daily. My name is Wang Guiwen." Feng Bao, furious, realized a reporter had indeed arrived. Without hesitation, he knocked Wang Guiwen's camera to the ground and yanked the film out, ruining it instantly. Enraged at the destruction of his camera, Wang Guiwen exclaimed, "What? What are you doing? Why do you have to damage my camera?" Impatient, Feng Bao shoved Wang Guiwen to the ground, cursing, "Stop with the nonsense. This time, I'm smashing your camera. Next time you meddle, I'll break your limbs. Get lost." He then turned and waved his hand, commanding, "Continue smashing." His subordinates immediately resumed their aggressive assault on the arcade's door. Meanwhile, not far away in a small shop, Li Er-yong quietly observed the scene. Holding an old camera, a second-hand purchase made by Chen Xuewen the previous day, he had captured all the earlier moments, including Feng Bao pushing Wang Guiwen and the destruction of his camera. Having documented everything, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xuewen. In the enforcement team, Chen Xuewen was giving a statement, attended by Zhang Feng, the deputy captain and the leader of the enforcement team. It was evident that Zhang Feng had a close relationship with the local thugs. Although it was meant to be a formal questioning, it felt more like an interrogation of Chen Xuewen, primarily inquiring about which journalist had taken the photographs and who had contacted him. Suddenly, Chen Xuewen's phone rang. Just as he glanced at it, Zhang Feng reprimanded him sharply. "What are you doing?" The statement isn't finished. "Who gave you permission to check your phone?" Chen Xuewen smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's a message from my employee. There has been a situation at my shop." Zhang Feng shot him a glare. "Whatever situation there is, you need to finish the statement. Besides, why does your shop have so many issues? Why is it that some individuals constantly seek to trouble you? Perhaps it is time for self-reflection regarding any missteps on your part." Chen Xuewen cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Feng, recognizing his blatant favoritism towards the troublemaker. "I must apologize, yet I remain unaware of any errors I have committed. However, my establishment is currently under siege, and I earnestly hope that Captain Zhang will address this matter," Chen Xuewen stated with calm composure. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, retorting, "This matter does not fall within your jurisdiction. I have yet to receive my orders, and once I do, I shall act accordingly." Chen Xuewen responded with a subtle smile. "Captain Zhang, I suggest you expedite the process of acquiring those orders. My staff has informed me that the reporter has returned to the scene. Moreover, that very reporter has been assaulted by Feng Bao. Should this situation be mishandled and escalate, Captain Zhang, it could adversely affect your reputation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The assault on a reporter was a burden he could ill afford. Dismissing Chen Xuewen from his thoughts, he sprang into action, rallying his subordinates while simultaneously contacting the troublemaker to urge him to quell his men, lest they exacerbate the situation. Seated at the table, Chen Xuewen allowed a faint, chilling smile to grace his lips. He understood that this incident had effectively secured his position. Following the altercation involving Wang Guiwen, the troublemaker would certainly refrain from further direct aggression towards his establishment. As for the clandestine dealings, each party would have to rely on their own cunning. Chapter 53. Zhou Jinghui's betrayal upon receiving a call from Zhang Feng. The snake found himself momentarily bewildered. Initially, he had dismissed Chen Xuewen as a mere reckless youth, believing that a little reprimand would suffice to bring him to heel. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn, completely defying his anticipations. Despite several confrontations, he had not managed to subdue Chen. Rather, his side had suffered considerable losses. Moreover, the critical blow was the injury inflicted on a journalist. Should this matter escalate, it could spell trouble. Consequently, after the call, he immediately contacted Feng Bao, instructing him and his team to retreat post-haste. Feng Bao and his crew had already breached the entrance of the arcade, creating a significant hole, and were mere moments away from storming in when they received Snake's call, forcing them to begrudgingly withdraw. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and his associates swiftly arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the battered Wang Guiwen and the shattered camera on the ground, Zhang Feng grimaced. This incident had certainly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, the film had been destroyed, leaving no evidence to implicate anyone. Zhang Feng promptly established control over the situation and arranged for Wang Guiwen to be taken away for a statement. After attending to these matters, he discreetly called Snake, advising him to refrain from any further disturbances until the situation calmed down. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's call, Snake was furious, his face turning pale with rage. Yet he felt powerless, compelled to instruct Feng Bao and the others to refrain from any rash actions. Feng Bao, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Snake, yes, just a minor journalist. Why the fear?" Snake shot him a glare, retorting, "Damn it, if you were merely a journalist, I wouldn't be worried. What concerns me is that someone might exploit this incident." Nevertheless, acknowledging Feng Bao's cleverness in destroying the film, he reassured him, "Without evidence, this matter will ultimately fade away. There is no need for concern." Feng Bao nodded, then clenched his teeth. "Damn it, this must be the work of that Chen Xuewen brat. I never expected this scoundrel to be so cunning at such a young age. My brother is still in the hospital fighting for his life. He is likely the one who stabbed him. Brother Snake, what should we do about this?" Snake smiled coldly. "After all this time, do you really need to ask how to handle things? Those who dare oppose us face only one fate. Just because we cannot destroy his establishment does not mean we cannot deal with his associates. Wait until this brat is released tonight. Take a few men and eliminate him." Feng Bao instantly grinned. "All right, Brother Snake, we shall proceed as you say. Damn it, we must incapacitate this brat tonight, no matter what." It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that Chen Xuewen completed his statement and emerged. He returned to the arcade, where Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were engaged in casual conversation at the entrance. Inside the arcade, only a handful of patrons were playing games. Nearby, several shopkeepers sat outside their stores, observing the scene, primarily waiting for the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen return, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong promptly approached him. "Brother Wen, how did it go?" The two individuals inquired with genuine concern. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. "It is as it is. Zhang Feng must have received some favors from the serpent, showing them undue favoritism." After completing the statement, they only detained 2 individuals, while everyone else was released. As for the compensation regarding our arcade, not a single word was mentioned. Lai Ho sighed. "All right, Brother Wen, considering how far things have progressed, it's already quite fortunate. The serpent's men haven't caused any trouble this entire afternoon. Perhaps we should let go of the thought of compensation." Chen Xuewen shook his head. How can they not compensate for the damage they've done to so many machines? Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances, wondering if Chen Xuewen was truly intent on provoking the serpent. Chen Xuewen entered the arcade and glanced at the day's revenue, furrowing his brow. Is the business really this poor? We only sold a little over 20 yuan in game tokens. Lai Ho shrugged. Brother Wen, this is a newly opened store. For now, we only have some customers playing games. The real moneymakers, the slot machines, surely no one is interested in playing. It takes time to build a customer base. Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement. Moreover, the serpent's establishment is right across the street, grand and luxurious. Wealthy patrons primarily frequent his place. Plus, with Feng Bao causing trouble here twice today, people perceive our place as unsafe and are reluctant to come. Chen Xuewen cast a deep gaze towards the direction of the electronic dynasty, pondering for a moment. Every beginning is challenging. There is no need to rush. Since business is slow today, let us close up early and head home. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement. After another hour or so, around 6 o'clock, Chen Xuewen instructed Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong to tidy up and close the shop. The 3 of them then rode home on 2 motorcycles. As soon as they left, someone immediately notified Feng Bao. Upon learning that Chen Xuewen and the others had departed, Feng Bao's spirits lifted. Drawing his weapon, he cursed, "Damn it, gather the brothers. Let us go take care of this bastard." The serpent shot him a glance. "Stop right there." Feng Bao was taken aback. "Brother Snake, what is wrong? Didn't you say I should deal with him?" The serpent replied coldly. "Are you out of your mind? It's just past 6. It's rush hour. Are you trying to get yourself killed by blocking him on the road?" Enlightened, Feng Bao scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Snake, I got a bit too carried away. Damn it, that bastard is truly infuriating. I just received a call from the hospital. My brother has been saved, but he'll likely be bedridden for 6 months. This attack was too brutal. I must cripple him this time." The serpent waved his hand. "Even if you kill him, I want to stop you. But remember, don't make a scene. With reporters involved this time, it will not bode well for anyone." Feng Bao nodded eagerly. Yes, I will handle it with caution." The venomous serpent nodded, poised to speak, when suddenly a figure entered from outside. Upon seeing this individual, a flicker of disdain crossed the serpent's face. Feng Bao rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the newcomer, and coldly inquired, "Zhou Jinghui, what brings you here? Damn it, I've been looking for you. That scoundrel Chen Xuewen is running a shop under your name. You had better explain the situation to me." The newcomer was indeed Zhou Jinghui. With a bitter smile, he replied, "I came here specifically to clarify this matter with Brother Shi." He turned to the serpent and added in a hushed tone, "Brother Shi, may we have a moment alone to speak?" The serpent cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jinghui, gesturing for his entourage to leave. "Speak your mind swiftly," he commanded with an icy tone. Zhou Jinghui's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, yet he dare not show it. Forcing a smile, he stepped closer to the serpent. "Brother Shi, I wanted to discuss the situation regarding Chen Xuewen. Are you planning to deal with that brat tonight? If so, do exercise caution. This wretched fellow is quite treacherous and adept at laying traps. Do not fall for his schemes." Chapter 54. A dilemma for the cunning. Upon departing from the arcade, Chen Xuewen and his companions headed straight home. Once inside, they found Li Taizhu sitting in the room, attending to the ceiling. Lai Ho glanced up and curiously inquired, "Brother Wen, why have you put Lime up there again? Are we planning to set a trap tonight?" Chen Xuewen replied, "The Viper is ruthless and holds grudges. Today, we injured Xiao Ku, and the Viper will undoubtedly seek revenge. He will send someone to ambush us tonight. Therefore, we must prepare in advance." Lai Ho chuckled at this. "Ha, Brother Wen, your arrangements are thorough. With this trap, even if the Viper comes personally tonight, he will surely suffer." Chen Xuewen smiled, but remained silent. On their way back, they had also procured some food. After quickly consuming their meal, Chen Xuewen produced several weapons and distributed them to the group. Subsequently, he retrieved some raincoats from the inner room and handed them to Lai Ho and the others, instructing, "Put these on." Lai Ho, puzzled, asked, "Why are we wearing raincoats? Are we going out soon?" He peered outside and remarked, "It's not even raining. The stars are out. It doesn't look like rain is coming." Chen Xuewen retorted, "Stop questioning. Just wear them." Seeing no further protests, Lai Ho complied and donned a raincoat. The garment covered their entire bodies, including their faces, with a transparent plastic shield that concealed them completely. Once they were all suited up, Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. "These raincoats bought by Air Yong are quite suitable." Lai Ho, still perplexed, queried, "Brother Wen, what are we wearing these for?" Chen Xuewen smiled enigmatically. "You'll understand in a while. Just wear them and remember, do not take them off even while sleeping." He then glanced at the time and instructed, "Prepare yourselves. Tonight we'll take shifts, alternating between sleeping and keeping watch to prevent any ambush." Wang Zhendong whispered, "Brother Wen, is it really that serious?" Chen Xuewen shot him a look. "Dongzi, if you are with me, you must be ready to fight at any moment. If you lack the courage, you might as well return to the restaurant and serve." Wang Zhendong took a deep breath and affirmed, "Brother Wen, I understand. I will not disappoint you." Chen Xuewen nodded in approval, then took a strip of cloth and firmly bound a bone knife to his hand. After scheduling their sleeping turns, they huddled inside the room, holding their breath in anticipation. As time passed, around 11 o'clock that evening, a group of over 10 individuals suddenly appeared at the mouth of the alley. Leading them was Feng Bao. He surveyed the depths of the alley and quietly asked, "What is the situation inside?" A subordinate, who had been stationed there to keep watch, replied, "There are 4 people inside. The lights went out 2 hours ago. They must be asleep." Feng Bao frowned. "Damn it, who sleeps this early when mingling in this world? This bastard is clearly setting a trap. Brothers, are you ready?" The group of younger men behind him eagerly took out their glasses, exclaiming, "Brother Bao, we are all set." Feng Bao also retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket, sneering, "Humph, that bastard surely never imagined that Zhou Jinghui would come to warn us." Fortunately, Zhou Jinghui informed us of this scoundrel's methods. Otherwise, if we had rushed in recklessly, we would have ended up just like Old Hay's crew, utterly devastated. The younger men nodded in agreement. Today, Zhou Jinghui approached the Viper and recounted the events concerning Old Hay. At the time, the Viper was taken aback. He had believed Chen Xuewen to be an ordinary individual, someone easily manageable by his subordinates, and had dismissed him entirely. However, after hearing Zhou Jinghui's account, the Viper was left in shock. Who could have imagined that Chen Xuewen possessed such capabilities? Consequently, he immediately summoned Feng Bao to relay the information. Feng Bao was equally astonished and promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Chen Xuewen's situation. To his surprise, they discovered that Chen Xuewen had a subordinate named Li Taizhu, who had purchased a substantial quantity of lime and returned to Chen Xuewen's residence. This revelation confirmed Feng Bao's suspicion that Chen Xuewen intended to employ the same tactics he had used against Old He. Thus, Feng Bao swiftly devised a response, instructing his men to procure these glasses. Donning them, he remarked with a cold smirk, "That bastard Chen Xuewen certainly plays dirty. However, encountering us today, he has met his match. Brothers, there shall be no mercy. Strike him down with all your might." The younger men nodded eagerly, their faces alight with excitement. Feng Bao took a deep breath and led his men directly toward Chen Xuewen's house. Upon arriving outside, they crouched by the door to listen intently. But there was not a sound from within. Feng Bao furrowed his brow. Could he truly be asleep? He gestured to one of the younger men, who stealthily approached, producing lock-picking tools and swiftly unlocking the door. Feng Bao pushed the door open and charged inside, followed closely by his men. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, they could barely discern outlines under the moonlight. They rushed into the bedroom, only to find that the bed was completely empty. Feng Bao was taken aback. What the hell? Where's everyone? Just then, a soft sound echoed from above. Feng Bao looked up to see Chen Xuewen perched on the roof, propped against the wall. Chen Xuewen! Feng Bao gasped in astonishment, but before he could utter a word, Chen Xuewen abruptly yanked down the plastic sheet covering the roof. Within the plastic was the lime, which cascaded down as the sheet fell, instantly enveloping the room in a cloud of white dust. Upon witnessing this, Feng Bao let out a raucous laugh. Chen Xuewen, have you truly exhausted your tricks? You think you can use the same ploy twice? Did you not notice that we are all wearing glasses? The other companions erupted into laughter, their bespectacled faces largely unaffected by the lime dust. Chen Xuewen remained silent, swiftly rushing to the wall and suddenly striking the water pipe with a knife. The pipe burst open, unleashing a torrent of icy cold tap water that gushed forth instantaneously. The first to bear the brunt of this deluge were the two individuals closest to the source. They were instantly drenched, their clothes soaked through. It was the deep of winter, and the frigid water hitting their bodies made them shiver uncontrollably, eliciting involuntary cries of distress. Yet, this was not the worst of it. More troubling was the fact that the water splashed over their faces and heads, where remnants of lime lay scattered. As the water mingled with the lime, it cascaded down their cheeks and swiftly made its way into their eyes. They frantically attempted to wipe it away, but their efforts only exacerbated the problem, rubbing in more of the irritating substance. Both let out anguished screams, their eyes rendered nearly unseeing. Amidst this chaos, Chen Xuewen had deftly severed all exposed water pipes within the room. Simultaneously, Lai Howang Jindong and Li Taizhu leapt into action, dousing the crowd with bucket after bucket of water. The room transformed into a veritable downpour, leaving everyone drenched and resembling drowned rats. The sole individuals unaffected were Chen Xuewen and his three companions, who were clad in raincoats, thoroughly shielded from the deluge. Witnessing Feng Bao and others clutching their eyes in agony, Chen Xuewen tightened his grip on the bone knife and murmured, "Let us move." He charged ahead, plunging into the throng. Chapter 55. We are the victims. Chen Xuewen boldly plunged into the throng. In this moment, he exhibited a remarkable proficiency in handling such situations. It must be acknowledged that the tome, The 8 Extraordinary Meridians, acquired from the Venerable Du, is indeed a marvel of literature, chronicling the extraordinary acupoints and meridians within its pages. Following the instructions within this remarkable book, each strike he delivered deftly avoided the adversary's vital points while incapacitating them in a matter of moments. Soon, 3 or 4 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, Lai Ho brandished a bone saw and charged into the crowd, emulating Chen Xuewen's tactics to assail the assailants. On the opposite end, Wang Jindong stood hesitantly, trembling and reluctant to engage. As for Li Taizhu, his poor memory rendered him incapable of recalling Chen Xuewen's instructions regarding specific body parts. Thus, He armed himself with a stout wooden stick, entering the fray to strike at the legs of his foes. Li Taizhu, with his prodigious appetite and immense strength, caused those unfortunate enough to be struck to suffer grievous fractures, collapsing to the ground in pitiful cries. At the entrance, Feng Bao could scarcely keep his eyes open. The cacophony of screams around him alerted him to the dire circumstances. Quick-witted, he hesitated not and swiftly turned to flee. As he ran, he struggled to open his eyes to survey his surroundings, knowing full well that his efforts would only invite more pain from the caustic lime in the air. Yet, he could concern himself with little else. Staying put would spell disaster. Fortunately, the room was not vast, and he soon reached the threshold. Chen Xuewen, spotting him, urgently called out, "Dongzi, block him." Wang Zhendong, momentarily lost in thought with the bone saw in hand, snapped back to attention. He turned to see Feng Bao already escaping through the doorway and rushed forward to intercept him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Feng Bao instinctively whirled around, brandishing his long knife, shouting, "Come on, I'll cleave you in two." Startled, Wang Zhendong recoiled, hastily evading. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Bao dashed out of the building. However, just as he took a few steps, he found himself plummeting down the stairs, cascading from the second floor to the ground below. The fall left him bruised and battered. Yet he paid little heed to his injuries. Rising from the floor, he scrambled forward with desperate urgency, crying out in terror, "Help! Help! There's been a murder! Help!" At this juncture, Chen Xuewen had reached the doorway and, seeing Feng Bao sprint into the alley, furrowed his brow in concern. Wang Zhendong, realizing the gravity of his blunder, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Brother One-Eye, I'll go fetch him back." Chen Xuewen seized the collar of his shirt, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? His shouting will surely attract the neighbors. Do you wish for your own demise? Get back inside and hide." He pulled Wang Zhendong back into the room. At that moment, the interior was still in disarray. Most of the subordinates brought by Feng Bao were sprawled on the ground, lamenting incessantly. Chen Xuewen retrieved his mobile phone and immediately called the police. After reporting the incident, he dialed Lawyer He, seeking some legal counsel. Lawyer He, this time, was quite straightforward, informing Chen Xuewen that these individuals had intruded into his home with weapons, intending to cause harm, thereby justifying self-defense, and assuring him that there would be no repercussions. Upon receiving this information, Chen Xuewen breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Lai Ho and the others, softly instructing, "All right, let us tidy up." Lai Ho promptly stowed away the bone-cutting knife. Wang Zhendong, looking rather embarrassed, murmured, "Brother One, I'm sorry I messed up your affairs." Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. This is your first encounter with such a situation. It's only natural. Remember how stunned monkey was the last time we faced something like this? With experience comes familiarity. After a few more encounters, you won't find yourself in such predicaments again." Lai Ho nodded in agreement. "Yes, just a matter of gaining experience." Wang Zhendong finally relaxed, filled with gratitude. Chen Xuewen did not blame him. Rather, he consoled him, which deeply touched Wang Zhendong. Shortly thereafter, Captain Wang arrived with his team. Upon surveying the scene, Captain Wang nearly erupted in exasperation. "Chen Xuewen, it's you again. Can't you spare me some trouble?" Captain Wang's face turned a shade of green with anger. Chen Xuewen chuckled. "Captain Wang, I assure you, I wish it were otherwise. However, these scoundrels barged into my home at night, armed and intent on causing harm. What could I do? You must stand up for us, Captain Wang." Captain Wang shot Chen Xuewen a glare. "Spare me your innocent act." "Umph. Were these not the very people you brought upon yourself?" Chen Xuewen shrugged. "Captain Wang, if you utter such words, you must take responsibility. I am a victim here. You cannot treat a victim this way." Captain Wang was momentarily speechless. He understood that engaging in such dialogue with Chen Xuewen was a futile endeavor. After all, Feng Bao and his associates already had criminal records. These individuals, armed and breaking into someone's home in the dead of night, were clearly committing a violent act. It was only natural for Chen Xuewen and his companions to resist. Furthermore, with influential backing and the assistance of the legally astute Lawyer He, Captain Wang realized he truly had no means to challenge Chen Xuewen. Thus, he could only proceed according to protocol, as he had done previously, apprehending Feng Bao and his gang. Simultaneously, Chen Xuewen and his companions were taken in for questioning. Once seated in the car, Chen Xuewen extracted his mobile phone and sent a message to Li Eryong, instructing him to commence the next phase of their plan. In the electronic dynasty, the Viper sat at the table, listening as several subordinates reported on the day's earnings from various establishments. He held a woman in his embrace, one hand slipping inside her collar, incessantly kneading and teasing. The woman sat beside him, seemingly oblivious to the world, giggling flirtatiously as if she were engaging in a dance with a viper. Nearby, a few lackeys lowered their heads, too intimidated to steal a glance. Suddenly, the Viper's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed his palm onto the table. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. The lackeys were startled, and one of them whispered, "Brother Snake, what has happened?" Through gritted teeth, the Viper replied, "That worthless Feng Bao took a dozen men to deal with 4 inexperienced kids, and he ended up getting taken down himself. Those idiots are now in the hands of the enforcement team. They are truly worthless." The lackeys exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock. They were aware that Feng Bao had set out to handle Chen Xuewen that night, a task they believed to be trivial, a mere walk in the park. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would be Feng Bao and his men who would suffer? How could this be? Another lackey murmured with uncertainty. The Viper shook his head. "I don't know yet. These bastards have been taken by the enforcement team. All I know is they are injured, while the other side remains unscathed. They must have grown up eating shit." After cursing a few more times, the Viper ultimately picked up his phone and called Zhang Feng, instructing him to find a way to extricate Feng Bao and the others. After the call, he turned to his lackeys, his voice low and commanding. "Gather more men and bring weapons. That Chen kid is giving a statement to the enforcement team. Once he is done, you ambush him on his way back. Damn it, tonight we will settle this." The lackeys immediately sprang into action, preparing to carry out his orders. The Viper's expression was icy as he spat. "Trash, dare to challenge me? Umph, I will ensure you never see the light of day again." Chapter 56. Prepared for all contingencies, Zhang Feng received a call from the Viper and reluctantly rose from his slumber, donning his attire in preparation to assist. After all, he had benefited significantly from the Viper's dealings. With the situation regarding Feng Bao escalating, his intervention was imperative. However, these matters were not particularly daunting for him. He had already ascertained that none of Chen Xuewen's associates had sustained injuries. Rather, it was Feng Bao's side that had suffered. Thus, this predicament was manageable, and with his influence, he believed he could resolve it. As he laced his shoes, ready to depart, he suddenly noticed an envelope wedged in the doorframe. Puzzled, he retrieved the envelope and, upon squeezing it, realized it was quite thick, seemingly containing an abundance of contents. Zhang Feng promptly opened the envelope, revealing a stack of photographs. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the images depicted the incident where Feng Bao and his men had vandalized the arcade owned by Chen Xuewen's brother earlier that day. The photographs were clear, capturing Feng Bao in his entirety. Furthermore, there were images of Feng Bao assaulting Wang Guwen and the moment he destroyed Wang's camera, exposing the film within. After perusing the photographs, a chill coursed through Zhang Feng's spine and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He had assumed that since Feng Bao had obliterated Wang Guiwen's film, no evidence would remain. Who could have anticipated the existence of such incriminating photographs? Should these images come alight, he would bear the weight of the consequences. After all, he had merely brushed aside Wang Guiwen's grievances, believing him to lack evidence, and had subsequently released Feng Bao and his accomplices. But now, these photographs constituted undeniable proof. If exposed, the situation would escalate dramatically, and Feng Bao would undoubtedly face ruin. Furthermore, given his complicity in shielding Feng Bao, Zhang Feng feared he too would be ensnared in the fallout. At that moment, terror gripped him, rendering him pale and trembling. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang, startling him. He hesitantly answered, his voice quivering. Whom are you looking for?" A chilling voice responded from the other end. "Is this Zhang Feng? You've seen the photographs, haven't you?" Zhang Feng's expression shifted. "You took those photos? What do you intend to do?" "I'll warn you," he began, but before he could finish, the voice interrupted. You warn me? Zhang Feng, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? I am merely a concerned citizen who happened to capture these images. This is not a crime, is it? How dare you threaten me? Rendered speechless, Zhang Feng took a moment before gritting his teeth and demanding, "What do you want?" The voice on the other end responded with a calm smile. It's quite simple. Handle the situation at the arcade properly. Inform the Viper that we have laid claim to this establishment. Should you fail to comply, these photographs will be dispatched to major newspapers and magazines across the province. Zhang Feng's face paled further as he clenched his jaw. You are one of Chen Xuewen's people? The voice merely chuckled coldly. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Zhang Feng finally sighed and pulled out his phone to call the Viper. Meanwhile, in a corner beneath Zhang Feng's residence, Li Eryong, leaning on his cane, sent a message to Chen Xuewen. It's done. He then hobbled away from the scene. At the Electronic Dynasty, the Viper was orchestrating an assault on Chen Xuewen when Zhang Feng's call interrupted him. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, the Viper slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it, this bastard dares to threaten me? Does he think I would fear him? I will make sure he pays dearly for this. He roared. Zhang Feng, alarmed, retorted, Viper, are you out of your mind? If this information gets out, I will be finished, and so will Feng Bao. Moreover, all those under him will also face ruin. Is it worth sacrificing so many for a moment of pride? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, the Viper recognized the truth in Zhang Feng's words. Losing so many would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Feng Bao was his loyal ally, and he could not abandon him. What do you propose? The Viper asked, his tone subdued. Zhang Feng replied, let him keep his arcade. What is the harm? His establishment is poorly located and equipped. It can't possibly compete with yours. In my opinion, he is merely making enough to get by and won't affect your business. In a few days, when he fails to turn a profit, he will likely close down. Why expend so much effort on someone so inconsequential? The Viper remained silent for a long moment before gritting his teeth. If I let him operate freely, where would my dignity lie? Zhang Feng, growing anxious, warned, Viper, don't say I didn't warn you. This matter is significant. Once they emerge from the situation, that arcade will be under our close scrutiny. If your men cause any trouble there, don't blame me for being unyielding. The Viper coldly responded, fine. I want to put you in a difficult position. If Chen intends to stake his claim on my territory, I may choose not to act. However, I must see whether he possesses the capability to handle the situation at hand. With that, the Viper ended the call, his expression darkening considerably. After 2 hours of questioning, Chen Xuewen and his companions finally left the enforcement agency. It was now the early hours of the morning, and they were shivering from the cold. Despite this, Lai Ho wore an expression of admiration as he remarked, Brother One, your foresight is truly remarkable. These scoundrels even prepared glasses. Thankfully you brought raincoats, otherwise we would have been the ones at a disadvantage. Chen Xuewen smiled nonchalantly. Everything had long been part of his plan, including the household water pipes and the water he had prepared in advance. Everything was meticulously arranged by him for the ambush against Feng Bao and his companions. Lai Ho, filled with curiosity, inquired, by the way, Brother Wen, how did you know these scoundrels would come wearing glasses tonight? Chen Xuewen shook his head, replying, I do not know. What I am aware of is that the same tactic cannot be employed twice. Even if one were to use it again, it must not be done within a short span of time, or it would be easily discerned. Thus, I have made slight modifications to the previous method, just to be safe. If they're not wearing glasses, we can easily deal with them using lime. If they do wear glasses, my secondary preparations will come into play. Lai Ho was left utterly astonished, his admiration for Chen Xuewen's meticulousness reaching new heights. Wang Zhendong also looked at him with deep respect, stating, Brother One, I truly admire you. Following you is undoubtedly the right choice. Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. This merely allows us to pass this obstacle for now. Whether we can profit moving forward depends on our abilities. Now, let's find a place to rest. Tomorrow morning, we must seek out Zhou Jinghui. Lai Ho, perplexed, asked, what do we need Zhou Jinghui for? Chen Xuewen chuckled. He owes me money, and tomorrow I shall request some funds from him. Lai Ho appeared bewildered. Zhou Jinghui owes you money? I had no idea. Chen Xuewen smiled lightly. He did not owe me before. However, starting today, he does. Both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were left in a daze, completely oblivious to Chen Xuewen's true intentions. Chapter 57. Gratitude to Brother Hui that evening. Chen Xuewen and his companions did not return home, as their residence was inundated with water, rendering it uninhabitable. Instead, they sought refuge in a modest inn located not far from the old square. This establishment, a rather dilapidated structure, consisted of only 5 stories. Chen Xuewen secured 2 rooms for their temporary stay. He occupied a spacious double room, while Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu shared a triple room. This arrangement was deliberate on Chen Xuewen's part. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, he harbored lingering apprehensions. He was uncertain of the extent of the venomous snake's madness. Should the snake become reckless in his pursuit, Chen Xuewen would undoubtedly be the primary target. Thus, separating himself from the trio served as a protective measure, minimizing the risk of their collective downfall. Moreover, if he needed to flee, it would be more manageable without the burden of others. Upon entering his room, Chen Xuewen refrained from resting. Instead, he approached the window to meticulously survey the surrounding terrain. The window's protective bars were in a state of disrepair, and the exterior was a chaotic tangle of wires and pipes. As he grasped the bars, a segment of steel tubing was easily twisted off. With a clearer understanding of his circumstances, he lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and succumbed to sleep. He barricaded the door with a table, ensuring that even if someone attempted to force entry, they would face considerable difficulty. Throughout the early hours of the night, Chen Xuewen remained in a light slumber, perpetually alert. It was not until dawn broke and the sounds of vendors filled the air that he finally exhaled in relief and fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, he found it was already midday. He summoned Lai Ho and the others from the adjacent room to venture out in search of a restaurant, where they ordered an ample feast. Li Eryong had not accompanied them in recent days, a decision Chen Xuewen made with intention. Firstly, due to Li Eryong's lack of agility, he would struggle to escape if trouble arose, making his absence a safer choice. Furthermore, Chen Xuewen had orchestrated certain tasks for Li Eryong to attend to clandestinely, allowing for greater convenience. After their meal, Chen Xuewen sent Lai Ho and the others to the brothers' arcade to commence operations, while he ventured alone to Zhou Jinghui's residence. Inside Zhou Jinghui's villa, he sat at the table, furrowing his brow. He had received word the previous night regarding the downfall of Feng Bao and his associates, which took him by surprise. Prior to this, he had made a special trip to the old square to inform the venomous snake, ensuring they were prepared. Yet, who could have anticipated Chen Xuewen's cunning strategies? Not only had he employed lime, but he had also devised a water assault tactic that resulted in a significant setback for Feng Bao and his crew. With a sigh, he turned to the nearby Xiao Ma and remarked, "Did you see that? I told you, Chen Xuewen is exceedingly cunning. He is not someone one can easily contend with. Fortunately, you did not bring anyone to confront him. Otherwise, it would likely be you suffering the consequences now." Xiao Ma wore a face of lingering fear, recalling how he had repeatedly insisted on bringing people to deal with Chen Xuewen, only to be stopped by Zhou Jinghui. At that moment, he had thought Zhou Jinghui somewhat timid, but only now did he realize that it was not timidity. Rather, Chen Xuewen was indeed a formidable opponent. Xiao Ma murmured, "That scoundrel Chen Xuewen is truly insidious. However, with the uproar this incident has caused, he has certainly made a mortal enemy of the Viper. Given the Viper's nature, he will undoubtedly seek retribution, won't he?" Zhou Jinghui shook his head. "It's hard to say. Given the Viper's temperament, after such a significant event, Chen Xuewen should have been dealt with last night, right after his statement. Yet, up until now, there's been no sign of action. I just received word that Chen Xuewen's arcade is still open. The Viper has said nothing at all. I suspect that Chen Xuewen must possess some other means to keep the Viper at bay." Xiao Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. That's the Viper we are talking about." Just then, a young subordinate entered at the door. "Brother Hui, Chen Xuewen is here, demanding to see you." Zhou Jinghui's expression immediately shifted. "Damn it, why is this brat coming to find me at such a time?" Xiao Ma gasped in shock and whispered, "Brother Hui, could it be that he found out about you, informing the Viper? Is that why he has come to seek vengeance?" Zhou Jinghui trembled at the thought. beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tell him I'm not at home. Zhou Jinghui waved his hand, wishing to avoid a meeting with Chen Xuewen. The young subordinate hesitated before whispering, Brother Hui, he said that if you don't see him the next time there is something to discuss, it will have to be at your grave. Zhou Jinghui erupted in fury, slamming the table. What does he mean by that? This scoundrel, is he threatening me? Xiaoma immediately shouted in anger. Damn it! Who does he think he is scaring? Brother Hui, just wait. I'll call my brothers out to deal with him. Zhou Jinghui fumed for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and suppressed his rage. He gestured. Xiaoma, have the brothers wait outside. Do not act impulsively. Let Chen Xuewen in. I want to see what he intends to do. The young subordinate promptly exited. Xiaoma arranged for several men to hide around the hall, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Before long, Chen Xuewen swaggered in. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jinghui forced a smile. Brother Chen, you've come. Oh, it's been ages. I've missed you. How have you been lately? His warm demeanor made it seem as if they were long-lost friends. Chen Xuewen smiled indifferently, engaging in casual pleasantries with Zhou Jinghui. Zhou Jinghui then inquired with a smile, Brother Chen, what brings you here today? I just heard them say that you want to pay respects at my grave. Brother Chen, I have treated you decently. How could you curse me like this? Chen Xuewen smiled calmly and replied, Huigo, I am not cursing you. I am merely speaking the truth. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed, and he took a deep breath, looking at Chen Xuewen with a half-smile. What do you mean by that, Brother Chen? Instead of answering directly, Chen Xuewen smiled lightly and asked in return, Huigo, I heard that you sought out the Viper yesterday. Is that true? Zhou Jinghui maintained his composure and nodded calmly. Yes, I met him and we chatted a bit. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Just a casual chat? I heard that you revealed to him the tactics I used against Old Hay. Last night, the Viper's men came to me fully armed. Zhou Jinghui forced a smile. Brother, you don't think I specifically went to inform the Viper, do you? What? Do you see me, Zhou Jinghui, as that kind of person? Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. Huigo, how can you say that? I certainly believe in you. You would never betray me. The corner of Zhou Jinghui's mouth twitched. The more Chen Xuewen laughed, the more uneasy he felt, sensing some hidden scheme behind that smile. After a moment of laughter, Chen Xuewen suddenly ceased his mirth, leaned in close to Zhou Jinghui, and said in a grave tone, However, Huigo, the Viper may not think the same way. Zhou Jinghui was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Xuewen continued. Consider this. You went to the Viper yesterday and spoke about Old Hay. Immediately, the Viper had his men gear up and come after me based on your information. As a result, they fell into my trap and suffered a significant loss. Do you think the Viper might suspect that we colluded, that you intentionally misled them, allowing me to set a trap for them? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghui's face changed dramatically. He finally understood the implications of Chen Xuewen's words. Chapter 58. Blackmailing Zhou Jinghui. Zhou Jinghui's complexion was ashen, and beads of sweat unconsciously trickled down his forehead. Just yesterday, he had reported to the Serpent, and soon after, the Serpent's men suffered a significant loss at Chen Xuewen's hands. It was hard not to suspect a collusion between him and Chen Xuewen. If the Serpent truly entertained such thoughts, he would be in deep trouble. Zhou Jinghui struggled to suppress the panic within, feigning calmness as he said, Brother Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Xuewen chuckled softly. Brother Hui, I am not speaking in vain. Consider this. You sold me 2 stores for a mere $5. Many would perceive our relationship as quite amicable. Now, with such an incident occurring, do you think the Serpent might suspect a conspiracy between us? Zhou Jinghui was drenched in sweat, feeling as though his shirt was soaked through. He took a deep breath and whispered, Brother Chen, your ability to handle Feng Bao and his lot is impressive. But what does it have to do with me? The Serpent wouldn't think along those lines. Chen Xuewen smiled faintly. Is that so? He may not consider it. But what if I were to speak otherwise? Zhou Jinghui was taken aback, staring at Chen Xuewen in bewilderment. What? Chen Xuewen, with a grin, replied, Brother Hui, given our close bond, if I were to tell others that you are my dear brother who has supported me greatly, do you think the Serpent would suspect you of deceiving him? At this juncture, Chen Xuewen leaned closer to Zhou Jinghui, lowering his voice, Or perhaps I could simply inform the serpent that it was you, Brother Hui, who urged me to take action against him. How do you think the serpent would respond to you? Zhou Jinghui's expression shifted dramatically. He seized Chen Xuewen by the collar, fury boiling over. Chen, are you trying to betray me? Just then, a commotion erupted outside as Xiao Ma stormed in with several subordinates, exuding an imposing presence. Chen Xuewen remained unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered crowd and sneering, Brother Hui, we are both in this together. Did you not also wish to harm me? If you had not informed the serpent, I would have had no means to retaliate against you. Alas, you chose to betray me. Since you did, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Would you not agree? With that, he turned to Xiao Ma and the others, mocking, what is this? Can't you train these dogs properly? Brother Hui, if your dogs are misbehaving, I could lend a hand in their training. Fury consumed Zhou Jinghui as he inhaled deeply, ultimately gesturing for Xiao Ma and his men to leave. At that moment, he dared not act against Chen Xuewen, for he was uncertain of the latter's hidden capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jinghui spoke gravely. Chen Xuewen, what exactly do you intend to do? Chen Xuewen replied with a calm smile, Brother Hui, judging by your demeanor, it seems we can finally discuss serious matters. Very well, I shall refrain from beating around the bush. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and wish to borrow some money from you. Zhou Jinghui exhaled softly. Discussing finances left room for negotiation. How much? He inquired. 10 million, Chen Xuewen proclaimed. Zhou Jinghui sprang to his feet, astonished. How much? 10 million. Are you out of your mind? You might as well go to a snake for that. Where on earth do you expect me to procure 10 million? Noticing Zhou Jinghui's intense reaction, Chen Xuewen realized his demand was excessive. He chuckled and said, Brother Hui, if that's too much for you, just give me 3 to 5 million. I'm not picky. Zhou Jinghui waved his hand dismissively. I don't even have 3 to 5 million. Do you think I run a mint? After considerable haggling, Chen Xuewen extorted 1 million from Zhou Jinghui. Chen Xuewen insisted on cash, and Zhou Jinghui exerted great effort to gather the sum, ultimately presenting it to Chen Xuewen in a box. Holding this substantial amount of money, Chen Xuewen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As he was leaving, he remarked with a smile, by the way, Brother Hui, could you have Xiao Ma drive me? It's quite difficult to hail a cab from here. Zhou Jinghui's expression darkened as he gestured for Xiao Ma to take Chen Xuewen. Although reluctant, Xiao Ma complied and drove Chen Xuewen directly to the bank. Chen Xuewen deposited 700,000, adding it to the 300,000 he already had, totaling 1 million. The remaining 300,000 he transferred to a card, which he handed to Li Eryong, instructing him to arrange surgery for Wu Lihong's brother at the hospital. Previously, Chen Xuewen had learned that Wu Lihong's brother required surgery, and she had been working in the nightlife to earn the necessary funds. This contribution was the only way Chen Xuewen could think of to repay her kindness. With everything in order, Chen Xuewen returned to the arcade. The business there was much like the previous day, with only a few patrons playing games and no one engaging with the slot machines. However, Chen Xuewen noticed law enforcement patrolling outside intermittently. It seemed Zhang Feng was genuinely fearful and had increased security at the arcade. Seeing this, Chen Xuewen felt reassured. As long as the arcade could operate normally, he had achieved the first step. As for how to grow the business further, he would need to devise additional strategies. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Xuewen settled into a chair at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Despite having slept through the morning after a sleepless night, he still felt a bit drowsy and lethargic. Just as he was dozing off, Lai Ho approached quietly, whispering, Brother One, the snake's men have arrived. Startled, Chen Xuewen sprang up, instinctively placing a hand on the knife at his waist, scanning the area anxiously, only to find Lai Ho standing alone. Where? How many came? Chen Xuewen inquired. Lai Ho replied, just one, inside. Chen Xuewen was taken aback. Only one? The monkey nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. I was told to convey a message from the serpent. Chen Xuewen glanced around and found that only one person stood within the room. He felt a slight sense of relief, yet remained on high alert as he stepped inside. After all, based on Chen Xuewen's understanding of the serpent, this individual was known for his ruthless tactics and a penchant for revenge, and would undoubtedly not let matters rest easily. Although only one person had been dispatched, Chen Xuewen dared not let his guard down, lest he find himself in dire straits. Approaching the man, Chen inquired, "May I ask how to address you, brother?" The newcomer was a somewhat diminutive man, likely in his 30s, sporting a pair of handlebar mustaches and slick back hair parted down the middle. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, he immediately broke into a broad smile. "You must be Brother One," he exclaimed. "My name is Ding San'er, the accountant of the Electronic Dynasty." Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. He recognized that the serpent had a strategist known as Ding San, who was reputed to be the mastermind behind many of the serpent's operations. "Ah, so it is Brother Ding. I have long admired your reputation," Chen Xuewen replied. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Ding chuckled lightly. "Brother Wen, you flatter me. I cannot claim to offer guidance. Rather, I have been instructed by the serpent to deliver a message, due to some previous misunderstandings. The serpent wishes to invite you to dinner this evening, to clarify these misunderstandings. He has also invited several friends from our circles to witness the occasion. The venue is set for the Chunji Grand Hotel. We would be honored by your presence." Chapter 59. A banquet of treachery. Upon hearing that the serpent intended to host a gathering, Chen Xuewen felt a sudden unease. It seemed the serpent was no longer inclined to engage in subtlety. A direct confrontation was imminent. What kind of invitation was this, if not a banquet of treachery? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen forced a wry smile. "Brother Ding, I truly apologize. I have prior commitments this evening, so it would be rather inconvenient for me to attend. Please convey to Brother Shi that I shall treat him to a meal another day." Ding San, unperturbed, merely chuckled. "No witties. We were too hasty and did not consider Brother Wen's schedule. It is no fault of yours. How about this, Brother One? Let us exchange contact information. The banquet is still on. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out." Ding San retrieved his phone, beaming as he exchanged contact details with Chen Xuewen. As he watched Ding San depart, a frown settled on Chen Xuewen's brow. The final words of Ding San instilled a sense of foreboding within him. It was as if Ding San was convinced he would reconsider his decision. Did this imply that attending the gathering was no longer optional for him? After a brief contemplation, Chen Xuewen turned to Lai Ho and gestured for him to close the door. Lai Ho locked the door. Lai Ho quickly handed some money to a few individuals engrossed in their games, sending them on their way. He then promptly lowered the shutter of the arcade and secured the door. Chen Xuewen led Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong into the inner room. As for Li Taizhu, the young man had become engrossed in a game, oblivious to the unfolding situation. His gaming skills, however, left much to be desired. He was utterly unaware of how to evade projectiles, relying solely on his special attacks to clear the screen of bullets and vanquish opponents. Yet, such powerful moves were not limitless, compelling him to continually feed the machine with coins and select characters to prolong his play. Understanding the discussions of strategy could not rely on Li Taizhu, Chen Xuewen excluded him from their gathering, focusing instead on Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. Once the door was shut, he recounted Ding San's words. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho appeared momentarily taken aback. Another invitation? This sounds strikingly similar to the approach taken by Zhou Jinghui. Chen Xuewen shook his head. The serpent is not akin to Zhou Jinghui. I am not particularly concerned about Zhou Jinghui's invitation. However, the serpent employs far more ruthless tactics, with a mindset that often disregards consequences. It is unwise to gauge his intentions through conventional reasoning. Wang Zhendong spoke in a hushed tone. So, Brother Wen, what is your conclusion? Chen Xuewen replied. We cannot attend this banquet. Lai Ho responded, then we simply won't go. Chen Xuewen shook his head. It is not that straightforward. Given the serpent's temperament, our absence could lead him to forcibly involve us. The expressions of Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong shifted dramatically. If that were to occur, they would find themselves in perilous waters. Lai Ho murmured, Brother One, what shall we do now? Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Let's first navigate through tonight's dinner. He turned to the monkey and instructed, please call Er Yong and advise him to return home to hide, lest he be captured. Then, addressing Dong Zi, he added, gather the money. We must find a place to conceal ourselves before the Viper takes action, to ensure he does not find us. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong promptly nodded and hurriedly left to arrange these matters. Seated in contemplation, Chen Xuewen remained deep in thought. It was not long before Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong returned with everything in order. Chen Xuewen instructed them to take their belongings and summon Li Taizhu, exiting the arcade through the back door. Upon leaving the arcade, Chen Xuewen wasted no time in leading them directly to the Pingxing law enforcement team. As they approached the entrance, Lai Ho hesitated, shrinking back slightly. "Brother Wen, are you planning to report to the police?" Chen Xuewen shot him a glance. "What are you talking about? The Viper has yet to make his move. Would reporting to the police be of any use?" Lai Ho scratched his head, perplexed. "Then what are we doing here?" Chen Xuewen pointed to the hotel across the street from the law enforcement team. "We shall stay here tonight. It is merely separated by a road. Even the Viper, bold as he may be, would not dare to act against us in this vicinity." Lai Ho's face lit up with understanding, and he chuckled. "Brother Wen, your ideas are always so astute. Ha ha, residing here guarantees our safety." Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't go so far as to say it is guaranteed, but it is certainly safer than other locations. Tonight, Monkey and Juzi will share a room, while Dong Zi and I will share another. As before, we shall take turns keeping watch to prevent any surprise attacks, ensuring we are not taken away without the chance to call for help." Lai Ho and the others nodded vigorously. Chen Xuewen booked 2 adjacent rooms, and they settled in. For security reasons, they opted for takeout rather than venturing out for dinner. By 5:30, Wu Lihong entered Pingxing Hospital, weary and dragging her feet while clutching a meal box. Though she no longer performed on stage, financial constraints compelled her to work during the day to support her family. Her brother's illness had flared up recently, necessitating a prolonged hospital stay, and she brought him meals daily. As she entered the room, Wu Lihong took a deep breath, striving to adjust her demeanor. She wished to shield her brother from witnessing her fatigue, fearing it would cause him distress. However, upon entering the ward, she was taken aback to find the bed empty. Panic surged within her. A similar incident had occurred before when her brother, not wanting to burden her, had attempted to take his own life by running away. He had been found later, and since then, Wu Lihong had been vigilant, urging the nurses to keep a close watch on him. Now, with her brother missing once more, she was consumed by anxiety and dashed out into the corridor. As she hurried along, she encountered a nurse and rushed toward her, voice trembling with urgency. "Nurse, where has my brother gone? Do you know where he is?" The nurse had been caring for Wu Lihong's brother for quite some time now, and she was relatively familiar with the family. She smiled gently and reassured, "Xiaohong, do not worry. Your brother is fine. He has gone for an examination." Upon hearing this, Wu Lihong let out a long sigh of relief, only to be struck by curiosity. "An examination? What is wrong with my brother? Is his condition worsening?" The nurse shook her head with a smile. "No, it is a necessary physical checkup before the surgery." Wu Lihong's expression turned to one of confusion. "Surgery? What surgery?" The nurse responded, "The very surgery you have always wanted him to undergo. An expert from the provincial hospital will be here in 3 days to perform the operation. There are many examinations to be done beforehand." Wu Lihong was momentarily stunned. This surgery, the cost. She had been working tirelessly to save money for her brother's life-saving surgery, which required over 200,000 yuan. So far, she had managed to save just over 100,000, which was far from sufficient. The nurse smiled. "The surgical fees have already been paid, and there is even some surplus." Wu Lihong was once again taken aback. "What?" The nurse clarified. "Your friend made the payment. He deposited 300,000 at once. Surely it will not all be used, and you might even get a refund of a few thousand later." Wu Lihong's eyes widened in disbelief. "My friend paid? Which friend?" The nurse pondered for a moment. "It was a young man who came with a cane. He deposited 30,000 directly into your brother's hospital account." "Oh, and he mentioned a name, something like when he came to make the payment." Wu Lihong exclaimed. "Chen Xuewen." The nurse immediately nodded. Yes, that SM." Tears welled up in Wu Lihong's eyes. In that moment, she felt as though her heart was melting. The nurse, thinking Wu Lihong was overwhelmed with joy, gently patted her shoulder. "All right, Xiaohong, try to remain calm. Your brother has many tests to undergo today, and he will likely be busy until late. Why not come back to see him tomorrow?" Wu Lihong vigorously nodded in agreement, clutching her meal as she exited the hospital. Suddenly, she dashed away, sprinting towards Chen Xuewen's home. At that moment, she was consumed by a singular thought: to embrace that man tightly. Chapter 60. Wu Lihong is captured. As Wu Lihong sprinted to Chen Xuewen's residence, darkness had enveloped the sky. She knocked on the door, only to discover the house was empty. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone, intending to call Chen Xuewen. At that moment, a man sporting a distinctive mustache and slick-back hair emerged from the shadows. With a smile, he addressed her. "Young lady, are you looking for Chen Xuewen?" Wu Lihong regarded him with suspicion, remaining silent. Unfazed, the man continued with a calm demeanor. "You must be Wu Lihong, am I correct?" "Indeed, you are quite lovely." A sense of wariness washed over Wu Lihong, prompting her to take a step back. "Who are you? What do you want?" she inquired. With a serene smile, he introduced himself. "I am Ding San. The matter is this. Chen Xuewen has gone to a banquet with my boss this evening. He instructed me to wait here, and if you arrived, to invite you to join us for a meal." Wu Lihong's mind raced. She was no fool and recognized the underlying deceit. After all, her visit was impulsive, and Chen Xuewen could not possibly have known she would come. Thus, she regarded Ding San's words with skepticism. However, having spent time with Chen Xuewen, she had grown shrewd. She feigned belief, asking, "Really? Where is it? Let us go now." Ding San's face lit up with a broad grin. "It's at Shenji Hotel. I have a car. We could drive there." Wu Lihong nodded. "All right." She proceeded toward the stairs, but as she passed by Ding San, she suddenly seized his shoulder and forcefully kneed him in the groin. Caught off guard, Ding San crumpled to the ground in agony. Without hesitation, Wu Lihong turned and fled down the stairs. However, scarcely had she taken a few steps when several figures emerged from the dark corners, swiftly covering her mouth and pinning her to the ground. Ding San, clutching himself in pain, descended the stairs with a stormy expression. He kicked Wu Lihong in fury, exclaiming, "You filthy wench, you are quite fierce, aren't you? You lot, take her to Brother Shi's factory and proceed with the plan. I'll head to the hospital to ensure I'm still functional." The henchmen exchanged furtive smiles, finding Ding San's predicament amusing. Wu Lihong struggled desperately, but she was overpowered and forcibly shoved into a vehicle, taken away against her will. By 6:30, the night was fully upon them. In the hotel opposite the law enforcement team, Chen Xuewen and his companions had just finished dinner and were passing the time playing cards. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Instantly on high alert, Chen Xuewen's companions, including Li Taiju, who set aside his phone to grasp a wooden stick, his makeshift weapon, prepared themselves for an unexpected encounter. Chen Xuewen gestured to his companions. Lai Ho dashed to the window, opening it in readiness to escape, while Wang Jindong retrieved several bags of lime powder from beneath the bed, poised to unleash them at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, they all donned their spectacles, a preparation for the impending confrontation. Having settled all matters, Chen Xuewen approached the door and peered through the peephole, discovering only a solitary attendant outside. A sense of curiosity ignited within him, yet he refrained from opening the door, inquiring, "What is it?" The attendant replied, "Good evening, sir. Someone just delivered an envelope for you, and I was instructed to hand it over." Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow and commanded, "Slide it through the crack in the door." The attendant promptly complied, bending down to slip the envelope under the door before departing. With a perplexed expression, Chen Xuewen retrieved the envelope, casually opening it, only to have a stack of photographs tumble out. Upon examining the images, his countenance shifted dramatically. Beside him, Lai Ho Wang Jindong also gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Isn't that Hong Jie?" In the photographs, a woman was bound hand and foot, lying on the ground. The woman, unmistakably, was Wu Lihong. However, what truly sent a chill down their spines was the sight of a large iron cage behind Wu Lihong. Inside the cage coiled a python, as thick as a bowl and approximately 4 to 5 meters long, its grayish-white scales glistening. The serpent lay poised, its eyes fixated intently on Wu Lihong, as though it regarded her as its next meal. Chen Xuewen inhaled sharply. It was evident that this was the work of the venomous snake. Rumors had circulated that upon his release from prison, the venomous snake had escalated his nefarious activities, keeping a python at home. To his dismay, this turned out to be true. Moreover, The most alarming revelation was that this scoundrel had captured Wu Lihong. Lai Ho trembled, his lips quivering as he stammered. Such a massive python, if it escapes, Wu Hongjia would surely perish. Wang Zhendong was equally flustered, exclaiming, "Who on earth did this?" Lai Ho retorted, "Do we even need to ask? It's undoubtedly that vile snake. This scoundrel is inhuman." Both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong erupted in curses, while Li Taiju scratched his head, muttering, "Don't pythons hibernate in winter?" Lai Ho shot him a disdainful glance. "Come on, that snake lives in a house with heating. It wouldn't need to hibernate." At that moment, Chen Xuewen's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Ding San. This time, he had no choice but to answer. Upon connecting, Ding San's cheerful voice resonated. "Brother One, good evening. Did you receive the photographs?" Chen Xuewen suppressed the rage boiling within him and replied with a forced chuckle. "Ding San, what mischief are you up to? I'm having difficulty grasping your intentions. Are you attempting to use Wu Lihong as leverage against me? Are you unaware? My imprisonment was orchestrated by Wu Lihong, who bribed witnesses to frame me, and you plan to confront me without proper investigation?" Ding San laughed heartily. "Brother One, I'm not particularly concerned about your relationship with Wu Lihong. Regardless, the snake has given orders. If you do not show up by 8 this evening, the cage will be opened and the python released." Chen Xuewen's expression shifted dramatically, and his hands instinctively clenched tightly. Ding Shan chuckled. "Ah, I almost forgot to inform you. This python hasn't eaten for over 20 days and is currently in a state of hunger. Brother One, if this Wu Lihong truly is your adversary, then I shall conveniently assist you in resolving this matter. Consider it a favor. Ha ha ha." Chen Xuewen's countenance darkened to an extreme degree as he realized he had no alternative this time. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. I will certainly arrive at Chunji Grand Hotel before 8 o'clock. However, upon my arrival, I must meet Wu Lihong. If she loses even a single strand of hair, none of you shall see me." Ding San replied cheerfully, "No problem. My only task is to invite you, Brother One, for a meal. Once you arrive, I, Ding San, guarantee with my very head that Wu Lihong will be returned to you unharmed." Chen Xuewen nodded with gritted teeth. "Then wait for me." Chapter 61. "We are brothers." Chen Xuewen hung up the phone, his expression darkened to an extreme. The nearby Lai Ho and his companions quickly inquired about the situation. After Chen Xuewen recounted the events, their faces shifted in concern. Lai Ho exclaimed, "Hongjia has been captured by them? What shall we do? Wengo, what are you planning to do?" Chen Xuewen sighed heavily and replied solemnly, "Wu Lihong saved my life. I cannot stand idly by. I must attend the banquet hosted by the Viper." Wang Zhendong interjected anxiously, "Wengo, this is a treacherous gathering. The Viper himself is perilous, and who knows how many of his subordinates he is lying in wait at the banquet. If you go, I'm afraid you may never return." Chen Xuewen shook his head firmly. "I have no option. I must rescue Wu Lihong." He turned to Lai Ho and the others, stating, "However, you need not accompany me. This is my battle alone, and there is no need for you to partake in this peril." As he spoke, Chen Xuewen withdrew a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lai Ho. "Monkey, if I do not return, you may divide the funds on this card among yourselves. There is 1 million within. Each of you shall receive 200,000, and the remaining 200,000 shall go to Wu Lihong's brother. In the future, during holidays, if you have a heart, remember to burn some joss paper for my parents." Upon finishing, Chen Xuewen stood up, tucking a bone-piercing knife into his trousers, ready to depart. However, Lai Ho suddenly threw the bank card to the ground, spitting in anger. "Damn it, Chen Xuewen, what do you mean by this?" Chen Xuewen was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Lai Ho glared at him. "Chen Xuewen, do you not regard me as a brother? True, I am not a person of high standing, but I understand the meaning of brotherhood. Though our time together has been brief, I've already accepted you as my elder brother. In times like these, you would send me away? Do you look down on me?" Hearing Lai Ho's words, Chen Xuewen felt a surge of emotion. This brother was truly dependable. "Monkey, I apologize. I did not mean to belittle you. It's just that this situation is exceedingly perilous." Chen Xuewen sighed. "In the past, I had some measure of control and could fight back. But this time, it is the Viper's domain, and everything is orchestrated by him. Wu Lihong remains in their clutches. And I have no assurance at all. Lai Ho gritted his teeth. Damn it, if there's no assurance, then let us confront them head-on. Lai Ho, am not one to fear for my life. Zhuzi, what about you? Li Taiju set down his phone. Who are we fighting? Who are we confronting? Undoubtedly. Li Taiju was also determined to join. Lai Ho turned to Wang Zhendong, who inhaled deeply and declared, Damn it, if we're fighting, then let us fight. Wengo, I will follow your lead. Chen Xuewen gazed at his three brothers, his eyes glistening with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, Good brothers, since you are all going with me, we must deliberate carefully and make adequate preparations. No matter how formidable the serpent is, we cannot remain idle. Lai Ho immediately nodded. No problem. Brother Wen, I will go buy some lime right away. Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. We have already employed the lime method twice. The serpent will surely be on guard. We need to devise a different strategy. Lai Ho inquired curiously, Brother Wen, what do you mean? After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuewen suddenly exclaimed, Monkey, go procure some gasoline. Dongzi, you gather some beer bottles and some rag strips. Lai Ho's eyes lit up as he comprehended Chen Xuewen's intention. Without delay, they sprang into action. Before long, Lai Ho managed to acquire 2 barrels of gasoline, pilfered from nearby vehicles, while Wang Zhendong secured a case of beer bottles. They refrained from bringing the items into the hotel, as Chen Xuewen suspected that the serpent's men had already set their sights on this establishment. Lai Ho commandeered a tricycle, and they rode away from the area with their supplies. Eventually, they found a deserted alley where Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stood guard, while Chen Xuewen poured the gasoline into the bottles, crafting makeshift Molotov cocktails. Once everything was prepared, Chen Xuewen felt a sense of relief. He then called Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong together, pulling out a piece of paper to sketch the layout of the Qinji Grand Hotel. Familiar with the vicinity from his school days, Chen Xuewen meticulously assigned guarding positions to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. Once he signaled, they would immediately charge in, using the Molotov cocktails to pave the way. Meanwhile, Li Taiju would rely on brute strength to force a breakthrough, assisting Chen Xuewen in escaping the encirclement. With all arrangements in place, Chen Xuewen called Li Eryong to instruct him to contact Zhang Feng. He was acutely aware that, despite his careful planning, they might still be outmatched by the serpent due to sheer numbers. Thus, his greatest reliance rested solely on Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng could maintain control of the situation, Chen Xuewen would have a chance to retreat unscathed. With everything organized, Chen Xuewen parted ways with Lai Ho and the others, hailing a taxi to the Qinji Grand Hotel. Lai Ho and the others rode the tricycle along side streets, prepared to assist Chen Xuewen at a moment's notice. At 7:50 p.m., Chen Xuewen arrived at the entrance of the Qinji Grand Hotel. Upon his arrival, he sensed something was amiss. 5 or 6 menacing-looking thugs loitered at the entrance, and the usually bustling hotel was eerily deserted that night. It appeared the serpent had cleared the area. With no outsiders around, it was the perfect opportunity for a massacre. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen resolutely advanced towards the hotel. As he approached the entrance, he was swiftly surrounded by the thugs. The leader, a man adorned with tattoos, impatiently waved his hand, declaring, "This place is reserved for tonight. No trespassers allowed." Chen Xuewen maintained a serene expression as he introduced himself. "I am Chen Xuewen, summoned here by the serpent." Upon hearing this, several men turned their gazes towards him. The tattooed man widened his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xuewen from head to toe, then disdainfully spat and scoffed. "Damn, you're that Chen Xuewen? I expected someone formidable, not just this wet-behind-the-ears brat." Laughter erupted from the crowd, as Chen Xuewen, barely in his 20s and somewhat frail, appeared devoid of any intimidation. Unfazed, Chen Xuewen glanced at the group and calmly retorted, "A mere brat is still superior to a doorkeeper, wouldn't you agree?" This statement incited the ire of the men, clearly branding them as mere sentinels. The tattooed man seized Chen Xuewen by the collar, cursing vehemently. "What did you say, you little punk? Do you dare to challenge me? I'll make you crawl up those stairs." With a composed smile, Chen Xuewen suddenly raised his knee, driving it forcefully into the tattooed man's groin. The man let out a pained scream, instinctively clutching his groin and bending down. Yet a sharp, bone-cutting knife was already pressed against his throat, the cold blade piercing his skin, causing blood to flow from his neck. The tattooed man was compelled to lift his head, only to find Chen Xuewen had stepped forward, securing his neck while the knife hovered perilously over his carotid artery. The other men, witnessing this turn of events, paled and shouted in unison, "What are you doing? Let him go, or I swear I'll kill you." "You're asking for death." Indifferent to their threats, Chen Xuewen looked up at the hotel and called out, "Serpent, is this how you manage your subordinates? Shall I assist you in educating them?" Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from an open window on the second floor. "A bunch of useless fools, making Chen Shouty laugh at you. Since you are here, let's go upstairs and chat." Chen Xuewen smiled coldly, dismissively pushing the tattooed man aside before striding confidently up the stairs. The men, their faces ashen, dared not utter a word. With the serpent himself inviting Chen Xuewen, they understood there was no room for opposition. Chapter 62. To eat the meal, one must adhere to the rules. As Chen Xuewen ascended to the second floor, he noticed Ding San waiting at the staircase, a broad smile adorning his face. "Brother One, you have finally arrived. Brother Shi and several esteemed guests have been awaiting you for quite some time. Please, this way." Ding San cheerfully beckoned. Upon seeing Chen Xuewen approach, Ding San took a few steps back, deliberately maintaining a distance, clearly on guard against any sudden actions from Chen Xuewen. With a cold smile, Chen Xuewen interjected, "Hold on, where is Wu Lihong?" Ding San chuckled, "Brother One, your loyalty is commendable. The first thing you inquire about is that young lady. No wonder she is so devoted to you, willing to resort to self-harm rather than burden you." Chen Xuewen's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say?" Ding San replied with a grin, "Do not panic, Brother One. The young lady is unharmed. After we captured her, she attempted to harm herself against a wall, not wishing to drag you down." A jolt of concern surged through Chen Xuewen. Ding San continued, "However, we intervened in time. For her safety, we had to bind her mouth to prevent her from harming herself further. Rest assured, she is currently safe in that room." Following Ding San's gesture, Chen Xuewen glanced toward a nearby private room and saw Wu Lihong bound to a chair, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him, only to be followed by tears as she vigorously shook her head. Relieved to see that she was uninjured, Chen Xuewen turned to Ding San, his voice steady. "Ding San, you promised. I have come today to ensure her safe release without any harm. Will you honor your word?" Ding San replied, "As long as you join my boss for this meal, I guarantee she will be released unharmed." Chen Xuewen nodded, casting a deep glance at Wu Lihong as he softly reassured her, "Do not fear. I will take you away." With that, he strode confidently into the private room. Behind him, Wu Lihong, with her mouth sealed, began to sob quietly. In the grandest private room of the Chunji Grand Hotel, more than 20 individuals had gathered. 4 of them were seated at a table, with the foremost being the notorious Shi, who arrogantly flaunted a cigarette. Beside him sat 3 others, one of whom was Zhou Jinghui, while the identities of the other 2 remained unknown to Chen Xuewen. Yet, given their presence, it was evident they held significant status, likely akin to that of Zhou Jinghui. Meanwhile, a dozen or so individuals stood in the background, clearly serving as the subordinates of these influential figures. Ding San led Chen Xuewen into the room, exclaiming, "Brother Shi, Brother One has arrived." The occupants of the room turned their attention towards them, particularly the 2 prominent figures, who scrutinized Chen Xuewen with keen curiosity. After all, it was astonishing that an unknown young man could contend so fiercely with Shi. Zhou Jinghui, somewhat familiar with Chen Xuewen, cast him a glance before turning away, visibly displeased. It is hardly surprising that Chen Xuewen first purchased 2 gaming arcades for a mere 5 yuan, and today extorted 1 million from him. How could he not be infuriated? Ding San chuckled as he introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chen Xuewen, also known as Brother One. Brother One, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Shi, and this is Brother Zhou Jinghui. You should be acquainted with both. Over there, we have Brother Haowen and Uncle Quan." Chen Xuewen felt a stir within. The names Haowen and Uncle Quan were familiar to him. Like Zhou Jinghui, these 2 were renowned figures in Pingcheng, previously operating gaming arcades in the Old Square. The 7 gaming arcades of the Old Square were run by Zhou Jinghui and his 2 associates. However, following the arrival of the Serpent, they, like Zhou Jinghui, had shut down their establishments. Tonight, the Serpent had summoned all 3 of them, and the intention was clear: to make an example of Chen Xuewen while also intimidating the other 3, ensuring they would not harbor any further ambitions. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen realized that tonight would indeed be extraordinary. The Serpent scrutinized Chen Xuewen with some astonishment. Truly, a young hero had emerged. Brother Chen, so young, yet daring to plant your flag in my territory. Impressive. The Serpent remarked with a cold smile. Chen Xuewen responded with a calm smile. Brother Shi, you're jesting. I'm merely trying to earn a living. The Serpent laughed heartily. We are all just trying to make a living. However, there are rules to this trade. Brother Chen, disregarding the rules is unacceptable. Chen Xuewen refrained from answering, instead pulling up a chair and seating himself at the table. Both Haowen and Uncle Quan frowned slightly. Chen Xuewen's action signified that he deemed himself worthy of sharing the table with them. Chen Xuewen's gaze swept across the assembly before settling on the Serpent, and he spoke calmly. Brother Shi, I'm unaware of the rules you refer to. I do not believe I have transgressed. I have paid the rent, settled the utilities, and possessed the machines and licenses operating legitimately. How is that a breach of rules? The Serpent's expression darkened. You do not understand what rules mean, do you? Very well. Let me enlighten you. This territory by the Old Square is now mine. To open a shop here without prior notice is a breach of the rules. Chen Xuewen could not help but chuckle. Brother Shi, your words are quite amusing. I took over Brother Huey's arcade, and if I recall correctly, Brother Huey's establishment opened long before yours. Since my shop predates yours, what is there to discuss regarding notifications? If anyone ought to be notifying, it should be you approaching me. After all, your establishment opened a bit later, did it not? At this proclamation, both Haowen and Uncle Quan's expressions shifted dramatically. Their gazes towards Chen Xuewen were filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that few had dared to speak to the Serpent in such a manner for quite some time. At this moment, they all felt an exhilarating sense of fearlessness akin to that of a newborn calf confronting a tiger. Yet, Zhou Jinghui maintained an air of calmness, for he had anticipated this scenario. Indeed, Chen Xuewen's fervor proved to be as formidable as that of a venomous serpent. The Serpent's expression turned frigid. It was the first time since his rise to fame that someone had dared to confront him in such a manner, igniting a profound anger within him. He clenched his fists, ready to unleash his wrath. Just then, the door swung open, and Zhang Feng rushed in, panting heavily. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Chen Xuewen instantly exhaled in relief. With Zhang Feng's arrival, the likelihood of a confrontation that evening had significantly diminished. Chapter 63. A night to remember. On this fateful evening, when Zhang Feng unexpectedly made his entrance, the atmosphere within the room shifted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Particularly, Haowen, Uncle Quan, and Zhou Jinghui exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. They were well acquainted with Zhang Feng, as their establishment resided near the Old Square. Logically, given that the Serpent intended to deal with Chen Xuewen this evening, a scenario that inevitably promised violence, Zhang Feng's presence seemed rather out of place. Yet, his arrival cast a peculiar shadow over the night's proceedings. The Serpent's demeanor grew icy, for he had previously instructed Zhang Feng to refrain from appearing tonight. What could have prompted Zhang Feng to disregard such a directive? The truth was that Zhang Feng found himself in a predicament. He had no desire to be embroiled in the evening's affairs, but a phone call from Li Eryong outside Wang Guowen's residence had compelled him. Should he fail to show, Li Eryong would undoubtedly deliver incriminating photographs to Wang Guowen, ensuring mutual destruction. Reluctant to be dragged into a quagmire, Zhang Feng had no choice but to hasten to the scene. Ignoring the Serpent's menacing glare, he settled himself at the table, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "Ah, it's quite chilly this evening. I heard you were dining here, and I happened to pass by with a few team members, so I thought I'd come in for a spot of tea." His words subtly warned the Serpent that he was not alone, but rather accompanied by a contingent of his own men. This implied that, should conflict arise, his associates would swiftly intervene to maintain order. The Serpent inhaled deeply, suppressing his simmering rage and transforming it into a forced smile. Zhang, it's a rare pleasure to have you here. Since you've graced us with your presence, let's have the dishes served. He gestured, and the waiter promptly brought forth an array of delicacies to the table. Zhang Feng took a seat beside Chen Xuewen, engaging the others in conversation as he assumed the role of Chen's protector. Meanwhile, Hao Wen, Uncle Quan, and Zhou Jinghui exchanged glances, remaining silent as they awaited the serpent's response to this unforeseen situation. The serpent's countenance was as frigid as ice, his eyes radiating a lethal intensity. Yet, with Zhang Feng seated beside Chen Xuewen, his fury, though palpable, had to be restrained for the time being. As the banquet progressed, Chen Xuewen wiped his mouth and remarked with a grin, "Brother Serpent, I'm quite full now. Thank you for the generous hospitality tonight. Since I've joined your feast, I've extended you the courtesy. Thus, might it be time for Brother San to fulfill his promise?" All eyes turned towards Ding San, including Zhang Feng's gaze. Ding San, hesitant to speak, looked towards the serpent, awaiting his decision. The serpent furrowed his brow, deliberating for a moment before responding. "Chen, since you've come here tonight, let's take this opportunity to clarify our dealings. Fortunately, we have Zhang here, along with Brother Hao, Uncle Quan, and Brother Hui as witnesses. Please, in front of everyone, elucidate your intentions regarding your two gaming halls." Chen Xuewen scanned the room before fixing his gaze on the serpent, smiling as he replied, "Brother Serpent, I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning. I took over Brother Hui's establishment, and my shop has been operational longer than yours. What exactly would you have me do?" The venomous serpent's expression turned icy as he coldly declared, "Chen Xuewen, let us speak plainly. If you wish to plant your flag in the old square, that is acceptable. However, if you wish to dine at my table, you must prove your ability to consume this dish." With that, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Serve the dish for Brother Chen." Two subordinates outside promptly brought forth a meticulously covered platter. The dish was topped with a semicircular iron lid, reinforced as if to guard against the loss of its contents. The serpent swept aside all the food on the table, positioning the platter in front of him, and continued with his cold proclamation. "Chen Xuewen, should you manage to eat this dish, I shall permit you to open a shop in the old square. However, if you cannot consume it, then you are unworthy to share a meal with me, and you should pack your things and leave at once." Chen Xuewen furrowed his brow. He could feel the platter trembling slightly upon its placement, as if it contained a living creature. He understood that this dish would not be easy to swallow. Yet, Chen Xuewen did not flinch. He gazed at the serpent and solemnly replied, "Brother Snake, should I manage to consume this dish, what will you do?" The serpent laughed heartily. "If you can eat this dish, it signifies that you are worthy to dine with me. In that case, I shall allow you to establish your shop in the old square. Furthermore, I vow that my men will not disturb you or lay a finger on you or your companions." He gestured to the others nearby, proclaiming, "Today, Team Zhang, Brother Hao Wen, Uncle Quan, and Brother Hui are all here to bear witness. The serpent stand by my word. So what say you? Do you dare to eat?" Chen Xuewen's heart stirred. If this were true, he could truly establish himself in the old square. He took a deep breath, looked at the platter before him, and slowly clenched his fists. "Very well," he exclaimed. "Brother Snake, since you present it, I, Chen Xuewen, shall consume it." The serpent laughed heartily. "You possess courage. However, courage does not equate to capability. Chen Xuewen, let us see how you will manage this." With that, he abruptly lifted the lid, revealing the contents of the platter. Gasps echoed around the room as everyone instinctively took a step back, for within the platter coiled a live, earth-toned snake, its triangular head a clear indication of its venomous nature. It was not long, measuring less than 2 feet, yet it was as thick as an egg. Coiled within the dish, it flicked its tongue menacingly, as if poised to strike at anyone nearby. Among the assembly, aside from the serpent himself, who could remain unafraid of snakes, witnessing the live serpent displayed on the table sent a chill down their spines, leaving them unnerved. Uncle Quan exclaimed in shock, This is a bag of earth. This snake is highly venomous." The expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. In the rural expanse of Pingcheng, it was not uncommon for individuals to suffer fatal bites from a local snake known as the earth bag. Now, the venomous serpent had placed one upon the table, compelling Chen Xuewen to consume this dish. Was this not a deliberate attempt to humiliate him? Who could possibly stomach such a thing? Moreover, it was still alive. Zhang Feng's face also paled, and he murmured, "Poison snake, cease this jest. Such matters are not to be trifled with." Poison snake let out a cold laugh. "Zhang, I've shown you courtesy. Otherwise, would I even be conversing with him tonight?" He then turned to Chen Xuewen, a smug glimmer in his eyes, and asked, "Well, my dear brother Chen, can you manage to eat it? If not, simply say the word and I shall have it removed. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if you were frightened." His cohorts erupted in mocking laughter, their faces twisted in derision as they gazed at Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, his gaze fixated on the earth-bag snake, felt a chill envelop him. Truth be told, he harbored a profound fear of serpents. Yet at this moment, retreat was not an option. With Poison Snake's words laid bare, should he withdraw, he would lose not only the two arcades but also his standing in Pingcheng. However, if he were to consume this dish, he would not only secure his position at the old square, but likely deter others from provoking him in the future. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewen suddenly directed his gaze at Poison Snake, saying, "I appreciate your hospitality, Brother Snake." With that, he lunged forward, swiftly seizing the snake by its vulnerable neck. The creature thrashed violently, winding itself around his wrist, its head darting in an attempt to bite him. Chen Xuewen, suppressing his terror, drew a bone knife and with a decisive blow, severed the serpent's head. Blood gushed forth as the remaining body continued to writhe. In a bold act, Chen Xuewen bit down on a portion of the snake's body, tearing it asunder and chewing ferociously. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared menacingly at those around the table. In that moment, even Poison Snake appeared stricken with fear, rendered speechless and wide-eyed. This night, Chen Xuewen earned his renown. In Pingcheng, who would dare to disregard him? Chapter 64. Oral Devotion. A snake was consumed whole by Chen Xuewen, leaving only its head on the table, which gradually ceased its movements. The onlookers were frozen in terror, their faces pale and their bodies trembling with dread. The poisonous serpent had now regained its composure, yet its gaze towards Chen Xuewen revealed a newfound wariness. It realized that it had encountered someone far more ruthless than itself. After finishing his meal, Chen Xuewen wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and addressed the snake, saying, "Brother Snake, I have partaken of this dish. Do not forget your promise." With that, he turned and strode out of the room. The others inside exchanged bewildered glances, still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Upon entering the adjacent room, Chen Xuewen forcefully pushed aside several subordinates of the snake. These men, now quaking in fear, dared not utter a word. Chen Xuewen used a bone saw to sever the ropes binding Wu Lihong. As soon as she was free, she burst into tears, anxiously clutching Chen Xuewen. Xuewen, are you all right? Are you unharmed?" Chen Xuewen waved his hand reassuringly and led Wu Lihong outside. At the doorway, he suddenly turned back to the room and said, "Brother Hui, you promised me that this establishment would be fully equipped. Yet, there are over 50 machines missing. Could you assist me in rectifying this?" Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. "Missing? Machines? How could that be? I distinctly ensured everything was in place." Chen Xuewen replied, "The machines were adequate, but during the last encounter, Brother Snake's men accidentally damaged some of them." "Brother Hui, you wouldn't expect me to ask Brother Snake for compensation, would you?" Zhou Jinghui nearly choked on his own frustration. "Are you trying to make a fool of me in front of the snake? How could I demand money from him?" Thus, he resignedly conceded, "I see. It's a minor issue. I will replenish them by tomorrow." Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, we are also in need of a few air conditioning units. Brother Hui, is that feasible?" Zhou Jinghui felt overwhelmed, thinking, is this a new form of extortion? With 3 bosses in the room, why was he the only one being taken advantage of? Nevertheless, he was genuinely intimidated by Chen Xuewen and decided to appease him. "All right, I'll arrange for 2 air conditioners per shop." Chen Xuewen continued, "Also, my brothers lack transportation. Brother Hui, do you have any motorcycles available?" Zhou Jinghui felt a surge of frustration, but gritted his teeth to respond, "I will make the arrangements." Chen Xuewen smiled, Thank you, Brother Hui. However, if possible, I would like to obtain a driving license soon. Zhou Jinghui could no longer contain himself. Chen Xuewen, you've got to be kidding me. Chen Xuewen laughed. Oh, it's nothing. I'll purchase my own vehicle. I was merely expressing a thought. He understood that pressing for another vehicle would likely overwhelm Zhou Jinghui. So he chose to stop there. After all, 50 machines for air conditioners and 6 motorcycles already represented a significant expenditure. Chen Xuewen waved his hand towards the crowd, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am full now and will take my leave. We shall converse again at another time." With that, he swaggered out alongside Wu Lihong. Upon reaching the ground floor, he distinctly heard a cacophony of crashing sounds emanating from above. Undoubtedly, it was the venomous snake shattering dishes once more. However, Chen Xuewen paid little heed to this commotion. After tonight, the snake would no longer trouble him, allowing his brothers at the arcade to officially commence their operations. He felt he had firmly established himself at the old square. Despite the evening's perils, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He was content with the rewards he had reaped. As he and Wu Lihong made their way down the opposite alley, an unsettling churn surged in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he stifled the urge to vomit. He understood that succumbing to such weakness in public would invite disdain. Together with Wu Lihong, he endured the discomfort until they were well outside the boundaries of Chen's hotel, at which point he doubled over by the roadside, retching violently. Wu Lihong gasped in alarm and rushed to support him. Chen Xuewen vomited until the world around him blurred. His strength nearly depleted. Lai Ho, standing nearby, inquired with astonishment, "What on earth did you eat to be in such a state? Did the snake feed you expired food?" Wu Lihong interjected sharply, "Enough, monkey! Keep your mouth shut." Xuewen consumed a live snake. Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? A live snake? Good grief, why would you eat something like that? Wu Lihong, incensed, retorted, "Shut your filthy mouth, you wretched monkey! Hurry and take Xuewen to the hospital. He ingested a venomous earth-bag snake." Upon hearing this, Lai Ho wasted no time, instructing Li Taizhu to carry Chen Xuewen to the tricycle, which sped towards the hospital. They raced swiftly, but upon arriving, the tricycle could not ascend the steps. Without hesitation, Li Taizhu leaped down, hoisted Chen Xuewen onto his back, and dashed into the hospital. Wu Lihong followed closely behind, weeping, while Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong rushed in, shouting, "Doctor! Where are the doctors? Help! Help, please!" Several doctors and nurses in white coats emerged. Upon seeing them, Wu Lihong fell to her knees, crying, "Doctors, please save him! I beg you, save him!" The doctors hurried over, examining Chen Xuewen while inquiring about the incident. Wu Lihong recounted the events, omitting the negotiations with the snake, merely stating that Chen Xuewen had consumed a live earth-bag snake. The doctors, astonished, had never encountered such a case before. Nevertheless, their professional acumen shone through as they swiftly took Chen Xuewen for examination and prepared for gastric lavage. Watching as Chen Xuewen was wheeled into the operating room, Wu Lihong could no longer restrain herself. She collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Lai Ho, standing at the doorway, wore an expression of deep concern. They had gleaned from Wu Lihong the general details of the night's harrowing events. Thus, the two of them held an utmost admiration for Chen Xuewen. They fervently hoped for his well-being, praying to the heavens for his safety. As Lai Ho ambled along, he murmured incessantly, "May Brotherwen be all right." At the end of the corridor, Wang Zhendong stood, continuously smoking one cigarette after another. Even Li Taizhu had abandoned his phone, standing at the entrance, staring blankly at the door of the operating room. A full 2 hours elapsed before the door finally swung open. As the doctor clad in a white coat emerged, Wu Lihong rushed forward, inquiring anxiously, "Doctor, how is he? Is he all right?" Lai Ho and Li Taizhu quickly gathered around, while Wang Zhendong sprinted over, his eyes filled with concern. The doctor reassured them, "The patient is now stable. He has not been poisoned. He simply requires some rest after the gastric lavage. If you take him home to recuperate for a few days, he will be fine. Remember, do not eat anything indiscriminately next time." Chapter 65. Is there anything more expensive? A collective sigh of relief escaped from the group, and Wu Lihong was so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the doctor. Before long, Chen Xuewen was wheeled out, still in a state of anesthesia and yet to awaken. They escorted him to the hospital room and kept vigil until dawn the following day. When Chen Xuewen finally regained consciousness, upon seeing him awake, everyone felt an immense sense of reassurance. Subsequently, Lai Ho Wang, Zhen Dong, and Li Taizhu returned to the old square to resume their business, while Wu Lihong remained behind to care for Chen Xuewen. 2 days later, Chen Xuewen was discharged from the hospital. During these 2 days, his home had been tidied up. Upon his discharge, Lai Ho took him directly back to his residence. At the doorstep, Chen Xuewen noticed that Wu Lihong had been waiting there, holding a large suitcase. Curiously, he inquired about the oversized luggage. Wu Lihong's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "I'm moving back in." Lai Ho erupted into laughter, only to be met with a glare from Wu Lihong. "What are you laughing at? Xuewen has just been discharged. He needs proper care. I can only take good care of him if I'm here." Lai Ho quickly nodded in agreement. "Sister Hong is absolutely right. If you stay here, we brothers will be well taken care of too. From now on, we'll come back for lunch." As he spoke, he patted his motorcycle. With this motorcycle, commuting is a breeze. This motorcycle had been a gift from Zhou Jinghui, one for each of the 5 of them. Additionally, 50 machines and 4 air conditioners have been fully installed. Chen Xuewen's establishment was now remarkably well equipped. After all, in this era, many households did not have air conditioning, yet Chen Xuewen's shop boasted 2. In the midst of winter's chill, the air conditioning created a warm and inviting atmosphere, drawing in numerous customers and significantly boosting business. Chen Xuewen glanced at Wu Lihong and then at the motorcycle, stating, "Monkey, this afternoon, please tell Zhou Jinghui that we need 1 more motorcycle." Lai Ho scratched his head. "Isn't that unnecessary? We have 5 people, just enough for 5 motorcycles." Chen Xuewen corrected him. "There are 6 of us. Ask him to get a stylish women's model for Wu Lihong. Remember, it should be a pretty one, a scooter, understood?" Lai Ho snapped back to attention, immediately exclaiming, Right? Sister Hong should have one too." Wu Lihong looked pleased, but waved her hands. "Actually, I don't really need it." Lai Ho insisted. "Sister Hong, please don't be modest. We can't let Boss Zhou save money on our behalf. Here, that's what we'll do. Later, you can pick out the one you like, and I'll speak to Zhou Jinghui this afternoon. By the way, make sure to choose the most expensive one. We can't let Zhou Jinghui off easy." Hearing this, Wu Lihong's face lit up with delight as she nodded. "That sounds good." After ensuring Chen Xuewen was settled, Lai Ho and the others hurried back to the arcade, eager to capitalize on the thriving business there. Wu Lihong meticulously prepared a pot of tea for Chen Xuewen, encouraging him to sit and enjoy it while she busied herself tidying up the entire room. Observing her diligent efforts, Chen Xuewen could no longer contain himself. "Are you truly going to move back in?" Wu Lihong glanced at him. "What? Am I not welcome?" Chen Xuewen sighed. "I have never been unwelcoming to you. It's just that being with me is undeniably perilous." Wu Lihong met his gaze calmly. "Chen Xuewen, having chosen to follow you, I am mentally prepared for any dangers that may arise. I will not shy away from them. Furthermore, remember this. My presence is meant to assist you to the best of my ability, not to become a burden. Therefore, if such situations arise again, prioritize your safety above all else and refrain from such foolishness. Understood?" Her words stirred a poignant feeling within Chen Xuewen. After tidying up, Wu Lihong insisted that Chen Xuewen accompany her to select a motorcycle. In this era, motorcycles mainly consisted of sturdy models. These robust motorcycles were not only affordable, but also powerful and capable of carrying substantial loads, making them ideal for household use. Thus, they dominated the streets. In contrast, women's scooters were rare and considered a luxury, as they were both expensive and had limited carrying capacity, making them unsuitable for general use. Typically, only families with better financial standing would purchase such vehicles. Chen Xuewen guided Wu Lihong to select the most expensive model, a Wuyang Honda, complete with a rear storage compartment. As Wu Lihong took it for a spin, her radiant smile blossomed. Satisfied with her delight, Chen Xuewen nodded approvingly and turned to the shopkeeper. "How much is this?" The shopkeeper, primarily dealing in sturdy motorcycles, was surprised at the inquiry, as they rarely sold scooters, often moving only a few a month. His face lit up with joy at Chen Xuewen's intent to purchase, and he chuckled. 13,000. Brother, if you truly want it, I can offer you a discount. Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. No need for a discount. The shopkeeper was taken aback, having never encountered such a customer before. Leaning closer to the shopkeeper, Chen Xuewen queried, 13,000 is a bit on the low side. Do you have anything pricier? The shopkeeper, momentarily surprised, quickly regained his composure and chuckled. Brother, you must be procuring for an organization, right? I understand. Allow me to suggest something. This motorcycle is listed at 15,000. How about I sell it to you for 11,005, and I will return the remaining 3,005 in cash. Chen Xuewen regarded the shopkeeper thoughtfully, laughing. Is it really only 15,000? The shopkeeper perked up. Ah, looks like we have a big client here. I assure you, the price is genuinely 15,000. There's no room for negotiation. However, I can add some features for you, and if you purchase additional services, such as lifetime maintenance and care, I can arrange that as well. The shopkeeper beamed with excitement. After a discussion with Chen Xuewen, they ultimately settled on the motorcycle for 30,000 yuan. Naturally, Chen Xuewen pocketed a rebate of 10,000 yuan. The owner, beaming with delight, considered the additional profits as essentially free earnings. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired of Chen Xuewen, Brother, which unit should I issue the invoice to? Chen Xuewen waved his hand dismissively. No need for an invoice. I'll make a call and have someone bring the money. Upon exiting the shop, Chen Xuewen dialed Zhou Jinghui. Brother Hui, has Monkey mentioned the motorcycle deal to you? Zhou Jinghui's voice was tinged with evident displeasure. He has. Chen Xuewen, you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Chen Xuewen quickly retorted with a laugh. Brother Hui, let's not put it that way. We are brothers, after all. You agreed to this little matter back then. With Du Shi, Hao Wen, and Uncle Quan present. You wouldn't back out over a motorcycle, would you? Zhou Jinghui took a few deep breaths, gritting his teeth. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me, how much? Chen Xuewen chuckled. 30,000. There was a loud crash from Zhou Jinghui's end, followed by his almost furious shout. What? 30,000? You little rascal. How many motorcycles did you buy? Chapter 66. I aim to make a name for myself, ultimately. Zhou Jinghui had Xiao Ma deliver 30,000 yuan, settling the account. When Xiao Ma arrived, he brought along a camera. Brother Hui instructed me to take a photograph of the motorcycle. He had never seen one worth 30,000 yuan and was eager to broaden his horizons. As Xiao Ma snapped pictures, Chen Xuewen paid no mind to him, counting out 20,000 yuan for the boss, while nonchalantly slipping the remaining 10,000 into his pocket, indifferent to whether Xiao Ma noticed. Once Xiao Ma finished taking photos, he turned to Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen, Brother Hui said this is the last one. From now on, if any of your relatives pop up, Brother Hui will no longer intervene. Be prudent. Chen Xuewen chuckled. Rest assured, it won't be necessary. Xiao Ma, please convey my thanks to Brother Hui. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ma stormed off in a huff. He had witnessed Chen Xuewen pocket the 10,000 yuan kickback, yet felt powerless to protest. Truth be told, since that fateful night when he saw Chen Xuewen consume a venomous snake hole, Xiao Ma dared not harbor any defiance against him. Though Xiao Ma had endured numerous bloody battles, he recognized that a formidable character like Chen Xuewen was not one to provoke. Next, Wu Lihong rode the motorcycle, ferrying Chen Xuewen to the Old Square arcade. Both arcades were now open, with Wang Zhendong manning one, while Lai Ho and Li Taizhu oversaw the other. Li Taizhu, however, was not so much guarding the shop as he was a free customer, monopolizing a thunderbolt machine, having inserted hundreds of tokens and effortlessly breezing through challenge after challenge, leaving the NPCs with little semblance of a gaming experience. Lai Ho lounged at the entrance, basking in the sun, yawning widely. Hey you! Wu Lihong revved the throttle and sped towards him, startling Lai Ho into an abrupt leap. Upon recognizing her, Lai Ho burst into laughter. Wow, you two secured a motorcycle so quickly? Stunning. Hong Jia, it truly complements your aura. Wu Lihong beamed with pride. That motorcycle was indeed a beauty. It had drawn many admiring glances as she rode over. As Chen Xuewen entered the arcade, he noticed a crowd of 20 to 30 patrons inside, signaling a notable uptick in business. However, All these individuals were engaged in outside games, with the slot machines inside entirely neglected. Lai Ho remarked, "The players for the slot machines have mostly flocked to the snake venue. Luring them here won't be an easy feat." Chen Xuewen nodded calmly. "No rush. We will devise a strategy to gradually draw them in." "How's business on a daily basis?" Lai Ho shrugged, still rather lackluster, barely enough for rent and utilities. "To hire another staff member seems impossible, as we can't even cover the salaries." At that moment, Wu Lihong approached. "Starting tomorrow, I will work here." Both Chen Xuewen and Lai Ho were taken aback. Aren't you going to your job?" Wu Lihong glanced at Chen Xuewen. "My brother's surgery fees are all settled. Why should I continue working? Do you think I relish drinking?" Chen Xuewen nodded. Wu Lihong had previously worked tirelessly to earn money to save her brother. Now that the funds for her brother's surgery were secured, staying here to assist was quite agreeable. After all, the troublemakers were unlikely to cause any disturbances in the near future, alleviating concerns about safety. As Chen Xuewen strolled around the shop, a sudden uproar erupted within. Turning to investigate, he observed two customers engaged in an animated dispute. Lai Ho was about to intervene, but Chen Xuewen held him back. "Let us first listen and discern the situation. It may be that someone has sent them to create trouble. We must not be fooled," he whispered. Lai Ho immediately nodded, having become more cautious after the events that had transpired. After attentively listening for a while, Chen Xuewen realized that the two individuals were not there to cause trouble, but rather were at odds over the outcomes of a fighting game. They were playing a game called King of Fighters 97. One had chosen the formidable final boss, Orochi, continuously unleashing waves of attacks, rendering the other unable to advance, resulting in a thoroughly frustrating gaming experience. Consequently, the other person accused him of cheating, and thus the argument ensued. Upon hearing this, an idea sparked in Chen Xuewen's mind. He approached them with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, why quarrel over such a trivial matter? I can see that both of you possess considerable skill. How about this? Choose the same character and compete against each other. We can make it a best-of-5 series, and the winner shall receive a reward of 100 yuan from me. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened. 100 yuan was no small sum. Exchanging glances, they each felt a sense of rivalry and promptly agreed to Chen Xuewen's proposal. Chen Xuewen placed 100 yuan on the table, stating, "All right, discuss among yourselves and decide on your characters. Let us avoid Orochi, as that would be rather dull." After a brief consultation, they settled on their chosen characters and commenced the match. Ultimately, one of the young men demonstrated superior skill, winning 3 out of 4 games and claiming the 100 yuan. He then cast a disdainful glance at the other. "With your level, you dare to challenge me?" The other, incensed, retorted, "You arrogant fool. Just wait, I will summon my master." Without hesitation, he dashed out and soon returned with 3 or 4 companions. Observing the situation, Chen Xuewen immediately signaled to Lai Ho. Lai Ho called upon Li Taizhu to maintain order, ensuring no conflicts arose among the gathering crowd. Fortunately, the primary focus remained on the game. The individual who had summoned reinforcements challenged the previous victor to another match. This time, however, the young man suffered a crushing defeat. Yet, he too was unwilling to concede and dashed out to summon more allies. Within the span of an hour, Chen Xuewen's arcade had become a bustling hub, teeming with nearly 100 spectators. Initially drawn by the promise of 100 yuan, they now engaged in a battle of pride and honor. Among those competing were a few, but the majority had come merely to watch. It was said that those vying here were among the most skilled in the gaming community of Pingsheng, naturally attracting numerous gaming enthusiasts to observe the spectacle. Throughout the morning, Chen Xuewen's arcade was bustling with patrons, while on the contrary, the atmosphere at the Serpent's arcade was rather sparse, as many individuals had been lured away to Chen's establishment. Even those merely observing felt compelled to purchase a few tokens to indulge in the gaming experience. Consequently, by the end of the morning, over 500 tokens had been sold. Lai Ho stood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this morning's revenue surpasses the total of the previous few days combined." Chen Xuewen smiled subtly, already formulating a plan to establish a formidable reputation for his arcade. He beckoned Lai Ho to the side and whispered, "I anticipate that several skilled players will come by this afternoon for some friendly competition. Make sure to take note of their contact information. Lai Ho, puzzled, inquired, what for? Chen Xuewen replied, I intend to organize a grand fighting game tournament here. I want everyone in Pingsheng who enjoys arcade gaming to know about my establishment. I aim to elevate the reputation of our arcade among the gaming community in pitching. Chapter 67. Boys and men after a day bustling in the arcade. Chen Xuewen returned home with Lai Ho and a few others. Wu Lihong had already prepared the meal. Lai Ho gazed at the impeccably tidy room and couldn't help but exclaim, having women around truly makes a difference. He then turned to Wu Lihong, grinning sheepishly. Sister Hong, you mentioned before that you have several girlfriends? When will you have the chance to introduce them to us? Wu Lihong shot him a glance. What are you up to? Lai Ho chuckled awkwardly. Nothing much, just looking to make some friends. You know how it is these days. More friends, more opportunities. Wu Lihong rolled her eyes. Oh, spare me. You really think I don't see through your little schemes? Lai Ho scratched his head, chuckling. Wu Lihong continued, all right, when I have some time, I'll arrange for them to join us for a meal. But let me make it clear. I can create the opportunity, but whether you can win them over depends entirely on you. Lai Ho nodded eagerly. Thank you, Sister Hong. Thank you. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewen was reviewing the list Lai Ho had compiled, a roster of skilled fighters in the fighting game scene in pitching. Is this all there is? He inquired. Lai Ho replied, there should be more. I've enlisted a few others to help gather information. Within 3 days, we will surely uncover everything. Chen Xuewen nodded in satisfaction. Monkey, this matter is crucial. We must get to the bottom of it. In this competition, we must make a resounding impact. He then turned to Wang Zhendong. Dongzi, your task is to find someone who can craft trophies. I want several trophies made. Wang Zhendong was taken aback. Brother one, we need trophies? Isn't that a bit excessive? Lai Ho echoed his surprise. Brother one, do we really need to go this far? Trophies aren't cheap. It's just a grand tournament. Does it warrant such a significant investment? Chen Xuewen shook his head. The investment in trophies is negligible. I also plan to allocate 20,000 yuan as a prize. At this, even Wu Lihong, busy in the kitchen, rushed out. Wenzi, have you lost your mind? 20,000? Even if our shop were full every day, how long would it take to earn that much? Lai Ho began counting on his fingers. Exactly, Brotherwin. This simply doesn't add up. Think about it. Our 2 arcades combined have only about 140 to 150 machines. Even if all the machines are occupied, how much can we sell in game tokens in a day? If you go ahead with this, it would be a losing venture regardless of how many customers we attract. Chen Xuewen smiled. You need not worry about these details. I have my own plans. I've calculated the need for this 20,000 yuan prize. It must be this amount. Furthermore, I've decided that such competitions will be held monthly from now on. At this revelation, Wu Lihong and the others gasped in unison. Lai Ho exclaimed, when good this simply won't do. Even if our 2 stores thrive, our monthly income will likely not exceed 20,000. If you hold an event every month, won't we end up pouring our own money into this? Chen Xuewen smiled calmly. You need not worry about these matters. Since I have decided to proceed, I surely have my reasons. As brothers, I ask that you assist me in executing this plan. The 3 exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. After all they had been through, they understood that Chen Xuewen always deliberated thoroughly before taking action. If he had such intentions, there must be a rationale behind them. After Wu Lihong prepared dinner, the 3 returned to the arcade. Not only could they operate for a few hours in the evening, but they also resided there. Chen Xuewen entered the inner room, settled on the bed, and began to read. Wu Lihong tidied up the dishes before heading to the bathroom to shower. Listening to the sound of running water, Chen Xuewen felt an inexplicable surge of restlessness within him. As a boy in his adolescence, having a rather attractive girl bathing next door was bound to stir his thoughts. Yet, he managed to suppress his burgeoning desires. He turned off the lights, removed his clothes, and lay down beneath the covers, attempting to quell the turmoil in his heart with the hope of an early night's rest. However, not long after he had settled, the door swung open, revealing a slender figure in the doorway. Wu Lihong had just finished her shower, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated her garment, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Chen Xuewen felt his breath quicken at the sight. Tightly gripping the blanket, he momentarily forgot to speak. Wu Lihong naturally closed the door behind her and approached the bed. Without hesitation, she slipped off her nightgown and climbed beneath the covers beside him. In that instant, Chen Xuewen felt his entire body stiffen. The warmth and fragrance enveloping him made it difficult to breathe. This was a sensation he had never encountered before. With her back to him, Wu Lihong's voice trembled slightly as she said, "It's so cold. Could you hold me?" Chen Xuewen hesitated, wanting to reach out but lacking the courage. Sensing his reluctance, Wu Lihong inched closer to him. Chen Xuewen felt his blood run hot. He desperately attempted to retreat, hoping to avoid any tangible contact with her. Yet, the bed was limited in space. How could he escape? Unable to contain himself any longer, he stammered, Don't come so close. I am afraid." Wu Lihong, feeling the rigidity of his body, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you afraid of?" Chen Xuewen shivered slightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Wu Lihong turned to face him, her voice gentle as she replied, "I am not afraid." Those 3 words shattered Chen Xuewen's resolve, and he swiftly pulled Wu Lihong into his embrace. Wu Lihong nestled against Chen Xuewen, her eyes slightly reddened, her heart brimming with sweetness. On this night, Chen Xuewen finally transformed from a boy into a true man. Chapter 68. A booming business after a restless night. Chen Xuewen did not awaken until after 10 the following morning. Upon rising, he discovered that Wu Lihong had already prepared breakfast for him. As he emerged, Wu Lihong, seemingly unfazed, called out, "Hurry up and eat. It's almost cold." Chen Xuewen approached the table, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "About last night." Wu Lihong cut him off. "Let's not speak of last night outside. We both got what we needed. Neither of us owes the other anything." Chen Xuewen was taken aback by the sudden shift in her demeanor, leaving him confounded. Nevertheless, observing Wu Lihong's indifferent attitude, he ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. After finishing breakfast, he mounted his motorcycle and headed to the arcade. As Wu Lihong stood watching him depart, the mask of indifference fell away, and silent tears began to stream down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love you. It's just that I am a mere waste, trampled by the masses. I am unworthy of you. You deserve far better," she murmured, her expression one of humility. Yet, Chen Xuewen remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. After a considerable time, Wu Lihong took a deep breath and steeled herself. "No matter what, being by your side is enough for me." She hummed a cheerful tune and resumed her cleaning duties. In the following 3 days, Chen Xuewen withdrew 1,000 yuan and enlisted Lai Ho to gather a few individuals to compile a list of the city's martial arts experts. During this period, the Brother Arcade occasionally hosted skilled players, leading to a healthy influx of patrons. However, these individuals predominantly engaged with the gaming machines, with few opting for the slot machines. Consequently, the earnings for Brother Arcade remained modest, amounting to only a few hundred yuan daily, a stark contrast to the impressive tens of thousands collected by the Electronic Dynasty. After deducting expenses for rent and utilities, little remained. This reality weighed heavily on Lai Ho and his companions, yet Chen Xuewen remained unperturbed, focusing solely on the upcoming martial arts tournament. Throughout these 3 days, Chen Xuewen's relationship with Wu Lihong remained unchanged. In the evenings, she would visit his room, but during the day, they reverted to a platonic friendship, leaving Chen Xuewen perplexed. He could not comprehend the nature of their relationship. Were they lovers or merely friends? 3 days later, the list of city experts was finalized. Chen Xuewen presented the list to Lai Ho, instructing him to notify those named to participate in the competition. Alongside the list, Chen Xuewen unveiled the details of the rewards. The forthcoming martial arts tournament would feature 2 primary categories: the immensely popular king of fighters and Street Fighter. He allocated 20,000 yuan and commissioned 6 trophies to be awarded for these 2 competitive games. The champion would receive a trophy along with a cash prize of 5,000 yuan. The runner-up would earn 2,000 yuan, and the third place would garner 500 yuan. The remaining funds will be distributed, with prizes awarded for the top 4, 8, and 16 participants. Although the amounts may not be substantial, the allure of the first-place prize is undeniably tempting. With 5,000 yuan at stake, one could nearly purchase a motorcycle. Hence, when Chen Xuewen announced this grand competition, It immediately created a sensation among gaming enthusiasts throughout the city. Particularly those skilled in fighting games were exhilarated. After all, such a contest not only allows them to showcase their abilities, but also offers tangible monetary rewards. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Consequently, the entire city's gaming aficionados were abuzz with discussions about this event. On the following day, as the Brothers Arcade opened its doors, it was met with an influx of eager patrons. Outside the store, a throng of 30 to 40 individuals had gathered, seemingly waiting in anticipation for the establishment to commence operations. Liho was taken aback. Previously, it took an hour for just a handful of customers to arrive. Now, on opening, dozens were already waiting. As soon as they spotted Liho, they swiftly converged, clamoring with inquiries. "Boss, is it true that you are hosting a fighting tournament? Is the 5,000 yuan prize real? Are you just boasting? Can you actually provide such a prize?" Realizing the situation, Liho quickly reassured them. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. The competition is indeed genuine, and so are the prizes. Look, our trophies have already been crafted. Our boss has allocated 20,000 yuan as the prize pool, so you can rest assured regarding the rewards." After his explanation, the crowd began to trust him. Naturally, their excitement grew. They were some of the most formidable fighting players in Pingsheng and were particularly attentive to the prize money. Thus, as soon as Liho finished his remarks, they eagerly purchased game tokens and commenced play, referring to it as familiarizing themselves with the machines. After all, mastering the joystick requires a certain feel. If one is unfamiliar with a machine, even the most skilled player may only perform at 70% of their ability, which is quite common. To triumph in the competition, one must first adapt to the equipment. By 10 in the morning, when Chen Xuewen arrived at the arcade, it was already bustling with activity. Particularly, several gaming machines were surrounded by layers of spectators. It turned out that a few fighting experts were engaged in matches, while the onlookers were avid gamers, eagerly watching the contest. Chen Xuewen approached Liho. "There are quite a few people here. How has the morning been?" Upon seeing Chen Xuewen, Liho's grin was ear to ear. "Brother, when you've arrived, do you have any idea how much we sold this morning?" "Ha. It's only 10 o'clock, and we've already racked up 400 to 500 yuan. I estimate that today's revenue could reach around 2,000. He then calculated. After deducting rent, utilities, and labor costs, we should net about 1,600. If this trend continues, even if no one plays the slot machines, we'll still make a decent profit." Chen Xuewen shook his head, stating, "Game consoles do not yield substantial profits. Even if we earn 2,000 a day, that's merely 60,000 a month. From this sum, we must set aside a portion for various expenses. In contrast, during peak times, the Viper's venue can generate as much as 60,000 in a single day. How can we possibly compare?" Liho scratched his head, replying, "Brother Wen, we are already doing quite well. How can we compete with the Viper?" Chen Xuewen, however, remained resolute. "Since we have chosen this path, we must strive for greatness. My aspirations do not end with the Viper. I aim for more than just a mere 60,000 daily." Liho looked astonished, pondering the magnitude of Chen Xuewen's ambition. At that moment, Chen Xuewen approached the machines that attracted the largest crowds. With a smile, he addressed the patrons. "I trust you all intend to participate in the upcoming competition. Our event will take place in 2 weeks. To provide everyone with ample practice, I have decided to offer 10 free slots daily, allowing all expenditures in the store to be waived for that day." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Who wouldn't relish a day of free play? Especially since many were eager to practice for the competition. The cost of purchasing game tokens could add up significantly. The prospect of complimentary gaming was undoubtedly enticing. Someone, filled with excitement, inquired, "Boss, what does the free offer work?" Chen Xuewen gestured towards the nearby machines, explaining, "It'll be a contest right here. Participants will take turns, competing based on the number of tokens won. The top 10 players each day will enjoy free play the following day." The crowd cheered once more, and immediately, individuals rushed to purchase tokens, eager to join the competition. Others hurriedly made phone calls, inviting skilled friends to participate as well. Thus, on that first day, Chen Xuewen's arcade thrived like never before. Chapter 69. The fool is unworthy of counsel in the realm of the electronic dynasty. The The serpent swaggered into his arcade, clutching a voluptuous woman by his side. However, upon entry, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The arcade, typically bustling with activity, was eerily quiet, populated by scarcely a handful of patrons. Ordinarily, at this hour, one would expect to see 60 or 70 individuals engrossed in their games. Yet now, the sparse gathering of merely 7 or 8 people was strikingly disconcerting. He hastily retreated to his office and summoned Ding San. What on earth is happening? Why is the business so dismal? The serpent demanded, his irritation palpable. Ding San recounted the situation concerning Chen Xuewen, including the news of his impending fighting competition. The serpent was momentarily taken aback. A fighting competition? What is Chen Xuewen up to? Ding San chuckled lightly. This is merely Chen Xuewen's tactic. Under the guise of fighting competition, he is luring patrons to his establishment. Our regular customers, upon hearing of the competition, have largely flocked to his venue. The serpent furrowed his brow, speaking in a low, intense tone. That scoundrel employs truly despicable methods. How shameless to orchestrate such a scheme to poach our clientele. Ding San, devise a plan to lure them back. Ding San replied, I have already contemplated this. We could also host a fighting competition to attract customers once more. With the reputation of our electronic dynasty, our event would surely be more enticing than his. The serpent's eyes brightened at this suggestion. A splendid idea. Let us proceed as you propose. However, Ding San scratched his head. The only issue lies in funding. How much is required? The serpent inquired. Approximately 40 to 50,000, Ding San responded. The serpent's eyes widened in disbelief. What, 40 to 50,000? To host this trivial fighting competition, such an exorbitant sum is necessary? Ding San explained. It is said that Chen Xuewen has allocated nearly 30,000 for his competition. If we aim to surpass his allure, we must invest even more. About 40 to 50,000 should suffice to overshadow his event. The woman beside the serpent scoffed disdainfully. Ding San, have you lost your senses? Spending 40 to 50,000 on such a venture, is it truly worthwhile? Ding San's expression soured with restrained anger, but he dared not raise his voice, murmuring, Brother Serpent. The crux of the matter is to reclaim our patrons. I believe it is well worth the investment. The woman retorted coldly, Ding San, can you not do the math? That rascal Chen Xuewen, through this so-called fighting competition, merely attracts those who are too impoverished to play anything but arcade games. What do these paupers contribute to our establishment each month? She began to tally on her fingers. From these destitute souls, we barely earn 30 to 40,000 monthly. Now you propose to spend 40 to 50,000 on a fighting competition? Even if we manage to lure them back, what then? Would we not be further investing into the loss? She cast a glance at the serpent and remarked, Brother Snake, our shop's primary revenue does not stem from these impoverished souls, but rather from those affluent patrons indulging in the slot machines and gambling below. Chen Xuewen's antics may drive away the destitute, yet they will not deter the wealthy from patronizing us. I believe we need not expend our efforts for the sake of these penniless individuals. The serpent nodded slowly in agreement. That makes sense. No matter how much Chun stirs things up, he can only earn a meager living. As long as the clientele at my slot machines remain, my daily earnings will far exceed what he makes in an entire month. What can he possibly contest with? Ding San's expression grew uncomfortable as he attempted to persuade. Brother Snake the serpent waved his hand dismissively. Enough, it is settled. Fewer people may be preferable. It will be quieter. These wretched souls who can only play video games irk me. If Chun wishes to cater to them, let him do so. I shall not serve. Ding San sighed, refrained from further speech, and departed the office. Upon exiting the room, he sighed once more, his expression darkening. This fool is unworthy of counsel. He muttered silently before turning away. 5 days later, Li Eryong gradually began to discard his crutch and move about. That evening, Chen Xuewen deliberately chose a secluded hotel to host a celebratory feast for several brothers. Over the past few days, the business of Chen Xuewen's 2 gaming halls had flourished remarkably, with daily sales figures soaring. It could be said that Chen Xuewen's gaming halls had become quite renowned in Picheng, known to nearly all gaming enthusiasts. Lai Huang Jindong was beaming with joy. These days had allowed them to experience the sensation of being hailed as boss by others. Previously, Lai Ho Wang Zhendong had been a petty rogue, never held in high regard. As for Li Taizhu, he had toiled as a laborer, earning barely enough to sustain himself, perpetually living in a state of hunger. Now, under Chen Xuewen's wing, he enjoyed better food and lodging, along with an elevated status, leading them to respect and appreciate Chen Xuewen immensely. Lai Ho, excitedly gnawing on a chicken leg, exclaimed, "Brother One, if this momentum continues, our two shops could net a monthly income of around 50,000. After deducting the 30,000 for hosting competitive events, we would still retain 20,000. Haha, even if no one plays the slot machines, we would still earn handsomely." Wang Zhendong nodded vigorously. A profit of 20,000 from 2 stores in 2003 was no trifling sum. After all, in Pingcheng, a teacher's salary was merely around 1,000, while an ordinary worker earned about 800. Li Eryong wore a worried expression. "Brother Wen, recently there have been few patrons at the Electronic Dynasty. Do you think Snake might imitate our strategy and organize a competition as well?" Upon hearing this, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong's faces turned pale, their eyes anxiously darting towards Chen Xuewen. This was their most pressing concern. If the venomous snakes were to partake in this competition, they would undoubtedly be outmatched by the Electronic Dynasty. At that point, should all the patrons be lured away, their nascent business would be doomed. Chen Xuewen calmly shook his head. The venomous snakes would not organize such an event. Lai Ho, bewildered, inquired, "Brother One, how can you be so certain?" Chen Xuewen affirmed, "I am quite certain." Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Eryong were left in a state of confusion. Chen Xuewen's confidence seemed rather extraordinary. Observing their perplexity, Chen Xuewen smiled and remarked, "Do you recall when you asked me why I decided to allocate a prize of 20,000? The group nodded in unison. Chen Xuewen continued, "I previously mentioned that it had to be 20,000. This figure was meticulously calculated." Lai Ho and the others exchanged glances. Intrigued, "Is there a particular significance to this number?" Chen Xuewen explained, "The prize of 20,000, coupled with a trophy, promotions, and various expenses, totals approximately 30,000. If I invest 30,000 in organizing the competition, the venomous snakes, given the scale of the Electronic Dynasty, would certainly need to spend at least as much, if not more. Otherwise, what face would they have left if word got out?" The group nodded in agreement. This was indeed a valid point. Chen Xuewen elaborated. "In other words, if I spend 30,000, the venomous snakes would need to invest at least 40 or even 50,000. However, how much do they earn monthly from their gaming machines? I estimate that 40,000 is their maximum limit. Under these circumstances, would the venomous snakes, given their operational style, be willing to allocate such funds to host a competition for clientele?" Upon hearing this, Lai Ho and the others suddenly grasped the situation, their faces etched with astonishment. "Wow, Brother One, your decision to set the prize at 20,000 carries such profound significance." Lai Ho expressed sincerely. Wang Zhendong and the others were equally impressed. Chen Xuewen's meticulous approach to his endeavors was indeed remarkable. Chen Xuewen smiled nonchalantly. "This is merely the beginning. The main act is yet to come." With that, he produced a card and handed it to Li Eryong. "Eryong, tomorrow you shall embark on the task I have assigned you. With only 2 months remaining until the new year, a time when slot machine business thrives, I intend to seize all the patrons from the venomous snakes establishment before the festive season." Chapter 70. Listen carefully. My name is Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen's declaration left Lai Ho and his companions utterly astonished. It was commonplace to attract patrons away from gaming machines during a grand tournament. Yet this had nothing to do with those indulging in slot machines. How could Chen Xuewen possibly divert the slot machine players? Lai Ho, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Wen, how do you intend to attract those playing the slots?" With a calm smile, Chen Xuewen shook his head. "This is something you should remain unaware of. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, the less we involve ourselves, the better." Lai Ho and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Chen Xuewen's true motives. However, Li Eryong appeared unfazed, seemingly privy to the details. He accepted the card and whispered, "Brother One, rest assured, I will handle this matter meticulously." Chen Xuewen patted his shoulder, affirming, Yong, I have faith in you. Yet, I must reiterate, do not make your presence known, understood? This card contains 600,000. 100,000 is your operational budget. The remaining 500,000 is for the task at hand. If that is insufficient, feel free to request more from me. We would rather spend extra than expose ourselves. You must comprehend that this affair pertains not only to our income, but also to our very survival. Li Yong nodded vigorously. I understand. With a firm handshake, Chen Xuewen watched as Li Yong departed through the back door, boarding a train to the provincial capital that very night. Subsequently, Chen Xuewen assigned Lai Ho and Wang Jindong a new task, to investigate the close associates of Poisonous Snake and Zhou Jinghui. Upon hearing this, Lai Ho murmured, Brother One, are you planning to take action against them? Chen Xuewen chuckled softly. It is not that I seek conflict. Rather, I aim to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Jinghui is not to be underestimated. Having seized 2 of his gaming halls and extorted a substantial sum from him, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, this situation must be resolved sooner or later, and we must be ready. As he spoke, Chen Xuewen lifted the teacup from the table, savoring a sip, and continued. As for Poisonous Snake, I estimate that by the end of this year, we must bring matters to a conclusion. Either he will not survive the year, or I shall only see my 19th birthday. Lai Ho and Wang Jindong exchanged solemn expressions, realizing Chen Xuewen was intent on a definitive confrontation with Poisonous Snake. However, a sense of trepidation lingered. Could Chen Xuewen truly contend with Poisonous Snake given his formidable strength? After their meal, Lai Ho glanced at the time and suggested, Brother One, we have eaten sufficiently. Shall we depart? Chen Xuewen waved his hand. Not yet. There are still matters to attend to. Lai Ho and the others were left puzzled. Did Chen Xuewen have additional plans? Yet, they refrained from probing further, knowing that his actions were always guided by his own intentions. After a wait of approximately half an hour, Chen Xuewen's phone suddenly rang. Chen Xuewen glanced over and immediately stood up, exclaiming, Let us go downstairs. Lai Ho and the others quickly followed suit. As they reached the first floor, they heard a man's voice cursing from a distance. Damn you, filthy whore. You dare to hit me? Take a good look at yourself. What kind of trash are you? Did I give you face? I'll kill you. The group turned to see a stout man grabbing a woman by the hair and berating her. To their dismay, the woman was none other than Wu Lihong. Seeing the situation unfold, Lai Ho and his companions could no longer contain themselves. Damn it! How dare you hit Sister Hong? Let us deal with him, Lai Ho shouted, seizing a chair from the side and charging forward, striking the man with all his might. The man let out a pained cry, but he had several henchmen nearby who rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, Li Taiju had already set aside his phone and dashed into the fray, swiftly taking down 2 of the men with ease. Wang Jindong, now more agile, joined the fray armed with a bottle, engaging one of the assailants in combat. The trio on the opposing side quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Ho pinned the man to the ground, delivering relentless kicks that elicited agonized screams. Do you even know who I am? You dare to strike me? You must want to die, the man shouted, desperately trying to fend off the blows while seething with rage. Lai Ho spat disdainfully. I don't care who you are. Hitting Sister Hong is unacceptable. The man, in agony, retaliated, shouting, Listen closely, you little punk, my name is Li Yedong. I own the Donghao Entertainment City. Do you really think I can't summon hundreds of people to come and take you out with just one call? Lai Ho was taken aback. Li Yedong was indeed a notable figure in Pingqing. Although his power was not on par with the likes of Zhou Jinghui, he was still a significant player in the underworld. Such a person was not someone Lai Ho could afford to provoke. Sensing Lai Ho's hesitation, Li Yedong quickly rolled over, pointing at him while cursing, You lot are in for it. If I don't take you down today, I'll no longer be called Li Yedong. At that moment, Chen Xuewen approached. He casually picked up a bottle from a nearby table and smashed it over Li Yedong's head. With a single strike, Li Yedong was left reeling, blood streaming from his wound. Stunned, he had not anticipated that revealing his identity would not deter his assailants. Chen Xuewen tossed the broken glass aside, dusted off his hands, and looked at Li Yedong. So, you're Li Yedong, are you? Well, I'm giving you a chance. Call your people right here. I want to see how you plan to take us down. Li Yedong, clutching his head and with a grim expression, pointed at Chen Xuewen and shouted, you little brat. You got guts. I don't need to call anyone. I have a whole room of brothers upstairs. Do you dare to come up with me? In response, Chen Xuewen let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Very well. Take me to meet your brothers. As he spoke, Chen Xuewen seized Li Yedong by the ear and commanded, lead the way. Lai Ho and his companions exchanged glances, astonished by Chen Xuewen's audacity. Li Yedong's ear bled from the grip, yet he gritted his teeth and escorted Chen Xuewen straight to the innermost private room. Upon entering, they found a sizable gathering of over a dozen individuals. The moment Li Yedong spotted them, he shouted, brothers, we have a troublemaker. Deal with him. The others in the room immediately rose, brandishing bottles and chairs, hurling insults. Who the hell are you? Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? Are you tired of living? You little brat. How dare you stir up trouble? Get him. Damn it. If you touch Donggu, you better kneel. The crowd surged forward, eager to engage. Lai Ho and his friends, however, were pale with fear. They were outnumbered 4 to many, and without preparation, they had no chance in a fight. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xuewen remained eerily calm. He delivered a swift kick that sent Li Yedong sprawling across the table, and from his waist he produced a boning knife, plunging it into the table mere inches from Li Yedong's neck, causing him to tremble in terror. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chen Xuewen surveyed the eager crowd and coldly declared, listen well. My name is Chen Xuewen. The instant the name left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they instinctively lowered their weapons. Chapter 71. The name of a person and the shadow of a tree. If one were to speak of the most renowned individual in Pingxing of late, it would undoubtedly be Chen Xuewen, whose reputation has soared to unparalleled heights, following the recent encounter at Chenji Hotel with the notorious Snake. Chen Xuewen's name has reverberated throughout the city. Now, those who roam the streets of Pingxing are well aware of the reckless madman who has even bested the likes of Snake. Consequently, the populace regards Chen Xuewen with a profound sense of reverence. Within the confines of the room, though the number of individuals is considerable, they are merely a collection of cowards who thrive on the strength of others. While they may bully the weak in their day-to-day lives, they wither in the presence of true ferocity. Upon hearing Chen Xuewen's name, a palpable panic ensued among them. A few of the more timid souls trembled in fear. For indeed, a person's renown casts a long shadow. Chen Xuewen, now a formidable figure in Pingxing, inspires trepidation in all. Even Li Yedong, who had previously been vociferous, fell silent and stammered, You were brother one? Chen Xuewen chose to disregard him, instead fixating his gaze upon a nearby youth who clutched a bottle of liquor. Approaching the young man, Chen Xuewen scrutinized him from head to toe, then glanced at the bottle in his hand. What is this? Planning to smash that bottle over my head? Very well, I'll grant you the opportunity. Here I stand before you. Go on, strike me if you dare. With that, Chen Xuewen leaned forward, inviting the youth to act. The young man hesitated, ultimately refraining from action. He was too intimidated to confront such a formidable adversary. Chen Xuewen lifted his head, spitting in disdain. Damn it, I stand right before you, and you lack the courage to act? How pathetic. If you once dare to strike me, then I shall strike you. With that declaration, Chen Xuewen seized a nearby bottle and brought it down upon the youth's head. The young man yelped in agony, blood streaming from his wound. Chen Xuewen paid him no heed, instead turning his ire towards the others present, bellowing, This is none of your affair. Get the hell out of my sight. The crowd dared not utter a word and obediently sat down. Chen Xuewen, with a sneer, turned to Li Yedong. Is this the brotherhood you speak of? Wasn't the plan to eliminate me? Come on then. I remain right here. Make your move. Li Yedong trembled uncontrollably, his face a mask of despair. Brother One Eye, I truly did not know it was you. I sincerely apologize. Please, show mercy and spare me this once. Ignoring his pleas, Chen Xuewen directed his attention to Wu Lihong. Lihong, what transpired? With a quiver of voice, Wu Lihong replied, I had just entered when he began to harass me, touching me inappropriately. I resisted, and he struck me. Upon hearing this, several individuals erupted in righteous fury, pointing at Li Yedong and hurling accusations. Chen Xuewen approached Li Yedong, brandishing his knife with a cold demeanor. Do you still dare to harass my friend? With a quavering voice, Li Yedong pleaded, Brother Wen I truly did not know she was your friend. I merely intended to greet her, nothing more. Chen Xuewen retorted. A greeting entails touching a girl? Li Yedong stammered, I didn't mean it that way, it's just, she used to work at my establishment. Before Li Yedong could finish his sentence, Chen Xuewen seized a bottle and smashed it over his head, shouting furiously, Who are you calling a hostess? In pain and fear, Li Yedong hastily replied, Brother Wen I misspoke. I didn't mean it. Chen Xuewen, gripping a bone knife tightly, coldly stated, You bully my friend and dare to label her as a hostess? Li Yedong, tell me, do you think I will spare you today? Li Yedong was on the verge of tears, Brother Wen I truly realize my mistake. Please, show mercy just this once. Chen Xuewen stood up, placing a foot on Li Yedong's head, and said coldly, Want to live? Fine, I'll give you a chance. You will pay 500,000 to Li Hong, and this matter will be considered settled. What do you say? Li Yedong's facial muscles twitched as he trembled. 500,000? Brother Wen, that is far too much. I don't have that kind of money. Chen Xuewen replied, No money? Well, that is easily resolved. I'll help you save a bit. Suddenly, Chen Xuewen grabbed Li Yedong's right hand and viciously brought the bone knife down, severing one of his fingers. Li Yedong let out a piercing scream, clutching his hand and retreating in panic as blood gushed forth. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This was their first time witnessing Chen Xuewen's madness. Chen Xuewen coldly declared this finger, I'll value at 100,000. Now, you only need to pay 400,000. Of course, if you can't come up with 400,000, I'll just have to sever another finger, which will be worth another 100,000. If you think you can offer nothing at all, that's fine too. I'll gladly chop off all 5 of your fingers. Can you test me? Terrified, Li Yedong hastily replied, I'll pay the money. Brother Wen, I'll get the money, just don't cut anymore. Chen Xuewen finally nodded in satisfaction, saying coldly, 400,000. Deliver it to my establishment by tomorrow. If I don't see the money by 5 in the afternoon, I'll personally come find you. At that point, it won't just be about the money. After speaking, Chen Xuewen tossed Li Yedong's severed finger onto the table and glanced at the crowd. All right, you may continue your meal. He swaggered out with Wu Li Hong and a few others. The room was left in disarray. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a long while, 2 individuals approached to help Li Yedong up. One of them whispered, Brother Dong, what should we do? Should we call the police? Li Yedong shot him a glare. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who Chen Xuewen is? He is a madman who dares to confront venomous snakes. Call the police? Tonight, this will at most be considered a case of assault. How long could he possibly serve? 6 months at most. After 6 months, what will happen to us, brothers? The crowd's faces turned pale at his words. Indeed, the events of this evening are not particularly grave. Perhaps it merely entails a brief detention of a few days. However, should Chen Xuewen emerge and seek retribution, then their fate would be sealed. Li Yedong's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. Tomorrow I shall withdraw 400,000 from the account and deliver it to Chen Xuewen. A subordinate gasped, Withdraw from the account? But that is the company's money, if boss who audits the accounts. Li Yedong spat in disdain. Damn that old tortoise. Do I truly fear him? His wife and young lover have already been taken by others, and yet he remains utterly impotent. If he inquires, I shall simply state that the money is for Chen Xuewen. I refuse to believe he would dare provoke Chen Xuewen further. At this, the others burst into laughter. Chapter 72. Strategic advancements after dealing with Li Yedong, Chen Xuewen and his companions returned home. Along the way, Lai Ho expressed his concerns, inquiring, Brother Wen, do you think tonight's incident might escalate? He paused, pondering the possibility of Li reporting them. Chen Xuewen shook his head, responding confidently, he lacks the courage for that. Lai Ho scratched his head, puzzled. How can you be so sure? With a knowing glance, Chen Xuewen smiled. Li Hong works at his establishment and knows him well. He is merely a coward, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. His reputation stems solely from his ability to flatter, having secured the management rights of Boss Who's entertainment venue. However, he possesses no real skills, and his entourage consists solely of sycophantic companions who lack any genuine prowess. Otherwise, how could they have been so easily intimidated by a single word from me tonight? Lai Ho's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you dared to enter their private room. You were certain they would not dare to act against you upon hearing your name. Chen Xuewen nodded with a faint smile. Wang Zhendong spat in disdain. Damn it. This coward has quite the audacity, daring to harass Hongjia. What a scoundrel. Wu Lihong chuckled softly. He didn't actually harass me. Both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were taken aback. Wu Lihong covered her mouth, laughing. In truth, I deliberately bumped into him and accused him of trying to take advantage of me. I was once terrified of him when I worked at his shop. He found me easy to bully and would often hit me. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged bewildered glances. So, this whole incident was instigated by you? Lai Ho asked incredulously. Wu Lihong glanced at Chen Xuewen, saying, to be precise, it was Wenzi who suggested I do this. Both men turned their astonished gazes toward Chen Xuewen. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he explained, Li Yedong works for Boss Hu. In my strategy to deal with the serpent, a crucial element requires Boss Hu's assistance. Thus, I needed to devise a means to approach him without arousing the serpent's suspicion. This incident with Li Yedong was intended to make my presence known to Boss Hu. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong gasped in astonishment at the scale of Chen Xuewen's plans. Lai Ho inhaled deeply. So, your choice to dine there tonight was a deliberate attempt to seek out Li Yedong? Chen Xuewen nodded nonchalantly. Otherwise, why would I take you all the way out to eat? Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances, acknowledging the meticulousness of Chen Xuewen's approach. First, he sent Li Eryong on an errand, then dealt with Li Yedong, and now he was poised to engage with Boss Hu. Every action seemed strategically aimed at confronting the serpent. Yet, what was Chen Xuewen's ultimate plan? Although Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong could not decipher Chen Xuewen's intentions, their spirits were inexplicably uplifted. The more elaborate Chen Xuewen's scheme, the more confidence they felt. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could truly bring the serpent down. The following day, Li Yedong punctually delivered 400,000 to the brothers' arcade, bowing and scraping as he handed it over to Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen cast a disdainful glance, dismissing the cash box aside, and remarked to Li Yedong, Boss Li, one must be vigilant in future endeavors. Should such an incident recur, it won't be merely a matter of this sum. Li Yedong quickly forced a smile, replying, Indeed, Brother One, I shall mend my ways and start anew. I apologize, Brother One, Sister Hong, for any offense. Wu Lihong turned her head away, uninterested in him. Chen Xuewen waved dismissively, begone. As Li Yedong departed the arcade, he straightened up around the corner and spat resentfully. Damn it, a petty man's triumph. I wonder how long you can bask in your glory. Once Li Yedong was gone, Chen Xuewen opened the cash box, extracting a wad of cash which he handed to Lai Ho. Let us take out 8,000 and distribute it among the brothers. The remainder will serve as a prize for today's warm-up match. Chen Xuewen declared with a smile. Lai Ho instantly perked up, receiving the money with excitement. He took 4,000 from the 8,000 and handed it to Wu Lihong. Sister Hong, this 4,000 is for you. The other 4,000 will be shared among us four. Wu Lihong was taken aback. Oh, you're giving me so much? Lai Ho chuckled. Sister Hong, you've been buying groceries and cooking for us. Consider this an expense reimbursement for our meals. He then leaned closer to Wu Lihong, grinning. By the way, Sister Hong, regarding that matter we discussed last time, could you lend a hand for the brothers? Perhaps bring a few of your friends to our next gathering? Wu Lihong laughed heartily, pointing at Lai Ho. Oh, you mischievous rascal. So, the generous cash was merely a ploy to entice me to recruit my friends? Lai Ho feigned innocence. Sister Hong, that accusation wounds my heart. This surplus money is a gesture from the brothers. Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sister Hong, it's only right. Having followed Chen Xuewen for just a few days, he had already acquired several new outfits, a new phone, and received a share of money, leaving him immensely grateful to Chen Xuewen. He had no objections to Lai Ho giving 4,000 to Wu Lihong, as it was evident to everyone that her connection with Chen Xuewen was special. Moreover, Lai Ho's suggestion resonated with Wang Zhendong. He too was curious to meet Wu Lihong's friends. Wu Lihong laughed heartily, stuffing the money into her pocket. I want to be cooking tonight. Let us dine out, it's on me. Lai Ho and the others cheered enthusiastically. After distributing the remaining 4,000, Lai Ho approached the center of the arcade with the final 2,000, announcing loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the boss is in high spirits today and has put forth 2,000 as a prize for a warm-up match. Feel free to invite friends to compete in Street Fighter and King of Fighters, with 1,000 as a prize for each game. The first place will receive 500, second place 300, and third place 200. Let's see enthusiastic participation." The crowd, engrossed in their games, erupted in cheers. 500 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary, constitutes a considerable sum. Consequently, a significant portion of the crowd swiftly dispersed, each seeking to summon their skilled acquaintances to partake in the competition. That day, the arcade owned by Chen Xuewen experienced an unprecedented surge in business. The establishment was brimming with patrons, particularly around the several machines engaged in the contest, where spectators formed layers upon layers, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, other arcades in the city saw their business dwindle significantly. The electronic empire of the Serpent was nearly deserted, as all the clientele had been irresistibly drawn to Chen Xuewen's arcade. In response to this development, the Serpent merely scoffed, dismissing it with disdain. He believed that Chen Xuewen's efforts to appease these impoverished individuals were futile. Unbeknownst to him, he was unwittingly stepping deeper into the trap meticulously laid by Chen Xuewen. Chapter 73. Are you unconvinced? The competitive event concluded around 7 in the evening, with 6 victorious participants gleefully receiving their deserved rewards. Meanwhile, Lai Ho reviewed the day's sales figures for both shops, noting that they had once again reached new heights. After closing the doors, the group headed to a nearby food stall to celebrate their success. On the way, Lai Ho slyly approached Wu Li Hong and whispered, "Sister Hong, your friends haven't eaten yet, have they? Why not take this opportunity to call them over to join us?" Wu Li Hong chuckled, playfully tapping Lai Ho on the head. "You rascal, true to your name, so eager." Lai Ho covered his head and laughed. "Sister Hong, I'm merely showing concern for your friends." Wu Li Hong retorted, "Go away. What good intentions could you possibly have? But it's fine to invite them for a meal since it's not yet peak time." After making the call and informing her friends of their location, Wu Li Hong turned to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong, saying, "They're on their way. I've arranged everything for you. The opportunity is yours to seize." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong immediately straightened up, particularly Lai Ho, who discreetly made a trip to the restroom to tidy himself up. In contrast, Chen Xuewen remained remarkably calm, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. As for Li Taizhu, he was engrossed in a game of Snake, having little interest in anything other than games and food, completely disinterested in women. Before long, several elegantly dressed women approached, instantly capturing the attention of many around the food stall, with some even whistling in admiration. The women paid no heed to the onlookers and headed straight for Wu Li Hong. "Sister Hong," they greeted with joyful smiles. Wu Li Hong rushed over, warmly embracing them before guiding them to the table for introductions. These young women were of a similar age to Wu Li Hong. In the past, she had often stood up for them at the shop, earning their unwavering admiration, and they regarded her as their big sister. After the introductions, Wu Li Hong pointed to Chen Xuewen, saying, "This is the Chen Xuewen I told you about. You can call a brother one." The girls' eyes brightened. Being frequent patrons of nightlife, they were well-versed in the local undercurrents. The recent incident involving Chen Xuewen and the notorious Snake had become a popular topic of conversation among those in the nightlife scene. Regardless of their standing, be it high-ranking figures or street thugs, Chen Xuewen commanded respect and awe. Thus, although they had yet to meet him, the girls were familiar with his reputation. Upon seeing him in person, they were all visibly excited, exclaiming in unison, "Brother one." Chen Xuewen smiled and nodded. "Please have a seat. We are all friends here. No need for formality." The girls, noticing Chen Xuewen's approachable demeanor, which was reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, instantly brightened with delight. They settled around the table, each girl seated beside Lai Ho Wang and Zhendong. However, both of them now appeared stiff, their faces flushed, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. The previous eagerness had vanished, and even their speech had become somewhat stammered. Wu Li Hong cast a glance at them, instantly rendered speechless, in such a pitiful state. They still wished to pursue girls? with the girls sitting beside them. Their gaze remained fixated ahead, silent. What did that signify? Were they merely waiting for the girls to approach them? Wu Lihong curled her lip, realizing she had to liven up the atmosphere. Fortunately, several of the girls were accustomed to nightlife and quickly revitalized the mood. Once they became familiar, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were soon all smiles, engaging in conversation with the girls. Just as half the dishes had been served, a group of people suddenly approached the entrance of the eatery. As they passed by, one young man caught sight of the girls at Chen Xuewen's table, his eyes immediately lighting up. "Oh, what are these girls doing here?" he exclaimed. "Brother Feng, tonight is our lucky night. I'll arrange for a couple of girls to entertain you." The leading man glanced at the girls, his eyes also brightening. "Do you know these girls?" he asked. The young man replied with a laugh. "Ha, these girls work in my venue. They're all part of my crew." He continued, "You all go ahead and sit. I'll call them over to keep you company." Brother Feng, filled with delight, led his companions into the eatery. While the young man approached Chen Xuewen's table, smiling, "Xiaoman, Xiaoqi, Bing Bing, you're all here. Oh, Li Hong, you're here too." Upon seeing him, the expressions of the girls turned somewhat stiff, their smiles fading. Wu Lihong's countenance also shifted. The girls awkwardly greeted the young man, Manager Zhao. He laughed heartily, draping an arm around Xiaoman's shoulder and another around Wu Lihong's, cheerfully stating, "It's wonderful to see you all. I happen to be entertaining a few friends. Since you're here, why not join us for a drink?" His words drew frowns even from Chen Xuewen. Manager Zhao's brazen attempt to poach them from their table revealed a complete disregard for their presence. Wu Lihong promptly pushed Zhao's hand away, coldly retorting, "I'm sorry, Manager Zhao, but we have friends here too. We can't join you." Zhao's brow furrowed. He glanced at Wu Lihong and then at Chen Xuewen and the others, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Lihong, I have several prominent clients at my table. If you entertain them well, they'll surely book your table tonight, and the tips will be substantial. Such a fantastic opportunity has been set aside for you. You wouldn't want to pass up the chance to earn some money, would you?" After finishing, he smiled at Chen Xuewen and his companions, arrogantly adding, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but I must insist that a few lovely ladies come over to join my esteemed guests for a drink to warm up the atmosphere. Please have a seat. This evening's meal is on me. How does that sound?" The expression on Lai Ho's face suddenly shifted, overwhelmed by indignation. He was about to voice his objections when he was halted by Chen Xuewen. Chen gazed at Manager Zhao and calmly remarked, "So, you're Manager Zhao? This evening, my friend will dine with me. Do you believe it is appropriate to take my friend from my table to entertain your guests?" Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao's countenance darkened, and he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xuewen. "What's this? Your tone suggests you are rather unconvinced," he retorted. Chen smiled faintly, rising to stand before Manager Zhao, maintaining a composed demeanor. "It is not a matter of being unconvinced. Rather, what authority do you possess that compels my acquiescence?" As he spoke, Chen suddenly seized a wine bottle from the table and brought it crashing down upon Manager Zhao's head. Chapter 74. This slap is my answer. Manager Zhao was struck, blood streaming from his head, unleashing a harrowing scream. The girls gasped in shock. Chen Xuewen's sudden and ruthless action was indeed startling. Clutching his head, he staggered back a few steps, pointing at Chen Xuewen and bellowing, "You! How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? My brother is Li Yedong." Upon hearing this name, Chen Xuewen couldn't help but chuckle. "Li Yedong, is it? Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Call him, and have him come resolve this matter for you." Manager Zhao was taken aback. Li Yedong held considerable clout in the area. Why did it seem that Chen Xuewen was utterly unfazed? Noticing Zhao's hesitation, Chen Xuewen took out his phone. "What's the matter? Forgot your phone? Shall I call for you?" With that, he dialed Li Yedong's number. After 2 rings, the call was answered, and Li Yedong's anxious voice came through and, "Brother One, you were looking for me?" Chen Xuewen smiled amiably. "Dongzi, there's a manager named Zhao at your entertainment venue. Isn't he there?" Li Yedong replied, "Yes. There's one called Zhao Chong." Chen Xuewen turned to Zhao. "Your name is Zhao Chong, right?" Zhao nodded in confusion, his heart racing. Could it be that Chen Xuewen truly knew Li Yedong? Had he inadvertently crossed paths with a friend of the boss? "That's correct," Chen Xuewen continued. "Dongzi, your manager here has quite the temper. Is this how you train your subordinates? Li Yedong's voice trembled as he cursed inwardly. Zhao Chong. What trouble have you stirred up now? He asked, his voice quaking. Brother Wen, what? What has happened? Chen Xuewen recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing the tale, Li Yedong nearly exploded with rage. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed such behavior. After all, it was commonplace for managers to summon girls in such establishments. However, these particular girls were dining with Chen Xuewen, causing a scene that was tantamount to courting disaster. Having barely settled a previous issue for 400,000, the last thing he needed was Zhao Chong creating yet another debacle. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Zhao Chong. Brother, when this is my failure in discipline. Let me handle this. Please give him the phone, and I will have him apologize to you, Li Yedong stammered. Chen Xuewen, still smiling, handed the phone to Zhao Chong. Here, that's your boss's number. Zhao, perplexed, took the phone and listened for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically. Fear flashed across his face as he glanced at Chen Xuewen and whispered, he is Chen Xuewen. At that moment, Chen Xuewen could distinctly hear Li Yedong's furious voice on the line, nearly roaring, what the hell? Now you realize who he is? You fool, why provoke him? I don't care how you manage it. Even if you must kneel and beg, you must resolve this. Otherwise, I'll personally break your legs and drag you over to apologize. After a prolonged tirade, Li Yedong finally ended the call. At that moment, Zhao Chong was on the verge of tears. Trembling, he returned the phone to Chen Xuewen, his face a mask of despair as he stammered, Brother Wen, I apologize. I was blind to your stature and failed to recognize your significance. I beg your forgiveness for any offense I may have caused. The nearby girls could not help but snicker at Zhao Chong's predicament. During their time working there, they had endured much from him. Now, witnessing him groveling before Chen Xuewen left them astonished. Their gazes towards Chen Xuewen were filled with admiration and reverence. Chen Xuewen disdainfully spat, get lost. Zhao Chong hurriedly scurried away, not daring to utter another word. The girls immediately erupted in cheers. As Zhao Chong entered the private room, he found Brother Feng and several others engaged in conversation. Noticing Zhao Chong's lone entrance, Brother Feng inquired, Qiangzi, what happened? Why are you injured? With a heavy sigh, Zhao Chong replied, let's not speak of it. Brother Feng frowned. What on earth transpired? Were we not supposed to summon a few girls to join us? Not only did they fail to arrive, but you also got hurt. Were you bullied? The others, hearing this, stood up in unison, exclaiming, Qiangzi, who the hell dares to bully you? Tell us, and we shall avenge you. Zhao Chong glanced at Brother Feng, a sudden thought striking him. While his own leader could not assist him, Brother Feng was different. With a background far surpassing that of Li Yedong, perhaps he could rein in Chen Xuewen, or, at the very least, help him vent his frustrations. With this in mind, Zhao Chong embellished the earlier incident as he recounted it to them. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning Chen Xuewen's name, fearing that Brother Feng might hesitate to confront someone of such notoriety. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's account, the others were filled with righteous indignation, their anger palpable. Brother Feng's expression darkened as he declared, Humph, those bastards have some audacity. I am eager to see just how bold they truly are. With that, he slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Zhao Chong, saying, Qiangzi, go tell them. Inform them that these girls have caught my eye. I want to see if they dare to compete with me for women. Zhao Chong eagerly awaited this proclamation and promptly replied, All right, Brother Feng, I will take care of it. He rushed downstairs and approached Chen Xuewen's table once more. Seeing Zhao Chong return, Lai Ho and the others were taken aback. What audacity did this boy possess to come back? Chen Xuewen, on the other hand, glanced towards the second floor, having observed Zhao Chong conversing with Brother Feng through the glass. It appeared that the individuals inside had bolstered Zhao Chong's confidence, prompting his return. Lai Ho slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, Zhao, what do you want this time? Seeking another beating? Zhao Chong suppressed his fury and forced a smile, saying, Gentlemen, I mean no offense. I am merely here to relay a message from the esteemed brothers upstairs. He repeated Zhou Jingfeng's words and finally turned to Chen Xuewen, saying, Brother One, you are all leaders, while I am merely a minor character. They asked me to convey a message, and I dared not refuse. Now that the message has been delivered, how do you wish to handle it? Chen Xuewen gazed deeply at Zhao Chong. He was no fool and clearly understood that Zhao Chong was the one stirring the pot. However, this aligned perfectly with Chen Xuewen's intentions. He was currently preparing to elevate his reputation further. The previous incident with Li Yedong had been deliberately magnified by him. Now, with these individuals seeking trouble, it was indeed to his advantage. If such incidents occurred more frequently, his reputation would inevitably grow. Consequently, patrons would begin to frequent the slot machines in his arcade. Nevertheless, Chen Xuewen was inherently cautious. He first inquired, "What is the relationship between Zhou Jingfeng and Zhou Jinghui?" The similarity in their names suggested a possible connection. Zhao Chong promptly responded, "Brother Feng is Brother Huey's cousin." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuewen couldn't help but chuckle. This meant that Zhou Jingfeng was merely leveraging his connection to Zhou Jinghui. With this revelation, Chen Xuewen felt no need for apprehension. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Chong's face, stating, "Go back and tell him that this slap serves as my answer." Chapter 75, It is Chen Xuewen. Zhao Chong's face flushed with indignation, yet his heart surged with exhilaration. He hastened to the private room upstairs, embellishing the tale of the events below. He concluded, "Brother Feng, I even disclosed your identity to him. In response, he slapped me and proclaimed that the blow was meant for you. This isn't merely an assault on me. It is in truth a slap in your face." Zhou Jingfeng erupted in fury, striking the table with his palm. "Damn it. This bastard has some audacity. He doesn't even regard my reputation. I must see what kind of prowess he possesses to be so brazen." With a cadre of brothers, he stormed towards Chen Xuewen's table. By this time, many patrons had vacated the bustling eatery, apprehensive of the escalating turmoil that could ensnare them in its wake. Zhou Jingfeng and his subordinates reached the table, where he slammed his hand down and pointed at Chen Xuewen, unleashing a torrent of invectives. "You little brat, you have some nerve. You dare to strike my brother? Have you never heard of my name? Zhou Jingfeng?" Chen Xuewen regarded Zhou with a calm gaze. "Are you Zhou Jinghui's cousin?" Zhou Jingfeng spat contemptuously. "Don't try to leverage connections with me. Who the hell do you think you are to invoke my brother's name?" With an air of indifference, Chen Xuewen rose and approached Zhou Jingfeng, leisurely asserting, "I wish to inform you that even Zhou Jinghui would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. You, even less so." As he spoke, Chen Xuewen acted swiftly, seizing a wine bottle from the table and striking Zhou Jingfeng upon the head. Caught entirely off guard by Chen's audacity, Zhou had no time to defend himself, and blood immediately flowed from his wound as he staggered back. Howling in pain, "You dare to strike me? Kill him." At his command, several of Zhou's lackeys rushed forward, brandishing wine bottles, prepared to retaliate. Chen Xuewen, undeterred, drew a boning knife and advanced decisively toward the frontmost assailant. The man hurled a wine bottle at Chen, who deftly blocked it, seizing the opportunity to grasp the assailant's wrist, plunging the knife into his arm. Amidst the man's anguished cries, Chen expertly sliced down the length of his arm, leaving a deep laceration that quickly saturated his clothing with crimson. The knife was astonishingly sharp, and the assailant, clutching his injured limb, became incapacitated. Meanwhile, Lai Hawang Jindong and Li Taizhu joined the fray, engaging with Zhou Jingfeng's group. While Jindong's abilities were mediocre, Li Taizhu was a formidable presence. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 180 pounds, his physique was chiseled from hard labor. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, he possessed immense resilience and strength. A young man struck him with a bottle, yet Li Taizhu merely wiped his head, unfazed by the incident. On the contrary, he retaliated with a single punch to the young man's face, shattering his nose and causing blood to spill from his mouth and nostrils, leaving him crumpled on the ground, unable to rise. Beside Zhou Jingfeng stood only 5 individuals. Chen Xuewen wielded a bone knife, effortlessly dispatching 2 of them. Li Taizhu single-handedly toppled another 2, while the notorious Lai Hawang Jindong knocked down another. Ultimately, only Zhou Jingfeng remained, clutching his head in despair. Witnessing his subordinate's fall, he furiously stomped his feet, pointing at Chen Xuewen and shouting, "You little brat, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll call for help right now, and I swear I'll make you pay." Chen Xuewen scoffed, advancing to pin Zhou Jingfeng to the ground. He then stepped on his head, coldly stating, "Oh, you want to call someone? Save your breath. Allow me to assist you with that. With that, he retrieved his phone and directly dialed Zhou Jingfeng's brother, Zhou Jinghui. After a few rings, an impatient voice answered, "What now?" "Just so you know, I have no money." Chen Xuewen chuckled. "Brother Hui, we're brothers. Discussing money would be a shame. Here, as the situation, I was dining out and was bullied. The perpetrator claims to be your brother, Zhou Jingfeng. Do you know him?" A loud thud echoed from the other end, as if something had fallen. Moments later, Zhou Jinghui's anxious voice came through and good. "You're not joking, are you? Is it really Jingfeng?" Chen Xuewen glanced at Zhou Jingfeng. "I can't say for certain. Would you like to speak with him?" He handed the phone to Zhou Jingfeng, who, still incredulous, took a look at the screen and saw that it was indeed Zhou Jinghui's number. An ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that this person truly knew his brother? However, considering his current battered state, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of their connection, Zhou Jinghui would undoubtedly come to his aid. Thus, Zhou Jingfeng promptly took the phone. "Brother, I've been beaten." Before he could finish, Zhou Jinghui erupted in a furious tirade. "Damn you, Zhou Jingfeng, are you really this disgraceful?" Zhou Jingfeng was left dumbfounded. He had grown up alongside Zhou Jinghui, who had never spoken to him in such a manner. "Brother, I'm the one being bullied. Why are you siding with outsiders?" Zhou Jingfeng protested, feeling aggrieved. Zhou Jinghui barked back, "Cut the crap. Tell me what exactly happened." Zhou Jingfeng hastily recounted the events, embellishing the tale while placing the blame squarely on Chen Xuewen, claiming he was excessively tyrannical. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghui grasped the situation. Gritting his teeth, he scolded, "Zhou Jingfeng, you worthless fool. Why did you create such a significant mess for a few worthless women? Have you never encountered a woman before?" Zhou Jingfeng, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Brother, what on earth is happening? I have been assaulted, and all you can do is scold me?" Zhou Jinghui gritted his teeth and replied, "Why am I reprimanding you? Let me elucidate why I am solely directing my ire at you." Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jinghui solemnly stated, "Do you have any idea who it was that attacked you?" Zhou Jingfeng paused for a moment. I don't know." Across from him, Zhou Jinghui clearly inhaled deeply several times, his fury palpable. Zhou Jingfeng sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that he had genuinely provoked someone he should not have? He cautiously inquired, "Brother, who? Who is he?" Zhou Jinghui clenched his teeth and enunciated each word carefully. "It is Chen Xuewen." As those final three words escaped his lips, Zhou Jingfeng's body trembled, and his phone clattered to the ground. He was genuinely terrified. Chapter 76. We are our own downfall. Zhou Jingfeng had naturally heard of Chen Xuewen's reputation, as even his supporter, Zhou Jinghui, had suffered considerable setbacks while being in Chen Xuewen's proximity during this period. The incident at the Chunji Grand Hotel had recently spread throughout Pingqing. Who would dare to provoke such a madman, capable of contending with venomous snakes? Trembling with fear, Zhou Jingfeng finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He looked at Chen Xuewen with trepidation. "Brother One Eye, I did not realize it was you. I am sincerely sorry. My ignorance is unforgivable. Please, show mercy and spare me this once." Chen Xuewen ignored him, instead picking up his phone from the ground, brushing off the dust, and exclaimed in irritation, "Damn it, this is a new phone. Look at the state it's in." Zhou Jingfeng glanced at the phone and saw nothing wrong. Yet he was no fool. He immediately retorted, "Brother One, my apologies. It was my mistake. I slipped. How about this? I will buy you a new one as an apology for me, as a brother." Chen Xuewen squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Jingfeng. "Is this merely about replacing a new phone? I rather like this one, although it only cost 8,000. It contains many contacts, and transferring them is quite a hassle." Zhou Jingfeng felt a surge of frustration. This phone was worth no more than 2,000 to 3,000. How could he claim it to be 8,000? Nonetheless, he dared not challenge Chen Xuewen's words. "Brother One, it was indeed my fault. Please show some leniency and give me a break. How about I offer 10,000, 8,000 for a new phone, and 2,000 for the staff to assist you with transferring your contacts? What do you think?" Zhou Jingfeng nodded and bowed respectfully. Chen Xuewen smiled. "You seem to understand well. In that case, this matter is not entirely unnegotiable. Oh, by the way, monkey, you and the others should check your phones as well to see if they're damaged. Lai Ho, the clever one, immediately responded, "Oh, my phone got bumped as well." Brother Wen, "Look, the phone you bought for 8,000 has also been damaged." Wang Jindong followed suit. "Mine is broken too." "Oh dear. It was also bought for 8,000. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a display of camaraderie. Only Li Taiju, with a look of sheer luck, took out his phone and examined it from every angle several times, declaring, "Fortunately, mine is fine." Lai Ho glared at him. "How can it be fine? It's scratched all over. It's unusable." Li Taiju continued to scrutinize. "It's not broken." The trio of Chen Xuewen was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the foolishness of Taiju. Lai Ho strode over, snatched his phone, and slammed it onto the ground. "See, it's broken now." Zhou Jingfeng's eyes nearly bulged out. "Brother, I'm standing right here. I'm not blind. This extortion is far too blatant." Chen Xuewen then turned to Wu Lihong. "Lihong, is your phone all right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lihong immediately chuckled. "It seems my phone has also malfunctioned." Chen Xuewen nodded and turned to the nearby girls, inquiring, "What about you all?" The girls exchanged glances, and one named Xiaoman timidly replied, "We're using a PHS, it's fine." Chen Xuewen feigned ignorance. "Oh, so it's also broken. All right, I'll have a word with Brother Feng." He then directed his gaze towards Zhou Jingfeng, grinning as he said, "Brother Feng, regarding the phone situation." Zhou Jingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This was clearly extortion. He finally understood why his elder brother, Zhou Jinghui, had been continuously blackmailed by Chen Xuewen. Chen Xuewen was relentless. However, at that moment, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Zhou Jinghui had explicitly instructed him to seek Chen Xuewen's forgiveness tonight, or else Zhou Jinghui would not come to his aid. Thus, Zhou Jingfeng could only wear a mournful expression and concede, "All right, we'll replace them." Chen Xuewen laughed heartily. "Thank you, Brother Feng. There aren't too many of us, just 10 in total. If each one costs 10,000, that's merely 100,000. Since we are all on the same side, I certainly want to make things difficult for you. Let us do this. Have the money delivered within half an hour, and I want to charge you any interest." How does that sound? Zhou Jingfeng felt another wave of frustration rise within him. Was this truly a matter of camaraderie? Yet what could he possibly say? He could only obediently make a call to arrange for the funds. While waiting, Chen Xuewen took a seat at the table and continued to smile and dine with everyone. Before the money arrived, however, a law enforcement vehicle suddenly pulled up nearby, and several members of the enforcement team approached. Someone had reported an incident. Seeing them arrive, Lai Ho and his companions felt a surge of anxiety. This situation could not be justified as self-defense. If they were apprehended, it could lead to a substantial prison sentence. Lai Ho immediately turned to Chen Xuewen, suggesting, "Brother Wen, perhaps you should leave first. We can handle this." Chen Xuewen remained unfazed, calm and collected, smiling as he replied, "There's no rush." Lai Ho and the others exchanged worried glances. Chen Xuewen's composure was astonishing. When the enforcement team reached the scene and observed the injured Zhou Jingfeng and his companions, they promptly approached, asking, "What transpired here?" Zhou Jingfeng cast a glance at Chen Xuewen, who was still smiling back at him. Struggling to contain his anger, Zhou Jingfeng whispered, "It's nothing." The team leader frowned. "Nothing? You've all been beaten like this, and you say it's nothing? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhou Jingfeng continued to avert his gaze. "It truly is nothing." The team leader then turned to another young man who was bleeding from an injured arm, asking, "And you? Who harmed you?" The young man pointed at Chen Xuewen, stating it was him. The enforcement members immediately shifted their attention to Chen Xuewen. Lai Ho and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Trouble was brewing. Chen Xuewen, however, maintained his calm demeanor, leisurely saying, "Young brother, it's wise to choose your words carefully. Making false accusations is also a crime." The young man wished to speak, but was promptly silenced by Zhou Jingfeng's stern command, "Silence." He then turned to the captain, apologizing, "My apologies, he is a bit disoriented. We had a few drinks and accidentally injured ourselves. It's really nothing serious." The captain's expression darkened. "Do you take me for a fool? Injured like this from a simple fall? Tell me, were you threatened by someone, or is there something else at play? Speak up, and I shall ensure justice is served." Zhou Jingfeng, steeling himself, replied, "It's truly nothing. Thank you." The captain inquired of several others, but they all shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. With no one willing to speak, the enforcement team had no choice but to depart. As the enforcement officers left, Lai Ho and his companions let out a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Xuewen stood up and approached Zhou Jingfeng, saying, "Brother Feng, you truly uphold loyalty. However, this young fellow—" Chen Xuewen smirked coldly. Zhou Jingfeng hastily interjected, "Brother One, he's just a child, lacking understanding. I will definitely give him a proper lesson when I return." Chen Xuewen fixed a penetrating gaze on the young man and suddenly declared, "No need to return. Right here, break his front teeth for me. I want him to understand the consequences of careless words." Zhou Jingfeng's expression shifted, tremblingly protesting, "Brother One, this seems rather severe." In fact, before he could finish, Chen Xuewen seized a plate from the table and struck it against Zhou Jingfeng's mouth, causing blood to flow. Grabbing Zhou Jingfeng by the hair, Chen Xuewen coldly stated, "Listen, I'm not consulting you. I am commanding you. If you fail to comply, I shall shatter all your front teeth." Zhou Jingfeng trembled all over and ultimately had no choice but to let a few of his subordinates knock out the young man's front teeth. The young man, in excruciating pain, cried out incessantly, trembling in terror, finally understanding the true meaning of reaping what one sows. Chapter 77. I fear not overestimating him, but underestimating him. In less than half an hour, Zhou Jingfeng's men delivered the money, 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Chen Xuewen instructed Lai Ho to accept the money, then smiled at Zhou Jingfeng, saying, "Thank you, Brother Feng. Now that the funds were secured, they could procure new mobile phones. You all should express your gratitude to Brother Feng for the new phones." Lai Ho and the others erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Feng." Zhou Jingfeng's lips twitched, rendering him momentarily speechless. As Chen Xuewen and the group ambled a few paces away, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhao Chong, who lingered at the back. "Manager Zhao, it seems that Xiao Man and the others will be late for work tonight. You wouldn't report them as tardy or absent, would you?" Having witnessed Zhou Jingfeng being dealt with earlier, Zhao Chong trembled in fear. He quickly forced a smile, saying, "Brother, when you jest, Xiao Man, you needn't worry. I'll take care of your leave. Enjoy yourselves." Chen Xuewen shook his head. "Leave? That seems inappropriate. If we take leave, won't we miss out on earning money today? Manager Zhao, you wouldn't struggle with such a minor task, would you?" Zhao Chong's expression shifted once more, and he hastily replied, "Then, that one be considered leave, it'll be a special arrangement. I'll handle it for you." Chen Xuewen smiled broadly. "A special arrangement? Then what about the money?" Zhao Chong quickly interjected, "It'll be on me, on me." Only then did Chen Xuewen feel satisfied. Patting his shoulder, "Thank you, Manager Zhao." With that, he led the group away with an air of confidence. As they departed, Zhou Jingfeng and Zhao Chong finally exhaled in relief, as if they had just escaped with their lives. Zhou Jingfeng gritted his teeth and turned to the younger brother beside him, who had lost a tooth in the scuffle. In a low, stern voice, he admonished, "Are you out of your mind? In that situation, you pointed out Chen Xuewen? Do you wish for your own demise? Damn it, with such a trivial matter. Even if Chen Xuewen were detained, how long could it be? When he comes out, do you think you'll have enough lives left for him to take?" The younger brother finally understood why Zhou Jingfeng had spoken so boldly in front of the law enforcement earlier. Such trivial matters could not topple Chen Xuewen, but provoking him was a consequence they could not afford. After leaving the food stall, Chen Xuewen and the others found a secluded spot to stop. He took out 20,000 yuan from the bag of money. "This is for me and Li Hong. The rest can be distributed among everyone." Lai Ho's eyes widened as he whispered, "Brother Wen, do we divide it all?" Chen Xuewen shot him a glance. "I've already said, 10,000 each. Distribute it to the others. It's just enough for everyone to get a new phone." Upon hearing this, Lai Ho promptly took the money and began distributing it among the group. Wang Zhendong, Li Taizhu, and Lai Ho each received 10,000 yuan. The remaining 50,000 was allocated to Wu Li Hong and her 4 companions. The 5 girls gazed at the cash lay before them, exchanging glances marked by excitement yet hesitance, unsure of whether to reach out and take it. After all, 10,000 for each person is quite excessive. They yearned for it, yet hesitated to accept. Wu Lihong, perceiving their thoughts, chuckled, "What brother one has given you, just take it. It's just right for each of you to change your phones, making future communication more convenient." With Wu Lihong's encouragement, the girls were overjoyed and quickly divided the money among themselves. Subsequently, the 5 girls turned to Chen Xuewen, sweetly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, brother one." Chen Xuewen smiled lightly and nodded. "We are all on the same side. No need to be so courteous. Cool, mate. Let's find a phone store and get new phones for easier contact next time." Thereafter, Chen Xuewen led the girls to a mobile phone shop, where they exchanged their phones. The girls, elated with their newfound wealth, grew much friendlier towards Chen Xuewen and the others. In the store, each girl selected a phone that pleased her. Chen Xuewen observed that 4 of the girls chose relatively expensive models, while only Xiaoman opted for a modestly priced women's phone, around 2,000 yuan. She carefully stowed away the remaining money. Wu Lihong quietly remarked, "Xiaoman's family is somewhat less fortunate, much like my own situation. Her parents are both hospitalized, and she needs to work to support the family." Chen Xuewen nodded in acknowledgement, keeping this information in mind without further comment. Next, Chen Xuewen took everyone out for a night of entertainment. After a while, he guided Wu Lihong home. Meanwhile, the 2 rascals, Lai Ho Wang and Jin Dong, were reluctant to leave and had already cozied up to 2 girls at the nightclub. Chen Xuewen chose to ignore them, recognizing this as a natural inclination for men. However, he had previously instructed them that while enjoying themselves, they must also settle their bills. He did not wish for his friends to become overly entangled, lest they be taken advantage of. Late at night, in a tea house in the southern part of the city, Lord Hou sat with Fong Ru and Lawyer He, sipping tea. Suddenly, Lawyer He's phone rang. After answering, he listened for a moment before hanging up, a wry smile crossing his face as he turned to Lord Ho Wu. "Master Wu, that Chen Xuewen is causing another ruckus out there. The law enforcement team just called me, asking me to rein him in before he stirs up more trouble." Lord Ho Wu glanced at him. "What has he done this time?" Lawyer He recounted the incident with Zhou Jingfeng. Lord Ho Wu remained silent, while Fong Ru frowned, scoffing. "This Chen fellow has accumulated quite a bit of trouble, just because he gained a bit of notoriety after swallowing a live snake at the serpent's table. He now thinks himself formidable. He recently dealt with Li Yedong, and now he's taken on Zhou Jingfeng. Achieving a little success has made him so ostentatious. Such a person is the quintessential petty individual who has risen to prominence. It seems he will struggle to accomplish anything significant." Lawyer He chuckled softly but remained silent, observing Lord Ho Wu instead. Lord Ho Wu, with an expression of indifference, picked up the nearby smoking pipe. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the smoke from his mouth before turning to Lawyer He, softly stating, "Please assist him with some trivial matters. There's no need to escalate this." Lawyer He promptly nodded in respect, understood. He then rose to attend to the task. Fong Ru's expression soured as she whispered, "Fifth Master, what do you mean by this? This fellow is clearly of little worth. Why extend your help to him?" Fifth Master Ho glanced at Fong Ru and calmly replied, "Chen Xuewen has taken 300,000 in cash from the Zhou family, along with 10 gold bars, and extorted over 1 million from Zhou Jinghui. He's quite wealthy now. However, have you seen him purchase anything for himself?" Fong Ru paused, her demeanor shifting slightly. "Fifth Master, what do you imply?" Fifth Master Ho did not answer directly, but continued softly. "Recently, a woman who used to work in a nightclub has been by his side constantly, indicating that he is not averse to female company. Yet, during his last visit to our place, despite your personal efforts, you were unable to win him over." Fong Ru's face flushed with indignation, her eyes growing colder. She took great pride in her appearance, yet found herself outmatched by a mere nightclub hostess in Chen Xuewen's eyes, which filled her with rage. "Fifth Master, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Fifth Master Ho gently remarked, "I merely wish to inform you that this individual is not a small-minded man who has found success. On the contrary, you must be cautious. A person capable of restraining their desires can be exceedingly formidable. Chen Xuewen is shrewd and meticulous. His actions cannot be understood through conventional reasoning." Fong Ru hesitated momentarily, then furrowed her brow. "Fifth Master, you may be overestimating him." Fifth Master Ho chuckled softly. "I am not concerned about overestimating him. My fear lies in underestimating him. He turned to Feng Ru, noting her astonishment, and smiled. Let me offer you a hint. Have you noticed that Li Eryong, who has been closely following Chen Xuewen, has not been seen for some time? Feng Ru's expression changed abruptly as she murmured, Fifth Master, are you suggesting that Li Eryong? Fifth Master Ho interjected. As the saying goes, while the front is openly repaired, the back is secretly advanced. Chen Xuewen's conspicuous actions in Pingcheng serve merely to attract attention, while his true strategies likely lie hidden within Li Eryong. With that, Fifth Master Ho picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and amidst the swirling smoke, murmured, The new year is approaching, and it is the most lucrative time for arcades. During this season, the combined revenue of the arcades in Pingcheng can exceed 20 million. If I am not mistaken, Chen Xuewen surely plans to completely take down the serpent before the new year. Feng Ru's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Before the new year? How is that even possible? The difference in strength between him and the serpent is vast. What gives him the right to challenge them? Fifth Master Ho gazed into the dim night outside, softly replying, I too wish to know. Chapter 78. Seeking Revenge on Chen Xuewen. Pingzhou, as the capital city of Pingnan Province, is far more bustling than Pingcheng. In a quaint CAF within the North University town of Pingzhou, Li Eryong sat face to face with a young man. Should any acquaintances happen upon this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The young man, named Wang Kai, was a subordinate who had long been associated with Yi Fei. Li Eryong was gazing out of the window when, from a distance, he spotted a woman approaching. He swiftly retrieved a photograph, comparing it before inquiring, Is that her? Wang Kai nodded emphatically. Indeed, that's her. Hu Qianqian. I've seen her several times. This Hu Qianqian was the university student whom Yi Fei had previously entangled himself with. Her parents were employed in Pingcheng, and her uncle served in the provincial enforcement team. Chen Xuewen had exposed her affair with Yi Fei to her parents, inciting their wrath, which led to Yi Fei being imprisoned through her uncle's intervention. Consequently, Hu Qianqian had faced her parents' ire and now appeared visibly dejected. Li Eryong stated, Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Remember what I instructed. Do not let it fall apart. Wang Kai promptly nodded, Rest assured, Brother Yong. Li Eryong rose and moved to a neighboring seat. He donned a hat that obscured half of his face, rendering his identity indistinct, yet he could still clearly perceive the happenings nearby. Before long, the girl named Hu Qianqian entered the CAF. Wang Kai quickly stood and waved to her, Sister Qian, over here. Hu Qianqian approached with an icy demeanor, regarding Wang Kai with indifference. What do you want? Wang Kai forced a smile. Sister Qian, please take a seat. Ignoring his invitation, Hu Qianqian retorted coldly, Speak quickly. If there's nothing urgent, I must return to my class. Wang Kai hastily replied, Sister Qian, please don't leave yet. Brother Fei has a few words he asked me to convey to you. Hu Qianqian's expression remained frosty. What more is there for us to discuss? Sister Qian, please don't say that. In Brother Fei's heart, you have always been the one he cherishes most. Hu Qianqian's body trembled slightly, yet her face remained stoic. Does he still have the audacity to utter such words? Have I not been deceived enough? He professes love for me while cavorting with other women, employing despicable tactics to toy with so many hearts. What right does he have to speak of love to me? Wang Kai quickly interjected, Sister Qian, you are misunderstanding. Brother Fei genuinely loves you. The incidents you mentioned occurred before he met you. Since meeting you, he has devoted himself solely to you, never loving another woman. I swear on my life, his feelings for you are sincere. These words soon softened Hu Qianqian's expression. Observing this, Wang Kai continued to speak sweetly, painting Yi Fei as a deeply affectionate figure. For Hu Qianqian, Yi Fei was not only her first love, but also the one who had taken her innocence. Despite her resentment towards Yi Fei, Hu Qianqian's heart gradually softened upon hearing these words. Slowly, she took a seat at the table, quietly listening as Wang Kai recounted the events. As the conversation progressed, her eyes reddened, and tears brimmed as she began to sob softly. Observing the situation, Wang Kai sighed gently. Qinjia, speaking of these matters now holds little significance. Fij is already imprisoned. These are merely remnants of the past. He asked me to convey his desire for your forgiveness. Furthermore, He hopes you will live well and find a better man to protect you. In his lifetime, he feels unworthy of you, yet cherishes the beautiful memories you shared together. This statement caused Hu Qianqian to weep openly. With tear-streaked cheeks, she trembled as she declared, "No, no, I will wait for him to come out. I will surely wait for him." Wang Kai nearly chuckled inwardly, yet maintained an expression of solemnity. After exchanging a few more words, he sighed again. "All right, Xinjia, I have relayed the message. Now, I must attend to some pressing matters. Take care, for I may not survive, but as long as you can forgive Fij, that will suffice." Hu Qianqian paused, bewildered. What are you going to do?" Wang Kai clenched his teeth. "Fij has been wronged. I seek to avenge him." Hu Qianqian's eyes widened. "Who has wronged him?" Wang Kai replied, "It is Chen Xuewen." Repeating the name, Hu Qianqian's expression turned icy. "Is it he who caused my husband to be imprisoned? I will not let him go unpunished. Wait, I shall call my uncle and have him deal with this scoundrel." Wang Kai quickly gestured for her to stop. "Xinjia, please do not." Confused, Hu Qianqian asked, "Why not?" "Rest assured, my uncle can easily handle him." Wang Kai shook his head and waved his hands. "If you involve your uncle, he will undoubtedly investigate what transpired. When he discovers that you are targeting Chen Xuewen because of Fij, how do you think he will treat Fij? It is possible that Fij may receive an even harsher sentence." Hu Qianqian's expression shifted as she realized the truth in his words. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Then how do you plan to seek revenge?" Wang Kai softly replied, "I have a method that I intend to test first. If it fails, I shall confront Chen Xuewen directly." Curious, Hu Qianqian asked, "What method? Can I assist?" Wang Kai glanced at her and suddenly said, "Xinjia, if you are willing to help, this plan will undoubtedly succeed." Her interest piqued. Hu Qianqian exclaimed, "Really? Then tell me quickly. I wish to avenge my husband." Wang Kai's face lit up with joy as he eagerly shared his plan with her. Finally, he produced a bank card from his pocket. "This card contains 500,000 yuan, which Fij had prepared for your wedding. However, it appears that it is no longer feasible. If you wish to pursue this matter, you should utilize this sum of money to give a try. If successful, it would certainly honor Fij." Hu Qianqian took a deep breath, accepted the bank card, and nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will certainly accomplish this. I must ensure that Chen Xuewen pays a heavy price." With the bank card in hand, Hu Qianqian resolutely rose and departed. As she entered the campus, Wang Kai immediately stood up and approached Li Eryong, awkwardly smiling. "Brother Yong, how is the matter progressing?" Li Eryong nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. As long as Hu Qianqian is willing to take the lead, this affair is virtually assured. I have investigated, and the brother of that individual is a classmate of Hu Qianqian, and they share a good relationship. Through this connection, combined with 500,000 and the strength of Hu Qianqian's family background, we will undoubtedly persuade that person." As he spoke, Li Eryong produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Kai. "This card contains 80,000, which is the activity fund provided by Brother One, and now it serves as your reward." Wang Kai was overjoyed. Receiving 80,000 at once is no small sum. This money is sufficient for him to start a small business in Pingzhou. "Thank you, Brother Yong. Thank you, Brother Yong." Wang Kai expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Li Eryong patted him on the shoulder. "This is merely the first reward. If this matter is successfully concluded, Brother One has promised to offer an additional 500,000 as a reward. So, you know what to do, right?" Wang Kai's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, "Brother Yong, rest assured, I will definitely ensure everything is done splendidly." Li Eryong nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite astute, and you handle matters efficiently. I have high hopes for you. Once this matter is settled, you must leave Pingnan province for a while. When everything calms down, if you wish to return to Pingxing with me, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly." Wang Kai nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Brother Yong. Thank you, Brother Yong. I will certainly work diligently for you." Li Eryong smiled, nodded, and departed. Chapter 79. He ultimately gained power in Pingcheng at the Brothers Arcade. The competitive tournament organized by Chen Xuewen commenced as scheduled. Today, the arcade could truly be described as teeming with people. It was bustling with participants, and in front of several gaming machines engaged in competition, a crowd had gathered. Over 100 contestants had signed up, with several hundred more coming to watch. It is noteworthy that many are fond of such fighting games, yet Pingcheng had never hosted such a tournament before. This was Chen Xuewen's inaugural event, and coupled with effective promotion and generous prizes, it naturally drew a multitude of attendees. During this time, Chen Xuewen's reputation had been steadily rising. He had successfully dealt with prominent figures like Li Yedong and Zhou Jingfeng, which further fueled the admiration people held for him. Consequently, the brothers' arcade's renown increased significantly. In the eyes of many, Chen Xuewen's status was rapidly approaching that of the notorious Snake. In recent days, numerous ruffians had approached Chen Xuewen, seeking to pledge allegiance to him as their leader. However, Chen Xuewen did not accept them all. Instead, he selectively chose a few astute individuals to work at the arcade. He would not entrust them with core matters, nor allow them to be privy to significant information. The tournament commenced in the morning and continued until evening, culminating in a fervent atmosphere throughout the day. Particularly during the finals at night, the arcade was overflowing with spectators, with many even gathering outside, eagerly awaiting the results. At 7 o'clock, the results were finally announced. Chen Xuewen, holding a microphone on a makeshift stage, declared the rankings of the competition and presented trophies and prize money to the victorious contestants. The onlookers' faces were filled with envy. The first prize of 5,000 yuan, along with a specially crafted trophy, was enough to stir desire in anyone's heart. The trophy, designed to resemble the Oscar, exuded opulence. The victorious contestants were moved to tears as they expressed their gratitude, particularly one champion who had invited his parents to witness his moment of triumph. The entire event was both exhilarating and poignant, leaving many attendees deeply reflective. In a distant corner, two figures stood shrouded in shadows, quietly observing the scene. One, a short man with a handlebar mustache and a center-parted hairstyle, was Ding San. He gazed at the lively atmosphere, letting out a soft sigh as he murmured, "He has ultimately gained power. With Snake having lost this round, it will be arduous for him to regain his footing." Beside him stood a robust man, his hands calloused and his gaze sharp and vigilant. The man frowned slightly, responding, "Third Master, you may be overthinking this. No matter how well Chen Xuewen conducts this tournament, it merely attracts those who enjoy arcade games. It cannot sway the patrons of slot machines. He ultimately cannot shake Snake's stronghold." Ding San let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Everyone believes this, and therein lies the true danger. Do you truly think Chen Xuewen has gone through all this trouble merely to attract those who indulge in gaming machines?" The man, puzzled, inquired, "Then what is his intention?" Ding San replied softly, "He aims to establish the reputation of the brothers' gaming hall." The man scoffed, "And so what? A renowned name cannot entice those patrons of the slot machines." Ding San cast a glance at him and chuckled lightly. "With a reputation comes opportunity. If at this moment, the slot machines at the Serpent S establishment encounter any issues or suffer a catastrophic blow, compelling those slot machine patrons to seek alternative venues, where do you think they shall turn?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression froze in realization. Should the Serpent's venue face difficulties, those individuals would undoubtedly gravitate towards a more reputable establishment nearby. And does not Chen Xuewen's venue currently possess such a reputation? He inhaled deeply and murmured, "Sanyi, are you suggesting that Chen Xuewen might take action against the Serpent S venue? What could he possibly do? Would he resort to calling the authorities to raid the Serpent S establishment? Surely, that is improbable." Ding San shook his head. Chen Xuewen is cunning and resourceful. His methods are certainly not easily decipherable. As for involving the enforcement team, that is out of the question and unfeasible. I cannot ascertain what Chen Xuewen will ultimately do. But once he establishes his reputation, the Serpent will have already lost the first round. The man's countenance shifted, and he hastily stated then, "We must promptly inform the Serpent to brace himself against Chen Xuewen." Ding San waved his hand dismissively enough. The Serpent is indeed ruthless, yet he is excessively greedy and lustful, lacking the vision necessary for great endeavors. He is short-sighted, focused solely on immediate gains, rendering him unfit for substantial accomplishments. The Serpent S ship is destined to sink. There is no need for us to remain aboard. The man glanced at Ding San, then at the distant Chen Xuewen, and suddenly widened his eyes. San Yi, you cannot be contemplating a partnership with Chen Xuewen? Ding San smiled faintly. That notion has crossed my mind. The man immediately spat in disbelief. San Yi, this lad has yet to mature. What qualifications does he possess to collaborate with you? Ding San regarded the man thoughtfully, replying softly, ambition is not confined to age. There is no rush to reach a decision. Let us first observe the outcome of this situation. If Chen Xuewen truly possesses the capability to topple the serpent, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future. What harm is there in following him? However, should he fail to overcome this hurdle, we need not squander our energies. The man nodded, equally curious to discover whether Chen Xuewen could indeed bring down the serpent.